Our main character, Tranak, also known as Yama, is a top predator in the underworld and a powerful psychic with the highest level of control. Having lived a full life, Chen Nuo had many regrets, and it seems fate has granted him a chance to relive the past, offering him a chance at rebirth. And it just so happens to be when his math teacher calls him to the board. Staring at the board filled with incomprehensible equations, Chen Nuo sighed. I'm screwed. The cliché of dying middle-aged and returning as a youth? How familiar. Of course, Chen Nuo couldn't do the problems. He'd long forgotten that high school knowledge. And so Tranak was sent out into the hallway, lamenting his fate, to live a life of hardship, only to be transported back to the past. Strange scenery, unfamiliar faces all around. Placed in a brand new environment with an old mind, Chen Nuo couldn't tell if this was punishment or reward. Just then, he heard a piercing scream. Ah, someone help! Tranak looked up and saw a female student falling from above. With his quick reflexes and agility from his past life, he quickly lunged forward, successfully catching her. Although their landing was a bit awkward, at least she was safe, and her beautiful face struck Chen Nuo. The girl was Sunkaka, the school beauty. After the unexpected incident, the two were first taken to the infirmary for examination, and then to the principal's office to explain. Before the dean arrived, Chen Nuo had been secretly observing her. A beautiful woman with a great figure. Luckily, she only fell from the second floor. Any higher, and even those C cups wouldn't have survived. Even a DEFG cup wouldn't survive. Just then, the door opened and Director Sun Shenglin walked in. Did the school infirmary check you out? Is anything seriously wrong? He asked. Have you been checked out? It's nothing. I just happened to be standing there. She fell from the upper floor and landed on me, so you could say I saved her, right? Chen Nuo obediently replied. Sun Shengli nodded, then turned to Sunkaka, sternly asking her why she did it. Sunkaka seemed very embarrassed, explaining that she was just leaning on the second-floor railing looking at the scenery, and then accidentally fell over. Seeing Director Sun's extremely ugly expression, Sunkaka added, Dad, I really didn't do anything stupid. Sunkaka is the daughter of Director Sun Shengli. Chen Nuo was momentarily stunned by this new information. With such different looks, she must be adopted, right? As he was thinking this, the director turned around seriously and said, Student Chen Nuo, in any case, I must thank you. I've already gotten you excused from class. Should we get you checked out at the hospital? Should I contact your family? Chen Nuo quickly waved his hand, saying, I'm not hurt anywhere. I just need some rest. Sun Shengli hastily nodded, telling him to report to him immediately if he felt unwell. Chen Nuo nodded and was about to leave, but suddenly stopped at the door. Well, Director Sun, there is a small matter. Would it be convenient? Go ahead and speak. Could you lend me 50 yuan? I'm a little dizzy now, so it's too dangerous to bike home. Sun Shengli and Sun Keki were left speechless by his suggestion. In the end, he managed to borrow those 50 yuan. Next, Chen Nuo used the student information he found to locate the original owner's home. It was an old, run-down building, the walls damp and carrying the scent of age. The apartment itself was tiny. Though clean, it was far too simple. Chen Nuo searched the house and finally found some information about the body's original owner. The 18-year-old shared the same name, but unlike the Underworld kingpin, this Chen Nuo was just an ordinary, unremarkable student. 3 years ago, his mother embezzled a large sum to pay off her current husband's debts, a situation they're still dealing with. Last year, the grandmother who raised him passed away, leaving him completely alone. Aside from the occasional visit from the neighborhood committee, he had almost no contact with anyone. Moreover, this young man was introverted and withdrawn, so he had no friends at school. To put it bluntly, this identity is a lone star, but Chen Nuo is more than happy to transmigrate into such a body. Because the original host's social life was so simple, it actually saved him a lot of trouble. Then, Chen Nuo looked up at the wall calendar and remembered something. Today is December 23rd, 2000. This is troublesome. Chen Nuo immediately went to an internet cafe to search for something online. If today is December 23rd, that only leaves 15 days. Around midnight, 15 days from now, one of his former subordinates will face the most horrific event of her life. Chen Nuo wants to save her, but he's just a high school student now. With no money for a ticket, no passport, and no visa to go to Korea, saving her through normal means was impossible. He returned home and tried to use his past life abilities, but nothing seemed to work. Disappointed, Chen Nuo slumped onto the sofa, sighing incessantly. Meanwhile, at the Sun residence, the beautiful Sun Kiki sat at her desk, listening to music and reminiscing about the morning's events. She had been on the second floor when Gu Huai fell over the railing, trying to watch Chen Nuo on the first floor. And Chen Nuo had saved her life. This made Sunkaka both embarrassed and secretly delighted. Before her was a love letter addressed to her, coincidentally written by Chen Nuo. And after a sleepless night, Chen Nuo went to a public phone booth early the next morning to try a number. After his soul transmigrated into the body of a boy with the same name, he wanted to confirm his past identity, to see what he was really doing this year. But the phone number didn't exist. When he sought out his childhood home, it wasn't family who answered the door, but the same old shopkeeper from the convenience store downstairs. Even the bully who used to torment him was still there. This means everything is as it was except the past Chen Nuo has vanished. He couldn't help but feel fate was cruel, throwing him back to the past without a word. Now, unable to reconcile the existence of two Chen Nuos, fate has erased his past self altogether. As dawn breaks, Chen Nuo attends class as usual. That day, the whole grade was buzzing about Chen Nuo from Class A6, who was bold enough to write a love letter to Hua Kui, unafraid of being crippled by head teacher Sun. Sunkaka had been racking her brains all night after receiving that love letter. Finally, at the start of class today, she decided to find Chen Nuo, who was sitting in the class looking like he was contemplating something profound. It wasn't until Sunkaka's voice echoed that he finally looked up. "Do you have time to talk?" Stammering, Sunkaka asked, "Is something the matter?" Chen Nuo responded coldly, a far cry from the person who'd just sent her a love letter. His expression flustered Sunkaka, who stammered, trying to form a coherent sentence. "Sorry, I read the letter you wrote me the other day, but I can't accept your feelings." Chen Nuo guessed that the original owner had written her a love letter based on her demeanor. Who knew this normally timid guy had the guts to hit on the head of discipline's daughter? Seeing that Tranak didn't respond, Kaka continued, "I'm talking to you. I'm saying that I can't accept your feelings, so don't do things like that again." "Okay, I understand," Chen Nuo replied indifferently. "We're students. Our main task should be studying." Sunkaka, perhaps afraid of offending Chen Nuo, continued to speak. "You're right," Chen Nuo replied, then asked in return, "So what was your midterm rank out of the entire grade?" Stunned by the seemingly random question, she stammered that she was 196th. Chen Nuo chuckled to himself, remembering that there weren't even 300 students in the entire grade. So the school beauty wasn't exactly a top student. With that, he stood up and patted the other boy's shoulder a few times, telling him to study hard and strive for progress. With that, he walked away, leaving Sunkaka unaware that he was mocking her low rank. She only felt as though she was the one who had been rejected. After the heartbroken beauty left, the new class began, and the homeroom teacher of Class A6 announced that a friendly competition with Yanbian Sports High School would be held on the 10th of next month. Those who want to participate can sign up, and if selected by the school, you'll need a parent's signature and a 150 yuan fee. Chen Nuo wasn't interested in these games, but suddenly he remembered that Yanbian, North Korea, and South Korea are very close, just across the border. Without a second thought, he raised his hand and asked, "Teacher, can anyone sign up? I want to register. I want to compete in mathematics." His homeroom teacher asked in surprise, as snickers rippled through the classroom. "Are there no other competitions?" Chen Mo asked. "How could you possibly compete in math? Go check the school announcements yourself." The teacher impatiently responded and told them to open their books to page 46 for the new lesson. When recess came, Chen Nuo was asleep at his desk when two male classmates approached him. Looking awkward, they invited him to play games at the internet cafe. Chen Nuo didn't want to socialize, but he'd already dozed off enough this morning, so he agreed. They played a few games at the internet cafe, but he kept losing. After a few rounds, Chen Nuo said he was done playing. But as he was about to head back to school, someone grabbed him from behind. "You're Chen Nuo, we need to talk." Turning around, he saw a menacing face. It was clear this person meant trouble. What had this quiet, introverted young man done to anger these thugs? Chen Nuo followed them into a deserted alley where the leader addressed the two boys who'd invited him to play games. "You two did well, now get lost." So they looked so scared because these guys threatened them to call Chen Nuo out. After the two left, he was alone, facing 5 or 6 thugs, the leader being the jacketed guy who'd patted him on the shoulder at the internet cafe. "Who are you people? What do you want with me?" Chen Nuo spoke first, his tone unhurried as the leader lit a cigarette his underling offered. Exhaling smoke, he aggressively questioned Chen Nuo. "I'm Xiao Dao. You can call me Brother Dao. I heard you wrote Sunkaka a love letter 2 days ago. Did you ask me before writing love letters to my girl?" Chen Nuo looked at the thug's face, then imagined Sunkaka's face. A thug with the school beauty, who's also the headmaster's daughter. What a twisted love story. Curious, Chen Nuo asked, Is she your girlfriend? Not yet, but she will be soon. Now you know what to do, right? He said, pulling a dagger from his pocket. So he's just a thug causing trouble because of his one-sided love for Sunkaka. Well, that makes things a lot less bloody and a lot easier to deal with. Chenu chuckled, and his laughter infuriated the thugs. What's so funny? Hey kid, we're talking to you. Are you even listening? I heard you. As he answered, Chen Nuo looked around. Perfect. No one's around, making this a great place to cut loose. With that, he cracked his knuckles, still getting used to his new body after being reborn. Those fools have come right to my doorstep. Perfect for a warm-up. That night, Sun Shengli was still working overtime at 8 p.m., so Sun Kik's mother asked her to bring him dinner at the station. Just as she left her building, Sun Kiki saw Chen Nuo intently trying to unlock a bicycle, but he couldn't seem to find the right key. Curious, she approached him. What are you doing unlocking someone else's bike? Caught in the act by Sunkaka, Chen Nuo was flustered, like a thief caught red-handed. Would you believe me if I said I forgot which bike was mine and was just trying each lock? Of course, Sunkiki didn't, and coldly turned away. But before she could leave, Chen Nuo called her back, asking if he could ask her something. What is it? Sunkaka tried to appear cold and distant, but no matter how hard she tried, Chen Nuo saw through her facade. Re. He then said, Actually, you should be a little nicer to me. I understand you're the daughter of the head of education, so you have to maintain the image of a model student and can't break school rules to hang out with male students. But you don't need to be so hostile towards me all the time. What does my attitude have to do with you? Of course it's relevant. I saved your life yesterday, remember? Jumping from the second floor wouldn't have killed me, she retorted stubbornly. Even if you survived, you'd be injured. So even if it wasn't saving your life, I still saved you. Chen Nuo's words were too reasonable, and Sun Kiki could only remain silent in agreement. But that wasn't the main point Chen Nuo wanted to make. He brought up the thug named Zhang Qiang, nicknamed Little Knife, whom he'd just encountered, and asked Sun Kiki if she knew him. Sunkaka nodded, saying that the Zhang fellow had already harassed her twice at the school gate. The first time, Sun Shengli drove him away, but a few days later he shamelessly came back, though he probably won't be coming back for a while. Chen Nuo announced that it would take over 100 days for his bones to heal. He wasn't lying because Zhang Xiang was now in the orthopedics department after their fight. Chen Nuo told Sun Cake that he had helped her solve some trouble, and in return he wanted her help with the Yan competition. As he spoke, Chen Yu casually sat down and continued, trying to pick the lock, which annoyed Sun Keke so much that she stopped him. Stop picking other people's locks. Your bike is over there. The black one with the broken basket and missing bell. How do you know that? We're not even in the same class, Chen Nuo teased. From just one teasing remark, Sun Keke's cheeks couldn't help but flush red. I just wanted to know. Is that so? Oh, so you like me? Embarrassed, Sun Kiki changes the subject, asking why he's so interested in the competition. Of course, I want to participate. Chen Nuo wants to use this to go to Korea and save that girl, but after seeing the announcement, he realizes he's not eligible. Just then, Zhang Xiong appeared, so he helped Sun Kiki out of a bind so she could return the favor. I want to go to Yanbian to see the snow, so, Sun Kiki, your dad is the director of education. You must know another way to enter that competition, right? Sun Kiki pouted. She thought Chen Nuo was being serious, but it turns out he just wanted to go to Yanbian to see the snow. How childish. As she thought this, Chen Nuo's stomach suddenly growled loudly. Haven't you had dinner? She asked. Yeah, too poor to afford food, Nak quipped, only to be scolded for his flippant response. Sun Keke knew about Chen Nuo's family situation. Difficult, but not so dire that he couldn't afford food, and offered to ask her father to help him apply for a poverty assistance package. Then immediately looked embarrassed. I didn't mean to look down on you, I just wanted to help. You seem to know a lot about my family's situation, don't you? Why is that? So you were intentionally eavesdropping? Seemingly hitting a nerve, Sun Kiki's cheeks flushed red once more. Nonsense, I just overheard it. Sun Kiki is just an 18-year-old girl, while Chen Nuo has lived a whole life. How could he not see her girlish feelings? Though he didn't know why the department head's daughter would fall for this poor kid, it was indeed a bit interesting. Just then, Chen Nuo noticed the lunchbox in her hands. Seeing that look in his eyes, Sun Kik instinctively hugged her lunchbox. Don't even think about it. This is my dad's dinner. Chen Nuo kept that smirk on his face, and not only found his bike, but also scored a chicken leg. Meanwhile, Sun Shengli received his lunchbox from his daughter, only to find a chicken leg missing, and she couldn't come up with a plausible excuse. Back home, Chen Nuo began to train, knowing the battles ahead would be long and he needed to grow stronger, fast. 2 days later, he went to the administration office alone, feeling that going to Korea should depend on his own efforts, despite asking for Sunkaka's help. Inside was Mr. Liu, not a tenured teacher but a planning officer sent by an education company to handle administrative affairs. So, to be precise, Liu should be called an employee, and the quickest way to deal with these types is money. And so, Chen Nuo opened the door and stepped inside. "What business do you have, student?" Seeing Chen Nuo, Teacher Liu asked. "The school is going to DNBN to participate in a friendly competition. I didn't sign up, but I heard there's a list of student representatives to watch the competition, right?" Upon hearing this, Teacher Liu understood the other's intentions. He nodded and said, "Student representatives for the competition are chosen by each grade, with approval from the homeroom teacher and group leader, so it's not a position you can simply ask for." But the next second, Chen Nuo placed an envelope on the table, stunning Teacher Liu. Inside was a bank card. Upon seeing it, Mr. Liu immediately dropped his stern demeanor and said, "Goodness, my memory is failing me. I almost forgot about the 3 volunteer slots. You know about volunteers, right? You'll travel, eat, and stay with the group, but you'll also have to do some service-related tasks." Chen Nuo nodded. "As long as I can go, I agree to that." He even came prepared with his personal profile, student ID, and a copy of his identification card. Mr. Liu accepted them, grinning from ear to ear. "All right, you can go. The list of students for the Goodwill delegation will be posted on the notice board this afternoon." With that, Chen Nuo returned, relieved, unaware that Principal Liu found him far from simple. His eyes, his tone, his actions, none of it seemed like an 18-year-old. And he didn't even realize that Chen Nuo had him figured out, gloating over the bank card he'd been given. That day after school, campus beauty Sunkaka walked across the schoolyard sighing incessantly, all because her latest test score was a measly 45 points. "Don't fail next time, Kaka. You have to maintain your usual score of 60, she encouraged herself, only to sigh again, realizing her usual score was just 60. Just then, Sunkaka overheard classmates heading to see the exchange team list posted on the bulletin board. Temporarily forgetting her test score woes and remembering Chen Nuo's desire to see snow, she rushed to the board and saw his name on the volunteer list. "I really can go see the snow, huh?" she mumbled, then inexplicably turned and ran straight to the head teacher's office. Seeing Sun Shengli in the office, Sunkaka blurted out, "Dad, I want to join the Yanbian competition team too." Sun Shengli was a little surprised because Sunkaka had clearly said she wasn't interested in the trip, but now she seemed so enthusiastic. Unable to come up with a good reason, Sunkaka repeated what Chen Nuo had said a few days prior. "I want to see the snow festival." Sun Shengli shook his head, saying, "The list is full, but Sunkaka wouldn't let him go." I don't care. I can join the choir to go along." "Didn't you say you didn't like singing and that's why you left the choir? Now you like it." Despite Sunkaka's difficult nature, as his only daughter, Sun Shengli ultimately had to indulge his princess. And so, just after the new year, on March 3rd, Sunkaka arrived at Jinling railway station to travel to Yanbian with the competition team. Chen Nuo was in the volunteer team, and his first job was to help everyone move their luggage. Sunkaka spotted him in the crowd and waved excitedly, so Chen Nuo walked over. But as he reached for her suitcase, someone else grabbed it first. "Director Sun, are you here to see everyone off?" Chen Nuo asked with a grin. Tanya's protective stance today was like a tigress guarding her cub, a far cry from the day he first transmigrated and saved her daughter. Seeing Sunkaka in the group was a surprise to Chen Nuo, as her name wasn't on the announcement board. So, as soon as they boarded, he asked her about it. "I'll go if I want to. Why do you care?" Sunkaka stubbornly replied, implying she was following him on purpose. Headmaster Tun stood on the platform, helplessly watching his precious daughter laughing with the boy who'd recently written her a love letter, wondering why this pig was always sniffing around his fresh, juicy cabbage. Why did I refuse to lead this trip? He's worrying about his daughter now, but it's too late. Before long, the train began to depart, with Chen Nuo in the same carriage as Teacher Liu. The train hadn't gone far before he started ordering her around. "Little Chen, go fetch some water, and then tidy up the luggage in the corridor. I have my camera in that bag, so be careful not to drop anything." Despite hearing him, Chen Nuo didn't react, remaining focused on his book. Silence fell over the train car, and finally Mr. Liu couldn't take it anymore, jumping to his feet. "I'm talking to you. Are you even listening?" It was then that Chen Nuo finally put down his book and retorted, "Mr. Liu, I'm here on vacation, not for hard labor. Did you misunderstand something?" His somewhat aggressive attitude infuriated the teacher. "I paid you for this trip, Mr. Liu. If you're not happy, give me a refund. Or tell the tour leader to kick me off the train at the next stop so I can go back to school myself. Mr. Liu was furious, but helpless. After all, he was the one who'd be in trouble if his bribery was exposed. And so, all Liu could do was watch as a mere child turned against him. Sometime later, the train arrived at the border station. After the long journey, Sunkaka was exhausted. As she pulled her suitcase off the train, she couldn't help but scold herself for being crazy enough to come all this way for Chen Nuo. Just then, someone snatched the luggage from her hand. "Here," he said, tossing her a Coke before pulling her suitcase ahead. Sunkaka looked from the Coca-Cola in her hand to Chen Nuo's reliable back and couldn't help but smile, her fatigue disappearing as she hurried to catch up with him. But Mr. Liu's troubles weren't over, because after settling in, Chen Nuo made another demand. He wanted to leave the group and follow his own itinerary even though there were still 4 days left in the trip. Of course, Mr. Liu refused, fearing he'd be held responsible if something happened to Chen Nuo. How could he let an 18-year-old wander off on a trip to a faraway place? But then, he pulled out his phone and played the recording of their conversation on the train. A conversation in which Mr. Liu indirectly admitted to taking bribes to bring Chen Nuo along. "You dare set me up? I advise you not to play with fire. You think I'm scared of a few recordings?" Furious, Mr. Liu roared, but Chen Nuo didn't respond, and his nonchalant attitude only made him close in. "I'm not bluffing. Do you think I won't report you for assault right now?" Chen Nuo didn't respond, his indifference making Teacher Liu both angry and worried. In the end, he lost the battle of wills. Dejected, Mr. Liu slumped to the ground, his pitiful demeanor shifting to one of pleading. "Little Chen, this job is hard to come by. Please don't ruin it for me, okay? How about this? I'll give you 200,000 yuan, you can take a walk around, and I'll treat you to whatever you want." The two continued to argue, with Mr. Liu trying to threaten him several times to no avail, and it was clear that he was the weaker one, with Chen Nuo holding evidence of his bribery. "Mr. Liu, why make things so difficult? I'm not negotiating with you. I'm simply informing you of my departure. As for covering it up, I'm sure you'll find a way. There's always a solution. I'm off then. The rest is up to you. Good luck, wage slave." And so, before Liu's helpless gaze, Chen Nuo left the group's resting place, arriving at the border between the two countries 36 hours later. Once he crossed this area, he'd be in South Korea. It was late, and the temperature had dropped to 30°. Lightly dressed, Chen Nuo lay prone on the ground. After carefully surveying his surroundings, he glided swiftly across the snow, his movements decisive and graceful, evading the sweeping searchlights of the military. But just when he thought he was safe, a pair of military boots appeared before him. He looked up to see an officer with a face colder than ice. Seeing Chen Mo, he sternly shouted, "Who's there?" Without hesitation, Chen Mo struck him unconscious before he could draw his gun. The officer fell, but Chen Nuo caught him in time, dragging Lee into a blind spot. Another officer on the watchtower sensed something amiss, a flicker in the light, but dismissed it as a crow or small animal, unable to believe anyone could cross the border. After all, their watchtower wasn't the only obstacle for those trying to cross the border. At that moment, Chen Nuo was lying prone right under the watchtower, using a tool he had prepared to cut the barbed wire. His past life's battlefield experience remained, but this untrained 18-year-old body was still lacking, making the process relatively difficult. After crossing the barbed wire, Chen Nuo broke off a chocolate bar, replenishing some energy to prepare to go through the minefield. For others, this minefield is incredibly dangerous, but for him, it's the easiest line to cross, as he's been here many times before in his past life. Chen Nuo crawled expertly across the ground, making smooth progress. But with only 30 meters to go, his knee struck something with a click. Chen Nuo sighed inwardly. Even a skilled horse can stumble. Chen Nuo was forced to stop, digging through the snow with his hands. Sure enough, beneath his knee was an M2 anti-personnel mine, weighing 2.9 kilos, highly volatile, with metal wires, a 2-meter blast height, and a kill radius of 10 meters. Knowledge Chen Nuo gained in his past life. He knew that if he moved his knee, the detonator inside the mine would spring up like a released firing pin, and then, boom, he'd be blown to bits. Once done, he secured the pressure bag with pins, and as a final step, inserted a mechanical pencil lead into the safety pin. Chen Nuo carried out each of these steps with the utmost care, knowing this was a one-life game. No respawns here. Meanwhile, in Yanbian, Sunkaka was performing with the Zhengning No. 8 high school choir, secretly cursing Chen Nuo as a heartless devil. "Because I followed you all the way here, and you've been missing for 2 days, with no way to meet." At that moment, Chen Nuo completed the final step. Chi's firing pin was lodged in the safety pin, along with the pressure from the uniform pocket. With 2 layers of safety, surely fate wouldn't let him die so soon. After all, fate brought him back to this time, so it probably wouldn't be so cruel as to let him die so quickly. With that thought, Chen Nuo took a deep breath, then stepped back as far as he could, lay flat on the ground and covered his head with his hands. But after a long time, everything around him remained absolutely silent. This also meant he had successfully disarmed the mine. After making sure he was safe, Chen Nuo dared to stand up straight, breathe a sigh of relief, and then began to curse. Every calamity these two American types are definitely fat lie from the South's doing. Just you wait, I've remembered this debt. Escaping the minefield, Chen Nuo sprinted forward and dove into a pit. But just as he thought he was safe, two officers appeared out of nowhere and jumped in after him. As their eyes met, one of the soldiers instinctively lunged forward, while Chen Nuo, at top speed, knocked him aside, drew a dagger from his pocket, and hurled it at the other soldier. At that speed, there was no dodging it. After being stabbed in the forehead, he immediately collapsed and died. Now, there's only one left, who has also drawn his knife, even loudly challenging Chen Nuo, daring him to come forward. "Come here, then. Who do you think you are?" Chen Nuo gritted his teeth, tightened his grip on his weapon, and charged forward. They clashed like arrows, metal against metal, and when they separated, the officer gasped, then collapsed. Clearly, he suffered the same fate as his comrade, falling to Chen Nuo. Though where these two came from is a mystery, after defeating them, Chen Nuo gained a valuable prize, that military uniform. With this disguise, he could infiltrate the South Korean border patrol with a little caution. By 3 p.m. on the 6th, Chen Nuo had safely entered the residential area. He hailed a taxi. After buckling up, Chen now leaned his head against the window, wanting to doze off. But memories of his past life kept flooding back. In his past life, he received a commission at the High Mansion, and it was this mission that led him to meet Lee Ying Wan when he was just 22 years old. Entering the room, Chen Nuo saw Lee Ying Wan pointing a gun at the owner of the villa, a desperate smile on her face as she saw him. "Bodyguards, you're too late, damn it." "You're insane," Chen Nuo shouted, rushing toward her. A gunshot echoes, drawing all the mansion's guards. Chen Nuo, rifle in one hand and Lee Ying Wan slung over his shoulder. He faced down the villa's many guards, protecting the girl while trading gunfire, and finally managed to carry her out of the villa. Once he was sure they were safe, Chen Nuo threw Lee Ying Wan to the ground. "This is my home. No one can find this place." At that moment, she was a madwoman with serious mental issues. Faced with the man who'd just saved her, Lee Ying Wan showed no gratitude, instead revealing a flirtatious demeanor as she asked, "Really? Does that mean I can do whatever I want?" Chen Nuo didn't reply, his gaze wary. At that moment, Ying Wan gently reached for his face, her eyes flashing with resentment as she stared ahead. In a flash, Ying Wan lunged down, shifting into a stance as if to attack Chen Nuo. She threw a punch, but he swiftly dodged it. Chen Nuo swiftly moved behind her and struck the back of her neck, and she immediately fainted into his arms. Some time passed, and she opened her eyes to see Chen Nuo still there. Ying Wan was tied in a blanket, suspended, and gagged. He lit a cigarette and said to Ying Wan, "Be quiet," as she struggled and made muffled noises. The scene shifts to the next morning in the same wooden house. Chen Nuo unties Ying Wan and gently asks, "Are you calmer now?" He holds up his gun and continues, "Do you want to die that badly?" She lay there and asked him, "Why did you save me? Is it because I'm beautiful?" Doubt and suspicion fill Ying Wan's gaze. "Do you want to sleep with me?" Chen Nuo lifted Ying Wan's chin with his gun, smiling as he observed that she resembled a little girl consumed by fear and hatred, trying to appear ruthless, fearless, and insane. Her eyes glistening, she continued, "Are you very powerful?" Ying Wan moved closer, saying, "The extremely powerful kind. I saw you kill many people last night, and you even brought me out." He chuckled. "You could say that. There aren't many who can stand against me in this world." Immediately, Ying Wan knelt, her attitude shifting. She bowed and pleaded, "Help me. There are still some who deserve to die." Her hands trembled as she clenched them. "If I can get my revenge, I'll give myself to you. Do anything for you, anything." Ying Wan clutches her chest, tears streaming down her face, her voice filled with hatred. "Please." She remembered her family, her parents murdered when she was young, and now, her path to revenge. For 2 years, she trained with Chen Nuo. From martial arts to marksmanship, her skills improved day by day. 2 years later, she finally achieved her goal, gun in hand, and approached her target. Then a gunshot rang out, and he fell to the ground in the middle of the crowded street. A bullet lodged in his head. It was a rainy day, the rain mixing with his blood. The gunshot sent people screaming in terror. Someone's dead. With everything taken care of, Ying Wan knelt in the rain, biting her lip, her pent-up emotions threatening to burst forth. Ying Wan weeps, clutching the photo in her hand, rain mingling with tears as she gazes at the last remaining picture of her family, thinking, "Father, mother, brother, I miss you all so much." Out of nowhere, a black umbrella appeared nearby, and Chen Nuo let himself get soaked as he sheltered Ying Wan, allowing her to cry freely. It was then that Chen Nuo learned what she had faced on the night of May 6th, 2001. As she slowly opened her eyes, he asked with concern, "You're awake?" Chen Nuo smiled. "It's the first time I've seen someone cry until they fainted." She was quite surprised, lying there in the warm, cozy blanket, watching him. As he stood up to leave, Ying Wan reached out and grabbed his shirt, saying, "Can you sit here and watch me sleep? I'm so afraid of waking up in the middle of the night and not seeing you. I'd want to pick up a gun and end it all." Ying Yuan then asked, "Can I tell you about Lee Ying Wan?" And she began to recount her story. "That night, I remember it was dark, the wind was strong, and it was cold. Mom was scolding my brother for fighting at school. Then they barged in. They killed my father, transferred the company's assets, and then came to our door and killed my brother, right before my mother's, and my eyes. My brother, who had always loved and protected me since I was a child. Then, they cruelly humiliated my mother, stabbed her to death, and buried her in the yard. After that, the man who killed my mother threw me to the floor and assaulted me, right next to the sunflowers she had planted for me." Hearing her story, Chen Nuo couldn't bear it and asked through gritted teeth, "They didn't kill you?" Ying Wan replied, "No, perhaps because I was beautiful, they wanted to imprison and defile me on the way back, but I found an opportunity to jump into the river and escape." Unable to bear it, he asked, "What happened then?" She continued, "After escaping, I sought out my father's old friend. He took me in, then assaulted me that very night and handed me over to the murderer." As she spoke, tears streamed down Ying Wan's face. "While he was on the phone, I stabbed him in the eye with a chopstick. From then until I met you at 22, I lived in hell." She looked at him as if to repay a debt. She said, "From this day on, I will live only for you. If you let me live, I'll live. If you tell me to die, I'll die. If you tell me to do something, I'll do it. If you tell me to kill, I'll kill everyone in the world. My world has long been shrouded in darkness, and you are the only ray of light I can grasp. Truly, the only one." Chen No replied, "No, if the world is full of darkness, then shine yourself." She was stunned as he added, "No one should place their hopes on others. Everyone can shine, no matter how small or weak. So learn to shine on your own and take care of yourself. From today on, I'll call you." He reached out his hand, smiling at Ying Wan, and continued, "Firefly." Back in reality, the driver's repeated calls startled Chen Nuo awake, informing him that they had arrived at Apgujeong. Chen Nuo gets out of the taxi and walks forward as the gates slowly open, revealing a girl with a bow, a lollipop, and a piece of gum. This is Lee Ying Wan, age 16. Chen Nuo sees her standing in front of someone, and the way she's standing causes the two to bump into each other, sending Ying Wan falling to the side. She turned to curse in anger, but a hand grabbed her ear. Chen Nuo scolded her, telling her that girls shouldn't curse. Din Uyen's eyes widened as she asked loudly, "Hey, who are you?" He let go of her ear, tipped his hat, and smiled, saying, "Hello, Firefly." Ying Wan was stunned. "Firefly?" she asked, flustered. "What are you saying?" "Who are you?" Chen Nuo reached out, grabbing the hood of her jacket, and replied, "Me? I'm someone who fell from the sky." He smiled, put her hood up, and said he was only there to chase away a nightmare. Din Uyen looked dazed, her face flushed, then she smiled dangerously and struck with her knee. But Chen Nuo was just as quick, immediately dodging the blow as Ying Wan turned and ran, shouting, "Pervert!" Chen Nuo followed quietly behind while she frantically called for the police. The young woman approached an officer, said something, then turned and pointed at Chen Nuo. The two of them looked in that direction, and Ying Wan looked surprised. The person she pointed out to the police was gone, vanished into thin air. May 6th, 2001, Nice National News. A series of photos and murder weapons are laid out on the table. A man's voice echoes, "These are the two agents who unexpectedly died during our secret military operation at the border last night. Everything found at the scene is here," he continued. "Aside from these, an M2 bounding mine was found 300 meters south of the victims, within our defensive minefield, rigged to prevent detonation." He continued as the briefing room listened intently. "Information, images, documents, and preliminary analysis have been distributed to each of you." Another person added, "This is a military infiltration attempt against our country." Then he pondered, "The northern enemy has raised their butcher's blade against us. To protect the safety of the Republic of Great Nam Korea, the Blue House has ordered us to spare no expense to find the northern enemy who may have infiltrated our borders in the shortest time possible. The people at the meeting responded in unison. Loyalty, loyalty. Meanwhile, north of the border, in a secret command center, the leader gravely announced that the enemy from the south had infiltrated, ordering an immediate and thorough search of the entire area, base, and defense zone to find and eliminate the infiltrators, ensuring their plot fails. He turned to his aide and asked, "Who was in charge where it happened last night?" Before an answer came, he ordered the man executed. Meanwhile, Tranak sits on a rooftop, humming to himself, wondering who might be thinking of him. Then he pulls out a chocolate bar and says, "Forgot to buy a drink, I'm so thirsty." Suddenly, a fragrant aroma wafted by. Chen Nuo realized it was chicken soup. He peeked his head down, trying to see inside the house. A boy is kneeling as a woman yells, "Why did this kid get into a fight at school?" The boy obediently replied, "I'm sorry, Mom." Then glanced at the dining table where Ying Wan sat smugly, a look of delight on her face. From the rooftop, Chen Nuo peers through the window as a car speeds toward their house, and Sheng screams. He realizes today is the day of the tragedy, as men in black suits emerge from the car and enter the house. That's a lot of them. So many cars and dozens of armed men are going in? Chen Nuo says grimly, "So it begins?" They're already at the door. But what was the underworld monarch like in his past life? Many intelligence agencies, including Zia's, have researched him. But the conclusion was infuriating. This guy's behavior is unpredictable. But two things are certain. First, Chen Yanluo is extremely protective of his own people. Secondly, he and his comrades share a symbiotic relationship, one that transcends love, kinship, and friendship. You're the only hope that keeps me alive. Boss, all clear on this side. Good night, Bakwang. Good night, Bakwang. This unbreakable symbiotic relationship will only end when Tran Diem La dies. So, this is my offline trip to hell. This time, Tran Diem La is determined to change his subordinate's tragic fate. What kind of relationship will unfold? Cut to the hotel where the students are staying. Hearing the persistent knocking, Teacher Lu comes out. Here he comes. As he opens the door, KK appears. He smiles and asks, "KK, is that you?" "It's so late. What's wrong?" she asks softly. "Where's Chen Nuo? I haven't seen him for 2 days." The teacher yawned, feigning sleepiness, and asked further, "Is something the matter?" "I was asleep already," Kaka asked innocently. "I'm Tranok's heart. Mr. Liu, I need to talk to him." Liu continues to resist, but it's so late, and I've already gone to bed. She persists in questioning Liu. "Where is Chen Nuo?" He secretly dials a number behind his back and a phone rings. Teacher Liu pretends to answer. "Hello? Is this Headmaster Sun?" "Ah, hello, teacher. Hello, teacher. Is something the matter?" He glances at KK, then says into the phone, "Who's out here? Talk about coincidence, huh?" "Your daughter." She quickly clasped her hands together, whispering, "Don't tell my dad I was here." Then KK turns and runs away, as Teacher Liu says, "Oh, it's nothing, nothing at all." Sun Shengli confirmed she had left, gently closed the door, then slid down it, lamenting his hard life through tears. Meanwhile, at the house Tran Nuo was watching, the thugs burst in with weapons, clearing the way for the 3 bosses. Footsteps echoed down the hall as they burst into the dining room, surprising the 3 occupants. Ying Wan's brother asked in confusion, "Who are you people?" One of the thugs immediately kicks the boy, sending him flying. "Get out of the way!" The 3 men who entered from left to right were Sa Kyung-hoon, Ha Jung-jae, and Sa Tai-yong. Jung-jae glanced inside, while Chen Nuo secretly observed from outside. He recognized him as the man Ying Wan dealt with in his past life for the previous Lee family's massacre. It all started with these 3 men. Zhang Jie and Lee Ying Wan's father partnered in shipping, and by 2000 their business was quite large. In those days, the Sei brothers, Tai-yong and Kyung-hoon, were secretly running black market operations, highly profitable goods, banned drugs, and organ trafficking, and they set their sights on the companies of Mr. Lee and Zhang Jie. They brought Director Zhang Jie into their fold, but were rejected by Lee Ying Wan's father. In the end, Director Zhang colluded with the wicked brothers to murder Chairman Lee Dong-hyuk, Ying Wan's father, dumping his body in the ocean near Ju-uk. At that moment, her brother was being beaten, his face bruised and bloody. The boy lay sprawled at his mother's feet as another thug rushed to pull her away. He was rough and merciless, causing Ying Wan to cry out. The room was a mess, and the Lee family had basically no chance to resist. Chen Nuo noticed the clock on the wall, knowing from his past life that something was about to happen. Meanwhile, as Ying Wan trembled in fear, tears streaming down her face, Jingxun leered at her, saying, "Li Donghe's daughter is quite beautiful, isn't she?" But Chen Nuo seemed to have something planned, as the sudden sound of sirens outside froze everyone in place. Hearing this, Jingxun released Ying Wan and walked to the door, opening the window to look outside, unaware that Chen Nuo was hiding on the roof right above him. As Zhong Wang asked, "What's going on?" The henchman replied, "Boss, fire trucks are here!" He cursed, "Damn it of all times!" Taeyong said, "We can't do anything here now. Take them all away." The group then forced the Li family into the car. Chen Nuo watched silently, a smile forming on his face, relieved that there was an abandoned house nearby he could use. But next time, he'll have to time things more precisely. By now, Lee Ying Wan's father must be dead. The only change he can make is to save the 3 members of that widowed family. Then, he heads underground. This isn't a good place to strike. Killing these scumbags would be easy, but a dozen bodies appearing in the house would cause problems for his mother and siblings. He ran into the parking garage, so he had to find another location. He drove out in a white car and quickly pursued them. Chen Nuo secretly followed the black cars ahead, which were moving quite fast. Inside the car, Zheng Ji recalled how Li Donghe had ended up and cursed, "You used to order me around like a dog, using false information to gain wealth, fame, and status over me, and even stole the woman I secretly loved, birthing those 2 little bastards." His companion offered him a cigarette, then Taeyong asked, "What's wrong? Still feeling uneasy?" Youngtae lights a cigarette and Taeyong adds, "Once we arrive, the woman is yours for the night. Do with her as you please." He took a long drag, then smirked. "I not only want Dong Hyuk's wife, but I also want a taste of his daughter. Even in hell, that bastard will still be a loser," he said, tossing away his cigarette. In an abandoned factory in southern Hanqing, Yingwan's mother tearfully pleads, "Zhongjae, please spare my family for the sake of the brotherhood between you and Lee Dong Hyuk for the past few decades." He coldly smiles and approaches, a whip in his hand. She wept, clasping her hands together, desperately pleading. He didn't respond, but instead raised his whip and lashed out, his face contorted with rage. A mother's instinct takes over as she shields her children, the blow tearing her white dress and drawing blood. Yingwen's mother tearfully turned back, questioning, "Prime Minister, why must you do this? What have we ever done to wrong you? Has your heart completely rotted away?" Her brother glared at him, then lunged at Zhongjae, cursing. "Damn you!" the boy shouted, grabbing him and shoving him away. Prime Minister immediately punched the boy and yelled at him to get lost, as his men jumped in to kick and punch him, ignoring the mother's pleas. "No, please, no." Yingwan knelt there, tears streaming down her face, her expression blank. "If this is just a nightmare, please wake me up." Her eyes lit up as if remembering something. She remembered the young man she'd met that morning, the one who said he was sent from above to help her banish her nightmares. She was frozen, staring straight ahead as a white car sped toward them. The Sa brothers shielded their eyes, peering out, while their men clutched their heads, blinded by the headlights. Meanwhile, Di Yuyuan cried with her eyes closed, then cautiously opened them to look around. Suddenly, the car door burst open, and she recognized her family's car. Stepping out of the car, Chen Nuo coughed and said, "I'm telling you, there's something wrong with your car." Despite being surrounded by armed men, he calmly stood there, pointing out the loose clutch. The acceleration is clearly intermittent, and the steering wheel is a bit loose, needing adjustment to be stable. Din Uyen's eyes widened as she recognized the young man. She was stunned. Perhaps this was her family's only hope now. He smiled warmly at her. "We meet again, little firefly." Chen Nuo coldly stepped into the crowd. Still in disbelief, Yingwan's eyes lit up as she recognized him. Jingkun asked, "Who are you?" Then, Taeyong immediately ordered his men to take care of him. One of them charged at him with a baseball bat, swinging it down from behind. But Chen Mo remained calm, glancing at him before sidestepping the blow. Before he could react, Chen Nuo delivered a devastating kick to the face, the force of which shattered his neck and ended his life. The man collapses, powerless. Witnessing his speed and power, the SEA brothers are both worried and surprised. Taeyong gives the order to attack. "What are you waiting for? Get him!" No sooner were the words out of his mouth than his men charged at Chen Nuo, but he moved like the wind, and wherever he went, they fell. The ringleader stood frozen as cries echoed through the warehouse, and Chen Nuo's backpack, whatever it contained, was now stained with blood. Below, his enemies lay defeated, unable to even gasp. Taeyong's eyes widened with fear as he watched Tranak glance back at them. Nearly all of his men were down. He grimaced and ordered, "Yonghun, kill him." The main force also quickly chimed in, "Yes, yes, kill him. You were once the most elite soldier in our country's front lines." He was no match for him, so Jingxun pulled out a dagger. Seeing him approach, Chen Nuo gently set his bag down, sighed wearily after the fight, and said, "Just a heads up. You're the second person in the world to pull a knife on me. Do you know what happened to the first?" He answered with a flurry of attacks, a diagonal stab that Naruk dodged by tilting his head, the blade missing his neck by a hair, then a kick, which he quickly dodged by leaping back. The missed kick dents the car, and Jingshun repeatedly stabs at Chen Nuo's head, but he dodges every blow. A moment later, he stops his foot in midair and smiles at him. "All right, the lesson is over." Chen Nuo begins to show signs of fighting back, and seeing this, he immediately lunges forward, stabbing and shouting, "Die!" He used his fist to strike the hand holding the knife, causing it to fall to the ground. Without delay, he swung his other hand, striking Jingshun's neck, leaving him frozen, gasping, and unable to speak. Blood flowed as his body went numb, and in Chen Nuo's hand was a shard of azure. He raised it, his eyes filled with death, and said, "Unnecessary struggles." Seeing this, Zheng Qi's face showed fear, and he anxiously retreated. Chen Nuo turned to see him scrambling away, and grabbing his bag, he said, "Trying to run?" He took aim, ready to throw, shouting, "You're not getting away!" And with that, the backpack slammed into his head, instantly knocking him flat on his face. Bricks spilled from the bag, and a terrified Taiyong cursed. "Damn it, the bag's full of bricks." He glanced at him and asked, "What are you looking at?" "These were obviously meant to smash you." He turned to face him. For a moment, silence fell between them as Taeyong's eyes landed on Young Wan. A wicked idea sparked in his mind, and he grabbed her shirt, yelling, "Come here!" Taeyong held the knife to Ying Wan's neck in defiance. "I don't care who you are, but you seem to care about this girl. Let me go then." The sharp blade pressed against her neck, tears streaming down her face. Chen Nuo frowned, looking over and asking Ying Wan Yue, "Hey, are you really scared?" Her body trembled, unable to speak, tears streaming down her face, looking utterly pitiful. He smiled reassuringly. "Hang in there, don't be afraid." His sincerity touched her heart, and in that moment she placed her absolute trust in the young man before her. Chen Nuo raised his hand and said, "I didn't plan to use this move. I haven't mastered it yet, but I'll use you as practice." He raises 2 fingers, seemingly confused, then closes his eyes as if concentrating, his face turning pale. Chen Nuo sighs, his entire body enveloped in a layer of black aura. With that done, he approached Taiyong, who trembled slightly, his face filled with fear and confusion. Completely unable to move, he felt as if his entire body was being stretched by the air, and Tranak stood calmly before him. He gently took the knife from his hand and said, "You're the 3rd person to raise a knife to me tonight." Then he spun the knife skillfully in his hand and pulled Ying Wan into his arms. The moment she leaned on his shoulder, the knife plunged into Taeyong's heart. He gasped, defenseless, his face turning gray. Chennu gently pushed him back, and Taeyong's lifeless body crashed to the ground. Chennu stood there, coldly looking down. He placed his hand on her cheek and asked with concern, "Are you scared?" The girl was frozen, speechless, captivated by his coolness. He smiled softly, reassuring her, "Don't be afraid anymore. I told you, I'll chase away your nightmares." 2 hours later, back at Ying Wan's house, she lay asleep on the sofa, covered by Chen Nuo's uniform jacket. Ying Wan slowly opened her eyes, startled, and sat up, looking around to realize she was home. A male voice asked, "You're awake." Chen Nuo emerged, a small bowl in hand, saying, "You fainted from excessive fear." Then he raised the bowl and gulped down the food. After finishing the meal, he put the bowl down and smacked his lips, saying, "That was really good." He reached out his hand and asked, "Can I have my clothes back?" When she didn't answer, he added that he'd covered her with it while she was unconscious, afraid she'd get cold, but she was holding on to it so tightly and he didn't want to wake her, so he left it with her. Only Chen Nuo had been speaking, while Ying Wan just stared blankly at him. Chen Nuo picked up the jacket, but Ying Wan held on tightly, refusing to let go. He sighed, looking at her, and said, "Hey, little girl, this jacket is mine." Ying Wan sat there for a moment, lost in thought, before gently letting go. Chen Nuo packed his clothes and said, "I warmed up the chicken porridge in the pot. You can eat it if you're hungry. Your brother had some injuries, but your mother put medicine on them." Before she woke up, her mother and I spoke. He sat before Ying Wan and continued, "Specifically, she will tell you that my proposal is for your family not to call the police, since I've already taken care of all the trouble." He unconsciously reached for her face, but suddenly stopped. Her gaze remained as innocent as ever. Suddenly, she reached out and took his hand, gently placing it on her cheek, her eyes wide and innocent, her cheeks flushed. This small gesture stunned him for a moment before she finally spoke, asking tenderly, "Why do you sound so old when you talk? You look about my age." He didn't answer but asked, "Were you scared tonight? I didn't have much time and couldn't handle things better. If I had a choice, I wouldn't want you to see any of this." Ying Wan looked at him obediently and replied, "If you tell me not to be afraid, then I won't be." She hesitated, then asked Chen Nuo, "Can you tell me who you really are? What exactly happened tonight? You said you fell from the sky?" Her naive question made him laugh. Then he patted Ying Wan's head and said, "Don't ask so much, child. Your mother will explain everything." Chen Nuo added, "Oh, right. Your mother was a little agitated, so I took measures and she's sleeping now. She'll wake up in about an hour, and as for your brother, he's too hot-headed, so I tied him up." He gently pinched her ear and softly instructed, "Remember to study hard from now on, okay? Also, don't learn to curse like adults, got it? Oh, and no tattoos. You're too young and they'd look awful. Don't learn to smoke or drink. Do you remember everything I've said?" But after hesitating, she blushed and asked outright if he could tell her his name. Chen Nuo pointed at her forehead and said, "Why do you ask so many questions, kid?" Seeing him get up, she hastily asked, "Are you leaving, brother?" He replied, "Yes, or would you rather I stay and celebrate the new year here?" With that, Chen Nuo walked out the door, grabbing his backpack as Ying Wan persisted, "Tell me, are you even human?" "You're not human. You're an angel." Chen Nuo was shocked by the question. "Huh? An angel?" "I don't believe in God. I believe in second brother Quan." Suddenly there was movement inside the black suitcase. He kicked it a few times and yelled, "What's with all the moving? Move again and I'll smash you with a brick." She wondered what was in the suitcase, and Chen Nuo replied, "It's just He Zheng Qi. He's still useful to me." Then he turned and walked away. "All right, I'm off. Bao Zhong." Ying Wan reached out and grabbed his sleeve, kneeling on the sofa as she stared blankly at him, then asked directly, "Will I ever see you again?" Chen Nuo retorted, "Do you like fireflies?" Ying Wan smiled. "I liked it when my brother took me to catch fireflies in the summer." As she said this, Tranak reached for her neck, and somehow, Ying Wan slowly collapsed onto him. Chen Nuo whispered, "Don't catch them anymore." The girl's eyes were tightly shut, as if she'd been knocked out or hypnotized. His image still lingered in her mind as she reached out, pleading, "Don't go! Don't go!" Ying Wan wakes up with a start, her face panicked as she cries out, "Don't go!" She sat on the sofa, looking around, and then sadly confirmed, "He's really gone." Suddenly realizing something was wrong, Yan Wan's eyes widened. She turns and realizes she's in the study. The study. Ying Wan sits at her desk, muttering to herself, "I mustn't." She's writing a list of things Chen Nuo forbade her to do, starting with drinking alcohol. "No, I can't." She writes for a while, then forgets and questions herself. What else was there? An idea sparked, and she muttered as she added, "Don't trust Brother Guan" to the list. But who is Kwang Hika? Dai Uyin tries to remember. That's right, and there's a school logo on that shirt. She scribbled the characters from the shirt onto paper, realizing they were Chinese. After rewriting them, Ying Wan was excited to discover it was Chinese. She suddenly stood up and said, "I remember there's a Chinese dictionary in my brother's room." Then she immediately went to the bookshelf to find it. Outside the window, Ying Wan's brother hangs suspended, blinded by the light, watching his sister. She murmurs, "Jiangning, a place name, the location of old Jiangning College, now Jinling City." Despite the boy's muffled struggles, his sister inside remains oblivious. Cut to Han City, the secret residence of Zhengji. Chen Nuo carefully puts on gloves and slowly unlocks the suitcase, then opens it and looks inside. The old prime minister lies there with a purple face, tears and snot streaming down. He howled, "Who the hell are you?" No need to rush. Chen Nuo gently grabbed his ankle, dragged him across the floor and into a nearby room. He pulled him into the bedroom, went to the head of the bed, and gently slid the bedside table aside, revealing a secret double door. Turning to Zhengqi, Chen Nuo proposed, "Let's make a deal. You open it." He asked, "You'll spare me?" He replied, "I can let you die with dignity." Zhengqi stammered in fear, "Dignity?" Chen Mo smiled, "That's right. You can choose the most presentable outfit from your wardrobe to wear before you die. Isn't that dignified?" Hearing this, the man hurriedly begged, "Please, spare me, won't you? Please, I'm begging you, spare me." Then Zhengqi desperately kowtowed several times. "I can give you money, lots of it, all my wealth, just don't kill me, I don't want to die." He stammered, tears streaming down his face, revealing the password was a ledger hidden inside. The door opens, revealing a book and a mountain of money. Tranak picks up the book, tosses it aside, and says, "I have no interest in your ledgers." He then reached in and grabbed the money. With a knowing smile, Chen Nuo stuffed the cash and gold into his backpack, saying, "I'm just taking enough to get by." After taking the money, he got up to leave, but a picture on the wall caught his eye. Tranak grabbed the man's hair, then looked at the picture and asked, "Is that boat yours?" Curious, he asks, "How fast is it?" Zhengqi replies, "A maximum of 30 knots. Chen Nuo proposed, "Then let's add a condition to the deal. I'll take this boat," and he immediately bargained, "Then you have to spare me. Use it, trade it for my life. You can't kill me." He smiles in agreement. "Deal," Yu said. "I'll spare you. Where's the boat?" Cut to a large yacht, blasting "Who Let the Dogs Out" as Tranak sits at the helm, thrilled. Hours earlier, while Zheng was tied up, a bald man desperately shouted, "You've got the wrong guy." "I don't know you. Why are you killing me?" But Chen Nuo wouldn't admit his mistake. Han Zheng Yuan, the daughter of his best friend from his past life, Lee Ying Wan, sought his help in desperation, only to be violated and betrayed. He continued to scream, "Past life? I don't know what you're talking about." Without further explanation, Chen Nuo pushed the oil drum tied to him into the sea, saying, "Down below, the King of Hell will explain it to you." And so, the drum dragged the two men into the sea. The barrel dragged them down, as Chen Nuo stood coldly on the boat, a slight smile on his face. "I almost forgot I was King Yama." Back in reality, Chen Nuo suddenly has a nosebleed. He wipes it away, thinking that he shouldn't have forced himself to use the ultimate move to save Ying Wan. Now the after effects are here, but he ignores everything and dances on the ship. Chen Nu howls along to the music and the WH Dog song, flipping off the sky like he doesn't care about life. Cut to the Yanbian Hall, where a delegate is giving a speech. "This is the last group exchange activity. Teachers from Jiangning No. 8 Middle School, please take note. Every student must be present, but one seat remains empty, and we all know who's missing." KK glances over, thinking that Chen Nuo is absent again. She hasn't seen him in 4 days. If a student is absent, the teacher and the student will be severely punished by the school. Luang regretted his greed, crushed his cigarette, and worried that Chen Nuo would be the death of him. Just as he was about to look up, a figure appeared before Teacher Liu, Headmaster Fuang, the leader of the exchange delegation. He looked down and asked Liu Wang, "Didn't you say that student Chen Nuo would be here soon? It's been half an hour. Where is he?" He stammered, "He's probably playing games at a nearby internet cafe." Headmaster Fang knew it well. Boys that age are easily distracted. The principal checked his watch and continued, "It better be. The activity starts in half an hour. I've sent some teachers and students to help you search, so let's hope nothing goes wrong." He then stepped in front of Teacher Liu, pointed a finger in his face, and scolded, "If not, don't think I can cover for you, Liu Wang. When that time comes, see how I deal with you." Teacher Liu could only force a smile and try to defend himself. Principal Fang was relieved, certain the student wouldn't go missing. He waved goodbye and strolled off. Liu Wang stood there, cursing under his breath, clearly displeased. "Damn it," he cursed. "He's just a nobody sent by the Education Bureau to be a glorified assistant principal. People only call him Principal Puong to suck up to him. What's so great about pointing at my nose?" Clenching his fist in frustration, he looked up and wondered, just where the hell did Chen Nuo go to die? Half an hour later, Headmaster Fuang stood in front of the assembly hall where the students gathered and asked, "Still no sign of her?" Worried, KK suggests, "Let's call the police." "Sir, a classmate has gone missing. If we can't find him, we need to call the police immediately." He stood there, lost in thought. "No, if we call the police, whether he's really missing or not, I, as the head of the group, will be held responsible for failing to manage them, and my future will be ruined." She continued, "Professor, Chen Nuo is missing. What are you waiting for? Call the police now." "What if something has happened to him?" Teacher Fuang worried about himself and made a request. "So, let's keep searching, keep looking. Maybe, just maybe, we missed something and we'll find him if we search more." The others seemed unmotivated. Only KK was anxious. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as if he remembered something. "That's right." He then turned to Luang and asked, "You and she were always together. Did she ever mention having family or friends here? She might have gone to their place." Lao stammered, "I'm not sure." "Then where is her luggage?" "She's in the room." He turned, urging them on. "Search for anything, an address or contact number." They returned to the hotel, climbing the stairs to the teacher's room, where a flustered Mr. Liu fumbled for the key, his hand trembling as he inserted it into the lock. "Hurry!" Master Fang urged from behind, adding to Master Liu's anxiety. He fearfully closed his eyes and opened the door, revealing a light from within. Liu Wang's eyes lit up as a figure emerged from within, illuminated by the light, and he stared in stunned disbelief. He swallowed hard, a wave of relief washing over him as he thought, "Thank goodness he's back." Kaka covered her eyes, seemingly shocked by what she saw, and even Master Fuang was frozen in place. Fresh from the shower and only a towel wrapped around him, Chen No caused a stir, but soon he was dressed and listening to Master Fang's lecture, scratching his head as he explained, "I just went out to play a game." With that, he was immediately berated. Reckless, undisciplined, and disorganized. This is outrageous. Do you have any discipline at all? Liu Wang, listening nearby, thought, how did I teach him? What kind of student is he? I'll deal with you when we get back, and write a self-criticism for me to be read in front of all the students. Chen Nuo glanced at Teacher Liu, as if signaling something. Liu Wang, suddenly self-conscious, quickly stood up to defend him. Principal Fang, you see, he's already been scolded, and the activity is about to begin. Hearing this, Principal Fang finished, "Consider yourself lucky today. I have things to do." Liu Wang called out as he left, "Headmaster Fang, rest assured, I will definitely educate him properly. I'll go to the restroom, then bring him over." With that, Mr. Liu gently closed the door. Chen No sat there smiling. "Old Liu, you're truly righteous and resourceful." He turned around and scolded him, "This time you've killed me. I can't avoid being disciplined by the school." Chen No took out his phone and deleted the recording, saying to Liu, "To show my sincerity, I've deleted the recording." He smiled amiably. "Let's live in peace from now on." "Don't worry, I'm a man of my word," he said, but the teacher still looked doubtful. "I'll believe it when I see it." At the Yanbian Inn, Chen Nuo stood before room 502 and knocked when a student peeked out to ask, Chen Nuo, what do you need?" he asked. "Where's Sunkaka?" the girl asked with a hint of excitement. "She's taking a bath. Are you looking for her?" Chen Nuo curiously peeked into the room. Inside the steamy bathroom, Kaka takes a hot bath. While outside, he asks a girl to deliver a message. "Tell him I'll be waiting for him on the roof." A moment later, the door opens and she appears, looking adorable in a short dress. Kaka approached softly, and Tranak, already aware of her presence, turned slightly. He turned back, smiled, and said, "Look, it's snowing." Kaka blushed, her hand on her chest as she looked at him shyly. Chenno calls out, "Come here," and Kokes obediently approaches. He hands her a drink and says, "Tell me." Kokes hesitates. "Won't I get fat drinking this so late?" Chenua looked at her chest and said, "Being chubby is good, being chubby is good." Making KK both angry and shy, she playfully scolded him, "I hate you." After drinking, she finds the drink a little too sweet, and Tranak begins, "You know, I'm so happy today." Kaka wondered why. Why is that?" He reached out to catch the falling snow, perhaps because he had finally done something he'd always wanted to do. She asked, "Is it to watch the snow together?" Chen Nuo looked up and continued, "I always heard that life is about making up for regrets. That's what makes it beautiful and complex." Suddenly, he does a complete 180, declaring, "What regrets? Life is but a fleeting glimpse, like a horse galloping past a window. Life is like a white horse. I want to be the one holding the reins." Witnessing those words from Chen Nuo, KK expressed admiration. "How cool." Chen Nuo turned to her and gently asked, "KK, can you promise me something?" Clutching her drink, she eagerly replies, "Okay, go ahead." Kaka blushes at her own thoughts. He's not going to ask for anything too crazy, is he? At most, she'd let him hold her hand, but kissing was absolutely out of the question. "If I absolutely have to kiss him, it'll be on the cheek, but definitely not on the lips." Chen Nuo scratched his head and smiled wryly. Do you know how to write a self-criticism?" "Write one for me." Kaka froze for 5 seconds after hearing that. This guy's such an airhead. After some time away, I'm back at school and it's really snowing today. Inside the principal's office, an announcement echoes about the cold air mass from the north. Kim Ling will continue to experience heavy snowfall today. Citizens are advised to stay warm and drive safely as Sun Shengli sits in contemplation. Having just returned from Yanbian yesterday, he wondered if those kids would behave themselves. And what's the deal with Kaka and that kid, Chen Nuo? Rewind to the Kimling train station a day earlier, where students, including Kaka, were returning home. As she stepped off, Chen Nuo was right there to catch her, preventing a fall. Kaka looked up, her face flushing slightly. Sun Shengli was also there, and upon seeing this, he feigned a cough, clearly displeased. Kiki looked over, flustered, and asked, "Dad, didn't you say you weren't coming?" Remembering that scene gives the headmaster a headache as he gets up, holding his water bottle, wondering, is Kaka falling in love too early? The bell rings, dismissing Class A6. Sun Shengli, holding a water bottle, stood outside the window, peering in. Then he slowly entered the classroom and stood on the teacher's desk. Below, the students murmur anxiously, "Oh crap, it's head teacher Sun Shengli. Why is Sun Shengli here? Did someone do something wrong? Is there a special announcement? I heard there's bad news. Is this for real? Where's old Wu? He's not coming? We're done for. No tricks will work this time." Chenno's eyes revealed that he also noticed something was off. He thought to himself, the air is suddenly too quiet. Something feels wrong. It was then that Chen Nuo looked up and realized who was standing before him, his face etched with worry as he cursed inwardly. "Damn it," Teacher Sun began. "Everyone, I have a few announcements to make. Yesterday, Mr. Wu slipped and injured himself in the snow, so I'll be filling in for him for the time being." He pulled out a stack of papers and continued. "To better understand your progress, I've prepared a quiz for each class. The class will work hard on the assignment. Failure to meet the standard means cleaning the snow on the stadium after school." Sun Shengli's eyes were fixed on Chen Nuo. The little rat wondered, am I hallucinating? It feels like I'm being targeted. After class, Tranak stares blankly as he sweeps the grounds. A man's intuition is never wrong. It seems I haven't offended Sun Shengli. Meanwhile, KK grabs a broom and waves to Chen Nuo with a smile. Chen Nuo turned back and asked, "What are you doing?" KK held out a cute pink water bottle and asked, "Are you thirsty? I'm here to help." Seeing this, Sun Shengli was furious, yelling, "That brat! Oh, my daughter!" The next day, Sun Shengli continued to target him. "Chen Nuo, you're staying to sweep snow. You copied your classmates' answers, so you're saying you have enough points today." The third day was the same. "Chen Nuo, stay and sweep the snow. You didn't hand in your homework and you're being defiant. There's no class quiz today." On the fourth day, Sun Shenli asked Chen Nuo, "Stay and sweep snow. I'm asking you, when was the 5th National Congress and how many delegates attended?" He answered fluently, having turned in his assignment and avoided the pop quiz. September 12th to 18th, 1997, 4 people. But when asked to name the delegates, he froze. On the 5th day, while studying for another subject, Tonthang Loi opened the door and called for Tranak. He knew what this meant. He sighed, pulled out his chair, grabbed his broom, and stood up. Sun Shengli scolded, "What are you doing with that broom?" He replied, "Sweeping snow, what else? You're always ready to answer the call." He lowered his voice. "Put down the broom." "No sweeping today. Come with me to the office." They arrived at the director's office, where a policeman was waiting. Seeing him, he asked, "You're Chen Nuo?" Sun Shengli introduced Chen Nuo to Zhang, a warden from Longtan prison, and Chen Nuo asked, "Is something the matter?" The officer said, "Here's the thing. Your mother, Wu Xiuhua, is serving time in our prison. Last year, she had a good record, so her request to see a family member was approved." He asked why he had never visited, a fact Chen Nuo attributed to his past life. The warden asked, "That's why Wu Tuhua asked me to come and talk to you. She misses you terribly. Son, aren't you going to visit her?" Chen Nuo pondered, but considering Chen Nuo's family situation, he could understand why he wouldn't visit the prison. Sun Shengli stood there listening, also lost in thought. He could see the boy was troubled and stepped in to defuse the situation. "Officer Zhang, he's my student. Let me talk to him." "Why don't you head back first?" The officer added. "Visits from family usually help with a prisoner's rehabilitation, so I hope you'll visit her." Sun Shengli immediately defended him. "Say no more. He's just a kid. Too much talk will only pressure him. I'm his teacher. Let me talk to him. Warden Zhang, you can head back first. I'll call you if anything comes up." Witnessing this, Chen Nuo faintly felt the warmth of family and silently called out to his future father-in-law. "Tan Shengli," Instructor Zhang agreed. "All right then, I'll leave it to you." Sun Shengli then saw the training officer off, gently closing the door behind him. Chen Nuo remained seated as he contemplated the boy's unfortunate circumstances. Then, sitting down, he turned and said, "I understand some of your family situation from the school records, and I learned more from Drill Sergeant Zhang just now. I didn't realize it was so difficult." Sun Shengli smiled. "You're a smart kid. Think carefully about what to do, don't feel burdened, and if you have any difficulties, just tell me." Then, glancing at his watch, he said, "It's getting late, and I doubt anyone's cooking at your place," before inviting Chen Nuo over. "Come to my house for dinner. Cut to Director Sun's neighborhood." Meanwhile, KK is sitting and munching on corn, wearing pajamas and enjoying herself on the sofa. She must be getting her curves from all that corn. Startled by the door opening, she beams with joy. Her father's home. But just as she says this, Chen Nuo pops his head out from behind Director Wu and waves. He greeted KK with 2 fingers, and upon seeing him, she frantically threw away the corn she was eating, her face panicked, before running into her room and slamming the door shut. Behind the door, Kaka blushed, wondering why Chen Nuo was at her house, and what he thought of how she looked and ate. Meanwhile, outside, Chen Nuo smiled and complimented her cuteness, and that's when Sun Shengli realized his mistake. He'd brought a wolf into the house. He patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Take off your shoes and go do your homework in the living room." A moment later, Kaka emerged, having changed her clothes. She came out in an adorable short dress and asked, "Dad, why is he here?" Sun Shengli replied that he'd brought him home for a meal. "Now you two focus on your homework." Then things escalated. "Chen Nuo, you work at the dining table. KK, go do your work in the living room. Don't just pretend to listen." A moment later, Chen Nuo began scribbling furiously on a piece of paper. Kaka saw this and thought, "Is he pretending not to be afraid of my dad?" He crumpled the paper in his hand, signaled to Kaka, and tossed the paper to her. Kaka stared blankly at the paper before unfolding it to read, "Your dad is actually a good guy." Kaka blushes, wondering if this means she's accepted her father. If Tan Thang Loi were here, he'd have to remind her. "My daughter, you've got it all wrong." Sun Shengli, reading his newspaper, fumes, "This Don is completely disrespecting me." His hands gripped the newspaper tightly as the time slipped away, nearing 6:30 p.m. Chen Nuo uses their old method to signal Bill and KK. Another paper ball is thrown over. The message reads, "Your dad is weird. He's been reading the same newspaper for 2 hours. Does he have a thing for newspapers?" After reading it, Kaka couldn't help but laugh, covering her mouth as she giggled. Seeing this, Sun Shengli gripped the newspaper even tighter, then looked at Chen Nuo, silently cursing that brat for gossiping with Kaka for the 32nd time. After 57 glances, was he invisible? He stood up and roared. Startled, she looked back and asked, "Dad, how fierce is Jiang Zhong?" He softens up the moment he sees his daughter. Sun Shengli smiled wryly and said, "It's 7:30 already. Your mother is probably working overtime. I'll go buy some food for dinner." He went out to buy groceries, muttering to himself that he couldn't let Chen Nuo come to their house again, no matter what. Soon a table full of food was laid out, and Sun Shengli gave Chen Nuo a drumstick, saying, "Here, have a duck drumstick. You're growing, so eat up." Kaka picked up a piece as well, and the atmosphere at the table suddenly turned heavy. Seeing this, Sun Shengli glared at his daughter, who smiled mischievously, put the piece in his bowl, and said, "Here, Dad, you eat it." 3 minutes later, everyone enjoyed the meal, especially Chen Nuo, who kept asking for more rice. Sun Shengli turned to remind him, "Chen Nuo, finish up and go home. It's getting late." He replied, "It's okay. I'm used to walking at night." Then, rubbing his belly, he smiled. "That was great, Kaka. Can I have another bowl of rice?" She immediately reached out to take the bowl, but Sun Shengli stood up abruptly and snapped, "I said you're done, no more." Chen Nuo was pushed out, the door slammed shut, and he wondered if this counted as an early taste of father-in-law and son-in-law conflict. Then, as he left, he unexpectedly encountered a woman heading towards Sun Shengli's house. What's more, she looked vaguely familiar. The woman in the hallway had a lovely face and features very similar to Kaka's. Chen Nuo's eyes widened, but he didn't dare to stare for too long as the two quickly passed each other. He glanced back, marveling at the resemblance. It was Sunkaka's mother. A moment later, Chen Nuo was back on the street, where someone was smoking in a car parked along the curb. His keen nose seemed to pick up on something. Tranak recalled the cigarette smell in the hallway, identical to the scent he detected on Sunkaka's mother earlier. He then looked up towards the Ka family's apartment, worried about Tan Thang Loi. Cut to the following morning. Chen Nuo sits in an internet cafe near his home. He browsed the web, a cigarette dangling from his lips, when suddenly a hand landed on his. Sun Shengli stood there and asked, "Why are you skipping school?" Old Cow looked at Chen Nuo and said, "I've been looking for you all morning." Without a word, he pulled out a pack of cigarettes, offered them with a smile, and said, "Loosen up, comrade Sun Shengli. Have a smoke." Sun Shengli snapped, "Where did you learn to talk like that?" Then he pulled up a chair, sat down, took the cigarette, and put it to his lips. Chen Nuo quickly produced a lighter. Offering a cigarette without a light would be rude. Sun Shengli snatched both the cigarette and the lighter and then began to lecture him. "Don't try to act tough and look like a thug. A few years from now, when you're older, you'll realize how ridiculous and childish this all is." He took a drag and continued, "I know you're rebelling in your youth because of your complicated family situation. You're a bit stubborn and don't like socializing. I understand. But Chen Nuo, have you never thought about your future? He watched his father-in-law smoke and then asked, the future? Sun Shengli continued, you're just growing up, but you're already giving up on everything. What about your future? Are you just going to become a thug? I don't want to see you become a bum. It would break my heart if you turned out that way. Chen Nu replied, Sun Shengli, you're overthinking this. I don't have the problems you think students have. I just find being a salted fish very comfortable. He stretched and continued, actually, I really enjoy these dull days. He was at peace, free from disturbance and worry, content with simply eating and drinking his fill each day. Basking in the winter sun, watching the snow fall, and teasing your daughter from time to time. Hearing this, Sun Shengli's eyes narrowed as he glared at him. Chen Nua quickly tried to smooth things over. Okay, I was just kidding. He seems sincere. Mr. Tan Thang Loi, you're a good man and a good teacher. But please, don't worry about me anymore, okay? I'm not someone who will go astray. I just want to be idle, to live an uneventful, idle life. He asked him, then what about your future? How will you live? Chen Nua thought to himself, with tens of thousands of dollars in gold at home, he could live well for a while. If he did a few more extortion jobs, bought a few houses in the city center, and waited 20 years for the house prices to skyrocket, he could be a landlord raking in rent and there would be no motivation to earn more money. Sun Shengli pulled something from his pocket, an envelope, which he handed to him, saying, This is a letter of introduction. I went to great lengths to find you a part-time job. I've already discussed the working hours and benefits. Just focus on the job at hand, he added, and try to save money for the next 2 years, and you should have enough for college. He'd have to work to pay for college, but life would be better than struggling on the streets. He turned and said, Sun Shengli, has anyone ever told you that you're foolish? Chen Na thought to himself, in 20 years, good people like him will be nearly extinct. I have class this afternoon, so I'll head out first. That evening, Chen Nuo stretched his neck and sighed. I'm exhausted, but these past few lazy days have been great. He smiled and said, Sorry, Sun Shengli, but I'll have to skip class again tomorrow. The Yuzhuihua matter needs to be resolved sooner or later. I'll visit the prison tomorrow. After all, this body is her son, so I should at least take care of the original Chen Nuo's affairs. The next morning at Longdan Prison, Chen Nuo stood before the gates with 2 bags. Hello, my name is Chen Nuo. I arranged for them to visit the cabinet last night. The warden announced, Inmate Yuzhuihua, your son is here to see you. The two sat across from each other, separated by prison glass, as his mother picked up the phone, her face etched with exhaustion. Xiaonuo. And then she burst into tears. Xiaonuo, you must not want to see me. You must hate me, right? He replied, I hadn't thought things through before, but I don't hate you, Mom. I mean it. Tu Hoa looked at her son and asked again, Really? He replied, Yes, it's true. I brought you some chocolate and cookies. Life in the cabinet must be hard. Wiping away tears, she forced a smile and said, No, I'm doing quite well here, so don't worry about me. How about you? Are you doing okay? Chen Nuo replied, I'm doing great. The teachers and your friends care about you, that's good. Shuhua added, Xiaomo, I will definitely reform myself and try to get out of prison early. Wait for me to get out and I'll make it up to you, take care of you, okay? Chen Na simply agreed, a response that brought her a flicker of joy. She hastily asked Xiaonuo for a favor. I have one more request. I know it's inappropriate, but I really have no one else to ask. She's still my child, your half-sister. Could you visit her? Shuhua sobbed again. She's only 5 years old, and I'm so worried. She keeps having nightmares. If you have the time, could you visit her? It's okay if you don't want to. It's all my fault. My sin. Chen Nuo was stunned, thinking to himself, I have a sister. He sighed, lost in thought for a moment, then cheerfully replied, Okay, I'll go visit her. Cut to the street's Women's Federation, where Officer Liu said with a smile, This is the place. Chen Nu turned back and said, Officer Liu, I'm going to buy some snacks for the kids, as well as some wine and cigarettes, and then I'll be back. She replied, Okay, thinking to herself, this kid is actually quite considerate. A moment later, Chen Nuo returned with a bag of snacks. Officer Liu led the way, saying, I've visited their home a few times. Your little sister is very well behaved, lovely, and a joy to see. Because of her unique situation, her parents didn't leave her much money, so the association could only gather limited funds, sending her 300 yuan each month for care. She turned to him, adding, I personally monitor these funds each month to ensure they reach the designated account of the adoptive family. Chen Nuo replied, Thank you for your efforts. He thought to himself that after Yuzhuihua and that man went to prison, his daughter was handed over to that man's younger brother to raise. From what Officer Liu said, this younger sister was living much better than Chen Nuo after he lost his grandmother. A moment later, they stood before apartment 602, finally arriving. She raised her hand and knocked, and the door slowly opened, revealing a smiling face. Little Liu, is that you? He quickly ushered them inside, saying, "Come on in." Chen Nuo sees an old woman and a little girl watching a children's show, and Ms. Liu introduces them. This is Uncle Gu and Aunt Fang. Uncle Gu is the girl's uncle. This is Chen Nuo. Uncle Gu looked at him and said, "Chen Nuo." He quickly handed over the gift bag and smiled. "I hope we're not intruding. I'm just here to visit my sister." The uncle takes the gift bag and opens it to see what's inside, then smiles happily. Come in, come in. I'll have my wife bring your sister out. That child just likes to hide in her room and play by herself." Soon after, Chen Nuo saw Aunt Fang leading a little girl out, and she told her, "This is your older brother. Say hello." A cute little girl with a bow and a black teddy bear mumbled, "Hello." Her uncle stepped in, explaining, "She's a little shy around strangers and doesn't usually talk much, but we take very good care of her," Aunt Fang added with a smile. "That's right. My Lao Gu dotes on his granddaughter," she added boastfully. "Look, this sweater she's wearing isn't cheap. We just bought it." Chen Nuo peeled a banana, smiled, and offered it to the little girl, asking, "Want some?" The girl swallowed hard and looked at Uncle Gu as if asking for permission. The uncle smiled. "This banana was peeled by your brother. Go ahead and eat it." The little girl happily ate her banana as Nak offered her more treats. "And there's candy, too." As the little girl reached for it, another small hand snatched it away. The mischievous boy taunts, "I have Wang Wang candies, and I want to eat them." "Liar, liar, pants on fire. Uncle Gu Bianming, kids will be kids." These two are usually bickering, but it seems like Tranak has noticed something unusual. He forces a smile, saying that young people are always mischievous, and it must be hard work for them to take care of the two kids. At the same time, Ms. Puang brought out the food and called everyone to eat. As they sat down at the table, Uncle Gu said, "Come on, eat up, don't be shy, just make yourselves at home." Fang also shows her care by picking up food. "Xiaoyay, this is for you. You love chicken legs the most." The group chatted amiably. "Eat up, Xiao Chen, and be sure to visit often." After lunch in front of Lai Feng community, Officer Liu told Chen Nuo that his sister was indeed pitiful, with both parents in prison at such a young age. But fortunately, she was doing well now. "Chen Nuo, rest assured, our association will keep a close eye on her and won't let her suffer." He smiled and scratched his head, replying, "Then I'll have to trouble you, Ms. Liu. Don't be so polite. I'll head back first. I have a lot to do." Chen Nuo watched her leave, then thought to himself, "Ms. Liu is enthusiastic, but she's not very old and lacks experience. I'm afraid there are many things she can't see clearly." Chen Nuo recalled the laundry hanging on the balcony, but there were no clothes for the little girl, meaning she probably had very few and changed infrequently. The sweater she wore looked clean, but the elbows were worn, with loose threads, and the style wasn't really for girls, most likely hand-me-downs from boys. A 5-year-old who eats so neatly, not wasting a single grain of rice and gnawing every bit of meat off the bone, it's clear she doesn't usually get enough to eat. Chen Nuo smiled, thinking that the 200 yuan monthly allowance was well worth it. He recalled his prison visit, realizing why Uduhua was worried and asked him to check on them. He lit a cigarette, understanding the situation perfectly. Chen Nuo took a drag and exhaled, then walked and thought, "I'll take your life and consider it doing a few things for your family." He suddenly turned back to room 602 and knocked on the door. The door opens again, and Uncle Gu, holding a bag of trash, is startled to see him. Chen Nuo glanced inside, witnessing Mrs. Fang holding a ruler as his little sister sat sobbing. She stood there with a whip, scolding, "Don't you dare cry out loud, shut your mouth." Then she began to beat the girl while continuing to berate her. "You worthless thing, I told you to wash the dishes, and you broke them. Tell me, did you do it on purpose?" Uncle Gu pushed Chen Nuo away, asking, "Why are you here again?" It was then that Aunt Fang inside finally looked out in shock. Enraged, Chen Nuo retorted, "So this is how you treat my sister?" Madame Fang rushed out, furious. "You hit my husband. You dare hit my husband." Ignoring her, he shoved the old woman aside and approached the uncle, gently grabbing his ankle. Uncle Gu, dragged away in fear, called out to Xiao Nuo, Chen Nuo, then asked in alarm, "What are you doing?" The old woman sitting there stood up as well, yelling, "Let my son go," and rushed to push him, shouting, "Let go, let go." Chen Nuo glared, "So she's not dead yet?" She could sit back and watch her daughter-in-law beat her own granddaughter. "She's only 5 years old, what were you thinking?" Bajia points and scolds, "The older one is a troublemaker, and the younger one is too. The older one married my son and had a child, and now my son is in jail. Your whole family brings misfortune." Chen Nuo understood, so she was just a disgusting old woman who refused to die. He dragged the man to the balcony door, opened it, and with one swift motion, pushed him over the edge. Uncle Gu, dangling in the air, screamed in terror. "Help me! Save me!" He's trying to kill me, Chen Nuo threatened. Shut up. If you make a sound, I'll let go. Then he turned to the women inside and said, Don't come any closer or I'll let him go. The wife quickly pulled her mother-in-law back, urging, Mom, don't provoke him. Then she changed her tone. Tran Xiaonuo, put my husband down. Let's talk about this calmly. He sneered, then glanced back and replied, finally speaking like a human being. Chen Nuo still gripped his ankle, holding him suspended in the air as tears streamed down his terrified face. He flung the uncle back into the apartment. The old woman rushed to her son, then cursed, You wretch, you're cursed, a bastard with no father, you'll be hit by a car, you'll choke on your food. Emboldened by this, his wife chimed in, You're done for. You know you're breaking the law, I'm calling the police on you right now. Chen Nuo didn't answer, instead smiling with deadly eyes at his uncle, who immediately turned to scold the two women. Damn it! Shut up, you trying to kill me? He quickly tried to calm him. Xiao Chen, don't get worked up, let's talk this through. Chen Nuo smiled. Now this is getting interesting. He then quietly walked to the kitchen and returned with a knife in hand, terrifying the three of them. The old woman stepped forward and said, Go ahead, kill me. This old woman has lived long enough. Chen Nuo chuckled, put the knife on the table and said, Don't worry, I won't use a knife. Not today. After the scare, he began his interrogation, demanding honest answers to avoid bloodshed. Miss Puang retorted, The Tran family, aren't you afraid of karma for doing this? I'll let you know you're going to prison. He smiled and replied, I'm not afraid. I haven't hurt anyone today. Even if the police come, at most I'll get a warning. After I get out of here, guess if I'll come looking for you. Chen Nuo added, You have a family, but I'm all alone. If I come to your house with a knife, Uncle Gu, do you think I'd dare? Dare to bet on it? The wife was so angry she couldn't speak. He turned back and scolded, Shut up if you don't want to kill us. Uncle Gu trembled as he stood up, then said softly, Young Master Chen, what do you want? Is all this anger really necessary? We've treated your sister well. Chen Nuo smiled. Spare me the words. Let's keep this simple. I want to take my sister. Fang interjects. We're the ones who raised her. He coldly replies, Isn't it just for the 200 yuan a month? And the money her birth parents left you for raising her. The couple was speechless, unable to argue. He smiled and continued. I don't need anything, not a single penny. Keep the money you've already received and continue to receive the monthly payments. You'll remain her guardians in name only, but I'm taking her with me. Chugu stammered, flustered. This. Chen Nuo lifted his foot and kicked the man's knee with a sickening crack, then kicked his other leg out from under him. The uncle collapsed, screaming in pain. As he knelt there, the protagonist declared, Listen closely, I'm not negotiating, I'm telling you what's going to happen. Of course, you can taste the consequences of disagreeing. I'm just one person, but you have 4 mouths to feed. Chen Nuo asked with a dangerous smile. Your son is only 7 years old, right? Hearing that, the family of 3 were frozen in fear, and Mrs. Puang anxiously intervened. Go, take her. Just take her away and don't ever come back here. Let's just stay out of each other's way from now on. That was all Chen Nuo needed to hear. Fine, I'll take her. From now on, we'll stay out of each other's way. With that, he approached his sister, who was huddled on the ground, and gently knelt before her. He told her, You may not understand that I'm your brother, born of the same mother. Will you agree to come with me from now on? I'll eat whatever you eat, and no one will ever hit you. Teary-eyed and afraid, she asked if he would promise not to hit her if she went with him. Chen Nuo gently wiped away her tears and replied, It's a deal, and from today on, call me brother. Then he asked, By the way, what's your name? The girl replied, Gu Xiaoyay. Chen Nuo looked back and said, That Gu family is no good. Come with me. From now on, your name is Tran Tiu Diep. That afternoon, on the way home, he took his little sister to buy delicious food and lots of new clothes. The 2 siblings happily walked down the street, arriving at their apartment complex where a familiar figure stood waiting. Seeing him with a little girl, Kaka's eyes widened as she called out, Chen Nuo! Seeing her, Chen Nuo asked, What are you doing here? She softly asks, I called you. Why didn't you answer? He checks his phone and realizes it's dead. Looking at Shiaoyay, Kaka smiled and said, She's so adorable. She leaned down, smiling kindly, and asked, Who is this little girl? Chen Nuo, where did you get her? He wanted to tease KK, so he replied, This one? This is my daughter. Then he turned to the little girl and said, Shiaoyay, say Dad. The little girl played along, calling him Dad right away. And Kaka's world seemed to crumble as she collapsed to the ground, eyes wide with disbelief. Little Dai looked innocent as could be, lying without batting an eye, a natural actress. But suddenly she tugged on Chen Nuo's hand and asked, Brother, Did I say it right just now? Kaka's expression shifts. First it's dad, now it's brother. She stands up, fuming, and playfully punches Tranak's chest, scolding him for being so improper. Meanwhile, Chennu smirked, but suddenly turned serious. What did he want? With concern, Kiki gripped his hand and asked, "Where have you been these past few days?" Then she exclaimed, "Do you even know how much my dad cares about you?" Kaka added, "These past few days, my dad biked around your house several times just to find work for you. Last night, he was limping when he got home. Said he fell off his bike, and when I soaked his feet, I saw a long bruise on his calf." Chennuo asks, "How long have you been waiting?" She asks, stunned. "Huh?" He reached out and firmly grasped Kaka's hand. Then, he asks Han how long she's been waiting in the cold. She lowers her head shyly, replying that it's only been a little while. Chennuo takes her hand and says, "Let's go to my place." But Kaka awkwardly pulls away. No, this can't be happening. Shiaoyay, witnessing the lovebirds, wondered, "Are you two dating?" "Am I the third wheel here?" Chennuo thought for a moment. "It's getting dark quickly these days. This isn't good. Let's take you somewhere else then." And so they headed to KFC. Chennuo asked if his dad was a busybody. Amidst a table full of fried chicken, KK replied, "No way." She recounts that years ago, when her father was a homeroom teacher, he often brought a student home for dinner, a boy who had no family and wasn't a good student, always getting into fights. Once, Dad tried to stop him by holding him tight, but the boy pushed him away, causing him to fall. That night, the boy came to our house, knelt before Dad, and tearfully begged him to leave him alone. He wasn't worth it. My father was so sad that day. Later, that guy got into an accident and was stabbed to death in the street. After that, my dad stopped being a homeroom teacher. Because of this, my parents argued many times. Without being a homeroom teacher, my dad would lose bonuses and other side income. The two siblings listened intently and exchanged glances. He paused for a moment, then said, "I understand. Your dad sees that person in me and doesn't want me to follow the same path." Lost in thought, he glanced at the food on the table, then asked Shiaoyay, "Why aren't you eating?" Seeing no reaction, Chennuo added, "Come on, eat." The little girl politely offered him a bite, saying, "You eat first." He fed her a bite in return, saying, "It's okay, I have some. You enjoy." Just then, the waiter arrived with a smile. "Here's your ice cream, sir." The little girl's eyes sparkled at the sight of the ice cream, as if it were the most delicious delicacy she had ever dreamed of tasting. Shiaoyay took a spoonful and happily ate it. The adorable girl touched her face, savoring the cold ice cream in the winter, her face radiating comfort and happiness. Little Ye scooped up a spoonful of ice cream and fed it to Chennuo, her eyes sparkling, her voice pleading, "Don't send me back, okay? I won't be a bother, I'll bathe myself, go to sleep on my own, I can sweep and mop, and I can even wash rice." Hearing this, Chennuo reached out and stroked his sister's ear, saying, "I already told you, you'll live with me from now on, and you won't go back there again." Little Ye obediently replied, "Yes, I will listen. I will be very obedient. Very obedient." Seeing this, Kaka asked, "Chennuo, is she really your sister? She's so adorable and sensible." "You're nothing like him." He ruffled his little sister's hair as she happily ate her ice cream. "This is complicated. I can't explain it in a few words." Then he asked, "Kaka, aren't you having dinner at home?" "Doesn't Sun Shengli ask?" "If he knew you were with me, I'd probably be sweeping the stadium again," she confessed. "My parents fought today." Chennuo brushed it off, saying arguments between couples are normal. She then recounted how her father never used to argue back, but lately her mother has been constantly busy with work. "After that, every time I came home, I felt like my mom was always picking on my dad." Chennuo chuckled and replied, "It's grown-up stuff. Kids like you shouldn't get involved." Kaka retorted, acting all grown up, saying her dad told her the same thing and gave her 50 yen to hang out with friends instead of staying home. Chennuo laughed, then held out his hand, confusing Kaka, who immediately asked, "What do you want?" Chennuo replied, "Split the money. Didn't your dad give you 50 yuan? Kaka slapped his hand and stuck out her tongue playfully. "Nice try." With their bellies full and the sky dark, the three walked back to Kaka's apartment complex, where she waved goodbye, thanking them for walking her home. Shiaoyay smiled politely and waved goodbye. Suddenly, Jungkook opened her arms as if to hug him, startling Chennuo. He smiled and rushed forward, thinking, "It's just a ride home. No need for such an emotional embrace." But he embraced the air, while Kaka leaned over and hugged Shiaoyay. He froze as she complimented Shiaoyay. "You're such a cute little sister. How about I ask your brother to let you stay at my house tonight?" As Kaka walked in, Chen Nuo said to his sister, "Let's go home." But as they stepped outside, he saw the same black car from the other day. Inside the car were a man and a woman. The woman looked familiar. It was Kaka's mother. Seeing her again made Chen Nuo think. The next morning, Xiaoyay's voice echoed in the room, calling him to get up and eat breakfast. He quickly washed up, then came out, wiped his face, and looking at the food on the table asked, "Did you make this?" The little girl obediently replied, "Yes." He looked at his sister, puzzled. "You're only 5 and you know how to cook?" Little Nisha asked, "What's wrong, brother?" Chen Nuo sat down and smiled. "Nothing." He picked up some noodles, blew on them to cool them down, and ate them with relish, praising the taste. Xiaoyay watched him and reminded him, "You need to eat faster, or you'll be late for school." Between bites, he replied, "I'm not going to school, otherwise who will take care of you?" He then thought to himself that it felt like Tu Diep was taking care of him now. Seeing his little sister looking sad, Chen Nuo quickly asked, "Xiaoyay, what's wrong?" She replied, "Xiaoyay can take care of herself. Xiaoyay doesn't want to be a burden. Otherwise, you'll definitely hate me and kick me out later." He gently stroked her head, reassuring her, "Don't worry, I'll never hate you." Chen Nuo gently adjusted the bow on her head, then raised his hands in surrender. "All right, I promise Xiaoyay I'll go to school, so go get my coat." Later that afternoon, after school, Chen Nuo stood dumbfounded in the parking lot, then cursed under his breath. He stared furiously at the parking space and wondered, "Where's my bike?" Unable to find his bike, Chen Nuo went to find the security guard, only to find him dozing off in his booth. He shouted, "Sir, my bike's been stolen." His face said, "Yeah, you lost it, so what? Not my problem." Chen Nuo knew better than to argue, telling himself, "Fine, I'll figure it out myself." He brought another bike, smiling as he said, "No bait, no wolf." Then he chained the bike to a roadside post, leaving it there untouched. Meanwhile, Chen Nuo watched from afar as 2 figures approached his bike. They looked around, one kept watch, and the other broke the lock. Now was their chance. Having witnessed everything, Chen Nuo watched the 2 thieves ride off together, remarking, "They really took the bait." Moments later, in Tangzi Street, Xiangyang District, the 2 thieves lead the stolen vehicle inside. Chen Nuo smiles. "Tangzi Street, I can't believe this is the place. No wonder it's Jinling's most famous used car street." The 2 thieves entered, waving to a tall, bald man, who crossed his arms and asked, "Fresh goods?" The cap-wearing thief pointed back and replied, "Brand new, take a look, hasn't even had its first oil change." He then asks, "Where did you get it?" The thief smiles. "Don't worry, it came all the way from Jiangning." Dele reached into his pocket, saying, "Just charge me the usual price." But the thief tried to squeeze more money out of him. "This is brand new, you know. You could add a little extra." He paid and scolded, "Enough talk." Just then, Chen Nuo knocked on the gate and Dale roared, "What's with all the banging? What do you want?" Standing outside, he spoke up, "Excuse me, sir, I have a few questions." Hearing this, the man came to the gate and waved him away. "What questions? Go ask them somewhere else." It seemed a civil conversation was out of the question, and he sighed. Then a chain fell from Chen Nuo's sleeve. He held one end as the long chain fell to the ground. Coldly, Chen Nuo pushed open the gate and stepped inside, his face grim. As he stepped through the gate, he kicked it shut behind him, trapping them inside with Chen Nuo. Dale stepped forward, pointing directly at him, and asked, "You looking for trouble?" Chen Nuo smiled and replied, "Boss, I just want to know where your family's funeral parlor is." With a dangerous smile and a chain in hand, this fan is about to rob the Moon Gang. He introduces himself as Wu Delay, a veteran in the game who was sentenced to 2 years for assault in his youth, but got out 6 months early for good behavior. During his time in prison, he befriended a powerful figure who supported him after his release. Dale began buying and selling stolen cars, living the good life as his business flourished. Over the years, he'd learned that violence doesn't pay, but when his temper flares, reality hits, and Chen Nuo has successfully enraged him. He grabs a wrench and jumps to attack, but at the same moment, the chain wraps around his leg. Realizing the danger, his eyes flash with alarm. Chen Nuo stood there with a cold smile, clutching the chain in his hand, then gave it a sharp tug, tearing open Dale's leg. His prospects don't look good. He screamed in agony, cursing that his stuff was broken. Dale lay there, clutching his groin, weeping and wailing miserably. Without a word, Chen Nuo approached him, and Dale quickly confessed the money was in the cabinet. He listened, smiled with dangerous friendliness, grabbed a stack of cash, counted it, then left Dale lying there. He gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath, then grabbed his phone and furiously dialed a number, yelling, "Where the hell are you gallivanting around? Get your ass back here now." My house was robbed. Yet Tranak remained calm, showing no signs of fleeing after a robbery. He sat down at a nearby eatery and casually ordered fried dough and wontons, then opened the stolen bag of money, finding a respectable 4 or 5 million. Not a bad haul. Meanwhile, Chen Nuo enjoyed his meal, but a car screeched to a halt nearby, interrupting his peace. A man stepped out of the car, followed by several others, and they headed towards Dale's warehouse. After finishing his meal, Chen Nuo smiled, stood up, and ordered more food to go. "Hey, can I get 8 packaged buns to go? I'll pick them up later." Meanwhile, the lackeys returned and rushed to Han Dale. "Boss, are you okay?" He screamed at them, demanding they find the guy for him. "Damn it, I'll beat him to death. Beat him to death." Han Dale was furious, thinking that kid cost him 60,000, money he needed to buy motorcycles in 2 days. The lackeys asked what the boss looked like. What the hell? Just some young punk with a plain face, not too old, walking along like he doesn't have a care in the world? "That's him, no doubt. How the hell did you know?" Hearing this, the subordinate pointed hesitantly towards the gate, where Leader Tranak was entering. "Doesn't he look like him?" Dale exclaimed in surprise. "Why the hell are you back?" Chen Nuo said with a dangerous smile. "I never said I was leaving. My car is still here. I just went out for a bite to eat." Hearing his tone, he shuddered slightly and cursed, then immediately ordered his men. "Attack him, kill him, and lock the doors. Don't let him escape. The money's on him." Chen Nuo stood there calmly, letting them organize. The gate is finally closed, and they are officially surrounded by Chen Nuo alone. He coldly stepped inside, and when one impatient thug lunged forward, he effortlessly grabbed the man's weapon, gently pulling it aside like a Tai Chi master before delivering a knee strike to his leg. With a sickening crack, the henchman collapsed, screaming in agony, and even Dale felt a cold sweat. He swallowed hard, realizing the danger, a flicker of fear in his eyes. With nothing left to lose, Chen Nuo picked up the wrench from the fallen thug and coldly advanced. Dale frantically ordered his men to attack, but after a few seconds he stared at the pile of bodies, realizing they were facing a beast, not a man. What a terrifying fight. He groveled, "Boss, I know your strength now. Can't we just call this a misunderstanding?" Sitting back, he calmly says, "Don't be like that. I know you're not satisfied. Instead of gathering your friends to come after me later, why not settle it all today? I'll give you time to call for backup. I won't touch you until your people arrive. How about it?" The hulking brute kneeled, weeping and begging for mercy. "Boss, I was wrong, so wrong." Then he lamented, "I'm screwed this time. I still want to run my business. I admit my mistake. Can you please spare me? Take the money. They've already fallen. Isn't it just a bicycle?" "Boss, it's not a big deal." Chen Mo smirked, then stroked his chin, saying, "I'm tired of bikes." He told Dale, "Find me something lighter." He quickly agreed, Yes, as long as you show us some mercy, I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Then he led Chen Nuo inside, saying, "Boss, I just got this one last week. I've restored it from top to bottom, and the paint is new too." Before them stood a Yamaha motorcycle, a genuine Japanese model with an exhaust pipe he personally installed. "Is it to your liking, boss?" he asked, rubbing his hands together. A moment later they went outside, and Chen Nuo looked at him and said, "Oh, we're missing a helmet. Delay, hurry home." Yes, I have everything." With that, he brought out a high-end helmet, introducing it as carbon fiber material, anti-fog lens. "Honestly, I was saving this bike and helmet for myself. I never used it. Take it, it's yours." Taking the helmet, Chen Nuo offered a compliment, showing he wasn't unreasonable, then added, "I was going to let you off, but I have a pet peeve. I hate baldies." Chen Nuo asks, "What's so great about guys like you shaving your heads to look like thugs? What if you scare the kids in town?" Sobbing, Dale explained, "Boss, I didn't shave it. I just have oily hair and it fell out." After robbing the robbers, Chen Nuo rode his motorcycle down the street, startled to see KK walking along the road. He slams on the brakes, skidding to a halt, the motorcycle blocking her path. Not recognizing him, Kiki shouts out, "What do you think you're doing? I'm right in front of the school. I'll call for help." He removed his helmet, smiling warmly at KK, who asked in surprise, "Where did you get this motorcycle?" He handed her a helmet, saying, "Put this on. Let's go for a ride. I promise to have you home before Sun Shengli gets off work." Kaka looked puzzled. "Why would I want to go out in this cold?" Suddenly, Chen Nuo looked down with a lack of seriousness and asked, "That's a beautiful brooch, isn't it?" She quickly covered herself and asked, "Where are you looking?" Chen Nuo asked curiously, "Where did you get that?" KK replied honestly. A friend of my mother's gave it to me. My mom took me out to dinner with some of her friends the other day, and one of them gave me this as a gift. With your eye, you can tell it's not cheap, right? She replied, It's just a brooch. How expensive could it be? Besides, my mom already agreed to let me accept it. Chen thought, You might not recognize it, but your mother probably would. This is a Van Cleef and Arpels piece. In an era where salaries were just a few hundred yen, a 5-figure item wasn't expensive. He took something out and said, If you're not enjoying the breeze, then so be it. He then handed the package to KK, telling her to take it, leaving her wondering what it was. Chen smiles, winks, and says it's good food. Then he starts his engine and speeds off, leaving KK standing there. She gently opens the package. A smile graces her face, her cheeks flush with a touch of emotion. These buns were kept warm in his chest. Elsewhere, in Han City, at Lee Ying Wan's home, she practices her greeting in front of the mirror. Hello everyone, my name is Lee Ying Wan, it's a pleasure to meet you. She repeated the greeting, though it still felt a bit awkward. After much practice, Ying Wan's face brightened, and her words flowed more smoothly. Hello everyone, my name is Lee Ying Wan, it's a pleasure to meet you all. Din Wan's brother eavesdrops outside the door as she practices. Hello everyone, my name is Lee Ying Wan. He turns and asks, Is Mom really sending her abroad to study in Jiangning? She replied, Yes, it's your brother's idea, for the sake of our family. Your sister has to go there and find that young man. Cut to the headmaster's office, where Kaka arrives to find Sun Shengli working. She enters and brings him some pastries. Sun Shengli smiled. I've been busy with class assignments for the new semester, troubling you to bring me food every day. She handed her father the food and said, Eat quickly, Dad. Don't go hungry. Then she helped him to the sofa, saying, Dad, sit here and eat. Sit in my seat and see what it's like to be a leader. He replied, I wouldn't call myself a leader. As she watched her father eat, her eyes drifted to the class assignment list where she stealthily added her name to a certain class. With her secret mission complete, Kaka breathed a sigh of relief, having added her name to the A6 class roster. The students chattered, hoping that Chenwo and Sunkaka would be in their class again. It had to be that way. Mimi, Jingjing, see you at the start of the semester. Finally, winter break is here, time to have some fun. At Sunkaka's house, Sun Shengli tells Chen Nuo that his final grades weren't good, and he hopes he'll try harder next semester. He scratches his head, remembering when Shu peeked at a classmate's paper, so it's no problem. He added, Oh right, Chen Nuo, I heard from Kaki that you brought your sister home. Are you taking care of her all by yourself? How can you manage that? You're still young and have school. How can you take care of a child? He honestly replies that he can skip class. Sun Shengli sighed, wondering if that was an appropriate thing to say in front of his head teacher. He continued to advise him. I'll ask around for you. Surely the child goes to daycare. Are they deliberately keeping it from you? You're so thoughtless. Even if you want to raise your sister, you have to handle everything carefully first. As they chatted, a series of urgent knocks echoed at the door. Sun Shengli turned to his daughter. That must be your mother. As she stepped out, her mother walked in. Kaka greeted her. His wife handed her bag to her, and soon Shengli introduced them. This is Yang, be polite. Hello, Ms. Yang, he said to his wife. This is my student, Chen Nuo. She smiled and greeted him, then touched her hair and said, I'm going to take off my makeup and then I'll prepare dinner. Cut to the kindergarten, the first Friday of the new semester. Beyond the gate, children cried for their mothers, I want mommy, I want to go home and watch TV. Witnessing this, Tranak froze. He looked down at his sister, who was teary-eyed and trembling slightly. He leaned down and said gently, You'll be staying here from Monday to Friday from now on. I'll pick you up on the weekends, so just get acquainted today. Shiaoyay politely asked, You'll pick me up every weekend, right? He rubbed her cheek and replied, Of course, I'll pick you up after school today. Back at Chen Nuo's school, he entered Class A6 to find unfamiliar faces playing around. He glanced at the class roster to make sure he was in the right room, then rubbed his chin, realizing he'd almost forgotten they reshuffled classes each semester. No wonder there were so many unfamiliar faces. Looking into the classroom, he spotted KK and her best friend, who said to KK, Hey, Chen Nuo's here. She shyly pushes everyone away. Stop teasing. Class is about to start. Go back to your seats. Chen Nuo drops his bag on the desk next to KK, who is startled, then turns to ask him, Are you really sitting here? Chen Nuo objects, but the bell rings. At the podium stood Tan Thang Loi, announcing that he would be your homeroom teacher until graduation. Then he called out Tranak's name, and he immediately raised his hand to acknowledge. Sun Shengli pointed to an empty desk in the back and said loudly, You'll sit over there. This semester, I'll have your teachers keep a close eye on you. And don't even think about skipping class. Chen Nuo stood up, slinging his bag over his shoulder. Sun Shengli, is this really necessary? Seeing him come down, the student at the back of the class was a little apprehensive, glancing over and praying, "Don't come here. Don't come here. I don't want to be involved. I still want to read my book in class." Chen Nuo plops down at his desk, finally assigned a seat, and the classmate behind him says, "Bro, don't go too hard on the class beauty or you'll be the death of me." Seeing the book's title, Chen Nuo said, "The Jin Dynasty? I prefer Jin Yang's blade-wielding horse in a blizzard." "Those are all great, but I just can't get into them," Luo Qing said excitedly. "Wow, Chen Nuo, I didn't realize you were one of us." After school, Chen Nuo picked up his sister, Xiaoyay, who was brought out by a teacher reminding everyone to stay calm and not push. Seeing him, she happily called out his name. But with teary eyes and a trembling lip, she looked incredibly pitiful, burying her face in his chest as she sobbed. Chen Nuo asked, "Did someone bully you?" Xiaoyay stopped crying, wiped away her tears, and said, "No, but I was afraid. Afraid you wouldn't come to pick me up." He smiled, pinching her cheek, and said, "How could that be?" Then he got his bike out, saying he'd take her out for a free meal. The two siblings happily chatted on the bike. "We're going to her house. How do you know she likes me? Kids don't understand things like that." A moment later, he screeches to a halt, seeing KK standing next to Luo Qing on the side of the road. She waved and called out to him with a smile, "Chen Nuo, give the bike to Luo Qing." "Thanks. Here's your car back." His friend was startled and asked, "Is that your sister?" Then Lathan bent down to give Xiaoyay candy, saying, "Take the chocolate. I'm your brother's friend, so you can just call me brother." Seeing her hesitation, he leaned down and said, "Go ahead and eat." Little Ye politely reached out with both hands and said, "Thank you, brother." Smiling, Luo Qing said, "Your little sister is so cute. I wish I'd asked my parents for one years ago." His friend replied, "My dad spent the first half of his life making money, so he married late and had me late. He was 40 when I was born, and now he's 57. Chen Nuo replied, "So you could say he had a son late in life." KK, standing there, said, "I was supposed to bring Xiaoyay to my house for dinner tonight, but my dad had to work overtime. I heard the district education department is coming to inspect in 2 weeks, and it's about revising the payroll, so the dinner invitation will have to be postponed." Lathan smiled. "What a coincidence. I'm bored being at home alone anyway. Let's go play some games. Dongshan just opened a huge arcade and it even has a KFC. I'll treat you guys after we're done." Cut to the arcade where the group enters. Luo Qing grins. "I'm gonna play the new hovercraft game. Let's all play together." Before leaving, his friend winked, and Chen Nuo thought to himself, "This is true friendship between men." Holding Xiaoy's hand excitedly, Kiki says to Chen Nuo, "We're going to play ring toss." He agrees, but asks to use the restroom first and tells them to take his sister out. As he enters, he notices someone is following him. Meanwhile, Xiao Dao's group arrived, led in by his henchmen, one of whom asked, "Daogay, are you drunk?" He replied, "Yeah, it's worth being friends with you guys." Xiao Dao slurred, "I just got my cast off this morning and you guys are already celebrating." "So loyal." One of his men pointed. "Dao, look who's over there." He looked up and asked, Who the hell is that?" It turned out he recognized KK playing a game there. Xiao Dao, drunk and red-faced, grinned sinisterly. "Damn it, today really is a good day." At that moment, Chen Nuo emerged to see his girlfriend and sister surrounded. Xiaoyay spotted him and called out. Tranak patted him on the shoulder and asked, "Dao, you're out of the hospital?" He turned and angrily shouted, "Who's the blind fool?" Not seeing the death god behind him, Tu Dao was speechless, his eyes bulging as he cursed under his breath. The lackey pointed at Tranak, yelling, "Get lost!" Dao was talking to his sister-in-law. "Who the hell are you?" "You looking for a beating?" Luo Qing asked as he ran over. "Who is it?" "You want to hit my friend?" His loyal friend tells him, and Chen Nuo, "Don't be afraid." Then turned to the thugs, asking, "Who's causing trouble?" The thug pointed and cursed. "Damn it, you're asking for a beating, aren't you?" Lathan boldly challenged, "Come on, hit me." The lackey also throws a punch as our hero shouts, "My father is La Dai-san, try hitting me." Lathan invoked his father's name, and the thugs froze, as if crushed by the weight of La Dai-san's reputation. Zidao stammered nervously, He's Boss La's son. It's a misunderstanding. My brother and your friend were just having a chat. Today, we'll give Boss La a break." Let's go, let's go." Lathan stood there and yelled, "Someone wants to hit this kid. Ho Loka. Does he even care?" At the tea table, 3 card players overheard, and the one in the middle reacted slightly. He stood up and shouted, "Damn it, Than too!" The crowd gathered around them, eager to see what would happen. Hulu Bro steps in, asking if he's all right. Luoting pointed at Xiaodao and replied, "Oh, you almost did." He said he wanted to hit me, and the loud-mouthed lackey turned away, whistling. Meanwhile, Xiaodao stood there, protesting. "I didn't say that." Hulubro then grabbed a little knife by the collar, asking, "You've got some nerve, punk." He immediately turned pale and begged, "Boss, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." But before he could finish, he was punched, then slapped repeatedly, unable to react. The lackey scrambled away, desperately trying to explain himself. "I never said I wanted to fight." Hulubro continued his assault as Xiaodao pleaded, "I was wrong, I said it, we have to respect Boss La." Hearing this, he delivered a powerful blow, sending him staggering backward as he cursed, "Respect your head, you little punk, daring to ask for respect for my boss." Xiaodao, covering his face, trembled. "Big brother, I was wrong, forgive me, forgive me." Chennuo thought to himself that he was really ruthless. Then, Huluge turned to ask, "Qingzi, what now?" He waved dismissively, then kicked the gang members out. With the matter settled, Hulubro waved goodbye, saying, "All right, Qingzi, I'm off. Call me if you need anything." Turning back to his stunned friends, Luoqing smiled, casually mentioning that his father owned the amusement park. Chennuo asked with a smile, "Are you from a rich family? You look like a mafia prince." Luoqing waves it off. "I'm no prince. I never ask my dad for stuff like this, but if anyone bullies you, I'll step in." Realizing the sincerity of his new friend, Chen Nuo smiled in gratitude, thinking to himself that Luocheng was actually Luo Daishan's son. His friend sits down and asks Xiaoyay, "Are you hungry? Let me take you to KFC." He recalled in his past life, the name Ladaishan was no stranger to someone like him who had lived in Jinling since childhood. Back then, he was a sand shoveler in the Shiguo state-owned factory. He would later become wealthy, a businessman in the Jiangning district, building a considerable empire through underworld connections, but those who live by the sword die by the sword. When targeted by a greater power, Ladaishan met a tragic end. Chen Nuo pondered, judging by the timeline, the La family may have another year or two of prosperity. Watching his cheerful friend carefully hold his sister, Chen Nuo thought that Luoqing was indeed very discreet, only liked to read novels and got along well with everyone. He was essentially a good person. After having fun, that evening at Kaka's apartment complex, the three stood in front of the door and she called out to her father, "Open the door!" But there was no response. Everything was quiet. Kaka took out her key, puzzled. "That's strange. The lights in all the rooms at school are off, but Dad's not home. Where could he have gone?" Sensing something was off, Chen Nuo spoke up. "I need a favor." With Xiaoyay sleeping on his back, he continued, "I have some things to take care of tonight, and I can't leave my sister alone. Could you watch her for me?" "Where are you going so late?" she wondered. He sighed, "Don't ask," and handed his sister over to Kaka. He said he'd pick up Xiaodai in the morning, then quietly left. The little girl fell fast asleep after playing, and Chen Nuo headed somewhere. This is Yang Xiaoy's workplace, and it's already closing time, so Sun Shengli must be nearby. He coldly prepared to enter, but suddenly noticed a familiar car parked in front of him. The words, "Golden Badge Architecture," flashed in his mind, and he saw Sun Shengli sitting in the distance, quietly smoking, alone. The door slowly opens and a man steps out. It's Tao Wei Shan. The receptionist said, "Have a good day, sir, and please come again." Seeing him, Sun Shengli quickly grabbed his briefcase and stood up. A lackey stopped him, asking, "What's going on?" Wei Shan waved him over. Chen Nu watched them talk, unable to hear what they were saying, and wondered what Sun Shengli was up to. Sun Shengli handed the briefcase to Tao Wei Shan, saying, "Take this first." But he tossed the briefcase away, and Mensha told Sun Shengli to get lost. The money inside the briefcase scatters across the road, and he coldly steps over the bills, cursing him as a good-for-nothing. Sun Shengli knelt there, picking up the money, gritting his teeth as he turned and shouted, "I'll give it all to you. I'll pay you back." Was that not enough? But he's already sped away in his car. Sun Shengli slumped to the ground, looking utterly defeated as Kiki's mother pedaled up from afar, breathless with exhaustion. She dropped her bike and ran to call out to Sun Shengli, who, upon seeing his wife, paused for a moment before picking up the money and stuffing it into his briefcase. Then he locked the briefcase, stood up and said, "Xiaoyi, look at the good deed you've done." He raised his hand and shouted, "Look at the good you've done." She closed her eyes and said, "Hit me. Go ahead and hit me." His hand trembled, unable to strike, and he could only sigh. Xiaoyi grabbed his hand and pleaded, "It's my fault, all my fault. Can't we talk about this at home?" He walked his bike, and the two moved in silence through the still night as Chen Nuo, who had been secretly watching from behind, pondered. Sun Shengli gave money to that person. "It seems this isn't what I thought." On Monday morning at school, people were holding signs at the gate. The red banner reads, Sun Shengli, pay your debts, it's only right. Fail to pay, and heaven won't forgive you. A man with a loudspeaker shouts, Sun Shengli is a scoundrel who doesn't pay his debts and is unfit to be a teacher. The students inside whispered as they watched, and Chen Nuo struggled through the crowd, while KK stood there speechless, shocked and confused, covering her face, wondering what was happening. Chen Nuo stood beside her, looking out as Sun Shengli, having received word, emerged with his bag. Standing face to face with the man holding the loudspeaker, he asked, What do you think you're doing? Sun Shengli gritted his teeth. I'll pay the money back. There are still 2 days left. Why are you making such a scene? He handed over the briefcase, saying, This is all I have for now. Take it. Then he shouted, This is a school. Don't disturb the peace. Take the money and leave. He took the money and retorted, Sun Shengli, paying debts is only natural. We don't want to do this either. Then, turning to his men, he said, All right, fellas, let's go. We'll be back in 2 days. From inside, KK called out to her father, as Chennu realized that Sun Shengli didn't want his daughter to see him in such a defeated state. He called out to the students inside, Don't look, you're in class, get back to your lessons. The students whispered harsh words, saying what a hypocrite he was, acting all high and mighty, but he was just a thug getting his debts collected at school. Indeed, who knows how much trouble he's caused outside. For Sun Shengli, the image of the model teacher he'd cultivated for half his life, his own world, had collapsed. Back in the classroom, Luoqing whispered to Chen Nuo, asking if Sun Keiki was all right. He replied that Sun Shengli said he was going back to take care of some things, and he told her to go home with Sun Shengli, as there was too much gossip and she probably couldn't stay at school. He then asked for a favor, asking Lathan for 2 favors, to which his friend heartily agreed. Okay, tell me, Chen Nuo continued. Find out what the background of the people who came to collect debts during the day is. He reasoned that even loan sharks wouldn't make such a scene. Surely his father's men in Jiangning would know who was behind this. Just find out who's behind it for me? Lathan agreed, saying it wouldn't be difficult. I'll have Hulu Gay call and ask later, but why are you looking into this? Do you want to help Sun Shengli, and if so, how? Chennu smiled. I'll help him pay the money. Liqing, at a loss for words, asked, Okay, what about the second thing? He smiled and replied, Tell the teacher I'm taking some time off. Just tell him I skipped class. Then he stood up and said, I'm heading out. Chen Nuo patted his friend's shoulder, telling him to text him with any news, as Luoqing watched him leave with a tense expression. An hour later, Tranak sits on his motorcycle, pondering how quickly Lathan works. He looks up, then heads inside. The Guohua Financial Company on the 3rd floor. This must be it. Chen Nuo knocked on the door, next to a sign bearing the company's name. A moment later, the door opened and the man with the loudspeaker from this morning stood there, asking, What's going on? He replied, Looking for someone? The man frowned, asking, Looking for who? With a cold reply, Chen Mo said, Looking for you. And with that, he delivered a devastating kick to the man's stomach, sending him flying into the room, where he crashed into the table where the others were sitting. They exclaimed in shock, What? As Tranak stepped in to face the challenge. Those with knives, grab knives. Those with guns, grab guns. But since you probably don't have guns, do me a favor and put up a good fight. I'm not in a good mood and I need to vent. One thug lunges forward, yelling, You bastard! He casually raises his hand, ready to strike back. Chen Nuo glides forward, striking him in the stomach. A seemingly weak blow that sends the man flying into a cabinet behind him. A kettle of boiling water sat on the table, and he grabbed it, throwing it at the man while saying, Clean yourself up from doing such dirty work. The man screamed in pain as the boiling water hit him. Chen Nuo retrieves his familiar iron chain, saying he needs more enthusiasm. The remaining men brandish their weapons and charge, yelling, Brothers, attack, let's get him. Minutes later, they were all on the floor except for him. Chen Nuo grabbed one by the hair, dragged him across the ground, and headed towards a chair. He releases him, saying, If I'm not mistaken, you're the leader. Chen Nuo looks at him and continues, I know you're not the boss, so I'm going to ask you one question, and you better answer honestly. And me? I hate it when people lie to me. If someone deceives me, I get very angry. Do you understand? He stammered. Understood. He then broke the man's pinky finger, causing him to scream in agony, tears and snot streaming down his face. Chennu continued, That was the first question, and I wasn't satisfied with your answer. It was too quiet. Staring into his eyes, he says, Very good, much louder now. Now, what is your name? He stammered, Stop, Tapeng. Chennu continued, Have you ever broken the law? Hearing this, he fell silent, unsure how to answer. He broke the man's hand again, causing him to scream even louder than before. "It hurts," the great rock stuttered obediently. Okay, I did. I served 3 years in prison." "For what?" He answered, inflicting injuries on others. Chen Nuo lowered his voice, praising, "Very good, you see. We're starting to understand each other. Okay, do you guys have a safe here?" He nodded repeatedly in response. Yes. He handed over his empty backpack and gave the order. "Fill it with money. If it's not full, I'll replace it with your body parts." Soon, a backpack full of money appeared before Chen Nuo, who picked it up and sighed, "Extortion really is more lucrative." Then, looking down at Da Peng, he asks one last question. "Where do you keep the borrower information and loan agreements?" He kneels down, crying and begging, "Please, spare me. That's off limits. The boss will bury me alive." Just as Chen Nuo reached for him, he immediately changed his tune, pointing and saying, I'll talk. In the second drawer of the filing cabinet. He walks over, opens the door, looks at the pile of papers inside, and then flips through the papers on top, searching. Finally, he stopped at one file and said, "Found it." Chen Nuo put the file away, his task finally complete. He pulled out a lighter, flicked it on, and tossed it. The loan documents went up in flames. A subordinate, lying on the ground, managed to speak. "Do you know who my boss is? By messing with the borrower information, you're cutting off my boss's income, which means you're leaving yourself no way out." Chen Nuo asked who his boss was, and the man answered, "Xiaoguohua." He glanced down and continued to ask, "So, do you guys know who I am?" The henchman with the swollen face thought to himself, "How could anyone recognize you when you're covered up like that?" Chen Nuo ordered them to hand over their phones. Chen Nuo stepped outside, chained the door shut, and tossed away the phones he'd confiscated. As he walked down the hall, he recalled the name he'd just received. Xiaoguohua? That night at the green karaoke bar, Xiaoguohua wondered who had the audacity to cross him. La Dashan, Xiaomianhua, and Fu Daqing are all different. They're in different industries now, with no conflicting interests, so they wouldn't offend me. The karaoke bar manager followed obsequiously. "Boss Xiao, let me escort you to your car." The old man replied, "That won't be necessary." Kuo Guohua pondered, concluding that this was likely the work of some vagrant. Who was the desperate soul who dared to rob me? Even the biggest boss from out of town wouldn't dare cross Xiao Guohua. Upon learning of the robbery, he ordered his men to mobilize everyone and scour Jiangning to find the culprit. He then quietly walked to the waiting car, got in, placed his wallet on the seat, and told the driver, "Wei, let's go home." Tatuo's eyes were glazed over with intoxication. A dozen or so minutes later, he suddenly snapped awake. Realizing this wasn't the way home, and that his driver was no ordinary man, Guohua calmly took out a cigarette and lit it. The old man feigned a smile, offering the driver a cigarette, but Chen Nuo, behind the wheel, replied, "I'm driving, wait a moment." Guohua lowered the car window, pretending to flick his cigarette out to get a better look, realizing they were headed out of the city. He then took out his wallet and asked, "Brother, what are you planning? Are you down on your luck or is something weighing on your mind?" He tossed a wad of cash onto the front seat, adding, "Don't mind the small amount, it's all I have on me. Consider it a token of our friendship." "We're all in this together." Guohua chuckled. "If you're in trouble, just say so. I have some influence around here. Let's not do anything drastic." "What did you say?" Chen Nuo replied, looking in the rearview mirror. "Boss Xiao is a very righteous man." Hearing that, he was slightly startled, thinking it was just a highway robbery, but they know who he is, so they're after him. Guohua tried to probe. "Brother, there's no need for this. Shortage? Name a number, and I can gather it up and get it to you right away." Chen Nuo replied, "Not bad. You've got the air of a big shot. No wonder you made a name for yourself." Seeing him move, he spoke up. "I advise you not to make that call." Chen Nuo threatened, "This place is remote. Even if your people find you, it'll take at least an hour. An hour is more than enough time for me to dig your grave." No, it's not that bad. How much animosity do you hold, brother, to think that?" He slammed on the brakes, the car screeching to a halt beside a pre-built shed. Chen Nuo turned and said, "Then allow me to speak frankly with Boss Xiao." "Mr. Xiao, may I bum a smoke?" Then, lighting his cigarette, he said, "Mr. Xiao, business has been booming for you lately." Taking a drag, Chen Nuo asked him, "I heard you're keeping a mistress in Yinxiang, and she bore you a son last year." After freezing, he forced a smile and nervously replied, "Just rumors." He smiled and said, "If you're tired, take a break and don't worry about these trivial matters. Take a few days off, have fun with the girls, play with your son, it'll do you good." Guohua fearfully replied, "That's right, brother. Do you think a month off will be enough? Chen Nu interjected. Boss, you earn 100 pecks a day. A month is too much. No need for that. 2 weeks will do. I hear Southeast Asia is quite warm now. The old man immediately obeyed. All right, I'll have them book tickets to Thailand for the family tomorrow. He glances out the window. Then let's end our exchange here. I won't take you home. Call a car for yourself. The car door clicks open and Guo Hua quickly exits, not wanting to bother his brother any longer. This car is yours now. Take it. Watching Chen Nuo drive away, the old man breathed a sigh of relief. Guo Hua glanced over and was startled to see the Hall standing there. He stood there cursing. Damn it. His face turned pale. If he'd said the wrong thing, this hole would have been for him. He immediately grabbed his phone and made a call. Hey, it's me, Lao Si. Call everyone back home. Forget about what happened during the day. Don't ask any questions. Yeah, damn it. I told you to call everyone back, so just do it. Why are you talking so much? Now just do it and don't search anymore. I'll take care of today's business, Guo Hua roared. Also, book plane tickets for a 10-day trip to Thailand for all of you, including your families. A few days off won't kill us. Put everything on hold for me. Damn it. What was I saying? Oh, right, team building. Team building, you understand? Cut to a Tamlin supermarket. Liu, shopping at the checkout counter, smiles as he recalls the card that kid Chen Nuo bribed him with to go to Dien Bien. It's finally come in handy. He's carrying a huge bag of groceries, and after the cashier swipes the card, she announces that the card's limit has been reached. Lao Liu pulled out a bill and said, Okay, I got it. It's short 6 yuan, right? I'll pay in cash. The cashier said, You're short 504 yuan and 2 jiao, which stunned him. What? Liu asks the cashier, How much money is in this card? The result, a balance of 1 yuan and 8 cents. He left the supermarket, weeping and cursing. Chen Nuo, have you no humanity? Then he carried home a tiny bag of groceries. Liu sees Sun Shengli standing there and wonders why he's at a hotel so late. Is he renting a room? What is Sun Shengli up to? He was about to turn and leave. I really have too much time on my hands worrying about other people's business. As Chen Nuo walked past, Mr. Liu turned back, muttering that he thought he'd seen Chen Nuo. Had Dan angered him so much he was seeing things? Cut to a VIP room in the hotel, where Wei Shan sat with a cigarette, smirking. Sun Shengli, you've arrived. Have a seat. Sun Shengli entered and said, Da Wei Shan. He sat down and asked, Why call me out so late? What do you want? Before them was a table laden with delicacies, and Wei Shan offered a cigarette, saying, Sun Shengli. Tan Shengli, how many years has it been since we shared a meal like this? Tan Shengli lights his cigarette and replies, Must be over a decade since you went abroad. I never thought you'd come back. Wei Shan continued, Actually, I came back last year. Didn't Yang Xiaoyay tell you? I came back to invest in a project, and coincidentally, it involved the agency where Yang Xiaoyay works. Coincidence? How convenient. Wei Shan continued, All right. We've known each other for decades. No need for veiled words. I admit I deliberately brought the project here. Then he met Xiaoyay. Sun Shengli interrupted. So, you orchestrated everything, setting a trap for Xiaoyay to fall into. He smiled. I'm hurt that you'd say that. I only suggested a few investments to Xiaoyay just to help her earn some pocket money. Sun Shengli asked, And then what? Wei Shan replied, After that, she was very interested, so I helped her open an account in Country X for investment purposes. I didn't expect her to go that far. Investing so much at once, Xiaoyay was too reckless, considering the volatile derivatives market. Sun Shengli angrily stood up and shouted, She dared to invest because you deliberately led her on. She didn't understand the market, but you gave her a taste of success and even helped her open an account so she could do it herself. That's the derivatives market, the stock market of the open sea. Once she was in too deep, on the verge of having her assets seized, she realized she couldn't hold on any longer and came to you for help. How did you save her? You gave her the company's investment account and told her to take a few thousand. Da Wei Shan, you orchestrated everything, an investment account from which she could withdraw hundreds of thousands. How could she get the money without your signature, CEO Dao? Now on paper, she's the one responsible for the payments, and she signed for the debt herself. She just got the money to cover the deficit caused by the stock, and suddenly all your companies are demanding to settle the debt after the new year. Which company suddenly demands settlement right after the new year? Sun Shengli presses. Did you plan every step just to lead her to her doom? He understands her penchant for risk, but not to this extent. If you hadn't told her you had insider information and guaranteed profits, would she have risked such a large sum? She only trusted you. Wei Shan chuckled. Sun Shengli, don't speak without proof. Why do you think she trusts me so much? He lit a cigarette, recalling that if she had gone abroad with him a decade ago, none of this would have happened. Kimling, there's someone I can't leave behind. Sun Shengli retorted, Have some shame, Dao Weishan. Xiaoyay is my wife now. He interrupted, Do you think I'm talking about Xiaoyay? Hearing this, Sun Shengli froze, stammering, What are you saying? Sun Shengli sat down, his voice a little heavy. I don't understand what you're talking about. Weishan continued, Look, Sun Shengli, I always said you were smart, just not very perceptive in dealing with people. You understood, didn't you? You just never dared to think too deeply, right? Sun Shengli brushed him off. Don't say any more. Don't say any more. He continued, 2 years ago, while I was still in M country, a friend sent me a photo and I couldn't put it down. There's a saying that blood is thicker than water. Neither you nor I had a choice. You think I came back to fight for the title? With my current lifestyle, a piano is the last thing I need. Wei Shan walked up to Sun Shengli saying, I didn't want to come back either, but I fell ill a few years ago. After recovering, the doctor said I couldn't have children anymore. What did they call it again? Pterodozoospermia, Sun Shengli shouts. Kaka is my daughter, Wei Shan retorted. Your daughter, Sun Shengli. Take a good look. Does Cake resemble you at all? When I first saw Kaka's picture, I knew she was Dao Weishan's daughter. I couldn't be wrong. Sun Shenglin recalled his wedding day with Xiaoyay, celebrated by many friends and relatives. He rejoiced when his wife became pregnant, listening to their child kicking every day, and each time Xiaoyay would laugh and say, Why are you acting like a child? Then, on the day of the birth, the nurse brought out the baby and congratulated him on having a daughter. Then, when Kiki started school, he would always wait for her to arrive by bike. Today is your birthday, and Mom has prepared all your favorite foods. Sun Shengli, at this moment, covered his face and sobbed, No, it's not true. Kiki should be my daughter. Wei Shan stood there and continued, I know you cherish them. But when Xiaoyay caused a big problem and saw the company about to close, she panicked and told you. You couldn't bear to do anything to her. The money at home was all gone, and he swallowed his pride to ask for help everywhere, scraping together over 100,000 yuan. But it still wasn't enough. He could only resort to a loan shark, borrowing 150,000 yuan, barely scraping together 300,000 yuan. But that still wasn't enough. Sun Shengli, last night you stopped me, wanting to give me that money, wanting me to smooth things over at the company. But did you really think I could do that? Sun Shengli stood up and asked, What do you want? He replied, I want KK. I want your daughter. No, I want my daughter. Sun Shenglin laughs. Still not given up? Should I get a DNA test? Wei Shan smiled. All right, I'll give you a quick death, and the time is almost here. Sun Shengli. Suddenly someone opened the door and entered. A woman. Sun Shengli was shocked to see that it was Xiaoyay. She enters, a file folder in her hand, but upon seeing Sun Shengli, Xiaoyay drops it to the floor. Wei Zhan smiles. They're here, all here. Good, everyone's here. Then he pulls Xiaoyay over and asks, Now, tell Sun Shengli, who is KK's father? She cries out in distress. Why did you have to do this? I don't know anything. Sun Shengli shouts for him to release her, then steps forward and throws a punch, yelling, I said let go of my wife. Wei Zhan rubbed his face and replied, Fine. Consider that slap your payment for raising KK for over a decade. I won't hold it against you. Sun Shengli stepped forward and asked Xiaoyay, Tell me, is KK my daughter? She's your daughter, isn't she? She suddenly sobbed, falling to her knees. Sun Shengli, I've wronged you. I was already pregnant when I married you. Then, with tears streaming down her face, he left her to go abroad, and she didn't know what to do. Then, Sun Shengli interrupted, and then you accepted me. Xiaoyay lowered her head, saying, Sun Shengli, you're a good husband and a good father. I'm the one who failed you. He smiled painfully. All right, you've seen the scene you wanted to see. Wei An, I won't hand Kiki over to you. Drop the idea. Then, supporting his wife, he said, Let's go. Wei Shan stopped them, saying, Wait. He sneers. The company books closed next week at the latest. If you walk out that door tonight, prepare to see your wife in prison. He then produced a black card. This card contains 1 million yuan, enough to solve your current predicament. Take this money and you can start over. And as for Kaka, I can take her abroad, enroll her in the best schools, and give her a life of luxury. She could even change her entire way of life. Wei Shan placed a stack of papers on the table and continued. Just agree to sign these 3 contracts. A paternity test, a declaration of severed ties, and a consent form to transfer guardianship. The couple stood in silence, listening to him continue. Sun Shengli, I know you're an upright man, and can't make a decision right here and now. I'll give you 3 days. Come find me, sign the papers, and take the money. Switching scenes to the bathroom, Wei Shan laughs. This is great, even better than 4 years ago when I forced my rival to his death, then used money to throw his daughter into bed. He laughs maniacally. Once KK is out of the country, it's your turn, Sun Shengli. I'll crush you completely. He turns off the shower and steps out of the bathroom. He stood there, drying himself off, unaware that Chen Nuo had been sitting there all along. He frantically asks, "Who are you?" Chen Nuo, gun in hand, points it at Wei Shan. "Good evening." He quickly raised his hands in desperation, saying this brother must need money, and if so, they could talk it over. He slowly stood up and replied, "No, I don't need money." He looked at him sternly, seeking justice. Wei Shan's eyes widened in fear, and he turned to run, shouting, "Is anyone there?" But Chen Nuo's eyes flashed with electricity, and Wei Shan was stopped dead in his tracks. He worriedly wondered, "What's going on? Why can't I move all of a sudden? And you couldn't breathe?" Chen Nuo stepped forward to help him, saying, "You can't escape. Don't waste your energy." Then, with a snap of his fingers, the man was released, gasping for air. Wei Shan stammered, "What? What kind of sorcery did you use?" Chen Nuo poured a glass of wine and replied, "I don't know if you're unlucky or Sun Shengli is lucky. If I hadn't come to this world, I'm afraid all your boasts would have come true." With that, he handed the man a full glass of wine, telling him to drink up before continuing, "Now, let's talk about Sun Shengli." Hearing this, Wei Shan exclaimed, You came for Sun Shengli, that useless, penniless wretch." Chen Nuo coldly replied, "Actually, I've met many kinds of bad people. You're not the worst, but you are disgusting. Sun Shengli was just an ordinary man who never intended to harm anyone. He'd rather suffer in silence, just wanting a peaceful life with his family. But you crushed such an honest man like a bug, humiliated him. You shouldn't have done that." Frowning, he glared at Wei Shan, scolding him for digging up the Zhuo family's ancestral graves in his past life. Seeing that look, Wei Shan trembled and replied, "Brother, take it easy. I'll stop immediately, and I won't do it again. I swear I won't mess with Sun Shengli again." Then, Wei Shan took out his phone and said, "I'll return to the country immediately. I'll prove it to you." He called someone and ordered, "Director Zhao, it's me. Immediately cancel the company's accounting settlement plan." Yes, I'll stop. I'll do it right away." Wei Shan then smiled and continued, "See, I've done it. I've spared the Sun family. You can't kill me. I have a foreign passport. You'll be in big trouble if you do." Chen Nuo coldly laughed. "It's useless. I don't trust you because I understand bad people like you too well. I was once a bad person too." He stammered, "I'm going back," as his fingers began to glow. With a look of terror, Wei Shan gasped for air, struggling to say, "You can't kill me. I have so much money." Chen Nuo watched him slump onto the sofa and approached to deliver the news. He took a hot bath and then drank a large glass of strong liquor. When he's discovered, they'll just assume he died of a stroke. Looking at him lying there, he coldly retorted, "When you drink this poison, remember this. In your next life, don't bully honest people." The next day, Chen Nuo walked into the lot and recognized Sun Shengli's familiar bicycle. As he took it, he thought, "Sun Shengli stealing your bike wasn't because I was bullying an honest man like you." Switching to Dalei's old garage, he lay smoking and cursing. "Damn it, why's my right eye been twitching all day?" Dalei was startled, dropping his cigarette in fear as Chen Nuo entered the gate, and a subordinate repairing a car rushed out to greet him, asking, "Are you here to look at cars? What kind are you looking for?" Chen Nuo tossed his bag down with a thud, then took out a cigarette, sighing that this place was still much better. The lackey, not recognizing him, cursed, "Who the hell do you think you are, kid, acting like you own the place?" Dalei stepped in and kicked him, yelling, "How dare you speak to him like that?" Then he rushed over to suck up to him. "Boss, what brings you here?" "Which one do you like today, boss? Just take it." Chen Nuo replied, "I don't need anything today, just borrowing your place to wait for someone." He smiled amiably. "Boss, wait here. I'll make you some Longjing tea." Dalei massaged his legs and asked, "How's the pressure?" Chen Nuo replied, enjoying himself. "Not bad." Dalei cursed himself. What the hell have I done? From calling him boss to calling him master? Suddenly, Sun Shengli appeared, passing by. Seeing him, Chen Nuo called out to Sun Shengli, who stood outside and asked, "Chen Nuo, what are you doing here?" "I see you're skipping class again." He pointed to Daly and said, "I'm working a part-time job to earn tuition. This is the owner, Brother Lei. He's generous, righteous, and prosperous, with a kind and sincere personality. I've even learned a few tricks working for him." After their lies, the two young men stared blankly at each other. Sun Shengli turned to Dalei and said, "Sorry for the trouble. He can be a bit of a handful, but he's not a bad kid and has a good heart. Please teach him well." He quickly replied, "He's working part-time at my place." Sun Shengli added, if he doesn't listen, just hit him. Hearing this, Dale looked at Chen Nuo, who could possibly beat this killing god. Then he asked Sun Shengli, hey man, are you here to look at cars? He awkwardly replied, my car was stolen last night. It's inconvenient to get around without a car, so I'm just looking for something cheap at the used market to replace walking. Well, you've come to the right place, friend. I'm acquainted with Chen Nu, so I won't take a profit from you. How about the original price? Sun Shengli seemed embarrassed, saying, how could I do that? Just sell it at the regular price. I can't take it for free. After looking at one, Chen Nuo kicked the price tag away and turned to Sun Shengli to ask what he thought of the car. The owner offers a huge discount, saying 80. Understanding, Delay holds up 5 fingers and says, no problem, 50 it is. He then suggested, didn't you say you were going to check the company's books this morning, Loey? Tranak added, Loey also runs a finance company specializing in small loans. He's kind, respects the law, and his business is thriving. The two exchanged glances, and Dale wondered, I even disperse loans. He cried, boss, are you writing the script on the fly? I can't keep up with your improv. Dale immediately cooperated. Yes, it's all thanks to everyone's help and leniency. The most important thing in my business is integrity and trust. Sun Shengli then took the initiative. Can I have your number? I'll call you if I need anything. After Sun Shengli left, Dale turned to ask, boss, how was my performance? No problem? Chen Nuo smiled, praising, Brother Lei, I think a man like you is destined to be rich. Inside Dale's garage, which doubles as his bedroom and office, he asks politely, is there anything else, boss? Just say the word, boss. Chen Nuo opens a bag full of cash. Terrified, he replied, boss, I only deal in used cars. I wouldn't dare take on a hit for that kind of money. The boss explained, I'm not asking you to do that. That was Teacher Tan who just left. Find a way to lend him this money, 200,000. Dale thought he was clever. I get it. You want to trap him and take his house. Chen Nuo smacked him on the head. What are you thinking? Who cares about the land deed? Just find a way for him to borrow the money, Chen Nuo instructed, but still get a contract signed or he won't believe it. But don't make the terms too harsh. Low interest installment payments. Write it for a term of 8 or 10 years, whatever you want. In short, make the terms so appealing that he agrees to borrow the money from you, or you'll answer to me. Holding the money, Dale replied, understood, boss. Rest assured. Oh, boss, this isn't the right amount. There's too much here. He smiles. This is 300,000 yuan with 100,000 extra. 60,000 of that is to pay back the money and the motorcycle I took from you before, and the rest is for your medical expenses. Looking at his shiny bald head, he added, use the rest to treat your hair. You're too young to be balding like that. Get it treated early and maybe it'll grow back. Only you understand my pain. Hey, could you not wipe your snot on me? Afterwards, he left, and Dale waved goodbye, telling him to visit whenever he was free. A lackey asks, boss, who is this guy? You're treating him like royalty. Dale turned and lectured, what do you know? When you find support, you have to hold on tight. Back when I was doing time, I used these very eyes to pick the right person, and that's how I got this shop after getting out. Now we'll serve this VIP well, and I'll rise like a rocket. In a JN investment office, a secretary reports while handing over documents. Director, the investment invitation from that foreign company has arrived. Please take a look. He reads it and smiles. The conditions are excellent. This is a key project for this year. This quarter's investment search that is securing this project is half the battle. The secretary added, but there's a request. A board member's daughter wants to study here, so they need our help with enrollment. She must be high school age, the director replied. This isn't difficult. They're investing a lot of money, which could solve future career problems. Contact the Department of Education, provide the investor with information on the best school in the district, and discuss it with him. The secretary replied that they had already chosen a school and only wanted to attend that one. The director was surprised and asked which school it was. She replied that he wanted to study at school number 8, which surprised him. What was this school's ranking in the city last year? The secretary replied, 3rd from the bottom. Cut to Luku International Airport in Jinling, where a blonde foreigner is standing. A girl greets him saying, Mr. Adrian will take you to the hotel first. He took off his glasses and replied, no, take me to the police station. I want to see Tao Weishan's case files as soon as possible. The corporation needs to know the news quickly. Back at the hotel, Adrian immediately made a call to report on me. I've been to the hotel where Tao Weishan stayed, and I've reviewed the police files. What's your assessment? The voice on the other end asked. He replied, the cause of death of minor number 16 is preliminarily judged to be a normal accidental death, caused by drinking alcohol after bathing, leading to a cerebral hemorrhage. The voice on the other end said, if it's normal, then wrap it up quickly. He's just a miner making money for us in the outer regions. Don't waste too much effort," Adrian added, but Dao Wei-san's death hides a hostility that makes me extremely uncomfortable. I asked to take the investigation one step further. I need 2 types of documents. First, the miner's credit card statements for the 6 months before his death, and second, the miner's call logs before his death. The mysterious figure replied, "All right, I can give them to you, but don't do anything out of the ordinary. We don't need any more trouble." Dao Wei-san was just the first we sent in this long-planned national project that's just getting started. Remember, we are the ones who should be hiding in the depths. Also, the death of miner number 4 from Country N has been classified as a key investigation, and they need your help over there more. An hour later, Adrian reviewed the laptop and reported, "I found something suspicious." Before his death, Dao Wei-san contacted a woman named Yang Xiaoyay several times, and she was among the last people he met. "She's very beautiful and married." The voice on the other end asks, "Are you suggesting this is a crime of passion?" That woman and her husband are both ordinary people, and ordinary people can't kill a miner. "All right, if there are no other discoveries in 3 days, you can come back. Country A needs you." The next day, Chen Nuo gave Sunkaka a ride on his bike, and she held him tightly around the waist. He braked and stopped, turning to touch her forehead with concern. "Why do you suddenly have a fever?" She explained that the heating system was broken, and she caught a chill last night. He helps her up the stairs, and she says, "My parents must not be home." Chen Nuo thinks to himself that ever since the incident at the school, Sun Shengli has been on sick leave to avoid gossip. Now, of course, it's time to go to Brother Lei's to apply for the loan. They enter the house, and Chen Nuo senses something is off. He sensed someone was in the house. Adrian, sitting in the living room. Tranak was wary. How dare he brazenly enter during the day? Kaka blushed, feeling the close proximity between them. She closed her eyes, her lips slightly pouting, and he reminded her, "Don't sleep. Where's your cold medicine? Take it first." Kaka replied that it was in the dresser drawer in her parents' room. Chen Nuo entered, but he was already gone. He thought to himself, teleportation? Not bad. He stood silently behind her as she pretended to search for the medicine in the drawer. Adrian observed, noting her relaxed posture and lack of guard. This is no ordinary person. As Tranak gets the medicine, he realizes this is a master, and a foreigner at that, so not just a common thief. A moment later, he said softly, "Found it." Then, as he stood up, the figure behind him leaped away. Chen Nuo exits the room to find Adrian clinging to the roof like Spider-Man. He quietly closes the door, then gets water and medicine for Kike on the sofa. "Here, take your medicine." Tranak senses that he's already gone. He gently touched Kaka's head and said, "Sleep now." She mumbled that she wasn't sleepy, but her eyes were drooping. After letting Kaka sleep on the sofa, he quietly entered her parents' bedroom, and seeing the slightly open door, he guessed that the intruder had jumped through the window. Chen Nuo throws open the window and leaps from a great height. Meanwhile, at the International Hotel, Adrian stands before the whiteboard, piecing together the deaths of Dao Wei-san and those connected to him. He crosses out Sun Shengli's name and says, "Could it really have been an accident?" Chen Nuo watches from outside, and Adrian suddenly turns his head, but there's nothing there but the wind. Meanwhile, at the orange noodle shop, Chen Nuo ordered a large bowl of dry noodles with extra meat and a soft-boiled egg. Then he smiled. "I thought who it was. Turns out it's Adrian from the Abyss. Should we bury him? I mean, we did it once before." Chen Nuo recalls the Abyss, a B-rank underworld organization established for at least 50 years. This organization housed formidable individuals who carried out countless clandestine missions. Among them were the somewhat deranged doctor, the aptly named Hunting Cheetah, and a blonde man named Adrian. The strongest among them is their leader, known as the Captain, a Knight-class Esper. Additionally, the organization has a type of operative called miners, who are responsible for operating in the secular world, establishing social networks to earn money for the organization. Dao Wei-san was one of them. In the original timeline, Chen Nuo was sanctioned by the Abyss in 2004. 3 years later, in a fit of rage, he destroyed the entire Abyss organization. This is how he earned his fearsome reputation as Yama in the Underworld. And now, the Abyss has provoked the resurrected Yama. Back in the present, Chen Nuo contemplates eliminating Adrian, but it seems problematic. If anything happens to Adrian, the entire Sun Shengli family will be implicated, and he'd have to destroy the Abyss organization all over again. He muttered that he was tired of stepping into the Underworld again. He just wanted to live a life of leisure this time around. You don't bother me, I don't bother you, but if Sun Shengli's name is on the line, then Adrian is just collateral damage. The next morning at school, Luo Qing throws the ball and calls out to Chen Nuo, who quickly catches it. The blue-clad player stepped in front, introducing himself with a grin. I'm Wu La Ju Wang, and no one breaks my dream-like footwork. He leapt and shot, adding a boastful quip before sinking a perfect three-pointer. Outside the court, female fans went wild, chanting his name. Chen Nuo, the unbeatable heartthrob, was just too handsome. Kaka stood there, blushing and speechless, her heart pounding. The young man she rejected last year now makes her heart flutter, and she thinks he's incredibly cool. After the match, Chen Nuo walks towards KK. She held out the flask and offered him a cup of the wolfberry-infused water. Holding the water, Chen Nuo thought to himself, I'm a young man, and now I have to live a middle-aged life, drinking wolfberry from a thermos? Kake said her dad told her not to drink cold water after exercising, or she'd regret it with stomach problems when she got old. Blushing, she added, my dad also says wolfberries are good for digestion. Just then, someone called his name from afar, making him turn around. On the other side, a group of thugs armed with iron pipes, baseball bats, and chains, while the school radio plays a song about soaring through the clouds, admired by all. He glared at him and said, You're too cocky. I've been wanting to get rid of you for a long time. Chen Nuo wondered, Who are you? His lackeys responded, Our school's only leader, Hao Nam, and Zhang Linsheng, known as the boss of Causeway Bay, Chan Ho Nam. He raises his hands in a gesture, so it's Brother Nam, a name he's heard before, but in his eyes, he's just a kid. Linsheng sneers. Chen Nuo, not even God can save you from what's coming. Just then, a familiar figure rushes over and embraces him. The beautiful Ying Wan looked up at him and said, I've finally found you, thanks to second brother's blessing. Meanwhile, Linsheng trembled, cursing under his breath about another beauty wasted. Chen Nuo was stunned, wondering, why is she here? And is KK thinking she's being cheated on? He was a little worried. Where did these long legs come from? What should he do? He pondered how to explain it. A twin brother, a plea for Kaka's help, or even a cry of indecency, but all felt too humiliating. He glanced at Linsheng with a forced smile. I know, Brother Hao Nam. Thanks for taking one for the team. He pushed Ying Wan away, then glared ahead, launching into a tirade. So what if you're in a higher grade? Does that make you a gangster? I'm not afraid of some gangster wannabe. With that, he charged forward. Today, I'll take your power and voice and show you that those who enter society early will pay the price. Before Linsheng could react, he took a knee to the groin. He was immediately knocked down, screaming in pain as the female audience watched intently. He leaned down and whispered in his ear, Let me get you to the hospital, or you'll lose your manhood. Linsheng paled and screamed, Get me to the hospital, damn it! I'm really hurt. He quickly hoisted him up, ignoring the two beauties chasing after him, calling out Chen Nuo's name. The underlings standing there, confused, asked each other, Wait, our boss was just taken down in 1 second and then carried away? I agree that Tranak is ruthless. Reaching the gate, the two girls lost track of Tranak. One looked left, calling his name, while the other looked right, calling for her, Appa. Ying Wan called out, Appa, where did you run off to? Suddenly, a hand appeared from behind, muffling her mouth and pulling her into an embrace before she could react. Chen Nuo turned Ying Wan around, put a finger to his lips to signal silence, and said it was him. Meanwhile, Linsheng was lying in a nearby trash can. He let go, then was about to ask her what was wrong. But Ying Wen immediately spread her arms and ran to hug him, calling out, Appa! So Chen Nuo reached out to hold her forehead and push her away, ordering her, Stay put, he tells Ying Wan. No more Appa, you're causing me trouble. First, how did you find me? Ying Wan snapped her fingers, winking mischievously. I remembered the Chinese characters on your jacket, so I had my mom transfer me here. She recounts, I was in the principal's office for admission procedures when I heard the commotion on the field and saw you. Chen Nuo sighs. That's fine, but I can't believe your mom let you transfer schools. He turned and asked, You don't want to cause me trouble, do you? Then I'll lay down a few rules. Can you follow them? Ying Wan obediently agreed to everything, and he began to lay down the rules. Okay then, first, you absolutely cannot reveal that I saved your family back in the countryside. Yanwan thinks, isn't she the only one beside this superhero who knows his true identity? Second, how did we meet? We need a consistent story. Third, I won't speak Korean when others are around. So she has to learn Mandarin, that's all he can think of for now, and he'll contact her later. Ying Wan heard this and trailed after him, asking, Appa, are you leaving already? He hummed in response, thinking, I can't just ignore someone who's pursuing me. Meanwhile, KK sits alone, replaying the scene of the strange woman hugging Chen Nuo, bursting into tears as she silently blames him for his treatment of her. A hand appears, offering her a tissue, and Chen Nuo asks her why she's crying. She snatched the tissue and questioned him. Why did she hug you like that? Cornered by her question, Chen Nuo feigns contemplation, knowing it's best not to answer at all. Because no matter how you answer, you'll be wrong. You have to break free from that thinking and take the initiative. The rapid-fire exchange begins, and he asks if she cried because of it. Do you know him? If so, how did you two meet? Chen Nuo asks if he didn't see anyone else when he ran out. No, Kaka replied. I was only focused on chasing the two of you. Then she slowly got up. Kaka turns back and asks, where's that girl? Wasn't she chasing after you too? Have you met her? She was even ahead of me. He feigns ignorance, saying he hasn't seen her. She ran out? She kept wondering and asking questions. Don't ask me anymore. What's your relationship with that girl? Chen Nuo was flustered. This girl wasn't falling for any of it. Just then, Teacher Liu appeared, calling for Chen Nuo, saying he'd found them. Are you two all right? Come with me, quickly. Principal Huang is beside himself, while Lam Sin's 3 underlings are getting a serious dressing down. What you did was incredibly dangerous. Do you want to walk a path of crime? At such a young age, they're already yelling about fighting and killing. What will they do when they get out into the world? Mr. Liu returned and said, Headmaster Huang, we found him. Principal Fang recognized Chen Nuo, remembering their past encounter, and questioned him, what happened just now? Chen Nuo replied, they wanted to hit me, so I ran. He immediately asked, why would they hit you and not anyone else? So I'm supposed to just let them beat me up? He shouts, how dare you speak to the headmaster like that? Do you want us to call your parents in? He turned and walked away. No need to send anyone. I'll go home and call them myself. Principal Fang pointed and scolded, you're undisciplined. I don't believe your parents can't control you. Mr. Liu whispered in his ear. Director Fang, Chen Nu's parents are divorced. Her father's in America and her mother is in an urn. Kaka followed behind, wondering, is he really just going to leave? I wasn't finished asking, Chen Nuo thought to himself as he walked away, praising his own cleverness. That night at the Sun residence, Sun Shengli turned to Chen Nuo and asked why he was called over, mentioning a transfer student from Country N and if they knew each other. Judging by Kiki's expression, she must have cried her eyes out after being questioned by Sun Shengli. He turned and replied, it's a coincidence, actually. I was learning to repair cars at Brother Lei's shop a couple of days ago, and she happened to have car trouble nearby, so I helped her fix it. Sun Shengli was suspicious. A young foreign girl out on the streets alone? Chen Nuo replied, of course not. There was an adult with her, but they weren't fluent in the language, so it was hard to understand them, and my father-in-law kept picking on them. They're not fluent, and it was only our first time meeting, but they were so enthusiastic with me. Seizing the moment, Tran Nuo quipped, it must be my good looks. Tan Thang Loi looked at him with a hint of approval. This Tran No is quite handsome. Kaka said that girl was pretty and about the same age, so it's normal for them to be attracted to each other. He smiled to himself, thinking, let them see each other. If sparks fly, all the better, and it'll save my little cabbage from being preyed upon. With that settled, he told him, all right, if there's nothing else, you can head back. Kaka quickly urged her father to let her see him off. They descended the stairs in silence until Tranak turned and said, all right, you should go home now. Kaka then embraced him, saying she hadn't hugged him like he had hugged her. They gaze at each other so close, and Kaka blushes. The thrill of young love. After their embrace, Kaka shyly turns and runs back upstairs, promising to see him tomorrow. See you tomorrow, Kaka says, as Tranak stands there, basking in happiness, thinking that being a little chubby is actually a good thing. Cut to an alley near the school where a large trash can sits. Lin Sheng has regained consciousness, clutching his head in a daze, wondering who he is. Where am I? What have I done? He remembers, that's right, he's Hao Nam Tranak, and they are mortal enemies. As he stood there dazed, a hand appeared and slapped Lam Sin across the face. It turns out his father was there, pointing and scolding him, saying he was too much trouble and didn't dare come home. The principal had even come to their house. As he dragged him away, he said, see if I don't beat you to a pulp today. Lin Sheng cursed inwardly. Chen Nuo, our old grudges haven't been settled, and new hatred has arrived. My old man's slap will be the least of your worries. The next day in class, Mr. Wu, the homeroom teacher, introduced a new student. This is Lee Ying Wan, who has transferred from Country N. She will be studying at our school and joining our class for the time being. Young Wan bows in greeting. Hello everyone, I'm Lee Ying Wan, and I'm happy to be studying with you all. Hearing this, Kaka immediately stood up and suggested that since the new student is a foreigner, she may not be fluent in Chinese, and sitting at the back may make it difficult to keep up with the lessons, plus she won't be able to see the board clearly. Leching turned to Chenwo and said, "Look, the silent war has begun. You owe me one, brother." Luoqing stood up and said, "Teacher, let her sit in my sat. I'll move back a desk and sit with Chennu." Hearing this, the teacher agreed, "Very well." As Ying Yuan sat down, someone next to her turned to introduce themselves. "Hello," he began, but before he could finish, she silenced him with a shush, then opened her pencil case to reveal a picture of Guan Yu. Ying Wan clasped her hands together and smiled. "Thank you, Lord Guan, for your blessing." The boy turned to the two and asked, "Did you guys see that?" Lu Xing smiles, respecting the religious beliefs of his foreign friends, while Chen Nuo just buries his head in his hands. At lunch in the cafeteria, Chen Nuo sits alone, complaining that his dish has barely any meat. Just then, KK arrived with a tray of food, handing him a bag and saying, "Eat this. It's meat-filled Sanxian buns. Try to avoid the cafeteria food. My dad said they even cook the rice without adding anything." Chen Nuo took a bite of the pastry and praised its deliciousness. As her friend called out to her, KK stood up and Ying Wan approached. "Appa, so this is where you were," the chubby girl waved at Kaka. "We're sitting here." Din Uyen, in her sexy crop top, sits down and asks, "Oppa, what are you eating that looks so good?" He coldly replies, "Steamed buns." Din Uyen pouts, "I want some too." Then she opened her mouth, wanting him to feed her, as he felt a jolt from behind, from Kaka's glare. Ying Wan gets closer, begging for a bite. "Just one bite, Appa, don't be stingy." Seeing that Tranak didn't respond, she got even closer, begging, "Please." Meanwhile, Kaka was shaking with anger. Cornered, he wondered, "What should I do?" Just then, someone called his name, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Saved. The one who entered was Lin Sheng, his hair forcibly cut by his father, and he angrily shouted, "Chen No, you won't escape today." He sat there, turning to launch a pair of chopsticks out the door, as Lin Sheng threatened, "I won't let this go." He didn't notice the chopsticks on the floor, and was about to step on them, but he was startled. Then his front foot landed on the chopsticks, sending him stumbling forward, and he cried out. "Ouch, damn it," Chenwo smirked. "Looks like a double whammy." Then he approached Han Quan Xin and asked, "Hey, did you get hurt again?" Lin Sheng paled. "No, no." Tranak, needing an out, leaned in and said, "Yes, you do." Then he helped Lin Sheng up and carried him, saying, "Don't worry, Zhang. I'll take you to the infirmary." He thought to himself, crestfallen, "Out in the world, reputation is everything, and I've become a laughingstock. My days of commanding respect are over." Meanwhile, on the open sea, a blue ship bobs along the waves. Adrian calls to report that the body of miner number 4 has been found, adding, "My investigation has made some progress, and I'll send the results as soon as possible." No, revenge isn't necessary. He was just a miner, but I think some action is still warranted. Adrian tossed his cigarette into the sea and replied, "We need to send a signal. Anyone who messes with our people will pay the price." Putting on his sunglasses, he smiled at the body being pulled up. "A mortal from this side?" Chenwo chuckled to himself as he walked. "Son Shengli, it's not that I wanted to skip class, but a classroom full of gunpowder isn't a place for people. I just wanted some fried buns." He stopped in front of the Sunflower apartment complex, stunned, wondering what was going on. Looking at Old Man Lei's auto shop, Chen Nuo realized someone had been causing trouble. He crossed the street, offered the Biozi vendor a cigarette, and asked, "Hey, do you know where the owner of this shop went?" He replied, "Here to get the car? Don't wait. He was ambushed early this morning. Rumor has it that Li Xingshan's men are responsible, and once you fall into his hands, there's no telling if you'll ever return." Chen Nuo coldly thought of the name Li Xingshan. In a resort in South City, a man hangs upside down, submerged in water, while a man with a jade ring sips tea above. This man is none other than Li Qingshan, and he asks his subordinate, "Have you thought it over?" Another man pulls the rope, hoisting him from the water, and Dale cries out, "Mr. Shan, this isn't how things are done." The lackey turned to report. "Boss," he said. Qingshan retorts, "I heard you, but I haven't thought it over yet, so back you go." Dale quickly cries out, "Grandpa Lee, please don't dunk me again. Show some mercy. And I wouldn't dare take your shop, but give me 2 more. My whole family needs to eat." He raised his voice. "What right do you have to bargain with me?" "The man you called your boss in prison is back behind bars, sentenced to over 20 years. His men have scattered, otherwise it would have been difficult to touch your shop. Old Li and Shenshin noticed just as someone burst in, throwing the lackeys inside. Chen Nuo, with his familiar helmet, stood there and asked, "Oh, having fun?" A henchman flinches and drops the bound limbs of the big boss into the lake. Qingshan turns and asks, "What was that?" "It's been years since someone's tried to play tough with me." Chen Nuo coldly stepped inside. You don't have insurance either, so let's skip the talk and fight first." He calmly sips his tea, ordering his men to attack. They relied on their numbers and charged, but before they could touch him, they were punched away. One of the men fell back against the railing, about to fall into the lake. As the man fell, others teetered on the edge. Qingshan rose, stepping back, and said, "Friend, there's no need for violence. Whatever the issue, I'm sure we can talk." He looked on in fear as Tranak charged through the crowd, kicking him hard before declaring, "No, I don't want to." Then he called out to Dale, "Hold on, Lei, I'm coming." Back at the shop, Dale said, "I owe you my life for saving me today." Chano asked, "Your boss is in jail and his men have scattered. What will you do if Li Qingshan comes looking for you?" "I can't be your bodyguard," he replied. "I want to gather people, but I don't have the reputation or the money." With a bruised face, Dale continued, "Supporting these guys costs hundreds of thousands a year, and I can't just feed them. They need a profession, not just fighting all the time. My business can't support that many people." Chenno urged him to continue. "I don't think collecting illegal vehicles is sustainable. It's a burden. If it's investigated one day, I might go to jail, so this year I want to contact an electric vehicle dealership." Hearing this, Chen Yuo smiled to himself, thinking that in the new century the electric vehicle market was growing, and it seemed that Delay was not without brains and knew how to plan for the future. He then said to him, "I'll give you 500,000. Can you continue to do business?" Delay was overjoyed and said he could. "I'll use my savings, about 700,000, enough for a storefront and a dealership, and I can bring all of Big Brother's men back. That price is acceptable. Even if I can't beat Li Qingshan, he'll have to think twice before messing with me." Chen Nu agreed, saying he'd give me the money tomorrow, and he seemed excited about the decision. "From now on, I'll work for you. You're the boss of this business, so tell him to get lost." "No, this isn't an investment, just a loan. Pay me back when you have the money." He turned to express his gratitude, saying, "Boss, you're like a second parent to me. I can never repay your kindness." Chen now asked, "You're not borrowing anymore?" His voice echoed, "Bro, I'm borrowing it." Switching to the school gates, Ying Wan is about to get in her car when a student approaches, holding a letter. He says to her, "Lee Ying Wan, we have biology lab today, remember? I wrote you a letter." She turns back, asking bluntly, "Do you like me?" Before he could answer, she stepped into the car, tore up the letter in front of him, threw the scraps on the ground, and said haughtily, "But I don't like you." Seeing this, Luo Qing said to KK, "Another heart has been broken in this world today. He's popular, but what's that to me?" she retorted, as a friend cheered her on. "Go get him, Sunkaka. Besides, isn't he trying to cling to Chen Nuo, yet he doesn't even know where Chen Nuo is right now?" She hops on, winking confidently. "He doesn't know, but I do." Cut to Dai Loi's shop, where Kaka arrives on her bike, calling out to Tranak as he exits. Seeing her, he asked, "Keke, what are you doing here?" She replied breathlessly, "I heard from my dad that you found a part-time job, and I figured you must have skipped class to come here." Seeing her flushed and out of breath, Chen Nuo felt a pang of sympathy. It was an hour's bike ride from Jiangning, and the early spring weather was still chilly. He immediately turned and said, "Loi, find me a jacket, a cheap one." Loi replied with a smile, "Coming right up." He quickly takes KK's hand, warms it with his breath, and asks if she's cold. Blushing, KK shyly replies, "No, I'm not cold." Seeing someone come out, she quickly pulled back her hand and took out a fur coat, saying it was a brand new Jew West coat that she'd never worn. "This is lined with thick windproof cotton," he stammered. "This little beauty?" Chinwo then introduced her. "Her name is Kaka, and she's Sun Thang Loi's daughter." Dale realized that Tranak was helping Tan Thang Loi because he had feelings for his beautiful daughter. He then gently put his coat on Kaka. Min lets him do as he pleases, a little embarrassed by the stranger's presence. Dale, understanding the situation, patted his head and said, "I have urgent business, I'll go first." Fat Chen Nuo pinched KK's cheek, then got on his bike and said to her, "Let me take you home." The two lovers share a tender moment on the blue bicycle, her hand gently resting on his waist. The music swells, and perhaps she could forget the world, but never lose track of him. Cut to Lee Ying Wan's home in Han City, where a white car is parked outside and a woman steps out. Madam Lee, or rather, Zhang Yingzi. The butler immediately stood at attention and greeted the madam as she pushed open the door, looked inside, and said with relief, "I'm home." Standing in the hall, Antu thought to herself, though she had reclaimed her husband's company, managing it would be difficult. Now she needed to hide her feminine weakness and become stronger. Behind her, Adrian appeared, calling out her name, Kwang On Tu. She immediately turned and asked, "Who is it?" He began to introduce himself. "You can call me Adrian. I'm here today for one simple reason, to ask you a few questions." She's worried but stands her ground. "Whoever you are, get out of my house or I'll call the police." He pulls out a syringe with a cold smile. "It seems you're not going to cooperate," and threatens her. "But I have ways of making you talk. Forgive me, things are about to get a little intrusive." So, Adrian has an accomplice. A girl in black suddenly appears behind him, grabbing her and covering her mouth. "Rest assured, we'll be quick." An hour later, he slowly opens his eyes. Adrian says, "A lone teenager saved her entire family. Her daughter transferred to his school, and Sunshi is in the 11th mining network of Taowei Shan, coincidentally a teacher at that school." He recalled meeting Chen Nuo at Sunshi's house, realizing he might know who that boy is, and then turned to command the man in black. "We're leaving immediately." She asks, "What should we do with her?" Adrian replied, "Until new miners arrive, keep her around to manage Hachengzai's assets for us. Clean up your work. I don't want anyone to know we came from her memories." Meanwhile, Tranak was leisurely strolling through the streets with Tio Diep, who turned and asked, "Brother, am I your puppy?" Before Chen Nuo could even process the question, Shiaoyay continued, "When a boy walks his puppy, he can win a girl's heart. You've taken me through 10 streets today, and 53 girls have already asked for your number." Chen Nuo asked with a curious laugh, "Where did you learn these silly things?" She turned away and replied, "My friends told me. I have 8 boyfriends in kindergarten, and they're amazing." He was shocked, thinking he'd have to visit the kindergarten to discuss school discipline with the principal, when he saw Ying Wan waving at him from afar. Then she ran over and asked, "Oh, so this is your little sister? I heard from your friends that you had one." "How adorable," Chen Nuo said, crouching down to speak to Xiaodai, who was hiding behind him. "Don't be scared, she's my friend." She leaned down and introduced herself. "Hello, I'm Lee Ying Wan, your brother's future wife. Can I play with you?" The little girl peeked out and said, "My name is Chen Xiaoyay." What followed was a very childish exchange. On one side, she's 18, a dog in the zodiac, and believes in Guan Yu. On the other, she's almost 5, a rat, and believes in Guan Yin. Ying Wen pointed at Chen Nuo and continued, "I call him Oppa. He's our landlord." He could only stand there, covering his face, thinking, "I shouldn't have let the kids watch those Spring Festival gala skits. Let's go upstairs quickly." The lights are on in the Tran cousins' room, and the 3 of them are eating noodles. Ying Wan picks up food for Xiaoyay. "Here, for you." The little girl smiled, picking it back up. Then little Ye gives it back to you. I don't get why we're passing it back and forth." She seemed excited. "Oh my, it's a love-filled runny egg from my sister. What to do? What to do? This will be the most delicious thing I've ever eaten." Then she glanced at Chen Nuo and boasted, "Oh right, Appa, you told me to practice my pronunciation, and I did, so I dared to come see you." Chen Nuo replied, "So fast? Then say something." She raised her hand, clenching her fist with confidence. "I didn't eat or sleep to learn this." Din Uyen then tries to recite a tongue twister, but even 5-year-old Tu Diep notices she's not getting it right. Din Uyen is shocked. "Huh? Why is it wrong? I studied so hard." Chen Nuo patted his sister's head, saying, "Xiaoyay, say it correctly for her." The innocent girl recited exactly what she had learned. "Rice, sticky rice, this, rice, sticky rice, this village, rice rising, this class, this heart, this girl, soaring, soaring." Ying Wan stood up and asked, "Wait, hold on. Do you all read it like that?" Xiaoyay replies, "That's how my brother taught me." Chen Nuo adds, "I'm not lying, all the kids read it like that." Then turning to his sister, "Xiaoyay, read another passage for her." The little girl excitedly chanted, "This sardine is fat, leave the gnarly root for the hungry cat." He kept urging Xiaoyay to continue, while Ying Wan could only call out for second master to save her. Sometime later, playtime ended, and Ying Wan stepped down. The driver opened the door, inviting the young lady into the car. Chen Nuo stood there smiling, reminding her, "Remember, don't come looking for me until you've finished your training." He watched the car leave, muttering, "Maybe I'll finally have some peace and quiet for a while." Suddenly, he sensed something was wrong. In the distance, someone is watching Chen Nuo through binoculars, reporting that Lee Ying Wan has left and the target is heading upstairs without incident. "Understood," came the reply. Alpha continued to observe. "For now, disregard Lee Ying Wan." Our target is this young man. Inside a black car speeding down the road, a woman's voice asks, "Are you sure this Tranak is the same young man who appeared in Country Inn?" She continues from the back seat, "Is it possible we have the wrong person?" Adrian replies, "My judgment is never wrong. Prepare yourselves. Tonight, our investigation becomes a hunt. Regardless of his motives or whether he's hostile to the organization, capture him first, and we'll get the answers one way or another." The girl in the back agreed. "All right, doctor at the back door. Bloodhound on the road at 6 o'clock. Move out now." Adrian assigned the sniper position to himself and Use to the frontal assault, telling Doctor and Bloodhound to stand by, ready to intercept if the target escapes. 5 minutes to go, she told Alpha through the comms. 5 minutes, get ready to move out. But there was no response, only static. Then Chen Nuo's voice echoed, "Sorry about that." He stood there, stepping on the tracker, and continued, "The Alpha you mentioned probably can't talk to you right now." Chen Nu taunts them, "Come on, I don't have much time, I have dishes to wash." The Alpha on the ground shouts, "You're dead today for messing with the Abyss." Hearing that, he kicks the man in the chest, telling him not to draw attention when he's so weak. A moment later, the rooftop door creaks open, and 3 members of the Abyss appear. Adrian tells him to release him, but Chen Nuo stubbornly replies, "I don't want to." "What's wrong?" He raised his hand to his ear, ordering the hunting dogs to capture the girl. At the Tran family's house on the top floor, a black man sat ready to receive orders. Then he slithered down, walking on the wall like a lizard. Below, little Ye is watching TV, unaware of the danger, as Chen Nuo tenses up. "You're threatening me. Adrian, you've made a grave mistake." With that, he stomped down on the Alpha lying there. Seeing his pain, he smiled. First blood. Adrian, facing a tough opponent, could only stand there in shock before yelling into his comms, ordering the cheetah to eliminate her. Chen Nuo reached out, beginning to use his power. He reached out towards the hunting dog on the wall of his building, who was now completely under his control and unable to move. Then Chen Nuo pulled him over and snapped his neck. Adrian, momentarily frightened, thought, "He caught the cheetah from over 20 meters away." He exclaimed about the ability, "Damn it, he's a master controller, disrupt him." The girl beside him acknowledged and immediately launched a mental attack with sound waves, making him slightly dizzy. Chen Nuo's eyes flashed with anger. Then he controlled her to kneel and blood began to flow from her eyes. He stood there with a cold smile. "Chipo's calling," as Adrian charged with a knife, yelling, "Die!" Chen Nuo restrained him and stepped over him, saying, "Don't rush, you're the last one." The doctor hurled a scalpel, but luckily he dodged it, then pretended to scare him. "Doctor, long time no see." He continues to attack, asking, "You know me?" But he easily deflects the scalpel with 2 fingers, then uses his power to attack the man's hand, causing him to scream in pain. "My hand." Chen Nuo slowly approached the doctor, unaware of the scalpel coming towards him from behind. He dodges, catches it, and smirks. "Knife control? I knew that in my past life." Chen Nuo twirls the scalpel expertly, then plunges it into Dr. Quadraco's throat. He stood up and looked at Adrian. Now it was his turn. Sensing the danger, Adrian threw out some projectiles to create a diversion and immediately fled. Adrian leaps onto the rooftop railing, fear gripping his mind as he wonders what kind of monster he's facing. But Chen Nuo is already behind him, asking, "Trying to run?" But as Adrian turned, he was grabbed by the neck, completing a pentakill. Soon after, Chen Nuo packed the 5 bodies into a car and drove off. He pulled out his phone and made a call. A voice on the other end said, "Adrian, calling so soon? Sounds like the operation went smoothly." With a smile, Chen Nuo replied, "Captain, I'm sorry, but your men, including Adrian, are dead." After sending the car into the sea, he continued, "If you would, send someone to collect the bodies of your 5 men and make sure they're cleaned up." He didn't forget to threaten him, then told his men to take all the bodies and get lost. Back on Duikin Archipelago, the captain asked in shock, "Who are you?" The one-eyed captain's remaining eye glints as he hears Tranak's alias. Yama returns to Tranak's house, finding him back and putting Teodiep to bed. He thought to himself that the captain, having lost a group of elite subordinates, probably wouldn't dare to act rashly for the time being, but to ensure safety, he should still secretly protect Teodiep for the next few days. Then, Tranak went to take a bath, the water and the damaged part on his back causing him some pain. Chen Nuo muses that he's still far from his former peak, suffering from backlash just fighting those nobodies, but his recovery is faster than expected. He smiles to himself. "My power was never meant to be within their system of calculation. I'm like a glitch, as I was in my past life." 2 days later, during lunch break, Ying Wan saw Chen Nuo dozing off and ran downstairs to call away, happily pulling out a lunchbox. Ginseng chicken soup, appa, drink up. Chen Nuo coldly refused, not wanting to eat. But Ying Wan persisted, sitting down beside him and scooping up a spoonful, saying, Appa, just a little bit. My mom said you should have chicken soup when you have a cold. She then asks, Appa, what do you want for dinner? I'll get you some seafood tofu soup. Tranak smiled. And some crab meat bibimbap. I suddenly have a craving for it. Oh, right, and cold noodles too. The classmate with glasses, enraged by Crash's affection for someone else, cursed Chen Nuo under his breath, calling him shameless. Ordering more food, huh? Being handsome lets you get away with anything. Ying Wan, hurry up and put him in his place. Don't let him treat you like an errand girl. But contrary to his expectations, Ying Wan stood up, smiling sweetly as she replied, Okay, I'll go get it ready. He eats and savors the taste, finding it quite good, as KK heads downstairs. Then she handed Chen Nuo a bag, saying, Hurry and put this on. You kept coughing in class and it's so cold. You're sick, so you need to bundle up. Chen Nuo took the sweater out of the bag and asked, Kaka, does Sun Shengli know you took your dad's sweater? She replied, My dad's asleep at home. He won't notice one sweater missing. Just put it on. He didn't dare complain, but he couldn't help but think the sweater was a little ugly. Kaka was on the verge of tears. He drank someone else's chicken soup. He quickly appeases her by agreeing to wear his future father-in-law's sweater, and she asks, Should you take a few days off? Seeing his less-than-stellar condition, Chen Nuo realized the time had come for him to act. He then tells Kike that his shop just got a new shipment of cars due to a problem, and since he does business with the factory, he plans to go along on a business trip to learn how things work. Seeing KK's worried look, he pats her head reassuringly. Don't worry, I'll be back in 3 or 4 days over the weekend. Just think of it as a trip. It might even help me get better. Little Ye Shui, I'll need you to look after her this weekend. She immediately agreed. Okay, I'll pick up little Ye from school next Friday. On May 20th, 2001, in Kathmandu, Nepal, Chen Nuo placed some US dollars on the reception desk and said, I need to go to Lukla, then to ABC. He added, I'm in a hurry, please contact them for me. The receptionist replied, Coincidentally, I have some old friends who will be flying to Everspace Camp tomorrow. You know, the price isn't cheap, and I'll need to ask if they're willing to take on a stranger. BC stands for Everspace Camp. Everspace Camp. Chen Nuo immediately added another stack of bills, and the receptionist's attitude changed instantly. She smiled and said, My friends are all very easygoing. I doubt they'd turn away a young mountaineer from the east. May 21st, 2001, 9:40 a.m., Lucca Airport. A group prepares to board a plane. The young man with the suitcase said to his friends, All right, ladies, let's get ready to go. These two girls are sisters, Nvw Devonsy 18 and Laos Devonsy 24. Uncle, can we leave yet? Nvw asks. Dad said we're waiting for someone. The driver glances up at the approaching helicopter, remarking that their tardy guest has finally arrived. Let's head up first. Chen Nuo steps down. Sorry I'm late. The passenger control officer stepped forward to ask Wilson's guest, May I see your passport, please? Which he immediately provided. No problem. The fake passport, made on the spot, cost $50. Looking at the passport, he asks, Your name is Chenang? Age 21, from HGA. He handed back the passport, saying, Your English is excellent, your accent is perfect. Have you been to London before? Chenang replied, I've traveled a few times. I'm an Arsenal fan. The man extended his hand and said, Excellent, we're all Arsenal fans here. Welcome aboard. As they shook hands, the man added, Just so you know, you're only paying for a seat on our plane. We're not responsible for any consequences resulting from your actions along the way. Therefore, once the Pfizer lands at ABC, our partnership ends. Nak smiled knowingly. Of course, I'm just hitching a ride. Lagos observed him, thinking it was Xinping. She glanced, sizing him up. Anyone with climbing experience would know not to waste power. Because once we reach ABC, charging will be difficult, and he's too skinny to be a climber. And he's late, showing no seriousness. He's definitely here for the glory of conquering Everest, unaware of the danger. So frivolous and ignorant. At that moment, Chen Nuo took off his headphones and introduced himself. Hello, you look familiar. Do you happen to have a nickname, Hummingbird? Lao replies, Yes, it seems you've read my magazine. He exclaimed, Of course, you're very beautiful. Laos immediately thanked him. Chen Nuo glances at the girl, realizing it's Neville, remembering how Hummingbird later became her nickname in memory of her sister, Laos, who saved him. In his past life, the entire Devonsy family would die tomorrow, except for her. Chen Nuo recalled his past life. This was how his story with the hummingbird began. May 22nd, 2001, Lob Peak. The uncle leading the group called down excitedly. Come on, everyone, we're almost at the resting point. Below are the Devonsy sisters. Using a tool like a python, they hooked into the rock and climbed. Rosia took out a knife, thinking, this custom-made knife will finally come in handy today. Seeing him cut the rope, the woman above screamed, "Little brother, what are you doing?" The uncle stood there and roared, "Only in death can I inherit your legacy." And with that, the two fell. The two sisters, heartbroken at the sight, cried out, "Mom, Dad!" The uncle sinisterly laughs, "Don't worry, I won't let your family be torn apart." La silently looks up. Nevu shouts from below, "Please, no!" She looks down at her sister, smiles, and calls out Neville's name, then grabs onto the man and says, "Nevi, keep living." The uncle screamed, "You're insane! If you want to die, don't drag me down with you." La mustered all her strength and pushed hard against the rocky cliff. Then they both fell, and she desperately told her sister, "Nev, please live on." 2 months later, the little girl stood by the window with a knife, watching those people sealing the deal, and Nev muttered, "You've taken everything from me. This manor is my family's only memory and connection. Why do you have to take it?" She gripped the knife, then stabbed the man in the back, screaming, "You can't sell my house." The man opposite her cried out in fear, "Murder!" And so Neville was thrown into prison, where the warden immediately set his sights on her. Rumor has it she's a rich young lady, so the warden will definitely like her. At that moment, Chen Nuo was on a mission and happened to be standing in front of the warden's office. He thought killing a guard for such a low-level mission wasn't worth it, risking his identity. Then he kicked open the door and witnessed a horrifying scene. The depraved female warden licked her whip. Then, chain in hand, she wrapped it around Nevu's neck, saying, "Come on, darling, let me hear your cries of pain." Then, a gunshot rang out, hitting the warden square in the chest. The guard collapsed, desperately calling for help as Nev stood and screamed, "You've tortured me for 6 long years." She grabbed the warden's neck, screaming again, "You've tormented me for 6 long years." He then draped his cloak over her shoulders, saying, "Here, put this on." With Nevu slung over his shoulder, Chen Nuo asked her name, but when she didn't answer, he wondered if she didn't want to say. She stammered, "Hummingbird?" At that moment, Chen Nuo said, "Hummingbird, I'll remember that." But for him, in this life, she wouldn't be a hummingbird. She would be herself. Neville, back in this life. May 22nd, 2001. The uncle waved goodbye to Chen Nuo, wishing him good luck and a pleasant journey. "Young man, we'll be at ABC for the next few days, so don't hesitate to ask if you need anything." He hands Neville something, saying it's a small gift. She opened her hand to reveal a chocolate bar. In it, Neville thought to himself, what a coincidence. How did he know this was my favorite chocolate? Laos, standing nearby, stated bluntly, "I don't like this guy." When her sister asked why, she propped her hand up and answered, "Because he dared to ignore my beauty and only showed kindness to you." On the day of the mountain climb, everything unfolded just like in my past life. Neville's father led the group, encouraging them, "Almost there, the resting point is just ahead." Then, the uncle cut the rope. Everyone panicked, shouting, "What are you doing? Stop! Chip away at the ice! Chip away at the ice! Hold on tight! Don't let go!" Neville fell, but this time Chen Nuo's hand appeared, catching her waist and reassuring her not to be afraid. He smiles, telling her he caught her. Hearing this, she drifts back to sleep. Beneath the snowy mountain, inside a red tent, Neville awakens to find Chen Nuo. He ladles out a bowl of warm porridge, turns, and says, "Drink this. It took me forever to heat it up. Drink it before it gets cold." Nevu, curled in her sleeping bag, groggily recognized him, then jolted awake, remembering the mountain climb, and frantically asked, "Dad, Mom, Sister Chen Nuo?" "Nevu, are you still not awake? There's no one else here. No father, no mother, no older sister Lack, and certainly no Uncle Benjamin." It was all in her head, all just her. Nevu's memories shattered like glass. On May 17, 1997, her parents, famous mountaineers, died in a storm on Everest. On June 0, 1999, her sister Lass attempted to fulfill their parents' wishes. During acclimatization training on Lobouche Peak, her sister fell to her death when her climbing rope snapped. In May of 2000, her Uncle Benjamin, burdened by debt, pressured her to sell the family home, and she shot him in self-defense. Although she was found innocent, Chen Nuo continued. But Neville, from then on, her mental state had serious problems. She split herself into 4 personalities. Her parents, her sister, and her uncle, imagining that the family tragedy never happened. Looking back, he remembers only himself and Neville on the plane, her acting as his father, shaking his hand. It was a fun trip. Good luck, young man. We'll be at the ABC for the next few days, so let me know if you need anything. Please, don't stand on ceremony. Then she transforms into her sister. Yes, it seems you've read my magazine. He imagines himself as an old man in the mirror. All right, ladies, let's get ready to go, Chen Nuo said, placing his hand on her shoulder. Last month, you missed so much class that you dropped out of Westminster, so the other day you used your sister's passport and identity to join the mountain climbing training project and paid for everyone to take a helicopter to ABC. Then I paid for a ride on her plane, and that very afternoon, while she and her teammates were climbing, she began to hallucinate. She was about to cut the climbing rope with a knife, sending her companions into a panic. Oh my God, what are you doing? Hold on tight, don't let go, stop, you're going to fall. Ice pick. Ice pick, Chenmo thought to himself. In his past life, Nev had cut the rope, severely injuring 2 team members, and was forcibly committed to a mental hospital. His mission was to kill Nev. Unfortunately, that twisted headmaster was all too real. Back then, he stood outside the office and murdered a noble heir, all within the walls of the asylum. Don't take low-level missions like this. It's beneath you. This is the truth, and I'm sorry for dragging you out of your dream. Because of the hummingbird, she was trapped in a nightmare of her own making. Beautiful on the surface, but a dark abyss in reality. Neville was stunned by those words, tears streaming down her face. She buried her head in Chen Nuo's chest and wept. He recalled how, in his previous life, the twisted director had tormented Neville for years, driving her completely insane, never to escape. This time, I'll help you banish this nightmare. The next day at the burial site, the cross read, "The Devonshire couple, forever at rest, on Everest. May their souls rest in peace." Beside the cross, a climbing hook holds an ID tag. Neville removes her own tag and hangs it alongside her sister's. "You said, my parents and sister all remained on this mountain. This mountain has been in my mind." The two turn away, and Chen Nuo encourages her. "I've taken care of everything. I've reassured the climbing team you joined." After all, she suddenly cut the rope with a knife, which terrified them, but fortunately, there were no casualties. She interrupted, asking, "Did they say I was crazy?" He replies, "I told them you were probably hallucinating from altitude sickness. They agreed not to press charges. Of course, in exchange, I gave them some equipment from your supplies." Nevu turned to him and quietly thanked him. She added, "I plan to donate my parents' assets and start a fund to support mountaineering." Chen Nuo replied, "That's a great idea. Don't keep all the money to yourself, or someone might get bad ideas." Nevu asked if this meant they would part ways after today, never to meet again. He bluntly replied, "Probably." Hearing this, she hesitated as if wanting to say something, but he cut her off. "I know what you want to ask and you repeat it. I know you won't say it." Nevu is straightforward. "Actually, if you had done something with me last night, I wouldn't have refused." Chen Nuo feigned regret. "Huh? Or we could stay here another day. You'll miss your chance if you turn away." He laughed, waving goodbye. "All right, miss, until we meet again." She bit her lip as if wanting to say something more. Chen Nuo paused involuntarily as Neville ran up to embrace him. She exclaimed, "Just say the word, and I'll follow you anywhere. I won't ask who you are or how many secrets you keep." Chen Nuo sighed, then turned to her and said, "I hope you have your own life. A good, warm, normal life. Go be your sports expert, Nevu." She reached around and tightly embraced Chen Nuo as he placed his hand on her hip, thinking that if there was still a hummingbird, then it was best to let her remain in his memories. Nevu, sensing something amiss, blushed and asked, "Are you touching my butt?" Tranak quickly apologized, claiming it was an unconscious action. And with that, she turned and walked away. Farewell. Chen Nuo watched her go, thinking this life wasn't so bad. Meanwhile, in Kike's room, she couldn't sleep and started counting sheep. 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep, 100 sheep. She tossed and turned, unable to sleep. "Why can't I sleep? Let's try again. 1 sheep, 2 sheep." She counted to 31 sheep, 32 sheep, 33 sheep. But instead of sleep, she saw Chen Nuo's face on a white sheep. Kaka sat up, scolding Tranak. "Tomorrow is my birthday, and you're still gone. Your phone's out of range, and it's not like you went abroad for work." Then she remembered, "But he probably doesn't know my birthday anyway." Just then, a pebble struck the window. Kaka stared blankly, gently pulled back the curtain, and looked down to see Tranak. Kaka takes out her phone to text him, their messages overlapping. What is it? It's the middle of the night, and she opens the window, ignoring him. Even as he begs her to open it, she pretends to be angry. Nothing, no response. Looking out of the window, KK wondered if he was really angry and had left. Just then, a message arrives, a birthday greeting from Tranak sent at the stroke of midnight. Happy. Kaka smiled, realizing he knew and remembered after all. She pulled back the curtains, blushing as she looked down, and what he saw next made his eyes widen in awe. They're so big. And so, in that unconscious moment, he threw the stone, forgetting to control his strength and aim. Kaka covered her mouth, looking at the broken window next door, worried it was her parents' room. Chen Nuo stood there, blaming himself for not controlling his strength and aim. Sun Shengli's room lights up, followed by a loud shout. "Who's the heartless bastard who broke my window in the middle of the night?" He immediately turned and ran before he could be discovered. A few days later, in front of Kaka's house, Chief Zhao stood there and said, "Well, Director Tan, we'll say goodbye today. You can consider the conditions we've offered." After they left, he closed the door and sighed, only to be startled by a sudden, frantic knock. As the door cracked open, Tranak's face appeared, all smiles. "Ton Thang Loi, I'm here." Seeing his face, he didn't want to let him in. Chen Nu pleaded with him not to close the door, saying he was here to fix the glasses. "I already called the glass shop. I can't just leave them hanging." As they sat on the sofa, Sun Shengli glared at Chen Nu, thinking, "This brat dares to knock on Kika's window in the middle of the night. I'll teach him a lesson." He turned and asked, "I ran into Mr. Liu on my way here." Sun Shengli replied, "He came with Director Zhao from the education company to discuss a few things with me." He asked, "The education company wants to renew your contract?" Sun Shengli wondered, "How did you know?" Chen Nu replied, "Just a guess." He thought to himself that the school had completely revised its system at the end of this semester. Leaving a public school for a private one, Sun Shengli was the only teacher to have ever received the title of excellent teacher and still work at the school, so the capitalists would definitely want to keep him as a figure to attract enrollment. But Sun Shengli looked a little troubled. Chen Nu asked, "You don't agree? Are you not satisfied with the pay?" He looked down sadly. "The system has increased it a lot." He sensed something was off and scolded him, saying he was too young to be meddling in money matters. But the boy didn't dare argue, thinking that Mr. Sun still owed him 200,000 yuan. Not only that, but the kid's got some dark thoughts, a sly grin, and still thinks he's wet behind the ears. "Well, I'm feeling bold. His daughter could be taking maternity leave any day now." With a sharp look, Tan Thang Loi adjusted his glasses and asked, "Furthermore, shouldn't you be in class right now?" Chen Nu quickly stood up to defend himself, saying he was just there to fix the teacher's glasses and was leaving right away. Outside in the hallway, he stood in contemplation, seemingly troubled by the previous high-interest loan incident. Tan Shengli values his reputation, and the incident is still being talked about at school, leaving him unable to teach. On Saturday, the school organized a spring outing, and Tan Shengli was one of the teachers leading the group. "It seems I need to help him earn some praise so he can feel at ease." Saturday, at the park, amidst a sea of short skirts, Xiaoyay's voice rings out like a decree. The blindfolded girl in the center announces, "Sister Kiki, Sister Oni, I've come to find you both." Meanwhile, Luoqing sat there envying him for having such a great little sister, making it so much easier to pick up girls. Chen Nuo brushed it off, saying he was too young to understand the exhaustion of having too many girls, to which his friend immediately retorted, as if he had so many himself. Many. A moment later, Xiaoyay catches Oni, but Keiki escapes, seemingly a little disappointed. Meanwhile, Chen Nuo is pleased, glad he brought Xiaoyay along, or things could have gotten messy. He then got up and told Luoqing to keep an eye on them for him, while he stepped away for a moment. Approaching Lin Sheng huddled nearby, he greeted him. "Are you Brother Haonan?" He replied, "I'm not Haonam anymore. I'm Zhang Linsheng now. So what?" The girls there screamed, "Dao Mingxi, Hua Zhe Lei." "I love you guys. Those four are known as the F4 knockoff group." Lin Sheng sighed. "The era of the mob boss is over. Brotherhood and loyalty are a joke. I should quit while I'm ahead." Chen Nu encouraged him, saying that trends come and go and the F4 fad would soon pass, so let the underlings have their fun. He smiled and asked, "Right? Zhang Linsheng, can you swim?" Linsheng replied, "No." "Can't swim, huh? Haonan's gonna owe me again," Chen Nu muttered. He threw Linsheng into the lake, saying, "I'll make it up to you later." Then he shouted, "Mr. Sun, help! Someone fell into the water." Hearing the cries for help, Sun Shengli rushed out, already taking off his shirt, and asked, "Where?" Chen Nuo held back Luoqing and pointed to the lake, saying, "There, Sun Shengli, hurry." Confused, the friend protested, "Don't pull me back. I can swim and help." He jumped in, adding, "Students, stay back." Sun Shengli quickly swam towards Lin Sheng and brought him ashore. "Hang in there." When it was Sun Shengli's turn to climb out, he slipped, but luckily Chen Nuo's hand caught him. Kaka rushes over, worried, asking, "Dad, are you okay?" As Chen Nuo raises a hand in praise. Teacher Tan is the best." The surrounding students cheer in response. "Long live Teacher Tan. Teacher Tan is amazing, the best." Luoqing wondered, Why didn't you let me help earlier? Sun Shengli is old. More people would have been safer. Chen Nuo thought to himself, that was a close call, and then patted his friend's shoulder, saying, I'm here. Nothing will happen. Then he turned and waved to Lee Ying Wan. Lantan rushed over, asking, Appa, what's going on? Chen Nuo mentioned that since his family lived in the commercial investment district, they probably knew some local media people. Days later, Sun Shengli's heroic rescue made the city's front page, and he was featured on TV as the exemplary teacher from No. 8 Middle School at Qinghu Park. Afterward, a ceremony was held to commend Sun Shengli as an outstanding teacher in Jiangning District. At Sun Shengli's home, a representative of the capital announced, Mr. Sun, headquarters has ordered me to retain you at all costs. Compensation is easy. Furthermore, you will be the head teacher of the graduating class, the head of the grade level, and be responsible for the school's research work, and assistant principal. This is practically vice principal status. The contract's ready to sign whenever you are. At 40, Sun Shengli was about to reach the peak of his life. After school, Lin Sheng put on his new amulet and thought, every time I see that jerk Chen Nuo, I get stabbed in the back. I'll have to avoid him from now on. He then saw Sunkaka. Doesn't she live in the school's faculty dorm? But that's not the way she goes home. Lin Sheng secretly followed her, seeing her enter Loi's bike shop. Is she buying a bicycle? Inside, Dai Loi announced that he'd gone out for lunch at the noodle shop down the street and would probably be back soon. Or she could call him. Kaka hurried out, saying, No need, I'll go find him. Once outside, she suddenly remembered she forgot to give Brother Loi his gift. Thanks to him, Chen Nuo has this job. Lin Sheng is cornered with nowhere to run, so he resorts to his ultimate move. He pretends to tie his shoes, repeating, Don't see me, don't see me, don't see me. But Kaka approaches and asks, Are you Zhang Lin Sheng? He stands up, scratching his head with a smile. You remember my name? Kaka responds. Your name's been quite the topic lately, especially since it's linked to her father's. She wonders why he's here, and if he's following her. He quickly waves his hands in denial, saying, No, 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 I live nearby. In a nearby car, the bald man asked, Is that them? The man next to him replied, Probably. Inside the shop, the bald thug spoke up, saying it was them. A student and a girl who often came to see him. It was those two, and so they immediately took action. Two men stepped out with the order to move quickly. They immediately dragged her away. One of them grabbed Kaka and covered her mouth with a cloth. Lin Sheng was shocked and exclaimed that it was a kidnapping, as the man in the car rolled down the window and asked, What? I heard you're tough and a good fighter. Long Sin thought to himself, his reputation as the hero Haonam of Batrung Hai had spread throughout the district. Even though he wasn't involved in the underworld, legends of him already existed there. He pointed towards the back of the car, ordering them to get in if they didn't want trouble. Boss, we want to meet you, to talk things over properly. You don't want anything to happen to her, do you? Long Sheng thought to himself. Sun Shengli saved me once. I can't just sit back and watch. Even though I'm out of the game, I can't abandon my bro Haonan's sense of loyalty. He pointed and shouted, Don't do anything stupid. The guy in the car wants you, so get in. After the car leaves, Kaka's bag falls to the ground, and soon after, Chen Nuo returns from his meal. Dale asked, You're back, Brother Nuo. He wondered, Didn't KK come with you? Kaka came looking for you earlier. She said you were having noodles at the shop down the street, and then she left. She didn't see you? It seems she didn't. Hearing this, Chen Nuo replies, I went to the supermarket earlier to look for it. A few minutes later, he realizes this is KK's bag. Chen Nuo picked up the bag, sensing something terrible had happened to her. Cut to the backyard of Jiafeng Hall, where the kidnapping van was parked. Seated on a chair was Than Sun, as his disciples respectfully greeted their leader, announcing, We've brought them. Seeing KK cry out, he threatened her, Shut up or I'll deal with you. Meanwhile, Lin Sheng was bewildered, wondering where he was. He signaled for them to sit, and Lin Sheng sat down beside him, as Qingshan picked up a cup of tea, saying, First, I admire you greatly. It's been 20 years since I've suffered such a great loss. I was in the hospital for 15 days, and my mother even got pneumonia, almost swelling up her arm from the IV. He wondered blankly, Who is this? Why are they looking for me? I don't know anything, he continued, and I'm still recovering from the stitches. Young man, don't you have anything to say to me? Lin Sheng blankly drinks more hot water, causing Lao Li to choke and spit out his drink. Upon hearing this, his men charged forward, asking who this arrogant punk thought he was and threatening to cripple him. Lin Sheng was terrified. Were they really going to attack him? Qingshan wiped his mouth, signaled his men to stop, then picked up his tea and continued, Young man, we haven't really gotten acquainted yet. He introduced himself. I am Lee Qingshan, and my fellow gangsters call me Master. Young man, which gang are you with? Lin Sheng scratched his head and replied, I'm Chen Haonan, from number 8 high school. Qingshan scoffed, thinking, You think I haven't seen Hong Kong films before, Tran Hao Nam? He continued, If you don't want to talk, no need to rush. We have time to get to know each other. His men brought out a suitcase full of money. It's not much, 500,000 yuan, a little gift for my new brother, but I want something in return. Meanwhile, Lin Sheng thought, so much money and such a good deal. He set his terms. All I need is one of Lei Duchuo's hands. If you agree, the money is yours whenever you want it. In 3 days, you bring me Loi Daochok's severed right hand. What's Lam Sin up to? 1 hand, Qingshan repeats. Yes, 1 hand. Kaka trembled as he said, For these 3 days, your confidant will have to be my guest. Rest assured, I'm a man of rules. I'll make sure she eats well and doesn't lose a single hair. In 3 days, bring the hand back to exchange for the person. Lin Sheng was sweating with worry. What is this? Whose bald head is this mistake? Another arm. I haven't finished my homework yet, boss. Wait, he called Sunkaka his confidant. Could it be they've mistaken me for someone else? If he's found out, these thugs will kill him, maybe even Sunkaka. He has to keep pretending. Lin Sheng trembled, but he could barely stand. If he kept going, he was done for. He began to reason. Who did they mistake him for? Lin Sheng remembered Chen Nuo and wondered, could he really command such respect from this underworld heavyweight? Qingshan turned and asked, Are you hot, brother? Why is your head so sweaty? Hearing that made him even more worried. Am I about to be exposed? Am I done for? To give you some background, Zhang Lin Sheng was born into a lower-class family. His father lost his job at the garage, and his mother worked as a cleaner at the clothing market. As a child, he was often teased by his peers because of his poor family. Zhang Lin Sheng plays with toy cars because he doesn't have a real one. His dad can't afford it. They're dirt poor. Before long, he found a way to get what he wanted without being looked down upon. Violence. He started small with petty assaults. Damn it, you blind or something bumping into me? And his lackeys cheered him on. Zhang, hit him again. I've been sick of Dan for a long time. Truong says black. It's black. Says white. It's white. Who dares to argue? Lin Sheng knows people look down on him, just a wandering thug, but at least they won't disrespect him to his face. The girls whispered when they saw him. Did you see that? Zhang Lin Sheng beat up Lin Tong, who always had wandering hands around the girls. Someone finally taught him a lesson. Another girl chimed in. Evil will be punished by evil, and neither of them are good people. At 56, he lost his weapon against the world. Violence and useless anger changed nothing. A girl confessed her feelings, handing him a letter. I've liked you for 3 years, Zhang Lin Sheng. You're not a bad person, she said. But he coldly replied, But I don't like you. You're not my type. At the time, he thought, I might like her a little, but dating must cost a lot of money. Later, when Lin Sheng met the girl he secretly loved, he put on a mask again, carefully hiding the pitiful Zhang Lin Sheng. His crush was Sunkaka, his friend advised. What are you looking at, Zhang Lin Sheng? She's the head of education's daughter. We're out of our league. Then he told himself, from today on, he was Hao Nan, and she was his girl. Unfortunately, Hao Nam couldn't protect his girl in the end. Perhaps this is the only chance I'll ever have to protect her. I hate this life, running from humiliation. Having figured everything out, Lin Sheng boldly asks for a cigarette, coldly lights it, relaxes, exhales smoke, and continues. 500,000 is not enough. Qingshan laughs. Yo, good. You've got guts, skill, and ambition. I like that. After it's done, I'll double the amount. Lam Sin grabs the suitcase and says, I'll take the job. I'll be back in 3 days to pick her up, and she better not have a hair out of place. He approaches her and says, Kaka, don't worry. I'll save you. I'll keep my promise. Hearing that word reminded her of Chen Nuo. After that, Lin Sheng left the mansion, thinking about Chen Nuo and how he needed to find him immediately. Lin Sheng recognized Chen Nuo speeding by on a motorcycle, and as he stopped, Lin Sheng approached and called out to him. Seeing this, he asked, If you're here, how did you recognize me? Lin Sheng thought, Even if you were ashes, I'd recognize you. Lam Sin offered the suitcase of money, saying, They kidnapped Tan Kaka, an old man named Lai Duong Chu. They mistook me for you. Kaka is fine, but they gave me 500,000 to buy the right hand of someone named Loi Daochok. Chen Nu replied, Keiko is inside. He nods. She's safe for now. Hearing Chen Nuo tell him to leave, Lin Sheng stammers. Is there anything I can do to help? Should we call the police or find someone? You were only told to go home. What happens next isn't your concern. Inside, a henchman held a knife to KK's throat, saying, "Boss, this girl is pretty cute. How about it?" Shan replied, "Aren't there enough girls here to satisfy you? For the next 2 days, have some men tail Loy Dao Chok and bring high-quality cameras. If anything happens to Loy Dao Chok, record the moment that kid makes his move." Then he laughed and replied, "Then of course we'll call the police. We're good citizens who respect the law." He frowned. "You think Lee Qingshan's favor is easy to get? 500,000 yuan for the punk's hand and another 15 years in prison for him. That's what I call a fair price. Once that kid's behind bars, this is all over, and you can do whatever you want with his woman." Qingzhan lectured him, saying the world has changed and fighting alone won't get you anywhere. Remember to exercise that pea-sized brain of yours in your spare time. Something outside startled him. Chen Nuo stood at the door with his helmet on, and Qingshan asked, "Brother Haonan, why are you back so soon? And he's even wearing the same outfit as when we first met?" Chen Nuo cracks his knuckles and replies, "I don't want to be caught on camera. Last time we met was rather rushed, and I didn't get to see the safe in your building. But this time, since we're in your territory, there should be a safe, right?" He smirks. "I admit you're a good fighter, but not the best I've ever seen. Last time, you caught me off guard, but this time, all I have to do is shout. Every one of the 50 strong men in this house is your enemy. Can you take them all?" He confidently lit his cigarette and continued. "I don't believe it," Limu said. Chen Nuo raised 2 fingers and said, 2 minutes. Let's see if you finish that cigarette before your men are taken down." "Arrogant," Qingshan said, exhaling smoke. "I've seen something new. The best fighter I ever met was at a casino when I was 40 during a jade deal in Burma. He was a bodyguard for a big boss." He closed his eyes, reminiscing about what a true master looked like. His men immediately roared, "Brothers, let's go!" His voice still echoes in my mind. I saw with my own eyes how that man could scale walls and leap across rooftops, his fists whistling through the air, each blow capable of shattering a tree trunk as thick as a bowl. In the Myanmar gem mines, that master faced a dozen men with knives alone, beating them so badly they scattered like fleeing chickens. But what did it matter? 2 years later, that big boss was ambushed in a mine, and that martial arts master was beaten to a pulp with 2 guns pointed at his head. Thansun took another drag of his cigarette and continued, "So, martial arts are still afraid of swords, and high-level skills are useless against a gun. In this world, influence, connections, and intellect reign supreme. A lone warrior, no matter how skilled, is just a tool to be used." Terrified, Qingshan reached inside his coat, stammering, "How could this be?" Chen Nuo approached, saying, "You're a somebody, so you must have a brain. You wouldn't have accepted it if I hadn't let you draw your gun. Go on, draw it." Qingshan pulls out his gun and yells, "Die!" But surprise. Chen Nuo caught the bullet with 2 fingers, pushed him back into the chair, and continued, "For some, the world never changes. Because they are the world." Chen Te asked, "Do you yield? I gave you a chance to shoot, a chance to fight. Now it ends. I won't interfere in your affairs or those of the bald guy, but what should I do?" "You're no fool, you must know that," Qingshan quickly replied. "Yes, you are my god now. Whatever you say goes. But the bullet you shot at me earlier cannot be ignored. Spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair." He placed his hand on the man's thigh, and Li Qingshan cried out in pain. Afterward, Chen Nuo carried KK to the car, reassuring her, "It's okay now, don't be afraid." Looking on, Lin Sheng thought, "In the end, I couldn't do anything. Chen Nuo, you must protect Sun KK. She's the girl for you." "Are you still Chen Nuo? You feel so different. I hardly recognize you anymore." "Am I not better now?" he asked. She replied with some worry, "Better is better, I guess. You used to be so dark, pushing people away, and now you shine so brightly and it scares me." "What are you so afraid of?" she asked, holding him tightly. "I saw you take down a bunch of guys earlier. When did you get so good at fighting? Chen Nuo, what exactly happened to you? Why do I feel like you're drifting further away? You're like some mysterious kingpin, and I'm just an ordinary girl. I wondered what would become of us. You don't like studying, so you probably won't get into college, but I like you. When I go to college, I'll visit you and Brother Lei's auto shop whenever I have free time. After graduation, I'd find a job near you, and we'd see each other every day after work. I even imagined visiting with you fixing cars and Da Lei greeting me. Kaka is here. Chen Nuo, don't work overtime today. Go out with Kaka. When are you planning to get married? Don't waste a girl's youth." She even imagined that if they got married, they would work hard to earn money, buy a small house, and live with Tio Diep. Then I'll have a cute baby just like Xiaoyay. Kaka imagines them together, asking each other why they can't sleep. "Don't stare at me like that, or I'll be afraid I'll forget you in the next life. I want to remember you so clearly. In the next life, no matter what you are, a puppy, a grasshopper, I'll find you, If we have money to spare, we'll stroll through the streets, watch movies, and hold hands in the square. Time passes, and when our hair is gray, even if old age makes us forget everyone else, I will still remember you. Then, a scene of old age, one person with a cane leading another. Old man, are you going to see Brother Loy at work today? Who is Brother Loy again? And who am I? You are Sunkiki. What about me? Do you even remember who I am? You are my Chennuo. Returning to reality, she sobs uncontrollably. But now I can't imagine a future with you anymore. Hearing this, Chennuo sighed, braked, and stopped the car, then took off his helmet and turned to call her. Kaka, he put the kickstand down, reached out, and coldly pulled her in for a kiss. Kaka was caught off guard, her eyes wide with surprise. Chennu thought to himself he would do everything in his power to protect his simple life, his family, and his simple love. Don't worry, when you wake up, I'll still be the same Chennuo, you know. And so they sat there, KK falling asleep with her head on Chennuo's shoulder. Some time later, she slowly opened her eyes, turned to him, and said, Chennuo, I had a dream that you became an unparalleled hero, going to a faraway place. I ran after you crying, but I could never catch up. I was so sad. He wiped away her tears and said, Silly girl. KK gets up, confused. Why am I here? I thought I went to Brother Lay's garage to find you. Chennuo replied, Don't remember? You told me to take you for a drive, then you fell asleep. She startled and asked, Really? I don't remember anything. Oh no, am I going to get senile later in life? I've made up my mind. I'll start keeping a diary from today. Chennuo puts on his helmet and then they both get on the bike. She suggested going home, then asked if that meant his place or hers before trailing off. It's nothing, Chennuo mused. Hypnosis can't completely erase memories. It only makes people temporarily forget a segment of them. As long as Li Qingshan doesn't come looking for her and no one triggers her memory, KK can forget about today forever. But Hao Nan will also have to be hypnotized, just in case he accidentally says something to KK. 1 month later, at Jinling International Airport, Lee Ying Wan greeted her mother. She waved and ran to hug Yingzi. Mom, I've missed you so much. She asks if I've done what she asked me to do. She replies, Yes, I told him we're inviting him to dinner tonight. A direct thank you. Anzi asks how far things have progressed between her and Tranak, and Din Yuyen honestly replies that they're still just friends. She was a little disappointed. So there's been no progress. She decided to prepare for dinner. That evening, in an upscale neighborhood, Ying Wan and her mother stood with a group of bodyguards. Seeing Chennuo arrive on his bike, she turned to her mother and said, Chennuo is here. Upon seeing him, they immediately bowed their heads. Ozzy said, Your identity is sensitive, so I couldn't make a big scene at the school. I could only have Ying Wan invite you. I hope you'll forgive me. Passers-by began to whisper. Who's this? What's the foreigner doing here? Let's talk inside, Chennuo said. A VIP room had been prepared for today's meeting, and as An Tu poured the drinks, he said, I heard from Lee Ying Wan that you don't like foreign liquor, so I had them prepare Yang E Baiju, a specialty of this province. I figured offering local liquor would be a nice touch, Chennuo thought with a smile. This kind of hospitality means they need something from me. She gave Ying Wan a glass, saying, Have a little today, then offered one to Chennuo, and the three of them finished their drinks in one go. After finishing her drink, she grimaced and waved her hand, while her mother exclaimed that Chinese spirits were indeed strong. Chennuo sat between them, dismayed, having downed his first shot of Baiju in one go. How am I supposed to carry you two back home if you're drunk? Antu stood up again. After that, the mother and daughter knelt down and said, This cup of wine is how the entire Lee family thanks you for your kindness. If the Lee family wants to express their gratitude, a man in the family should be the one to do it. But my son hasn't been feeling well lately, so I didn't bring him. He startled and quickly refused. There's no need for that. Please, get up. Ying Wan and I are equals. You're her elder. This isn't right. Anzi continues. It must be done. I heard from Lee Ying Wan that you led the execution that day, avenging my late husband. This is to thank you for avenging him. Besides, if you hadn't intervened, the Lee family would have been wiped out. So I'm here to thank you properly and to discuss Ying Wan. Chennuo stepped forward to help Auntie Z up, saying he actually had something to discuss with her as well. Lee Ying Wan, she interrupted him. Please, let her stay by your side. He was taken aback, thinking, I was going to ask her to take Lee Ying Wan home. She continued, Please, let her go with you. I know we may be reaching, but we'll serve as subordinates or even as your royal guards in Blue Province. This is the sincerity of the Lee family. Please accept it. Hearing this, Ying Wan was a little surprised. What is mother talking about? Chennuo asked. Are you sure you know what you're saying? She replied, I'm sure. He then questioned her about her previous words. Do you even realize how absurd that sounds? She remained honest. Perfectly. He continued. Was it because you ran into some trouble? Anzi replied. No. This is the only way we least can repay a kindness. As he helped her up, he said, repay a kindness. You really didn't have to do this. Could it be that Chen Nuo couldn't help but glance at the lovely girl beside him? He poured himself a glass of wine, downed it in one gulp, and said, I accept your gratitude. He then left, leaving the mother and daughter calling after him, Mr. Chen Nuo Oppa. He walked out the door, waving goodbye, but Antu wasn't giving up. Mr. Tran. No, I'm completely serious about this request. Please consider it. Tran No walked out and slammed the door, leaving her worried. Chen No is angry, and when Yanwan turns to call for her mother, she's immediately scolded, be quiet. The fragile girl immediately burst into tears as Antu reached out, saying, don't blame your mother for being cruel. She then embraced her daughter, explaining, right now, our family is like a drifting duckweed. Since your father passed away, it's been too difficult and dangerous for me, a woman, to keep the family business afloat. Your brother is still young. It'll be at least 10 years before he comes of age, and we need support now. If you can't win him over, then come home with me. Mom will find a way to rely on a wealthy family. We don't come from money. Those tycoons are out of your league. At best, you'd be a mistress. Is that what you want? At least this boy cares about me, and I like him too, Ying Wan sobbed. But you don't have to offer me up like some commodity. Can't I be with him like a normal girlfriend? Why do you have to talk like I'm some kind of servant? She stroked her daughter's hair. Silly girl. He clearly didn't intend to be with you, and otherwise he wouldn't have left that night without even leaving his name. If you weren't so clever to remember that Chinese logo, we wouldn't have been able to find him. Anzi places a comforting hand on Ying Wan's shoulder, reminding her that they must remember him and succeed, no matter the cost to their pride, clinging on for dear life. She concludes, for your brother, you must. Cut to Dahao Karaoke, a playground for the wealthy, where luxury cars line the entrance and beautiful women surround rich patrons, one seeing a client off. Boss Ngiem, remember to look for me next time, he slurred. Definitely, and next time bring your sisters too. Waiting alone is boring. The young man felt tense, a deep longing in his heart as he watched the girl greet her client. Remember what you said, Mr. Ngiem. Don't forget when you get home. The hostess seemed displeased at being watched by a young man. Lin Sheng got up to use the restroom, thinking to himself that this was, indeed, not the place for him. The hostesses whispered, recognizing him. It was Aunt Law's son, and quite the looker. Do you like him already? You want to take him home after just one look? He's much better than my previous little hounds? What nonsense are you spouting? Look, you're making him blush. A girl named Chia, he suddenly interrupts, telling them to stop bullying him. Look at him. He doesn't even dare look over here, another girl replied. Xiaohong, it's not like you didn't let Xiao Hu get ahead of you on purpose. Xiao He stepped forward, lifted Lin Sheng's chin, and instructed him. My filial child, don't run around. Wait obediently in the living room for Latan, and don't go looking around like that. You're too young to be imitating those lecherous old men. After that, they left together. Let's go, let's go. Brother Vuong is waiting. He watched them leave, swallowing hard. In the restroom, Xia He's figure with her full chest still lingered in Lin Sheng's mind, so he quickly splashed water on his face to sober up. He stepped outside, remembering her name was Xia He, just as his mother called out to him. You go on ahead. Some others want to rent a room for the night. His mother works overtime cleaning, earning an extra 50 yuan, and will rest in the duty room after finishing up in the morning. He handed his mother the water and told her, Don't overdo it, Mom. You clean at the farmer's market during the day, and then work here as a cleaner at night. You don't get any rest. She replied, I'm not tired. You go back to sleep. You have school tomorrow. Stepping out of the restaurant, Lin Sheng sighed. It's good to be rich. Mom said the cheapest private room here costs more than her monthly salary. He sat on the roadside smoking, watching, then stood up, wondering what he was waiting for, as someone shouted, Why are you running? Stop her? A buzzcut man blocked Tio Ha's path. I knew you'd try to run. What's wrong? You were so sweet to me in private. I even tipped you twice, and you promised to go out with me tonight. Why did you run off? That's just awful. Xiao He resists, saying, Brother Wang, my sisters are coming tonight. She hurried back, forgetting to tell you. Next time for sure, okay? Ignoring her, he snapped, Spare me the excuses. I booked you for 3 days now, and every time you pull this on me. Xiao He quickly explained, It's not what you think, Mr. Wang. How about tomorrow? I'll treat you to dinner tomorrow. He grabbed her hand tightly and cursed, Get the hell out of here. You've stood me up 3 times now. Are you having fun messing with me? If I don't deal with you today, I'll lose all face. Old Hu then grabbed her head and dragged her away, calling her a stinky bitch as Jia. He cried out, Brother Wang, please don't." Just then, a familiar-looking bottle was hurled at his face. Lin Sheng grabbed Xiaohe's hand, pulling her along as he yelled, "Let's go, damn it!" The lackeys shouted, "Damn it, stop! Stop, after them!" Lin Sheng and Xiaohe were surrounded, and Master Ho stepped forward, scolding, "No wonder you kept pushing me away. So you've been raising a little wolf cub, huh? Let's see who dares to interfere with my business." Xiaohe then shook off Lin Sheng's hand and scolded, "What are you doing? Do you have a death wish? This doesn't concern you, go away, just go." Then she rushed over to explain, "Boss, he and I have nothing going on. He's just a delivery guy. Please don't hold it against him." All right. How about we go get some late-night food?" He chuckled. "My words don't matter. We'll see what Mr. Wang says. Push Lin Sheng away and tell him to leave." "Are you dead? Why aren't you moving? This has nothing to do with you. Why did you interfere?" He stood there stammering as old Hu approached, a mocking smile on his face. "Oh, pretty tough. Let's see what your little wolf cub looks like." His eyes flashed, and the lackey next to him asked, "Brother Wang, what do we do? Should we take care of him?" His face suddenly changed, pale with fear, as he took a slight step back, then stammered at his men, "Take care of him. Take care of him. All you know is take care of him." He thought to himself, "Oh, crap, why is it this little killer? I saw him take down over 70 people at Jiafengduang that day and completely cripple the gang leader." Old Hu Kui collapses. Great sir. I truly didn't recognize you just now. I'm sorry. It's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. I truly didn't know Xia was with you. I was wrong. I'll leave immediately." Lin Sheng coldly retorted, "Do you know me?" He kowtows, saying, Yes, I know you. I didn't before, but I wouldn't dare not to now." "Brother Haonan, you're Brother Haonan, right? I was wrong. I won't dare do it again." He turned and ran, warning his men, "Let's go. Do you want to die?" Lin Sheng, still confused, scratched his head, wondering, what's going on? "Has Haonam's reputation really reached this level?" Xiaohe asked, "Who exactly are you?" Unable to answer, he blankly thinks, "Who am I anymore?" Thunder suddenly rolls over Jiangning and rain begins to fall as the two ride off on a bicycle. Xiao leans on Lin Sheng's shoulder and says, "Take me home." Elsewhere, someone knocks on a door. Chenu opened the door, and Ying Wan, seeing her, asked, "It's so late. Did your mother tell you to come?" She nodded, then said, "I wanted to come myself." Chenua pulled Ying Wan inside and asked, "You didn't run here in the rain, did you? Where's your driver?" She replied that the driver brought her, but she didn't dare come upstairs, pacing around downstairs for a long time. He took out his things and gave them to Ying Wan, saying, "Walking around in the rain. Are you stupid? Go take a bath and change your clothes." After leaving Ying Wan and her mother, Chen Nuo ate some instant noodles, regretting the untouched feast, the 2 glasses of wine, and his hasty exit. What the hell was that? After her bath, Ying Wan put on Chen Nuo's clothes, the slightly wide collar revealing her alluring chest, the shirt, now a dress. As she steps out, she thinks to herself that her mother's words tonight must have made him look down on her. He eats his noodles and says, "What are you standing there for? Come sit over here." He then hands her an apple and tells her to eat it. Chanua turned to her gently, "Just ignore what your mother said tonight." Ying Wan felt a little embarrassed. "But Mom said, if I can't be with you, I have to go back with her." He looked over and replied, "Going back is good. Staying in China isn't a long-term plan for you." Hearing this, Ying Wan burst into tears. "Do you not want me by your side? You don't like me, you like that fatso, don't you? Are you trying to get rid of me? My mother said if you don't want me, she'll give me to a tycoon." Chenu patted her head. "How can you cry so ugly at your age? Then just trick your mother and say you've already followed me." Ying Wan sobbed. "Why do you call it a lie? Brother, why can't I be your woman?" Outside the hallway, as fate would have it, Lin Sheng and Xiao Hu had just returned, and as she opened the door, he heard the sound of a girl crying from the opposite room. Chenua tried to comfort her, saying that disturbing everyone in the middle of the night would bring complaints, but Ying Wan continued to cry loudly. "I'm so heartbroken, let me cry a little more." Lin Sheng cursed inwardly, making women cry, what a jerk. Then he turned and said, "Xiaoyay, I'll head back then." But as he turned to leave, she called out, "Wait." Lin Sheng looked confused. Is something wrong? Suddenly, Xiaohe ran over and kissed him, then winked as she went into her room. "Thanks. Next time you take me home, I'll invite you in." "Good night." Lin Sheng, blushing, waved good night to her as well. After being kissed, an excited Lin Sheng pumped his fist and cheered loudly, lost in the moment, accidentally slamming on Chen Nuo's door. Inside, he thought, Ying Wan, see, you're making people complain. But when he opened the door, the guy had already run off. Chenhua scratched his head, watching him leave. That back looks familiar. He turned back to the room and asked Ying Wan. All cried out? Let's go, I'll take you home. She sniffled, hesitant. Can I stay here tonight? Then she continued. Mom asked me so many questions today, like how far along things have gotten between you and me after all this time. What did you say? Did you tell her you were practicing lip reading? Clutching her fist, she asks, if I go back tonight, Mom will definitely ask a lot of questions again. Can I stay here tonight? I don't want to hear it. Chenhua pointed to the room behind him. You'll sleep in Xiaoyay's room tonight. She's staying at school and won't be back until the weekend. He thought to himself that the little firefly was still as stubborn as in her past life. Ying Wan stood up and called out to Oppa, then actively ran quickly into Chenhua's room and quickly sat down on his bed. Chenhua stood with his arms crossed, asking, Is this what your mother taught you? Ying Wan stammered. No, Chenhua pressed. Isn't it? She retorted a bit sharply, raising her voice. So what if I did? Oppa, why don't you like me? I'm not a child anymore, am I not attractive? Don't you want to sleep with me? Chenhua recalled that Firefly had asked him the same question in his previous life. Am I not pretty enough? Why won't you sleep with me? Then he moved closer to the bed. All right. Chenhua collapses onto her, and Ying Wan closes her eyes, expecting tenderness, then slowly opens them, wondering what he's doing. Why hasn't it started yet? Ying Wan sees what Chenhua is doing. He stood up, dusting off his hands. It was done. Ying Wen's feet are bound by the chains, and she cries out, asking what he intends to do. Chenhua stood there and said, Don't scream. Be a good girl and go to sleep tonight. If you keep screaming and acting up, I'll throw you out the window and hang you with a rope. I mean what I say. Then a conversation unfolds in the darkness. Oppa, am I not pretty? Why don't you like me? There are feelings that run deeper than simple affection. Is it love? Go to sleep, tell me, Oppa. Oppa, you're pretending to sleep, aren't you? The next day, Ying Wan stretches in front of Chenhua. Seeing this, he asked, You're awake? Go brush your teeth, wash your face, and head back. She ran to grab his hand, saying, But my mother is very perceptive. If nothing happened last night, I'm afraid I won't be able to fool her. I don't want to go back. Chenhua said to her, This is a good way. Turn around. It'll hurt a little, so bear with it. Then he slapped her butt. Ying Wan blushed and cried out softly, Ouch, that hurts. She rubbed her bottom and complained, That hurt. Why would you hit me so hard? Looking at his hand, he recalled that the feeling hadn't changed. In his past life, he'd disciplined the little firefly quite a few times. Then he turned to her, smiling. Your mother will understand when she sees the handprint on your butt. Oh, right. It's best to add one more. Does it usually hurt this much? When you get home, play it up for your mom. Ying Wan wonders why. Chenhua replies, You'll understand later. On Wednesday afternoon, Xiaoyay politely walks out of the gate. Goodbye, she says politely, and the teacher responds gently. Goodbye, everyone, have a good weekend, and don't forget your homework. Music plays, and she fears falling in love, afraid to get close. Before, her teacher had reminded her, and now, Xiaoyay feels a little more grown up. Don't let her watch age-inappropriate shows at home. Chenhua understood the problem then. Yes, ma'am, I'll be more careful. He decides he'll have to lock the TV remote away. The phone rings. It's little Firefly. Chenhua answers, asking, What's wrong? Did you manage to fool my mom? Ying Wan asked, her voice hurried and fearful. Hurry over here, Dad. Something's happened to Mom. He hung up, his face etched with worry. What could have suddenly happened to Jiang Yingzi? Kaka was forced by Sun Shengli to go to tutoring. Sun Shengli is very busy at school and not at home, so he can only temporarily leave Xiaoyay at Brother Lei's house. He then told the little girl, Xiaoyay, I'm taking you to a fun place today, but I can't pick you up until later, okay? Xiaoyay obediently agreed, and he headed to a luxury hotel, walking towards room 88, guarded by 2 bodyguards. He entered and saw Brother Z lying there, asking, What happened? Ying Wan replied, Mom took a bath and rested at noon, but she didn't wake up in the afternoon and suddenly had a high fever. Even the doctor couldn't find the cause. Chenhua leaned down to observe, his breathing erratic. There's a strange smell here. Why? He looked around, then asked, Has this room been sprayed with disinfectant? No, go check the shower. Chenhua swabbed the shower head with a cotton swab and held it to his nose. Sure enough, it was poison. He turned to Ying Wan and said, Someone poisoned her. This dissolves in water. Someone secretly applied poison to the shower head, so when she showered with hot water, it dissolved and seeped into her skin. Worried, she asks, What do we do now? Oppa reassures her, Don't worry, her condition isn't serious yet. As long as she avoids the poison, she'll gradually recover. With me here, nothing will happen to her, but you must act like you know nothing. From now on, trust no one but me, not even the guards, he warned, and Ying Wan obediently replied, Yes, I only trust you, Appa. She asked her brother who would want to hurt Mom. He replied, That's what I need to figure out. Chen left, telling Ying Wan to take good care of her mother as he had some business to take care of, burying someone. He went downstairs, drank a Coke, and pondered. The assassination method was slow-acting poison, and to ensure success, they definitely left something to monitor the target's every move, making it easy to compensate for any unforeseen events. So, the two bodyguards are the most suspicious, but after what happened with the chief, Jiang Yingzi would never be foolish enough to trust someone with an unclear background. Chen Nuo looked up, knowing for sure that the floors of the opposite hotel were the most suitable for assassination. Given Kuang Antu's floor, the poisoner must be hiding between the 8th and 10th floors. 10 minutes later, he stood before a room with a for rent sign. This is the only place left, he thought. The other rooms are either active businesses or under renovation, and this room has the perfect angle to observe Jiang Yingzi, the perfect spot. Chen Nuo reached for the doorknob, channeling his power. He opened the door and stepped inside, declaring that he'd caught him, noticing a small tube nearby. Suddenly, a dagger lunges toward him. Tranak dodges repeatedly, and despite the relentless attacks, he strikes the assassin's neck, sending him crashing down. A thin line of blood appeared on the assassin's neck. Clutching his throat, he asked, Who are you? Chen Nuo speaks Korean with a southern accent, then smiles and replies, I am Kang Hodong, and he sits there cursing. Monty told him to calm down as he unleashed his power, and 10 minutes later, the man lay motionless on the floor. After searching, Chen Nuo was disappointed. What luck. He didn't find anything useful, just a fake passport and a hotel card, but hopefully he left something good at the hotel. Back at the motel, Chen Nuo sits with the USB in his hand, examining it. Looks like we've come full circle, he says. A familiar symbol appears on the USB, and the screen displays an official request. Seeking a giant octopus, the bigger the better, high price offered. Chen Nuo logs in and says, This Underworld website really brings back memories. In the Underworld, espers are divided into 5 levels based on their strength. In his past life, Chen Nuo was a controller-level powerhouse, hired as a security consultant for the bizarre White Clan website for a hefty $10 million a year, only needing to act once a year to help the site deal with potential threats. At the time, the boss handed him a bag and said, Here's $10 million in a gold account for the Yama website. Happy working with you. He accepted it, but compared to the high-level gold account, Chen Nuo preferred the black-level sub-account he'd bought. Back in reality, his account name was Blade 458, uninspired and lacking personality. Let me change the name. Burner of Young Girls' Souls. You can tell he's handsome just from the name. I suggest adding another 2 million. The computer screen displays information. ID, Heartthrob Arsonist, account level, black tier. Balance, $2 million USD. Withdrawal and transfer options, type of commission. Assassination target, Jiang Yingzi, along with basic target information and completion standards. The target died, the commission time is 15 days, 11 days remaining, reward of $500,000, mission level D. Mission status, incomplete. Chen Nuo muttered, Jiang Yingzi's mission has 11 days left. During execution, the mission cannot be entrusted to others. For now, Jiang Yingzi is safe. Chen Nuo announced, All right, Underworld citizens, your spam king is back. Beard that can catch big fish posted. Seeking weapons with uranium enriched to 97% U-235. Need over 1 kilo or buying price $500,000 per kilo. Message me privately, says the soul-scorching, sofa-surfing, bearded big fish hunter. Is he crazy? Leviathan's Blade Intelligence says the country of M is preparing to build a new military prison in Watanimo Bay. Does anyone have specific information? Message me privately. I'm open to exchanging intel of equal value. The Heartbreaker is planning a prison break. Young man, don't go down this path of crime. After consulting with Oa2, a spatial commander-level expert, it seems the Star Queen left her mark on the London Tower, possibly as a challenge to the Knights of the Keen Edge. Will the Knights of the Razor's Edge be the second A-list organization to fall to Her Majesty's achievements? The arsonist of young girls' hearts. I came uninvited. I'm still in the U.S., fresh off the plane. Is the Star Queen's news even worth listening to? I'm a modern man of virtue, handling a private commission. The scandalous files of a presidential candidate. A compromising video. Not that 90-second clip, but the updated version. The Heartbreaker doesn't quite understand. I have a friend who also wants to see that 1 minute and 30-second video. As he continued to type away, a message appeared on the bulletin board saying that someone had replied to his comment. Nuo realizes it's a gold-tier big shot, and an old nemesis at that. He continues typing, Soul Destroyer, no one invited me. I came on my own. Just got off the plane, still in the States. Why bother with news from that old hag, Star Queen? Space Queen, who the hell are you calling old? Heartthrob. I call people old when they are. Space Queen, are you sick? Soul Burner, are you on something? Star Queen, I'll kill you, you soul burner. Come on, bite me, you old hag. You're just the type to keyboard warrior and laugh about it. Starry Sky Queen, just you wait. A destroyer of young girls' hearts, and requests like this are a first for me, lying in wait for whatever's next. Besides, what position do you like? I know them all. In a distant castle, a furious scream echoes. Is that you, Star Queen? Lu Gigi fired her gun wildly and screamed. I want to tear you to pieces. A little girl ran up to her teacher and asked, Why are you so angry? Some trash offended me on that damn white oddity web, but I can't find him because of the web's security protocols, Gigi replied, as a little girl named Yu Ye Tang, the cow, drank her milk and spoke. It's simple. Let me explain. In Chen Yuo's class, as everyone knows, the internet is a multi-layered structure divided into the surface web and the deep web. The dark web is often seen as a collection of deep web pages, and the most mysterious of them all is the Kraken, which requires a custom USB to log in. The USB's color indicates the user's level, black, silver, or gold. The bizarre octopus website has three main features. First, its security is top-notch, never revealing any client information. Gigi calls the dark web the bizarre octopus, saying, I'm offering 10 million, plus I'll personally catch a giant octopus. I want the arsonist's information immediately. The other side replied, Don't try to play me with the rules. It's not allowed. Secondly, they're powerful, with a strong network of technicians and highly paid security consultants. The website is impenetrable. Plus, they want to hire you as a security consultant. Chen Nuo said, They want to kill two birds with one stone. Eliminate a threat and gain a new asset. Third, their aesthetic sense. The web interface hasn't changed in 10 years, and the operators are obsessed with octopuses. The official commission, seeking to purchase giant octopuses, the bigger the better, at a high price. We need to reconsider pinning missions to the login interface in the future. Because of this, espers prefer to keep their money in accounts on this site, as it's safer than any bank. It's a shame we can't hack it. Don't be discouraged, boss. We give you all the money we earn. In his past life, on December 23, 2021, in a small town on the west coast of Maple Leaf Country, a white-haired girl in a red dress sat listening to his last words over the phone. Everyone, be well. See you in the next life. All right, she sighed. We're in the middle of a mission, never mind. Holding the phone, her eyes filled with sorrow. So he's dead? Still calling me Cowhead? I really hate that name. This is Oxhead at 20 years old. As she grinds ink, she says, Someone like you creates so much karma, then hides here to paint, hoping to lay down the blade and become a Buddha? This world isn't that easy. Of course, I'm not trying to be a righteous messenger. Someone paid me to take your life. I took this little $1 million job myself. Name your price, just don't kill me, the man pleaded on his knees. She coldly picked up her pen and wrote, You have money. Billions you stole from domestic fraud rings. If I weren't the emperor today, perhaps tens of millions could have saved your life. Her eyes were sharp, but not with me. She scribbled a few words on the paper and said, If the king of hell wants you dead, I'm here to collect your soul. Then, pointing the gun at him, Remember me on your way to the Yellow Springs. I am the king of hell's soul collector. Leaving the body behind, she sped off in her car. The small car raced along the coastal highway, music blasting, followed by a notification on her phone. Oxhead is offline. She looked at her phone and said, If you have Qingshan in your heart, why go with someone to see the cherry blossoms? With Qingshan gone, what is there to miss? Then, the car plunged straight into the sea, slowly sinking with the voices of memories. Just call me Nightong, or even Bullhead. It's all the same to me. No one needs me. How could a minion of King Yama be without an ox head? Then who is Mahu? He plans to return to this life when he finds someone suitable. Meanwhile, Yedang sits at his computer, typing away. Tet stands beside him, grinning. You truly are the smartest student. A pyromaniac seeks to buy nude photos of the old Space Queen for 10,000 USD. If you have it DMCLV, Kamdung Sita Truktho is fire. Go eat something better. Can I say that I want to see it too? Princess Ironshell always felt that you liked Her Majesty the Queen. So I mock dish, and my friend Cap Bai, I want to see it too. Aki, fall in love, fall in love, fall in love. Helen, you're so cute, you must be a girl. The Heartbreaker just stole an article. The perfect clue. How windy. I have a photo of the Space Queen. But 10,000 USD isn't enough. If you're serious, we can talk. The Heartbreaker calls me an idiot. How could I leak the Star Queen's private photos? Your fishing skills are terrible, you old soul snatcher. Blocked, no thanks. Is 5N an enemy of the Star Queen? I don't like that woman either. I have a plan. If you want to chat, arsonist of young girls' hearts, go back and practice your fishing skills. I'm blocking you. Ye Tang said he used 2 fake accounts to obviously bait him, implying his scamming skills were low, easy to spot and deal with, to lower his guard. Then, based on his replies, he added 4 new posts including assassination discussions, arms-dealing intel, water manipulation, power development analysis for commanders, and one about decoding missing Esper cases from recent years. Finally, this person appeared in the assassination post, suggesting they're likely a telekinetic. How else could Blood Ancestor Dracula use the power of thought to control the speed of blood flow in the target's body, thereby causing reasonable damage to the heart valve? So, the unsuspecting assassination target, the sole arsonist, had a history of cardiovascular disease, which would reduce the difficulty of the assassination. All that's needed is to use the power of consciousness to control the magnetic field, simulating a small magnetic field resonance effect to change the shape of the heart. Blood Ancestor Dracula. My friend, are you one of us? Let's DM and discuss this further. The Defiler of Young Souls says, okay, DM me. The two burst into laughter, thinking he was hooked. Yadong continued, not so fast, teacher, but we've successfully approached our target. Jaiji clenches her fist, plotting to trick him into revealing his personal information so she can find him and break his neck, replying, yes, but everyone on the web hides their identity and is very cautious. It will take time to trick him into revealing real-world information. I don't know if I'm too smart or he's too stupid. Yetang continued, I'll just leave it as is, slowly letting him think he's found a kindred spirit and drop his guard. In a month or 2 at most, we'll find an excuse to carry out the mission and see if he takes the bait. Okay, said Gigi. Great, I'll seize the moment. I need to go out for a while. There's a very interesting child I want to see. Maybe I can take on another disciple. A notification pops up. Someone replied to your comment. Yetang's eyes widened. He replied to me. Blood Ancestor Dracula, your idea of using the power of consciousness to create a small resonant magnetic field is great, but how do you compress the psychic power into a small area? We can discuss that, and of course, arsonists of young girls' hearts are welcome, but when are you sending me nudes of the Star Queen? She stood up, pulled out a gun, and shot her laptop, cursing, how did this bastard see through me? Cut to Chen Wo's place, where, after his keyboard heroics, he stretches and challenges fate. Little Tang, even if you're reborn, your grandpa is still your grandpa. I know all your little tricks, Nicken. Little Tang is 9 now, so she probably hasn't been the Star Queen's disciple for even a year. He muttered about the Starry Sky Queen, then recalled her ample figure as he looked at his hand, still savoring the memory. Afterward, he went to Da Lei's place to pick up Xiaoyay. Brother Lei, thanks for your help today. Was Xiaoyay well behaved? Da Lei ruffled his hair and replied, she's very well behaved. If I hadn't been so reckless when I was younger, my daughter would probably be about this age. Brother Nak, I want to ask you something. He then sheepishly said, I want to adopt Tiu Diep. Seeing Tranak raise his fist, Dai Loi quickly explained, I don't mean it like that. It's just that I really like Tiu Diep. Little Ye calls me father, and you can still call me Lei. Let's keep things straight, okay? Chen Noa throws his bag at Da Lei's face, but he remains stubborn, saying, if it really doesn't work, she can call me Dad, and I'll call you Grandpa, then we'll be even. Afterward, he took his sister home and told her, say goodbye to Uncle Lei. Bye, Baldy Uncle. Da Lei shouted, no, bring Xiaodi over to play sometime. He thought to himself that Xiaodi seemed to like him, which would be convenient later on. As the siblings walked and talked, she asked, why is your bag so heavy? What's inside? It's a laptop. A laptop? What kind of computer is that? Where did you get it? Someone sponsored her. The next morning, during the second PE class, KK sat there, replaying the events in her mind, wondering if she had been dreaming of kissing Chen Nuo by the riverbank, so real it didn't seem like a blur. She stared at Chen Nuo's lips, wondering if kissing him would feel like that. Then she felt a pang of regret, knowing they couldn't spend weekends together after tutoring started. She reminded herself that she needed to be more proactive and make Nak her boyfriend, not letting anyone else get to him first. Blushing, she turned to him and said, my dad's away on a business trip today. Chen Nuo sat up and replied, I'm not free for that, unfortunately. I have extra literature classes tonight, listening to lectures. But Chen Nuo had ulterior motives, and that night he offered to accompany her. but Kaka said she had tutoring. He looked at her sincerely. That's okay. Just seeing you is enough. Cut to the home of literature teacher Jiang Gang, who opens the door with a smile. Ah, Kaka, you're here. Of course I'm on time when you live so close. She replies, you're on the 3rd floor and I'm on the 5th. Living so close, of course she's on time. Chen Nuo stood beside her, offering a polite smile. Hello, Professor? Teacher Tuong looked at him and asked, are you Tranak? What are you doing here? He wondered, thinking. A celebrity at the school? How audacious. He's chasing after Kaka all the way here. I've been far too lenient with this little punk. He blurted out, I heard from Kaka that you're teaching extra classes, so I came to check up on you and wish you a happy Dragon Boat Festival. He thought, Dragon Boat Festival? It's only April. Is he talking nonsense? Then he asked Chen Nuo directly, saying quietly, I was hoping we could talk in private. Inside the kitchen, Chen Nuo was blunt. I thought you'd be teaching our class next year. According to KK, you're a great teacher, and I want to learn from you. He casually reached into his pocket, pulled out an envelope, and continued, So, I was wondering if I could study with you? Then he turned to leave. Right, Kaka, I forgot to ask you about something. The teacher pondered, holding the envelope in his hand. This kid is sharp. This envelope is thicker than what some other students offer. What to do? This kid is clearly hinting at something. Then, with the 4 of them together, Mr. Zhang cleared his throat and said, Let's begin. Today, Tranak will be joining us for tutoring. Tranak, did you bring your language textbook and workbook? He immediately scooted closer to KK and replied, Oh, it's okay. I can share a book with KK. A few minutes later, Mr. Zhang began the lesson. Do you all understand the meanings of tu ku? Now everyone, say a word that contains it and then explain its meaning. The boy with glasses said, Raise your hands and feet. Kahir is the upward motion, like Kaka's ku trong nuak kan. It also implies an upward motion. Chenu looked at her and said, Juan Chisi. Teacher Z thought to himself, Why is he looking at Sunkiki? He continued, And what about the character Tuong? Ba Tuong Thuong, huh? Coldly observing, Tranak looked at Kaka and said, Respect each other like honored guests. Mr. Tuong, a little hot-tempered, said loudly, The word white has a clear color, describes purity and has many meanings. Cheno, if you dare say grow old together, get out of my class. He replied softly with rosy cheeks and red lips. As he was lecturing, someone knocked on the door. He went to open it. So, that's Zhang Linsheng and his father. The father brought a bag of gifts and politely said, I'm really sorry to trouble you, teacher. I don't expect much. I'll be happy if he just gets into a vocational college. He accepted the gift with a smile, saying, Not at all, you're too kind. Then Mr. Zhang kicked Lin Sheng's butt, instructing, Study hard, you hear me? If you dare disobey me, I'll beat you to death. Teacher Tuong told him to go in, don't just stand there. Go in and sit down. He pondered, already having 5 people, and could only have him join someone. Lin Sheng worried, Oh crap, I'm stuck being classmates with this jerk. But Chen No felt the opposite. Hao Nan Ge, you're my lucky star. Heaven's will. He immediately raised his hand. Mr. Tuong, let him come over here. I can squeeze in. He just held his head in his hands. Fate, it seems, Chen No pretends to whisper. Haonan, are you here for tutoring too? Haonan, have you eaten yet? Brother Haonan, this sentence is explaining a noun. Brother Haonan, teach me to draw Dufu as a rapper. In his mind, he's cursing a blue streak. Get lost, get lost, get lost. After class, Mr. Tuong stood at the door, reminding, Kaka, study your reading comprehension well. Zhang Lin Sheng, your fundamentals are weak. Practice more, study classical poetry, and memorize lessons to improve your score. 2 students followed their lead, reinforcing their basic knowledge. Then it was Chen Nu's turn. He paused for a moment, and the boy asked confidently, I thought you were going to say something, sir. What should I look out for? He asked, patting his shoulder and reminding him to be safe on the way home. Chen Nu followed Haonan, asking, Haonan, are we headed the same way? Lin Zheng retorts impatiently, No, you're like a lingering ghost. He hasn't even said where he's going, and you're already saying they're not going the same way. Brother Haonam, do you not like me? This isn't good. Last time you hurt your leg, I carried you to the infirmary. He thought to himself, Am I supposed to thank you for that? He then ran away, leaving Chen Nuo calling after him, Hey, where are you going? Gasping for breath, Lin Sheng said, Even though I got rid of that nuisance, I don't know why. If before I simply hated him, but now seeing him fills me with inexplicable dread, as if a voice inside is warning me. Don't mess with this guy. He's more trouble than he's worth. Just then, Chen Yuo arrived on his motorcycle. He screeched to a halt, turning to say, Lin Sheng, get in. I'll give you a ride. He gazed at the bike with admiration. Damn, it's that super cool motorcycle from before. Lin Sheng gets on, and Chen Nuo says, hold on tight, I'm about to accelerate. I'll give you a taste of what it's like to have your back pulled so you don't fall off. Then he hugs him. Mom, this is so embarrassing. Lin Sheng couldn't help but wish he had a motorcycle like that, so he could ride off into the sunset with Xiaoyay. Arriving at the karaoke bar from before, Chen Nuo asked, what are you doing here so late? Lin Sheng answered honestly, my mom works here as a cleaner. I'm picking her up after work. What time does your mother get off work? Soon. Chen Nuo thinks to himself that Hao Nanga helped him when Kaka was kidnapped last time, and he must repay that favor, especially since his memories were blocked by hypnosis after that incident. The two talked about the motorcycle. He really liked it. Did he prefer a moment of romance or raging fire? A moment of romance looks so cool. Do you know how to ride? I know a little. I've ridden my uncle's before, but I'm not very good. He tossed the helmet to Lin Sheng, adding, try it out. If I crash, it's on me. Tranak figured he'd repaid a favor. Twice at school, once with Du Xuan, once with Jia Fengtang. Yeah, 3 debts repaid. Half an hour later, Lin Sheng returned from his driving experience, stretching and sighing. Damn, that was so addicting. Then he turned and said, Chen Nuo, thank you for letting me ride your motorcycle. It must be very expensive. He asks if he likes it, and if so, he'll let him borrow it for a few kisses. Hearing this, he was stunned and asked, what are you saying? Aren't you afraid I'll break it? Chen Nuo took off his jacket, almost forgetting that if he was going to play nice, he had to go all in. Take the whole set. Crash the car. Just be safe. Lin Sheng was confused and asked, Chen Nuo, why are you being so nice all of a sudden? We had a misunderstanding before. He patted him on the shoulder and said, I told you it was a misunderstanding. Now that it's cleared up, we're friends. From today on, we're friends. The car's yours. Just be careful. Lin Sheng was touched, thinking, friends? I, Zhang Lin Sheng, am so happy. Chen Nu turned back, smiling to herself, thinking, Hao Nan, your expectant eyes don't look like you're picking up your mother, but like you're secretly being nice to some girl. She put on the jacket and hat. Lam Sin was looking so cool at this moment, admiring how clothes really do make the person. Suddenly, the shouts of the crowd chasing Jia, he echoed from afar, threatening her loudly. Run all you want, I'll smash you with a bottle. Lin Sheng immediately recognized her as Xiaoyay. As if seeing a savior, she quickly ran to Lin Sheng, who asked, I'm Xiaoyay, what's wrong? Frantically, she replied, Brother Hao Nan, someone's bullying me, we need to run. Seeing Xiaoyay stop, the leader of the thugs, thinking someone was free to help him, shouted, You bitch, you still want to run? Thanks for the help, brother. Suddenly, a realization washed over him, chilling him to the bone, his limbs trembling. His companions, already aware, had long since scattered, leaving him alone to stammer, Black helmet, black leather jacket, black gloves. Lin Sheng strode forward, asking menacingly, You bullied Ziahi? Who are you? The man was terrified and stammered. Growing impatient with his stammering, Lin Sheng urged him to speak up, saying he couldn't hear him through the helmet. If your answer displeases me, or is too quiet. Having learned from last time, he knelt and screamed at the top of his lungs. Dai Peng, 29 years old, with a criminal record, served 2 years for assault. Is this loud enough for you? Boss, please forgive me this time. I really didn't know. I swear I didn't know she was your woman. Lin Sheng was taken aback by his attitude, wondering why he was reacting so violently, which only made Da Peng even more afraid. Oh no, he's not saying anything. He must be planning some kind of torture. Well, no choice. This guy's going all in. Fine, this is the only way. Thinking quickly, he grabs a bottle, smashes it over his head, and shouts, Boss, I was wrong. How's that sound? Please, show me some mercy. Lin Sheng couldn't believe his eyes. Long Ying worried that the world had come to this. Thugs used to beat others, now they beat themselves. He feared the man would lie in the hospital and demand money he didn't have. It was strange that he hadn't reacted to such an act. So Lin Sheng told him, Go on, that eagle is waiting for you. He turned around, not seeing his teammates, and complained, Damn it, where is everyone? You 2 dogs sure can run fast. Tio Ha is incredibly grateful for the heroic rescue. She takes the initiative, closing in on him, and says, Brother Hao Nan, take me home. I can go to your room tonight. Hearing this, his face flushes red, and he pretends to ask, Huh? Into the room. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a tense conversation unfolds at the Grand International Hotel. Guohua, surprised, said, Brother, you're ruthless. You're saying he can catch bullets? What is he then? Qingshan added, Exactly, he's not human. That's why I'm in this state, but even an Avenger wouldn't dare. Hearing this, Guohua thought to himself, black helmet, black leather jacket, black gloves. It seems my hunch was right. Suddenly, Guohua's phone rang, and he answered it with annoyance. Kui Dabeng, why are you calling so late? Is it urgent? Dabeng said in a panicked voice. Boss, I've found that kid. It's him. He stole our company and beat up several people. He wears a helmet and rides a motorcycle. I know how to find him. Boss, should we get revenge? Let's get everyone in the company to beat him down. There's no way we can lose. These words from that damned guy drove him crazy. He furiously yells into the phone, Fight, 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 fight your own mother. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Wherever you are, get back here now. Cut to Jia. He's house, where she brought Lin Sheng as a sign of gratitude for saving her from those thugs. The two became one, lost in a haze of passionate kisses. But perhaps too lost, as Jia. He had to remind him. Are you a little wolf? So fierce, wanting to swallow me whole? He was flustered by that. Sorry, he said, but it doesn't mean you don't like it. She kissed him again and asked, What's your name? Lin Sheng replied, How no, Zhang Lin Sheng? Xiaohe introduced herself as well. My name is Ku Xiaoling, but I prefer to be called Xiaohe. It sounds cleaner and fresher. You're so powerful. You're the one who scared Wang Ge away last time? And now Sui Daping, who works for Xiao Guohua and has considerable influence, just like Wang Ge, who was even more formidable. He works for Li Qingshan. Do you know Li Qingshan? That Jiafeng Tang guy, also known as Master Tang Li. Hearing this, Lin Sheng was startled, his mind racing. Something about today didn't feel right. Li Qingshan, Jiafeng Tang, leader Li. Even his attitude made Xiaohe wonder what was wrong, and she asked, Hey, what are you doing? In his mind, Tu Duong recalls Than San saying, In 20 years, I've never been played like this. All I want is one of Loi Daochok's arms in exchange for the girl. You agreed, and the money is yours. Bring me the arm in 3 days, and I'll return her. Even the time he met the motorcyclist in the black helmet and spoke to him. What are you implying? How could you recognize me? Even if you turned to ash, I'd still recognize you. During that incident, Chen Nuo deceived you and erased your memories. Trust me, you'll sleep for a while, and when you wake up, you won't remember anything. Everything has now returned to your subconscious. Caught off guard, Lin Sheng leaves Xiaohe behind and runs off, screaming as he goes. He remembered everything. Xiaohang dazedly called out after him. What's wrong? Where have you been? But she received no answer. 2 days passed, and Jia. He stood alone in front of the Emperor KTV, murmuring Xiaohang's name. Lin Sheng appears, and seeing him approach, Xiaohe can't hold back her tears. He quickly asks, What's wrong? Xiaohe immediately embraced him, lamenting, Where have you been these past 2 days? I was so scared I couldn't find you. I had no one to talk to. Lin Sheng hesitated, wondering if he should tell her that he had been investigating what happened to Old Maple that day. Li Qingshan broke his leg, and he was also afraid that Chen Nuo would find out that his memory had returned. He worried about what kind of person this new friend was, but ultimately decided not to tell her. Lin Sheng hugged Xiaohe tightly and whispered in her ear, I remember you, Xiaohe, my best sister. She's gone. I'm going to see her family. Will you come with me? And so, the two went to the hospital together. As they walked, Lin Sheng explained that Xiaohang's father was a gambling addict, and her mother suffered from kidney disease, spending every year in the hospital for dialysis. She had no choice but to work at a KTV, but the money still wasn't enough, so she had to borrow money from those bloodsuckers. He had told her before that the money had to be paid, but what could she do? In the end, she didn't have enough, and they went to the place where she worked, driving a living person to their death. Soon, they arrived at the hospital room, and upon seeing the woman lying in bed, Xiaohe lamented, How pitiful. What a tragic fate for this girl. Are you a friend of my daughter's? I know what happened, and I'm sorry for your loss. Girl, you must be about my daughter's age. Her life was so hard. Please don't cry, Auntie, or you'll make me cry too. This money is just a small token of my sympathy. As Longsheng heads out, 2 strangers enter the room, but he doesn't notice, lost in his own thoughts, heavy as stones in his heart. Suddenly, a loud shout from the hospital room startled Longsin. You're inhuman. How can you demand debt from the bereaved? Debts die with the debtor, don't you know that? Daring to demand repayment, do you even respect the law? The thug casually replies, All debts must be paid. 8,000 is no small sum. If you don't have it now, you can pay it off slowly, even a few hundred at a time will do. Xiaohe furiously cursed at him, asking where they would get 80,000 from. She heard from Xiao Hong that the initial loan wasn't that much, and if they had a problem, they should sue, since loan sharking was illegal. The man leaned in close, his voice chilling. Legal or not, I don't care. Little girl, I advise you, if they're not family, don't get involved. So righteous, why don't you pay off their debt for them? Lin Sheng, enraged, charged forward, shouting, Don't go too far. Is this how you collect debts? Even by the rules of the underworld, you shouldn't act this way. The tattooed thug sneered, The rules of the underworld? What does your mother know about the underworld? The world is a dangerous place. Don't meddle in things that don't concern you. I've made myself clear. As for the money, I'll send someone to collect it. They then left, and Jia He, afraid Lin Sheng would do something rash, quickly reassured him, Don't be impulsive. There's nothing we can do. We have to find a way. Perhaps wanting to be alone, Lin Sheng coldly tells Xiaohe, I'm going for a smoke. His heart heavy, he takes a drag when a massive supercar pulls up in front of him. The car window slowly rolled down, revealing the thug's repulsive face. He flipped the bird and sneered, You little punk trying to talk about the Jianghu with me? You're still wet behind the ears. You think acting like a thug means you understand the Jianghu? Though enraged, Lin Sheng remained silent, thoughts racing through his mind. Angry, am I? Be angry, but so what? Zhang Linsheng, you're not Chen Nuo, so what are you? Unable to do anything. He bit his lip, fighting back the urge to scream. Long has always felt inadequate, but suddenly a collision occurs behind him. A massive fire erupts, and panicked onlookers scream, Car accident! Call for help! Can they be saved? Even if they live, they'll be crippled. Amidst the chaos, Lin Sheng spotted a familiar figure and cried out, Chen Nuo! It was Chen Nuo, and her appearance here was for Lin Sheng's sake. He thought to himself, Brother Hao Nan, I'll do what you couldn't. A true hero helps when they see injustice. A few days later, at Teacher Tuong's house, it was late. Before dismissing the class, Teacher Tuong had a few words. That's all for today's lesson. Oh, there's something else you need to discuss with your families. The teacher hesitated, mentioning some study materials that could also be used next semester. A set costs 50 yuan, but an old friend of mine works in the field, so I can get them cheaper. If you're okay with it, you can buy them from me. One set, 40 yuan a set. Chen Nuo eagerly replied, Teacher, my family said it's okay, so I'll buy it. I'll pay for Sunkaka's share too. With that, he pulled out some bills, leaving the teacher flustered. Let me get your change, just a moment. He quickly took out more money and said, Actually, keep the change. I'll add 20 yuan to pay for Zhang Linsheng too. With that, class was dismissed and everyone cheerfully said goodbye to the teacher. We're heading back now, Mr. Tuong. Okay, be careful on your way home. He watched his students leave. He sat blankly, staring at the stack of money in his hand and sighed. His wife, thinking that Miss Xiao Yun had noticed, ran over to ask, What's wrong? I feel ashamed, he confessed. I've never made money off my students like this before. I'm ashamed, Xiao Yun gently said. It's hard on you, but the school sells those study guides for 50 yuan a set. You found people to buy them. Students can buy it for only 40 yuan or even cheaper. I know you feel bad, so let's not do this again. Your illness doesn't require such expensive medicine. We can switch to something cheaper. Mr. Tuong quickly dismissed. No, I can't let you compromise your treatment for me. He's really trying to make a business out of us. The girl next to him chimed in. Their class has 60 people and he's selling a set of materials to each of them. How much do you think Mr. Tuong is making? Chen Nuo suddenly put his hand on his friend's shoulder, leaving him curious. I don't think we should argue about this. Buying the review materials is a school regulation. It's not like the teacher is forcing us. The teacher's helping us get it cheaper, and if you don't like it, buy it from the school. Lin Sheng agreed, adding, I think Chen Nuo is right. And Chen Nuo casually asked Lin Sheng how he was doing. Where have you been these last few days? I thought you ran off with the bike. By the way, is the motorcycle comfortable to ride? He answered vaguely. I've been busy at home, and the bike runs pretty well. Then his attitude shifts as he looks at Chen Nuo and speaks. Thank you. Lin Sheng's sudden gratitude surprises Chen Nuo, who asks him why. Huh? Thank you for what? It's just a motorcycle, he replied with a light smile. Anyway, thank you. I'm glad to be your friend. Time passes, and a few days later, in a hotel, he reviews his mission board and sees that the assassination mission for Kuang An Tu is expiring. If nothing changes, the client will hire someone else to assassinate her, and he needs to nip this problem in the bud. Mission alert. Target is Zhang Yingzi, includes personal information and requires protecting the target's life. Location, China. Duration, 30 days. Reward, 55 USD. Completion criteria: ensure the target's survival for 30 days, prevent all harm, and provide covert protection throughout. She goes to great lengths to conceal her identity and protective actions, not letting others detect her whereabouts. He thought to himself, thankfully, the White Clan's website has good security and hides the ID of the client. Otherwise, the Space Queen would have struck Jinling directly. In the commissioned task, the target is hidden from everyone except the client, and immediately, not one, but 6 notifications arrive. Someone else has accepted the commission. Chen Nuo was speechless at how quickly his inbox exploded. Is the economy really that bad? So many people are accepting commissions all of a sudden. More people means more choices. He considered who to choose, and one of them was, ID Floating Life needs to talk. He looked it over and nodded. You're the closest. You get the prize. Here's the excerpt. The user with the ID Pu Xin Confai Noi Sao says they're in China, making the mission convenient. The client replies, asking them to read the target's details and state when they can start. Must say ephemerally replies that he's reviewing the target's data in Jinling. The client agrees, and Fu Sheng replies that he can arrive within 24 hours. The client agrees, but the priority is protecting the target without revealing himself. With the mission set, Chen Nuo requests, Fu Sheng, I'm going. With round-the-clock protection, nothing will slip by, and being right below her in room 110, he can move quickly if anything happens. With that, he used his mind to survey the area, monitoring several rooms near Zhang Yingzi's floor, listening to everything, ensuring that no action would escape his grasp. 3 hours passed, but there was no suspicious activity or secret conversations to be heard. All Tranak heard were things like, "You're so great, honey. Lift me up a little higher. Is that it?" And, "You're useless. Don't scare people if you're not going to do anything. My wife doesn't want anything to happen to you, and there's a price to pay." No way, it cost that much for the whole night? Chenno couldn't take it anymore before he finally realized something. He completely forgot it was the weekend and immediately called the police to report a prostitution ring. Driven by conscience and civic duty, I reported suspicious activity at the hotel and requested an immediate investigation. Ideally, all officers should come here. In mere moments, the police arrived, causing a commotion at the hotel, demanding IDs just to inspect the rooms. Damn it, remember, we're supposed to be boyfriend and girlfriend. Quick, hide under the bed. This is my first mistake. Stop, don't run. This scene made Chen Nuo overjoyed. The world was finally at peace. The next morning, he suddenly felt anxious, thinking, I was still careless. Last night was a truce, but tonight the trolls declare war. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and when Chen Nuo curiously went to see who it was, a long-haired girl in a purple nightgown was standing there. Seeing him, Ying Wan said with a smile, Appa, I brought you breakfast. But Chen Nuo barely seemed to notice, his eyes glued to her ample chest. Seeing his dazed expression, Ying Wan asks, Appa, do you have dark circles? Couldn't you sleep last night? At this moment, Ziyang was unusually excited, thinking, maybe there's still time for a little fun? Seeing him like this, the girl understood and was secretly thrilled. With that hungry look in his eyes, is this finally happening? But then, Chen Nuo just grabbed the plate of cakes and slammed the door shut, leaving her standing outside in a daze. Oh, father, what's wrong? He sighs in frustration. Oh, those first 3 years were filled with youthful passion and recklessness. Suddenly, a message arrives. Could it be from Fu Sheng? The message said he'd arrived and everything was normal. Meanwhile, at Westminster Abbey in London, a teacher asked with surprise, So, you've decided to drop out? Nivu answers frankly. Yes, sir. I don't want to stay in school if I can't pursue my life's purpose. The teacher sighed. And you've only just recovered. I thought you'd come back to finish your studies. Nivu, your grandfather and I are close friends, and your father graduated from here. I truly didn't want to see a student from your family drop out, but you remained firm in your decision. For me, pursuing my life's purpose is more important. Please don't try to dissuade me. The teacher could only smile wryly and agree, saying, Well, whatever the case, it's good that you can come back into the sunlight. Have you found your path, and where does it lie? She replies cryptically, The direction is where it should be. The teacher could only wish her luck, saying, God bless you. Cut to Neville's room, where she glares at herself in the mirror and says with annoyance, I've always hated this uniform. Suddenly, an illusion of Neville's sister appears, reminding her, Don't forget, everyone in our family has worn this uniform. Nevu's sister retorts, annoyed, We agreed, daytime is my time. Her sister nods affectionately in agreement. Whatever you want. My sweet little pumpkin, where shall we go next? She immediately said, Go to Hong Kong and find Chen Yang. At the hotel where Jiang Yingzi and her mother are staying, everything seems normal, until the secretary informs her that Chairman Jiang must still preside over tonight's Industrial Park conference. She nodded. I understand. Let's get going. Across from the hotel, a man on the phone grew anxious as he saw them come down. Hey, I'm working. Don't worry, there's soup simmering. Remember to lower the heat and add the wood ear mushrooms. Okay, I know. That's all, I'm busy, following people and still have time to worry about the soup at home. But it's rush hour, so the streets are quite congested. Seeing this, he scoffed. Foreigners just don't understand the situation here. He hopped on his trusty bicycle and sped off, smugly thinking to himself, look at that traffic. I'm faster on a bike. Moving to the industrial park, night began to fall, but the meeting was far from over. Inside, after grasping the situation, Ms. Yingzi concluded, I emphasize once again, China will become the focus of our group's development. Everyone must fight with all their might and do their jobs well. As for Ying Wan, she's been glued to her phone the whole time. She kept messaging Chen Nuo, updating him on her situation and schedule. Appa, Ma and I have left the hotel. Oppa just passed a terribly congested intersection. Oppa, I'm almost at Mama's company. Oppa, Ma and I have gotten out of the car. Mama Ma says she has to study tonight and will be home very late. Appa, where are you? He seems like a man of few words as she sent 10 messages before receiving a single reply. Don't worry, I'm here. Seeing his daughter's fingers flying across the phone screen, Anzi asked curiously, Who are you talking to? Ying Wan quickly replies. It puts her mind at ease to see her daughter so happy with No. Well, happy for now. Let's go grab a bite to eat first. As the two walked out, Yingzi couldn't help but ask, How have you and Chen Nuo been lately? But Ying Wan just huffed and didn't answer, while Chen Nuo was also present. He followed them closely, thinking, Jiang Yingzi, unripe fruit is never sweet. Has that Chinese saying not made its way to your country? Speaking of which, where's my $50,000 bodyguard? Suddenly he senses a murderous aura. As the elevator doors opened, a masked man inside stared menacingly at the two of them, a sharp knife hidden in his sleeve. But before he could act, the masked man grabbed his hand, startling him. The masked man immediately pressed the elevator door shut, saying, Elevator malfunction. No more passengers for now. As he spoke, the elevator doors closed and continued to move. Inside, the two began to fight, and the masked man angrily raised his other hand to retaliate, shouting, I've had my eye on you for a while now. Who goes out in public dressed like that? The masked man, without a word, used the crane's beak fist to block the attack. Next, Zhao Tiashan Hao sends the masked man flying, slamming him into the wall. He recognizes the masked man's martial art as national combat, but he wasn't giving up, saying, Don't underestimate me. I was caught off guard. You want me to be afraid? Dream on. Then, from inside the elevator came the sound of a heavy impact, followed by cracking bones and a blood-curdling scream. As the doors opened, the masked man made his escape. He frantically shouts, Damn it, we've run into a master, but it's not so easy to escape. The masked man quickly rushes over, grabs his shirt, and says, Why are you running away? You have to see it through to the end. However, he still has a trick up his sleeve. He leaps into the air, unleashing 2 hidden weapons, and shouts, Don't push me too far. At this range, there's no way you can dodge this. But what happened next was unbelievable. He contorted his body, dodging the hidden weapons with incredible speed. Taking the opportunity, the masked man scurried away faster than a scorned lover, leaving the masked figure to exclaim, Damn, he's fast. He was so cool during the fight, but now he's complaining nonstop. Oh God, this 500,000 tael job is so hard to earn. Chen Nuo observes everything, lost in thought. This person is Fu Sheng. What to say? Disguised as a street performer, he looks easy to fool. Cut to a late-night diner, and it seems the masked man is here too. Just who is this masked man, and what does he need to say? He's here to report that he protected the target from an attack today. Someone tried to assassinate them in the elevator. I fought him, but he got away. The client asked me to describe him. The man spoke Chinese, was thin, wore a mask so his face was obscured, was very skilled, good at tricks, and used boomerang shurikens as weapons. The client told him to continue protecting the target. Fusheng needs to confirm something. I think the guy I stopped today definitely knows about the target. Next time, I'll be more careful. That's what he reported, but outside, he was full of complaints. Boss, I'm a bodyguard, not a bounty hunter. My back almost broke today. Who's going to explain this to my wife? Suddenly, a message arrives from the client. I'll create an opportunity for him to strike. Be alert and find a way to restrain him. Fusheng, a little confused, asked for clarification, and the client repeated, Help me keep him here, or even just stick to him, and you'll be rewarded. With an extra 100,000 on the line, money talks, and Fusheng immediately agrees. He'll follow your orders to the letter, and who would turn down more money? The next day, Zicheng took his mother and child out into the town, while Ying Wan worried about the dangers of the demons. She recalled what Chen Nuo had told her. Lee Ying Wan, take your mother to the barbecue restaurant from yesterday. Huh? Appa, didn't you say we had to change locations for every meal? By not giving them a chance to find a pattern, we reduced the odds of them poisoning the food. Tranak assured her that if she followed his instructions, they would eat at the same restaurant for lunch and dinner the next day. No changes. Although worried, Ying Wan trusts Chen Nuo implicitly. With him, she and her mother will be safe. Appa will definitely protect me from the shadows. Seeing her daughter's unusual anxiety, Antu asked, "What's wrong? You've seemed distracted all day." But Din Yuyen denied it. "No, I haven't." Suddenly, she sensed something was wrong. Z quickly shouted and pushed Ying Wan away. "Be careful," she called out anxiously. "Mother!" Before Yingzi's eyes, a vehicle sped towards them like a bat out of hell. Just as it seemed she would be hit, a figure suddenly appeared, stopping the car. It was Fu Sheng. Sensing a master, the car immediately turns and flees, while Fu Sheng coughs, exhausted from his previous attack. But it didn't end there. A passerby suddenly pulled a knife from his coat and charged it on Tu, yelling, "Die!" Sensing danger, Fu Sheng used his ultimate lion's roar technique, unleashing a whirlwind that made the attacker, Lu Xiu, lose his footing. Seizing the opportunity, Fu Sheng kicked the knife from his hand, sending it flying. The man, terrified, turned tail and ran. Dian Wan quickly rushes to check on her mother, and Fu Sheng breathes a sigh of relief that his charge is still safe. "Thankfully, you're all right. Everyone is safe." Fu Sheng quickly leaves without a word, leaving Antu and her mother staring after him in bewilderment. The thug cautiously approaches a suspicious red truck, not exactly subtle for a clandestine operation. He glances around, relieved that he wasn't followed. Inside the truck, a long-haired man is smoking. No sooner had he gotten in than he complained, "This is too hot. Let's get out of here." Without a word, the driver hits the gas, and the man asks if they failed. The short-haired man replied, annoyed, "Yeah, but the third guy isn't in the van anymore. He must have jumped out and is lying in wait somewhere." He sighed, saying they could only wait for news from their leader, unaware they were being followed. A short while later, they arrived at Kim Tuong Auto Repair Shop, where a familiar motorcycle seemed to be lurking outside the gate. Two thugs are sitting and smoking when they're startled by something. It's the one they call Old Third. The two men were overjoyed to see him. Third brother was back, and so soon. But Lao Tom doesn't look too happy. Another failure. After Nikov fell, the target was whisked away in a private car, and I had no chance to strike. Looks like they have some powerful backup. Yesterday, our fourth brother was injured, so this job is going to cost extra. The long-haired man agreed, saying they should contact the client and demand appropriate compensation for risking their lives. The short-haired one suggested they check on their injured comrade and change his bandages. Inside, a figure lies in bed, completely covered by blankets. The third brother approaches and says, "Fourth brother, we failed again today. Damn it, I should have listened to you." Their men are too tough. He barely finished his sentence when a surge of electricity coursed through him, sending him reeling. The man falls to the ground, foaming at the mouth, as the figure in the bed reveals himself to be Chen Nuo, holding the stun gun. He examines the weapon and remarks, "This thing works pretty well." The two men panicked, shouting, "Who are you? Where's number 4? "What did you do with our fourth brother?" Chen Nuo calmly replied, "He's under the bed. I'm just here to ask you one question." The short-haired one stubbornly retorted, "You'll never get us to reveal our client." But he simply smiled and replied, "Rules be damned. Who asked you about that? I want to know what level your weird octopus web account is, and how much money is in it." Hearing this, the two mercenaries drew their weapons and charged at Chen Nuo. The short-haired thug lunges, but Chen Nuo simply blocks with the stun gun, sending a surge of electricity through the attacker's knife. As expected, he was electrocuted. Chen Nuo scoffed, "Idiots. Don't you know metal conducts electricity?" With his comrades defeated, the remaining thug grew wary, noticing the metal on his own hands. This one seemed a bit smarter. He throws his longsword aside and rushes in unarmed, saying, "It was a mistake to think this one was smart." Chen Nuo meets his fist with the electric baton, and he's immediately shocked. He enthusiastically explained, "You're already conducting electricity. Not to mention this baby of mine has a special ability to clamp down on sphincters." After taking down all three, he approached the long-haired guy and asked again, "You're the boss. Who's the client?" He still refused to talk. The leader stammered, "We don't know, we really don't. Since you know about the website, you're definitely not an outsider. The client's identity is protected. How could we possibly know?" The second in command lying nearby chimed in, "Boss, don't be afraid anymore. This guy doesn't want us to live." The leader knew all too well that in a head-on fight, they wouldn't stand a chance. And he suspected they had something they wanted to say. "Since you're going after the client anyway, do us a favor. When you take him down, stab him a few extra times for us 4 brothers." Chen Nuo was stunned and asked why. The boss cried out, "This is a scam. They didn't say anything about a master like you guarding the place. If we knew, we wouldn't have come to die, but you heard their last wishes and agreed to help anyway." "All right, I'll help you. I won't use the stun baton. I'll make this quick. Now over to Fu Sheng. He doesn't seem to be doing so well after unleashing those powerful moves. He's been coughing nonstop." He unlocked the door, thinking, I'm out. Making money isn't easy. I almost risked my life. I never thought I'd be recuperating in the safe room." Fu Sheng immediately called someone to report in. "Hello, I'm okay. Just wanted to let you know I'm safe. Everything's fine today, huh? Braised pork with chestnuts? Oh, I'm not even home. Why would you make that?" Okay, you do it your way. Just put the leftovers in the fridge. I'll be back in 2 days and can have a few bites. When you're done, add half a spoonful of sugar, not too much. You can't see, but your blood sugar was a little high this year, wasn't it? Okay, I got it. At this moment, the mask is removed, and surprisingly, it's Master Tuong. He looks at the mask and continues, "Old woman, these many years have been hard on you. 25 years ago, I promised to take you around the world, but I went back on my word 10 years ago. To sink you to the bottom, the world is beautiful, but some only need a smile to dim its splendor. Isn't that strange? Why does Fu Sheng need to speak?" That evening, Master Tuong and the client spoke. "Must I speak of floating life?" he announced. "I'm injured and temporarily unable to act." The client said, "Mission accomplished ahead of schedule, you can clock out." Then added, "Oh, and go to Kim Tuong Auto Repair Shop at 44 Dong Lam Road. There are 4 bodies inside, take care of them." What should I say to Fu Sheng? He wondered. They're the competition. "You took care of it, client," he says. "I handled it, so add another 20,000. Mr. Tuong looks at the address and thinks, it seems not far from here. A small warbler gently lands on the sign. What a coincidence. Chen Nuo is here too. He wondered, how could there be wild thrushes in the city? How novel. At that moment, Mr. Tuong, wearing his mask, arrived, leaping in and whistling for the little robin. Chen Nuo realizes with a start that the bird is Fu Sheng's eyes and ears. Luckily, he suppressed his aura from the start and wasn't discovered. Next, he sees Fu Sheng take out a small, unlabeled vial and pour it directly onto the corpses of the 4 thugs, instantly turning them to dust. He realizes it's corpse dissolving powder, a traditional method of ancient factions. With the mission complete, he leisurely heads home to collect his payment. An hour later, the 2 began to negotiate again. Fu Sheng reported that everything was taken care of, bringing the mission to a close and wishing them a happy partnership. The client praised, "Excellent, straight to the point. The extra fee is $120,000. Plus 100,000 for catching the assassin and 20,000 for disposing of the body. Transfer it all now." The client agreed. "Okay, I'll transfer it now." Checking his account, Zhang was sure he'd made a killing this time. He chuckled to himself, thinking that even though he almost lost half his life, Xiaoyun's medical bills were now covered. Having collected the money, he could make it home in time for braised pork with chestnuts. Perfect. The balance notification arrived, and Master Tuong immediately opened it to take a look. But something seems off. What is this? I must be seeing things. The system says and I received $12. Funds received from an anonymous account bring the balance to $10.12. What? He immediately contacted the client, wondering how to explain things to Floating Life. "The amount is wrong. It's 120,000, not 12. "Did you perhaps mistype the amount?" The client responds. "That's right. I said 120,000, but I didn't specify the currency." Fu Sheng asks what to say next. "Well, it's not exactly 12 yuan either," the client explains. 120,000 dong to USD is almost 12 wen, which I've rounded up for you. Why are you so angry, Floating Life? You have no integrity at all. The system reports the message failed to send. The user does not exist. Master Jiang is furious and immediately lashes out. Shameless, shameless, shameless. Why don't you just say it's Zimbabwean dollars? The system notifies him that his account has received $500,000 USD from the system, bringing his account balance to $510,012 USD, at which point he breathes a sigh of relief. Thankful that the mission reward was held by the system. Otherwise, that bastard would have swindled him out of 120,000. The next day, Tranak sat pensively in front of his laptop with Tiu Diep beside him, lamenting that he thought the 4 of them would have 4 USB drives, but alas, there was only 1. He plugged the USB into his laptop to examine it, then marveled, The heavenly balanced Ding ID truly lived up to the reputation of the four repair shop brothers. The account balance was 880,000 CNJUSD. This time, he hadn't lost out. He had to pay Fusheng 550,000, but he got back 880,000, some easy money. A message log between Tiangending and the client caught Chen Nuo's attention. Tiangending claimed the mission was difficult, the target was heavily guarded, and the difficulty was higher than expected, requiring more money, but the client refused, citing a violation of the rules. Sensing trouble, 1,000-pound Top tried to back out, saying, "Then find someone else." But the client replied, "Are you sure you can't do it?" Tiangending insisted that money in hand guaranteed success, but the client refused to pay more, saying, "The mission is already out, the price can't be changed, I'll pay you directly after you complete it." Tiangending refused, saying, "Do you think I'm an idiot? What if you don't acknowledge it afterward? Pay half up front." After reading this, he stroked his chin and thought, "No, I can make even more." Tranak stretched contentedly, his heart filled with joy. So many sugar daddies. This weird web novel is a real cash cow. Or maybe I should just put a hit out on myself and kill anyone who comes after me. 2 birds, 1 stone. Then he turned to Xiaoyay and said, "Let's get ready to go. Uncle Sun said today is a holiday and he wants us to have dinner at his house." The girl happily obliged, and even though Chen Nuo was going to someone's house for a free meal, he didn't go empty-handed. He brought a bottle of wine, and Kake's father, concerned, said, "Just come for the meal. Why buy such expensive wine? It's not easy making a living. Take it back to the supermarket later." Chen Nuo smiled brightly. "I already opened it, so I can't return it. Let's drink it, Uncle Sun. We'll split it." Seeing his enthusiasm, Sun Shengli couldn't refuse. And so they drank, glass after glass, refilling and emptying each one. Glass after glass, they emptied their cups, and soon a tipsy Sun Shengli began to confide. "A young man, you absolutely cannot fall behind," Chen Nuo politely replied. "Yes, Uncle Sun, I'm working hard to earn more money." He added, "I don't expect much from her studies, her heart isn't in it. But she must walk the right path, earn honest money or else—" At this, Sun Shengli's voice faltered slightly. Then he said, "Or else how can I entrust Kaka to you with peace of mind?" Kiki was startled and called out to her father, and Kiki's mother added, "Sun Shengli, you've had too much to drink." But he waved his hand and continued, No, it's nothing. Oh, I can't hide anything from you? That rascal is quick-witted, while our daughter is stubborn. If she gets led astray by him, what can we do?" Having said that, Tonthang Loi paused for a few seconds before slamming his hand on the table, affirming, "But let me tell you, no dating before graduation." Chen Nuo quickly agreed. "Yes. What about after graduation?" Sun Shengli asks, his tone shifting slightly. "After graduation? After graduation, when KK goes to college, I won't be able to control her so much." His words were music to my ears, and Chen Nuo immediately raised his glass to offer a toast. "All right, Uncle Sun, I promise you we won't do anything inappropriate before KK graduates." Sun Shengli was very pleased with what he just heard, and happily replied, "See, everyone see, this kid is no ordinary person. He's a prodigy." Helpless, Xiaoyay said, "Sun Shengli, you've had too much to drink. Why are you talking about such nonsense to kids? What's the point of discussing the future now?" Sun Shengli replied, "I don't understand. This kid is older, supports his sister, earns money himself, and doesn't stray. Our Sun family doesn't look down on poverty or crave wealth. As long as the kid has a good character and strives for success, I won't object." With that, Sun Shengli collapsed, and Xiaoyay stood up, instructing her daughter, "Kike, entertain the guests. I'll help your father to his room. He's had too much to drink." Understanding, Chen Nuo takes his leave. "Kaka, I'll take Xiaoyay home now." Worried he might overthink, Kaka began, "Chen Nuo, my mother—" But he cut her off. "I understand. All parents hope their children will succeed and have a good life." Kaka agreed with him. "Chen Nuo, I believe in you. You're not afraid of hardship. You're not afraid of anything. I don't need anything. I just need you by my side." Chen Nuo said softly, "I trust you." After leaving home, Kaka and the Chen Nuo brothers stopped by Master Xiang's house, where Qiaoyun opened the door. Seeing him, he politely greeted her. "Hello, madam. I'm Master Xiang's student. It's a holiday, and after leaving Teacher Tan's house, we wanted to visit Teacher Tuong." Xiaovan replied warmly, "I remember, you're the student who often comes for extra lessons, right? Come on in. Why waste money on gifts?" After they sat down, she mentioned that Lao Jiang had gone to the pharmacy for medicine. Hearing this, Chen Nuo asked worriedly, "Madam, are you and Master Jiang not feeling well?" Seeing that he was being so formal, Qiaoyun said, "Don't call me madam all the time." Why so polite? My name is Song Xiaoyun. Just call me Aunt Song. I'm your teacher Xiang's wife. I hurt my back lifting things the other day, so he went out to buy some pain patches and should be back soon. He noticed a large pot of medicine brewing in the kitchen and asked, Aunt Song, are you brewing traditional medicine? Sao Van replied, Yes, I'm not feeling well. I usually take traditional medicine to feel better, but I don't dare brew it when I'm teaching in the evenings, afraid the smell will bother everyone. I've heard of you, Chenwo, the audacious boy who's courting Sun Shengli's daughter. Speaking of which, what's wrong with a 17 or 18-year-old girl being in love? In our time, they could already be married. This is Sun Shengli, sometimes very angry. Why stop them? I think you're doing pretty well at such a young age. That was Chen Nuo's assessment of Qiao Yun's way of speaking. Aunt Song was quite friendly, and before they knew it, it was 1 a.m. Seeing that Mr. Tuong was taking a while, Miss Sao Van decided to liven things up with a song to keep the children from getting bored. But when she started singing, it was so strange that the two Tran brothers were terrified. This sounds more like cursing than singing. What kind of demon is this? She's confidently showing off her Hangzhou charm, singing about the unparalleled beauty of Westlake's rare flowers and exotic plants. The 4 seasons in bloom, Chen Nuo felt a chill run down his spine. He wondered how the usually peaceful song had suddenly turned so strange. But there was more. Qiao Yun's talent is even more remarkable because she can sing opera and skillfully improvise. Ladies and gentlemen, our book tells of Zhao Zilong single-handedly attacking Cao Cao's army 7 times. Well said, Zhao Zilong. Yang Sheng, on horseback, pointed at Cao Cao and shouted, Old thief, don't even think about stopping me. The 2 kids paled in fear as if Liu Lan troop had possessed them. We're done for. We're doomed. What is all this stuff? At that moment, the little warbler in the cage fluttered its wings and chirped, catching Chen Nuo's attention, and he began to piece everything together. Nightingale, mask. Suddenly, Master Zhang's loud voice came from outside the door. Xiaoyun, Xiaoyun. Immediately, the teacher took out a vial and said, Xiaoyun, inhale this, quickly. He blamed himself, saying it was his fault for going out to buy medicine and that he always had to be there when she had an attack. Fortunately, Xiaoyun stabilized. It's all right, I just forgot to take my medicine, Chen Nuo asked worriedly. Master Zhang said she's had this illness for years. She used to be in the opera troupe, but this illness forced her to retire and rest at home. It's a strange condition, striking once a day around 1 p.m., lasting an hour and then disappearing on its own. Medication can only control it. I apologize for the embarrassment of today. You smile and reply, No, I even heard a bit of the legend of the white snake. Your intonation is perfect. The 2 brothers then asked to leave, saying they wouldn't disturb Mrs. Tong's rest any longer. I'll be going now, and we'll visit again soon to hear you sing a whole song. Teacher Tuong chuckled awkwardly. I apologize for my poor hospitality this time. Bring your sister next time, Tranak agreed as the clock struck 2 a.m. Lying in bed, Xiaoyun worriedly asked, Lao Jiang, did I embarrass you in front of your student? Jiang reassured his wife. No, Chen Nuo said, wanting to hear the whole song next time. That clever little rascal, next time he's buying a ticket, she chuckled. The kid's got a good heart. Oh, Sun Shengli is a lucky man. But Teacher Jiang sighed. Not necessarily. I heard Madame Yang, that opera singer, doesn't like Chen Nuo. Our families have been friends for years, and with her personality, she's too proud to like anyone. Xiaoyun then said, I think this child Chen Nuo is quite good. He even came to visit today for the holiday. He's thoughtful, so if something happens between him and Xiaoyay in the future, help him out if you can. They're both good kids. He nodded, promising his wife that he would definitely help. How many students these days even respect their teachers? Sao Van took her husband's hand and said, I've been a burden to you all these years. I quite like Tranak's younger sister as well. The little girl is very cute. Teacher Tuong looked at his wife tenderly and said, Don't overthink things. Tears welled in her eyes as she said, My illness has kept me from giving you a son or daughter all these years. I just adore seeing other people's sweet little girls. It's all right, Jiang tenderly said. After so many years, that desire has faded. We're old now. No need to think about children. Besides, without kids, we don't have to worry about raising a daughter only to have some boy steal her away. Look how much old son's hair has grayed in the last 2 years. Isn't he still worried about KK? Qiaoyun teased. I think that Chen Nuo is a bit like you when you were young, remember? At first, when I told my father I wanted to stay with him, he flatly refused. He argued against it. How could that kid compare to me? He then proudly said, Back then, I made him so happy that he eventually married his daughter to me, and even passed on his secret skills. I should be called a dual talent. Jiang's cheerful attitude also made Qiaoyun happy. You seem happy, Master Jiang told her. Now that this job's done, I can rest for a year or two. 500,000 USD is enough for our medical expenses for the next few years. When you went out to work 2 days ago, I was so worried something would happen to you. Master Tuong affirmed, no more jobs, I'm done. This time I met someone strong and I'm scared. My client even lied to me. I'm still a little angry, but thinking about the bodies I dealt with today, one of whom I fought, his neck was snapped. I've swallowed my anger. This world is too dangerous. The next morning, Chen Nuo wandered down the street, munching on a pastry, lost in thought. Who knew old Zhang was actually the Fu Sheng they were looking for? The flood washes over the Dragon King's palace, and his own family doesn't recognize him. After leaving the old master's house yesterday, he finally learned the true identity of the transient. So he used the ID Soul Destroyer of Young Girls to message him back and return the money. Soul Destroyer of Young Girls. Hey, remember when your account got hacked? That 200,000 debt is paid. I transferred the money. Check it. How should Fu Sheng respond? Confused, he asks, are you kidding me? Then realizes, holy crap, it's real. The Heartbreaker then asked, happy? With a cute emoticon, what could floating life possibly say? A simple scram silenced the girl's heart arsonist. Chen Nuo felt relieved to have helped, like helping family. Last night I gave the money I swindled from old Zhang back to him. He's probably celebrating under the covers right now. He unexpectedly spots teacher Tuong practicing martial arts in the square, and he secretly approaches to observe. After he finishes, he speaks up to praise him. Very good. Very good. Now you're showing your true colors as a flatterer. Your Tai Chi is truly beautiful, Master Zhang. Please, teach me. Master Zhang's attitude is unfavorable. He secretly thinks, this little devil is really clever. If he follows me, I'll never be able to keep my secret manuals safe. So I'll just refuse him. I won't teach you. What are you doing here so early in the morning? Immediately, Chen Nuo put on a miserable face. Oh, woe is me. Since I was little, I've been frail and sickly. The fortune teller said I wouldn't live past 20. Can you really bear to watch me die? But he knew this guy was a compulsive liar and mocked him. Keep making things up. Putting on a show, Nak immediately clutched his chest and coughed nonstop. He then deliberately held out a hand smeared with something red in front of teacher Tuong, making him worry that he was coughing up blood. He asked, are you really sick? Feigning indifference, he says, it's nothing. After all, with his tragic life and his parents in jail, he might as well be reincarnated. Life isn't enjoyable anyway. Unable to bear it any longer, the teacher reluctantly agreed. All right, I'll teach you. I don't understand medicine and can't help your illness, but teaching you the basics of bone forging and how to gather inner energy will be good for your body. He then helped him up and asked, Chen Nuo, what exactly is your illness? The boy smiled and turned to ask, did Master Jiang bring crickets with him? Puzzled, the master asked, and the boy replied nonchalantly. The chili oil and ketchup on his hands were a bit unpleasant, so Tranak shared a secret with him. Dipping buns in chili oil and ketchup is the best, which infuriated Master Tuong. You tricked me. I'm done teaching you. Chen Nuo, just wait and see. How can someone in HR go back on their word? He then bids farewell to Mr. Xiang and quickly departs. I'm off to learn from Master Jiang. I'll be here bright and early tomorrow. Having secured the deal with Master Tuong, Tranak felt a sense of relief. More skills were always welcome. Besides, his ability had a fatal flaw, and perhaps Master Tuong could help him overcome it. The next day, Chen Nuo met Master Zhang at the square as promised, but he wasn't alone. He brought Lin Sheng with him. I brought Zhang Lin Sheng along, Teacher Jiang. He was so eager to learn fist techniques yesterday that he insisted on coming with me. Hearing this fabrication, Lin Sheng immediately retorted, Huh? I stuck with you? More like you called me at midnight, forcing me to wake up early and come here with you. Without a word, Chen Nuo kicked Lin Sheng's leg, sending him crashing to his knees before saying, Since you're teaching one, you might as well teach two. Who knows? Brother Nan might be a martial arts prodigy too. Why don't you just take him in? Meanwhile, a bewildered Lin Sheng wondered, Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Seeing this as a joke, the teacher retorted, A martial arts prodigy? You think they're just sold in the market? Chen Nuo chuckled, thinking, Whether I'm a mule or a horse, you can just try me out. Master Tuong sighed. We'll soon find out if you're a seed worth nurturing. Do a Tai Chi set with me first. And so the lesson began. Lin Sheng goes first, while Master Tuong demonstrates the moves with incredible grace, meticulously guiding his student, reminding him to keep his base solid and to breathe in the rhythm he taught. 3 long, 1 short, 2 wide, 1 narrow, 1 inhale, 3 exhales. But unlike the master, Lin Sheng was unsteady, his movements awkward and clumsy. He soon lost his balance and fell to the ground, causing Master Zhang to shake his head in disappointment. Is this supposed to be some kind of martial arts prodigy? He looks like a pile of driftwood. Seeing this, Chennuo couldn't help but laugh, which prompted the master to call him over. Chennuo, come here. But then again, he's not too bad. After observing him, the master determined that Tranak wasn't a martial arts prodigy either, just a bit stronger than Truong Lam Sin, but still ordinary. After teaching them a few basic moves, he left his 2 disciples behind and departed. You two practice the basics first. I'll go for a walk, starting with horse stance, because he thought anymore, and he'd be traumatized. Before leaving, Master Tuong turned back and barked a warning not to be lazy, understood? The moment he left, Chennuo dropped the act. He's gone. Lin Sheng followed suit, abandoning the stance, but Chennuo reminded him, don't get up. Keep practicing the stance. He scoffed, saying that since he was handsome, he could slack off while Lin Sheng had to train to the point of near death. I'm handsome, so I can go first. You're ugly, so you can train to the point of near death. Lin Sheng had no response to that. That night, as Lin Sheng slept soundly, Chennuo appeared beside him. He then directly transferred his energy and inner strength into Lin Sheng, reminding him, Kid, don't waste my hard work in the future. Days later, Chennuo diligently practiced the new technique day and night, but in the end, he could only ripple the water in a glass. He mused, Mr. Jiang's luck and inner breath are a bit interesting. This is pure outward energy, but it's still crude. Even if I mastered it, I couldn't break a glass from more than 3 meters away. Well, it's just an introductory cultivation technique. It's not as exaggerated as in wuxia films. Suddenly, a loud knock disturbed him. Annoyed, Chennuo went out grumbling about who was being so rude, knocking so loudly. Before him stood a strange, buzz-cut man. Curious, he asks, Who are you? The man replies, I'm Gukang. We met a few years ago. Recognizing him, Chennuo was immediately enthusiastic. So, the Gu family remembers. Gukang, right? You went out, but he immediately asked about something else. Where's my daughter, Gu Xiaoyay? That question made Chennuo uncomfortable, and seeing that, he didn't hold back and barged right in. Why won't you let me in? Let's talk inside. Gukang sat down on the sofa, looking pleased. So soft, life's treating you well. This TV, the AC, none of it's cheap. I can't believe that years ago your mother had to secretly take money from our family to support you and your grandmother. And I was kind enough to turn a blind eye. Unable to contain himself, Chennuo cut to the chase, asking what his true intentions were. The man simply laughed. Interesting. Very interesting. Then, raising his voice, he said, I remember you being a timid, cowering mess a few years ago, but now you're fearless. I won't waste any more words. Where is my daughter, Gu Xiaoyay? I'm taking her with me. Chennuo didn't back down. He asked directly, Take her where? The Gu family. You just got out of there. Can you even take care of Gu Xiaoyay? Or are you planning to leave your daughter at home while you're out drinking, only to hand her over to your good-for-nothing brother or your immortal mother? In contrast to the commotion, Chennuo knew what he wanted, asking directly, Okay, I know your type. You don't care about your daughter. Just tell me, how much money will scratch that itch? The man immediately replied, 3,000. His tone softened, a fake smile plastered on his face. 3,000 and I'm gone. Xiaoyay will continue to live at my place and I won't bother you anymore. Everything between us will remain as usual and I'll even give you an extra 3,000, right? I'll give you an extra 1,000. Gukang seemed surprised. Chennuo elaborated that it was Wednesday, and after Xiaoyay finished school, he would pick her up with him and have a meal with her as her father, and for that, he would receive an extra 1,000. That afternoon at Xiaoyay's school, she was overjoyed to see Chennuo picking her up and ran to him. He greeted her, saying, Xiaoyay, look who's here. The little girl was stunned for a moment, then called out, Dad. Gukang tenderly called out his daughter's name. Xiaoyay, it's Dad. The little girl immediately rushed to hug his leg and burst into tears, but he quickly pushed her away. All right, don't cry. But Xiaoyay wouldn't listen, clinging to her father and sobbing. This made him a little uncomfortable. Stop crying, Xiaoyay. Please stop crying. How can she not cry? Chennuo asked, his voice thick with emotion. As a father figure, were you aware of the suffering this child endured at your brother's home? Little Dai tearfully recounts her ordeal. Your brother hit me, his wife wouldn't feed me, and I wet the bed. She locked me in the bathroom and threw cold water on me. Where did Daddy go? Where's Mommy? I want my mommy. Why doesn't anyone come find me? Gukang was flustered by this and softly comforted his daughter. Don't cry anymore, okay? Please don't cry. Chennuo also pleaded with the little one. Don't cry, Xiaoyay. How about your dad and I take you out for some yummy food? The 3 of them went to the biggest fried chicken restaurant there, and Xiaoyay happily offered the delicious food to her father first, but he refused. "You eat it, I'm not hungry." Little Die was overjoyed to see her father, chattering about everything. "Dad, I've made so many friends in class, they all like to play with me, and the teachers like me too, giving me snacks." But he didn't seem happy at all. Looking at this, Chennuo felt sorry for Xiaoyay. The void left by parents can never be filled, no matter what. In Chen Xiaoyay's memories, Gukang wasn't like this before. Little Ye's family once had happy times, filled with laughter and the love of both parents. Our little Deep is so clever. She can walk now. Where is our little Deep flying off to? Be careful not to drop Xiaoyay, but later Gukang became addicted to gambling, gradually losing his humanity and becoming less and less human. He dove headfirst into gambling, turning himself into something less than human, a devil without his due. "You're out of chips." "Who says I don't? These are all my chips." After playing all day, Xiaoyay tiredly fell asleep on his father's shoulder. The reunion outing came to an end, and Gukang handed the child back to Chen Nuo, saying, "There, I've done what you wanted. I'm leaving." Annoyed, he asks, "You have to leave already?" He believes he's done what he needed to do, so of course he's leaving. Chen Nuo added, "She's your own daughter. Shouldn't you take care of her and make up for lost time?" He angrily retorted, "Boy, you're teaching me how to be a person? You're barely grown and you think you know everything?" Chen Nu tried to restrain himself and said, "If you weren't Xiaoyay's father, I wouldn't bother." "Gukang, I'm telling you one last time. If you have any conscience left, stay and be with your daughter properly, even if it's just for a weekend." But he cut him off. "Weekends? Does he have any idea how busy I am? Damn it, I have an important friend to meet tonight. All right, stop your nagging. I'll take the money and go." And with that, he turned and left, without a care. Chen Nuo watched him go, thinking, "Gukang, I gave you a chance, and paved the way for you. I haven't let my sister down." Then he pulled out his phone and called his teammate. "Brother Lei, can you do me a favor? Something urgent came up, and I need it done tonight." They moved to a karaoke bar, where a man is already waiting for Gukang, who calls him Brother Yang. Little Dung cursed at him. "You're so late. I told you 10 o'clock. My boss is about to leave." Gukang chuckled, apologizing to Dung for not being able to get a car. Then, Dung led Gukang inside to meet his boss. This man is tall with a gold chain around his neck and a girl on each arm. Dung introduces him. "Gu, meet my boss. This is Vuong, nicknamed Vuong Laoho, the #1 general of Li Duong Chugjia Feng Duong. Ask around Jinling, who doesn't know a big shot like Brother Wang." Gukang flattered as he bowed and offered a toast. "Brother Wang, I offer you a toast." Xiaoyang also introduced his friend to Lao Hu. "Boss, this is a friend I made back when I was inside. We were cellmates. He's pretty sharp, knows how to read a room, and is a hard worker." Lao Hu wasn't too impressed, but since he was here, he said a few words. "All right, you're a friend of Xiaoyang, so I'll give you a chance." Gukang offered a respectful toast, hoping for help. He still needed Wang's help to make a living, and Lao Hu replied that making money wasn't easy these days. Gukang's offered drink was completely ignored by Lao Hu, causing Xiaoyang to worry that he was displeased with his tardiness. Lao Hu put down his untouched drink, grabbed a girl, and left, as Gukang quickly said, "Brother Wang, I've already paid for the room." Old Hu seemed to have changed his tune, happily turning back to say, "Xiaoyang, your friend is all right. Bring him to the company to see me tomorrow." Gukang quickly thanked him. "Thank you, Brother Wang." Then he turned around to complain. "I broke a sweat opening it for you, and I'll call you tomorrow. Don't turn off your phone." Gukang nodded profusely. "Don't worry, Yang. I'll be sure to make a good impression." After that, Xiaoyang also left, and Gukang finally revealed his displeasure, his heart filled with bitterness. "Spend my 12,000. Chen Nuo seems to have some money left. Looks like I'll find an excuse to visit him again in a few days." Meanwhile, a long-haired girl remained in the room, and he turned to her, asking, "What's your price, girl?" The girl replied, "My name is San, so this guy Gu is going to take her out." With the big boss making the offer, San didn't hesitate, replying in a flirtatious tone. "Is this your first time here, big spender?" "As long as the price is right, any of the girls here are game." Gukang's face slowly turned sinister. "All right, serve me well. Money is no object." Meanwhile, at the Junyue family hotel, Gukang arrives with a beauty in his arms, ready for some fun. He had barely walked in, ready to get down to business, but San wanted him to shower first, to which he happily obliged, as cleanliness enhances the experience. He was eager, having been deprived for so long in prison, and tonight he intended to make up for lost time. But before he could even shower, a loud noise startled him. Before he could react, a hulking gangster kicked the door open and stormed in. "Does cursing make you my sister?" Gukang thought to himself, stunned. Without another word, the gangster grabs Gu Kang, mistaking him for the pervert, and drags him outside. He cries out in pain, "Sir, are you sure you have the right person?" "Huh," San chimed in. "I don't know you. I'm not your sister." The gang leader approached San, asking, "Your name is Lily, right?" The girl, stunned, asked, "Wait, aren't I San?" Before she could finish, the gang leader struck her hard, then roared, "What did you say?" Too scared to argue, San quickly agreed. Yes, you're right. My name is Lily, Lily, and I'm his sister." Immediately, the gang leader turned to Gu Kang and said, "I told you I wouldn't admit fault. Now let's talk about you taking my sister to rent a hotel room. How do we settle this debt?" Now he could only grit his teeth and bear it, silently cursing those swindlers who even brought actors to the scene. The underworld has changed so much since I went in. The gang leader paused, recalling his instructions. Boss Yue said 4,000 yen for medical expenses was the KPI, so he had to calculate carefully. Cut to Monday afternoon at the city hospital, Gu Kang emerges bruised and battered, lamenting his misjudgment. "Damn it, I misread the situation. How could I have enemies fresh out of prison? It must have been that brat who hired someone." Just then, his phone rang, and the moment he answered, Xiaoyay started cursing. "Damn it, where the hell have you been? I've been trying to reach you all afternoon. I was going to introduce you to the boss and take you to the company, give you a chance. But what about you? Don't blame me for turning my back on you when you look like that," Gu Kang retorted bitterly. "Brother Dung, let me explain. Last night I was tricked into a room and beaten up. That's why I was in the hospital and my phone died." Hearing that his brother was bullied, Tio Dung anxiously asked, "Someone scammed you?" "Who did it?" he replied. "It was some young punk. Damn it, I was wrong about him." And so he was summoned to Fongdu Manor. After hearing everything, Lao Hu concluded, "I see. It was that little brat who used to be your wife's? Are you seriously being played by a kid at your age? I knew that brat had money." Gu Kang is sure he has plenty. The air conditioner and TV in his house are all name brand, so his grandmother must have left him a lot of savings when she passed away. The old tiger was pleased to hear this, but he had his own agenda. With the gang leader out of commission, he was in charge for now, but the old man was too cunning to let him near the money. "How can you work without money?" Old Ho stood up and approached Gu Kang, feigning friendliness. "Brother, Tio Dung brought you here, so I'll definitely help you. I'll have someone look into him for you." Giddy, Gu Kang replied, "Thank you, Brother Wang." After days of practice, Lin Sheng was finally praised by Master Zhang this morning at the park. "Not bad, he's got the look." Seeing his diligent attitude, he secretly praised him with satisfaction. These past few days of training have revealed Zhang Linsheng's true talent. Though his comprehension and intelligence are lacking, his physical condition is quite remarkable. His physique, blood vessels, and veins are all top-tier resources. Master Jiang compared Lin Sheng to Chen Nuo, lamenting that Chen Nuo was like dry firewood, training inconsistently and absent today. He needed serious discipline. From afar, a voice called out. It was little Ye, and her arrival made Teacher Tuang happy. Master Zhang angrily scolds him, asking if that weak posture is acceptable, and orders him to get into a stance. Suddenly, Xiaoyay's voice rang out, and her appearance made Teacher Tuang happy again. "Little Ye came to visit?" she asked curiously. "Uncle, why were you scolding my brother?" He chuckled, explaining, "I just have a loud voice. I wasn't scolding him. Don't be scared, Xiaoyay." So he ditches his two students and takes the little girl out. "Come on, let's go get you some food." The two simply talked, without another word of instruction. Little Dai happily told Teacher Xiang about meeting her father the other day. "Uncle Zhang, my dad came back last week." Zhang was surprised. "Your father?" Little Ye nodded. "Yes, but he's gone again. He said Dad went away on a very long business trip, and it'll be a while before he's back." At this, Chen Nuo mocked Lin Sheng for trying so hard to get the boy's attention, while Mr. Zhang ignored him. But after a moment, he said, "Yesterday, Master Zhang told me he wanted to hold a formal initiation ceremony to officially make him a disciple. He wanted to tell you yesterday, but you weren't here." Chen Nuo casually replied, "Then let's just hold a formal apprenticeship ceremony. Even a tea ceremony is included." Lin Sheng elaborated, saying the master thought a meal wasn't enough. They had to pay respects to the founding father, light incense, and serve tea. He considered it normal, so they would hold a formal apprenticeship ceremony. Yang Lin Sheng happily said, "Then we'll be Marshall brothers from now on. I'm the senior brother, and you're my junior brother." But Chen Nuo wouldn't have it and retorted, "Good idea, huh? I'm the senior disciple. You're the junior disciple," he retorted. "But I'm older than you. I joined earlier, and I'm the one who brought you in." This left Lin Sheng speechless, not because he had a secret, but because he couldn't be bothered to argue. Chen concludes, "Remember, you'll call me senior brother from now on." Just then, Master Jiang arrives, and hearing Chen Nuo's tone, he loses it, yelling his name so loud it nearly bursts his eardrums. At that moment, little Dai, with tears welling up in her eyes, looked at teacher Tuong, whimpering, "Uncle Tuong, you're holding on too tight." Surprised, Master Tuong quickly composed himself, forcing a smile despite his annoyance. "Chen Nuo, I've only been gone for 5 minutes, and you've already stopped your stance. That won't do." He replied that he was just discussing taking the junior apprentice as a master, prompting the teacher's surprise. "Junior brother." "Yeah." Lin Sheng replied, "Yes, I was discussing apprenticeship with the first senior brother." Hearing this, he immediately corrected him. "All right, I don't care what you discuss, but whoever enters my door must be my first disciple. I was still young when I accepted a disciple back in my hometown of Jinling, so technically that person is your senior disciple." Immediately, Chen Nuo approached Lin Sheng and said, "Second brother, I'm your third junior brother from now on." He blankly asked, "Why am I suddenly not the senior disciple anymore?" Tears of laughter streamed down Chen Nuo's face as he called Lin Sheng a pig-headed idiot, lamenting that his powers couldn't improve his brain. Meanwhile, at the school, someone knocked on the security room door, shouting, "Old Chin, open up! The car's here," with Director Zhao from the company inside. Old Chin obeyed and opened the gate, wondering why Director Zhao was visiting the school again so soon. But what surprised him even more was seeing Director Zhao personally open the car door for some VIP inside. From the car, a pair of long legs emerged, and Nev appeared, dazzling in designer clothes, catching everyone's eye. Old Chin was stunned, thinking to himself, "This guy is nothing if not experienced." The teacher reminded the class that final exams were next week, and with only 2 weeks to prepare, they needed to work hard. After class, he almost forgot to mention the school-wide assembly at 2 p.m. where they would gather in the gym like they did for morning exercises because the education group would be inspecting the school's leadership next week. Tranak, annoyed, asked Kaka to ask the teacher for him to be excused that afternoon. She wondered why, and he made up an excuse that Loika's shop needed his help, adding that he was going to take care of his little love rival for her. After dealing with Huang Antu's matter, he told Li Din Uyen to return home, thinking how lucky he was that he hadn't let Li Din Uyen come to school this month, or else who could withstand the attacks later. Later that afternoon, the teacher passionately declared, "We will gradually expand the school's buildings and dormitories, relocate the cafeteria, and renovate the library so our school can proudly stride towards a bright future." The students enthusiastically applauded. Then the teacher turned to Neville. "Would you like to say a few words?" But she immediately declined. "No need." Then she lowered her glasses and scanned the crowd, thinking she could meet that kid as a supervisor. How mysterious. Leching, who had been watching Neville, turned to KK and said, "That woman must be a big shot. Look at her clothes." "That plaid coat?" Kaka asked curiously. Lathan nodded, confirming it was Barry, and that coat cost at least 10 to 20,000. Startled, Kaka asked, "How can a coat be so expensive? Isn't that like wearing half a house?" Lathan explained to her friend that it was a world-renowned brand, hence the price. "It's fit for British royalty, so of course it's expensive. Plus, did you notice something strange?" she asked, even more confused. "What is it?" his friend replied. "From my keen observation, this woman, though wearing sunglasses, keeps glancing over at our section, as if searching for someone. Do you think it's Chen Nu? After all, I had the candle conglomerate looking for me, so it's not strange that an English nobleman would come seeking a partner from thousands of miles away." Knowing his friend was teasing him, KK angrily retorted, "Luo Qing, stop jinxing me." Meanwhile, Tranak was checking his missions when the system notified him, "Your mission has expired." If they knew the mission failed and someone else was using the account, why didn't they cancel the request? Could it be... Suddenly, the notification he'd been waiting for appeared. A new assassination request, and it's time for the Heartbreaker to take the stage. However, despite messaging them, there was no response, and he figured the client wasn't replying or asking about the mission beforehand. They probably guessed that the Cheongun Group's strength made the mission impossible, and were just hoping for a lucky break until the deadline passed. The specific mission type is assassination, with a hidden target revealed upon acceptance. The mission lasts 5 days, and the reward is $3 million divisible among multiple participants. Note 1. This is a multi-person mission. The client has limited it to a maximum of 6 people. A successful assassination will yield 70% of the total reward, with the client distributing the remaining 30% based on contribution. Note 2. A reward exceeding $1 million qualifies this as a system-level B mission. Consider the difficulty carefully to avoid missteps. Based on this, Chen Nuo knows the client will immediately issue another task, raising the requirements to attract even stronger individuals. After confirming, the system sends a notification asking if he wants to accept the task, and of course, he chooses yes. Another notification pops up. Heartbreaker, professional assassin, 100% success rate. All set, but he still seems hesitant. He wanted to say more, but if he was going to infiltrate the enemy, he should be polite. Next, he just had to wait to be recruited. Half an hour passed, and as Chen Nuo drifted off to sleep, an announcement woke him up. Your request has been accepted by the client. Click to view the mission details. You have accepted a B-level mission. If completed, your account will be successfully upgraded to a silver account. Chen Nuo is thrilled. I can level up. I'm finally not a nobody anymore. The mission details appear, mission target Qiongan 2, along with personal information just as I expected. Upon seeing it, he smirked and said, just as I thought. In the temporary group chat, there were 5 others, making 7 in total, including him and the client. The client wants the mission done in 5 days, and I'll distribute the reward based on everyone's contribution. Happy hunting. The Heartbreaker replied, rest assured, boss, we'll get it done. Chen Nuo excitedly says, let me see this. The cat's away and the mice will play. 6 people on a mission to kill Jiang Yingzi, little do they know the clown is right beside them. However, he was also cautious, adding another layer of insurance to ensure the mission went smoothly. He switched to his teacher's house, where his teacher was typing away when another message came in. Tian Ginding messaged, old friend, interested in earning some extra cash? The missions in Jinling, same as the last protection job, ensure the target's safety. Why does Fusheng need to ask, who are you? Tian Jinding replies, 20,000 Hanoi dollars. Did you forget? I only repeat what Fusheng needs to say. Get lost. Done deal. Tian Kandin immediately tried to smooth things over, saying, don't be angry, my friend. The fee for this time is 300,000 USD. I don't do web transactions, half up front as a deposit. Master Tuong was still angry, about to unleash a keyboard tirade when the money actually arrived. A balance notification appears. You've received $150,000. Please verify. Though still angry, the money changed Master Tuong's tone. What should Fu Xin say? Hesitantly, he asks if I'm needed since I took down 4 people by myself last time. Tianjin Ding quickly replied, no, your skills are excellent. Master Tuong was quite suspicious. Why so generous this time? Just good craftsmanship? That doesn't sound like praise, but money's money, and he can't exactly refuse. Trusting in his decision, Mr. Tuong will ask Mr. Ton for leave. Although I have some money, I can't just sit around doing nothing. This mission is local, so it won't interfere with taking care of Chao Yun. Meanwhile, at another hotel, the beautiful Tet leisurely soaks in a bath, eager with anticipation. What shock awaits the one who set her young heart ablaze? Suddenly, Ye Tang calls. Cixi answers cheerfully, my good disciple, you miss me already after just a few days? Ye Tang gets straight to the point. Master, they've agreed to our price. I've squeezed them dry, so you need to complete this task flawlessly. Excited, Gigi says, kiddo, once we get this payout, I'll take you to Vegas. We can buy tons of booze, gamble, and watch the strippers. Poor Ye Tang. The girl sighed wearily. Master, I'm only 9 years old, still forming my values. Don't keep saying such strange things to me. She wasn't even ashamed, but proudly recounted her achievements. Don't be like that. I was sneaking drinks when I was 9. Last birthday, I snuck some rum into your cake, and you loved it, didn't you? Her words seemed to anger the little girl, who screamed loud enough to break the phone. Lu Gigi, don't do that again. I don't want to be your disciple anymore. I'm going to find that wizard. He promised to give me all his precious books if I called him master. Tete cooed softly. There, dear disciple, don't be angry. You're my smartest disciple. Yatang added, secretly adding alcohol will affect her brain development. Lock Tete, you're a crazy woman. And with that, she hung up. With a sigh, she looks at her phone and says, he's sulking. Oh boy, this is a bit tricky. How do I coax her? Should I steal an unpublished Harry Potter manuscript for her? Out of the blue, Ye Tang calls, and Gigi happily exclaims, little Nai Tang, I knew you weren't really mad at me. The voice on the other end screams so loud it nearly blew Tet's mind. I was just upset. I only hung up on you once, and you hung up on me right back. Gigi is frightened and quickly wraps herself in a towel before rushing off to work. She's getting worried. She needs to wrap this up and go home, hoping the kid in Kim Lang won't disappoint. The new disciple of evil. At the hotel where Gigi is staying, she wakes up from her drunken stupor, still tipsy and dizzy, and laments. After drinking, I do have a bit of a headache, but how can I find the heartbreaker with a headache? That's the top priority. After thinking it over, Gigi decides to go out. Never mind, I'll just go for a walk. There's no new intel anyway. Meanwhile, Ying Wan is begging Ziyan to go out and play. Mom, let's go out. I'm so bored being cooped up all day. But in reality, Chen Nuo had already told Ying Wan everything. She thought to herself that the message from last night said some were starting to like the demon, so she had to lure the assassins out to eliminate the enemy. Little did she know that Gigi's room was next to Ziyan and his daughters. They run into each other, and Gigi compliments Ying Wan, saying she's beautiful and asking if she's going out. Din Yu Yen innocently replied, "You're beautiful too. I'm going out with my demon." Then she took Ozzy's hand and left. "Have fun," Zizi calls out cheerfully. Watching them leave, a dangerous smile creeps across her face as she says, "What a coincidence. Such a pity for such a pretty girl." Night has fallen, but everything seems peaceful. As Chen Nuo enjoys his crawfish, he finds the silence rather strange. These assassins are patient. Ying Wan has been out with Zhang Yingzi all day. Haven't they found her yet? Mr. Tuang also released a warbler, but the vantage point couldn't compare to his second floor. But everything here seemed perfectly normal. Master Tuang followed N2 and her mother all day and saw nothing. It's after 8 p.m., so it seems like today will pass without incident. Suddenly, he sensed something was off. The warbler circled once, then landed on a stranger's hand. The person then said with great interest, "This is getting interesting." That person was none other than Gigi. Looking at the bird, she says, "It's been a while since I've met an esper who can communicate with animals. Good bird, tell me, where is your master?" As if enchanted, the bird flapped its wings and flew off, leading the way for her. Tet followed confidently, knowing she would find the one who had ravaged the young girl's soul. Against Gigi's power, the teacher was helpless, sweating profusely, teeth clenched. So strong. Just looking at her makes my body tense and sweat. It's like the feeling, the pressure, when an animal encounters its natural enemy. Seeing Teacher Tuang, Tay-Tay assumed he was the one she was looking for. "So, this is what you look like. I only took this mission on a whim, but I never expected you to accept it too. It must be fate." As he approached, she struck him with a palm, shouting, "You old hag, do you enjoy calling me that?" The bewildered Mr. Jiang, not understanding, asked, "Huh? What? Who's the heartbreaker of young maidens?" Before Jiang could react, he was struck by her attack, while Chen Nuo calmly took a sip of wine and said, "That's enough for today, Jiang." Immediately after, a huge commotion erupts, causing him to choke and vomit the wine he just drank. He panics. "Mr. Tuang, no." Then came the realization of who attacked Master Tuang. Why was this woman here, attacking Master Tuang? And where were the 5 assassins? He frantically checked the mission's private chat, only to realize the first characters of their names stacked together spelled out Space Queen. Chanua quickly sent a message telling him to run, then rushed out of the house. The shameless old woman took on all 5 of them, and Master Tuang coughed up blood from a single blow. As she prepared to kick again, Teacher Tuang shouted to stop her. "Wait, have you mistaken me for someone else?" But she wouldn't listen, her foot striking down with explosive force, further devastating the road. Luckily, he dodged it, narrowly escaping an early demise. Teet glared at him, saying, "I've put aside my main objective just to find you. You're a dead man today." Master Tuang insists, "You've got the wrong person." The woman wouldn't listen, darting forward to grab him, then unleashing a series of ultimate techniques. First, ward. Master Tuang recognizes the demonic technique and can only rely on years of instinct to barely defend himself, but it seems his efforts are in vain. Next, she strikes his back with heart, then pine, tearing his shoulder, followed by fire. Zhang must retaliate or he'll be beaten senseless, but Xiaoji easily blocks his punch. This move is a foul. She finishes it off with a palm strike, sending Master Tuang flying into the bushes. Thinking she'd defeated her destined match, she cheered with delight. "Ah, that feels good, that feels really good," she thinks, ready to finish him off. But he stops her, frustrated. "No, wait, explain yourself. What the hell is a heartbreaker? What are you talking about?" The woman was bewildered. "Huh? It's you. You're the one who breaks young girls' hearts." Zhang was baffled, cursing inwardly. "Crazy woman. I'd burn your sister. I've always been upright. I only love my wife. Why would I burn any woman's house or heart?" Though he cursed her in his mind, he didn't dare say it out loud, fearing another beating. Mr. Tuang said he'd never heard of such a thing. Jaiji holds it out, looking blank and innocent, and asks, "Huh? Could I have been mistaken?" At that moment, a bottle flew towards her. Suddenly, Cixi sensed a strange object flying toward her. She caught the bottle and said uncomfortably, "So, there are accomplices? Just showing off. Before she could finish, she sensed something was wrong with the clamshell. It cracked, then exploded. Startled, Ziz reflexively dodges out of the way as the small explosion sends shards of glass flying toward her with a life of their own. She quickly used her telekinetic powers to create a shield, blocking the shards from hitting her, but another attack came from behind, startling her. But this woman is no pushover, immediately conjuring another shield behind her as she angrily shouts, "You think you can use a feint on me?" The two exchanged blows for quite some time, their spiritual power evenly matched, and the ground beneath Gigi's feet began to crack. Suddenly remembering the hostage, she turned to find that Teacher Tong had vanished, and she angrily shouted, "They escaped!" Switching to Yingzi and her mother, that target is also empty. They've all escaped. Failure. Enraged, she fumes, "I'm not happy. I failed to catch the Soul Snatcher, and the mission target escaped. Who set me up?" Just then, her phone, wedged between her thighs, rings incessantly. Tate answers the phone, lowering her voice. "My dear disciple, you finally noticed me." Yetang shouts from the other end. "Lucy, what the hell are you doing? Aren't you in Jinling for the major quest I accepted? Why, upon logging in, did I discover that you accepted a minor mission without my consent?" "Are you crazy?" Teta quickly pleaded. "Well, good disciple, don't be angry. You have to admit this little girl is only 9 years old. So much writing for nothing." Yetang continues to scold. "Aren't you angry? Do you know how much effort I put into building the golden reputation of the Space Queen? Why would you demean yourself by taking such a small commission for 2 or 3 million? No one will want to pay you more later." Tate argued, "But didn't we have a fight yesterday? I thought you wouldn't pay attention to me for a few days. I'm all alone here, and I've almost run out of money. You usually manage my finances. If you're angry, I can't exactly ask you for money, can I? I only took one job to earn some pocket money." "Good disciple, your master knows her mistake. I won't dare do it again." But Yetang wouldn't listen to her anymore. She ends the call with that final remark, "Task aborted. I worked hard to get your price up to the top of the market, so finish your work and come home. I told you, you're grown. Don't run around outside if you don't have to." After being scolded by her little disciple, Ira felt incredibly hurt, and the disciple's ferocity made her forget something important. "I forgot to tell my little darling that I found the arsonist of young girls' hearts. But angering her at home is more dangerous, so I'll put it aside and go back." Forget it, forget it. An angry disciple is more important. She's been upset with me lately. I can't afford to anger her more. A smart disciple is hard to come by. Move to Chen Nuo's place. I had Master Zhang brought back to my house. He also called and instructed Yan Wan, telling her everything would be all right. "For the next few days, you and your mother should stay away from the hotel and find somewhere else. This assassin is very dangerous." He had to investigate what was going on, so he treated Master Zhang's wounds while he thought. What is Lu Jiji doing in Jinling? A mission like assassinating Zhang Yingzi is definitely beneath her notice. Arguing online is a losing battle, but resorting to violence is absurd, especially when we're half a world apart. After some treatment, he was finally out of danger. He breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "Fortunately, Master Tuong only suffered external injuries, but his lungs are a bit damaged. Probably internal injuries from forcing himself to deal with the Starry Sky Queen. I helped him gather his inner energy. After he wakes, I'll adjust it, and he'll recover quickly. His consciousness has returned, but the trauma of being tortured by that woman haunts him like a nightmare. Even in his delirium, he keeps insisting, 'I'm not a soul arsonist.'" "You've mistaken me for someone else," Chen Nuo said, feeling a bit apologetic. "I hope I haven't led you into a trap this time, Master Tuong." He suddenly felt uneasy. "No. Lu Jiji has other business in Jinling. As a top 5 commander-level powerhouse in the Underworld, she could easily destroy an A-level organization, so she wouldn't bother swatting ants herself. He hoped her visit had nothing to do with the person he needed to protect. "Even at my peak, I couldn't beat her, so with my current strength, I'm in serious danger. But no matter the danger, he needs a full stomach first." Chen Nuo heads to the noodle shop and loudly orders, "Old Guo, a large bowl of braised pork noodles with extra eggs and meat." Old Guo, the shop owner, frowned. The shop was about to close. So he ordered a bunch of extra toppings, plus stir-fried mutton with scallions and a little coriander. How could old Guo refuse such a big order? "Just got paid, you're eating a lot." Chen Nuo smiled, praising the noodles, saying they were so delicious he craved them every few days. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful aura approaching, signaling imminent danger, and the person he feared for was Gigi. She casually strolled into the shop, and Chen Nuo, trying to appear as just another customer, made idle conversation. "Boss, this garlic's gone bad. You need to replace it." He knew she was watching him closely, so he had to keep reminding himself. "Don't panic. This woman definitely isn't here for me. She didn't see my face when I attacked her. This is just a coincidence. I can't be too sure, though. I need to act like a normal person, meeting a beautiful woman to avoid suspicion. That's what he tells himself, but the way he's staring is kind of creepy. Shishi notices him and asks, "Am I pretty?" He numbly agreed, and Tete casually remarked, "You're quite handsome, too. Is the noodles here good?" Forcing a smile, he replied, "It's all right, but the owner's a bit stingy with the meat." Tet happily replied, "You're a cute kid. Hurry home after your noodles." An hour passed, and neither of them showed any signs of leaving. Old Guo, sitting next to Chenwo, frowned and said, "Why are you eating so slowly today?" "Eat up, I need to close." Seeing that no one paid her any attention, Zizi sighed in frustration. Guo noticed her attitude, and Jonji asked, "Boss, aren't you going to ask me what I want to eat?" Guo bluntly replied, "If you're not here for noodles, what would I ask?" Jijai asked in surprise, "Can't I pay for my meal then?" "Your customer looks like he's enjoying his meal. I'd like to try some." Guo Lao replied unhappily, "I can't let my customers leave before they finish eating." He then adds, "Oh, can't you wait?" She retorted, "I'm in a hurry, it's getting late." With that, old Guo agreed, using his power to knock Chen Nuo unconscious onto the table. Seeing this, Cece says, "You really are, as they say, very interesting to work with. A few years ago I heard—" But old Guo interrupts, "What you heard definitely wasn't good." She shook her head. "No, it's very interesting." Then she continued, "I heard that a supremely talented individual appeared in the Snowfield sect, dominating his youth. The old sect leader passed down the sect's ultimate skills and his daughter to him, and in the Snow Peak sect's triennial competition, this son-in-law defeated everyone, becoming a disciple of the sect. I heard that man's name was Quash." Old Quash didn't want to hear anymore, so he lit a cigarette and admitted it. "All right, enough. The person you're talking about is me." Gigi asked curiously, "But why did you run away? Your sect elders wanted to groom you, but you fled before the competition, injuring several disciples in the process. Your snow sect suffered a great loss, failing miserably in the competition and losing several veins of ore. Doesn't that seem a bit much? If I hadn't heard about your misdeeds, I wouldn't have been hired to come here." Guo, enraged, retorted, "What do you even know?" "They're forcing me to marry," Gigi says tiredly, "but you were supposed to be a son-in-law." Old Guo bitterly lamented that their family had 6 daughters, and the one he liked was the 4th. But they insisted he marry the 5th. How could he marry the 5th daughter? "Do you know what she looks like? She weighs 160 kilograms. I'm a prodigy. It hasn't even been 3 years since I joined the sect. My master could no longer defeat me. After being accepted by the sect leader for 10 years, I made many contributions to create a reputation for the Snow Region sect and won many benefits. I'm a man of style, repaying debts and kindness alike, with a bright future ahead, so why would someone grab me by the neck and force me to marry a girl I've barely met, whose hands are rougher than mine, and who eats 10 times as much as I do?" He looks like the son of a mix between Tyson and a Shaolin monk. He even emphasized, "Wouldn't you run if you were in my shoes?" "Do you want to hit someone?" Chen Nuo pretended to faint, lying there listening to the nonsense, not daring to laugh out loud for fear of being exposed. He thought to himself, "Damn, this is too funny." Gigi stood up and said, "But I can't let you go. I've already accepted the mission." With that, she attacked, leaving him no choice but to suffer. Guoju was willing to fight but didn't want to damage the shop and have to pay for repairs, so he asked her to move the fight elsewhere. And so, the 2 masters went to Mount New to spar. It seems that old Guo was no match for Gigi, as he was beaten black and blue and even coughed up blood. "You still refuse to surrender? Just come with me." But Guo wasn't about to agree. He insisted he'd barely managed to escape that hellhole. "Xiaojiao is free here. Why would he need you? How much is Snow Peak paying you?" Tate didn't hide it and told him straight away. "A mineral vein." Guo burst out laughing. "This sect has nothing good. I risked my life for them and they weren't so generous. Now they're paying a high price to catch me." Tate urged, "You should just surrender obediently and avoid suffering." But Guo refused, stomping forward to gather momentum for a powerful attack, declaring that he'd rather die than be without freedom. The 2 clash, unleashing supreme martial arts in a flurry of attacks, but Tate effortlessly blocks Guo's punch with one hand, holding the position for a long moment. Gigi says, "Surrender, you're no match for me." But Guo refuses and yells, "Get lost." He roared, channeling his energy into a devastating blow, a direct attack meant to wound her. But with a single hand, she stopped him. "Surrender," she urged, "or I'll be forced to use more force. I didn't want to hurt you, but you're too stubborn, old man, determined to fight to the end. Shut your mouth." With a tilt of her head, Gigi evades Guo's fist and with minimal effort sends the portly elder flying. Tet steps forward, reiterating, "You're no match for me. Your strength is considerable, but I am a commander, and you are a step below that level." Next, she pulls out what looks like an electric whip and says, "Surrender. I don't want to seriously injure you. I'm only taking you back to marry the Snowfield's daughter, not to die." Guo retorts, "Marry your sister." Growing impatient, Gigi attacks, cursing, "Impudence." As the electricity struck, Guo reached out, and in an instant, the purple flames spread across his arm. Guo cried out, "This is bad. It's the Jade Transformation Technique." Jiza told him more. "The Jade Transformation Technique, a secret art of the old Snowfield, cannot withstand my flames. You are wasting your strength, and further burning will damage your foundation." Guo said nothing, contemplating. "She's right. I only have one option now. Temporarily evade." Without hesitation, he turned and ran for his life. Seeing this, Gigi wondered, "Can you really escape?" And so, Guo fled to a nearby river and jumped in without hesitation, leading to a shouting match between the two, one on the shore, the other in the water. "You come up here, you come down here." And so they went back and forth for ages, neither willing to give in. As for Chen Nuo, after the two left the bar, he secretly followed them, witnessing everything that happened, and realized that Guo's strength was on par with his own. If it were me tonight, the result would be the same. But this Star Queen has a fatal weakness. Staying alive is no problem, but I wonder if old Guo has noticed. Chen Nuo knows that this woman has a serious fear of water and will definitely not go into the water. Under the water, Guo taunted her, asking if she couldn't swim, to which Cixi retorted, "So what if you can't swim?" Guo laughed, splashing gleefully in the water. "Then don't expect to catch me." This caused Gigi to lose her patience. Annoyed, she turned away, saying, "Very well, you've made me truly angry." She went to the edge of the snowy forest and effortlessly lifted a large tree as if it were a twig. And wouldn't you know it, Chen Nuo was hiding in that very tree? Now he could only cling on and lament his fate. "Of all the trees, why this one? I tell you, angering a woman only leads to trouble." It was too late when old Guo realized the danger. A massive tree trunk was hurled down at him by Gigi. Luckily, he was underwater and skilled enough to survive the blow. Guo shouted, "You crazy woman, just wait until I get my hands on you. I'll dunk you in a pig cage." Taking advantage of the chaos, Chen Nuo stealthily swam away, uprooting half the forest in her wake. "Keep cursing," she roared. "I'm listening." The two sides clashed again, one throwing trees from above, the other raising the water from below. The falling trees nearly drowned old Quash. But then, a figure swooped in and struck the large woman, sending her staggering into the water. As she surfaced, the hefty woman charged, yelling, "You wench!" and Tet clung to a tree for dear life. She thought to herself, this is it, unable to do anything in the water but struggle. The fat woman lunged forward, striking her with a powerful blow, and roared, "You hurt my husband." She asked painfully, "Who are you?" "That strike you just used was a snow realm technique. I recognize you." But the chubby woman didn't care. She rushed to old Guo, embraced him, and asked with concern, "Husband, are you all right?" He nodded in response. "I'm fine." Feeling ignored, Zizi continued, "You're the fifth miss of the Snow Domain sect, so why did you attack me? I'm here to help you capture this man as your husband." The plump woman turned to scold, "He's already my husband. Why would I need to capture him?" "And I'm not the fifth sister. I'm the fourth young lady." JJ wondered, "What's the difference between you two sisters?" Enraged, the fourth sister tossed her husband aside and lunged at JJ, continuing her tirade. "How are we not different? My husband only likes me. I initially ran away with him, but my family told me the sect leader hired experts to bring him back." Suddenly thrown into the water, even old Guo couldn't hold on any longer. He sputtered, "Save me, I can't swim anymore." Not only did fourth sister curse, but she physically assaulted Gigi again, constantly berating her. "It's all your fault my husband is like this. I'll beat you to death." Holding her head like a chicken, Auntie C sneered, "What about us? You hit my husband, so I'll kill you. It's only natural to destroy your abilities." The situation is dire. Danger is imminent. Seeing this, Zizi quickly raised her hand to block, but it was no use. Fourth sister's hand reached her head. She immediately collapses, unmoving. Then all three of them make it to shore. With Tete lying motionless, the Quas only cared for each other. Sis 2 asked her husband, "How are you? Are you in pain?" Guo grumbled resentfully, "Stop hitting me. A few more blows and I'll really die." What a waste of words. Of course it hurts to be hit. Remembering something, Mrs. 2 hastily pulled out an item saying, "Oh, honey, I brought medicine for you." Who is it, darling? I'll hide in the water. The medicine's ruined from the water. I'm so stupid. What do we do now? Guo then replied, it's fine. Let's just take care of this bounty hunter. According to Sister Sai, they should kill him to avoid future debts. Guo nodded in agreement. Good point. This woman is very skilled. I'm no match for her, and I don't know who hired such an expert. Since we've already made an enemy, we should eliminate her to avoid future troubles. Having made their decision, the wife began to act, when suddenly a strange voice echoed through the silent night, repeating, killing is unnecessary. Spare them if you can. Now that you've escaped, just leave. Why take lives? She angrily retorted, so there were accomplices pretending to be ghosts. Come out and talk, says Guo, sensing an attack and warning his wife to lie down. She narrowly avoids serious injury. Guo cautions her to remain silent, recognizing their opponent as a master. The couple stood back to back, carefully observing their surroundings. Guo asked, who's there? Friends, from whence do you hail? Come out and speak. Remembering something, she says, husband, I heard that Nusho Mountain is the opening ground for some Buddhist sect, so this is all Chen Nuo's doing. Hearing this, he has an idea. And so he spouted a load of Buddhist scriptures. Amitabha, heaven cherishes life. Benefactors, your deeds are in vain. Heed my words, and cease this at once, Auntie C said, bewildered. Voices echoed from all directions. The other party clearly didn't want to reveal themselves. Gu then asked, which eminent monk of Fishmouse Mountain is this? Reveal your name. The mysterious voice echoed, our mountain's tranquility has been disturbed. Please, leave this disciple and return. Unwilling to cause further trouble, they decided to comply. I was persuaded by that eminent monk. Let's go. Chen Nu sighed, standing before Gigi's abandoned body. After checking her vitals, he concluded that this was going to be troublesome. Her mental strength has been severely attacked and is in disarray. I'm afraid this deep coma will last a long time before she wakes up. So Chen Nuo sent this space empress home, scolding her as he went. Silly girl, that young lady would be nothing to you on land. Why didn't you fight back? Using her back to shield you, risking her life in the water? What else could that be but foolishness? He added, wondering if carrying her like this would make her fall for him, and if he should change his method. An hour later, he carried her home. He eyed his t-shirt and said, it should fit, right? Then he quickly unbuttoned his shirt, acting smoothly while claiming he didn't want to take advantage of her. She soaked in the water for a long time, her whole body getting wet. And whether the water was clean or not, there was no way to be sure. Chenu's face turned as red as a ripe tomato, and his voice became hesitant. I really didn't mean to. Having already removed her clothes, he might as well go all the way, so he carried her to the bath. She was a little dirty, so he decided to bathe her before changing her clothes. Who knows what he did in there? All that could be heard were strange noises. It was just a bath, after all. Let's not overthink it. A moment later, the door opened, and Xiaoyay emerged, wearing his shirt, clean and tidy. Chen Nu picked her up, sighing. I must have been tangled up with this woman for ages. I really can't abandon her. He carried her to the bed so she could sleep comfortably. She'll sleep in Xiaoyay's room tonight, and the teacher thinks I'm sleeping in mine, so I'll have to take the sofa. Chen Nuo checked on her again. Her mental strength was recovering slowly, and at this rate, she might not wake up for 2 or 3 days. He chuckled at the sight of the girl before him. Who would believe that the Queen of the Stars had almost died tonight? Chen Nuo thought to himself that her greatest weakness was her fear of water, a secret he already knew in his past life. He recalled the time they went on a mission to Antarctica and a massive iceberg broke, plunging them into the sea. Chen Nuo risked everything to save her, but she looked so pathetic back then. He was curious and asked, is this pathetic state because you're afraid of water? Experts at our level should be fine, even after being submerged for hours. Instead of gratitude, he was met with a sharp accusation. Did you just touch my butt? Chen Nu asked in surprise. Huh? I just saved you, and you were clinging to me like an octopus. I couldn't pull you off, so I must have accidentally touched you. But she insisted it was intentional. Before Chen Nuo could react, Gigi kicked him right in the face, refusing to listen to his explanation that it was just an accident. He says he touched her, and he means it. The kick sends him flying, leaving a footprint on his face. That misunderstanding was etched in Chen Nuo's memory, unforgettable even across lifetimes. He was being too much. I barely touched her butt, and she kicked me. I was saving her life, you know. His inner beast awakened, Chen Nuo brazenly placed his hand on Gigi's rear, taunting her. I touched her again, and she kicked me again. Not only that, he even squeezed her to test her elasticity. Not only did I touch her, but I squeezed. I was having so much fun that I didn't notice she had opened her eyes and was staring at me. He shouted, "Damn it, when did you wake up?" While she was still dazed, he stealthily withdrew his wandering hand. Suddenly, Sixi calls Chennuo her husband, startling him. He asks, "What did you just call me?" Tida was bewildered. "What did I just say?" She then asked where she was. "Who are you? Why can't I remember?" Suddenly, her head throbs with pain and she clutches it, confused. "I can't remember who I am. I only dreamed of a woman's voice calling out for her husband. Was that me? Perhaps in my unconscious state, I overheard fourth sister speaking to old Guo. Husband, how are you? Are you all right? Husband, are you hurt? Husband, I brought you medicine. Who are you, husband? The medicine I hid is ruined. I'm so stupid. What do I do?" Gigi continued in confusion, then opened her eyes to see you. "And you touched me?" Her state worried Chennuo. Had she really lost her mind? Suddenly, she grabbed his hand and asked earnestly, "Do you know me? Do you know who I am, do you?" "Where is this place?" Chennuo asked again, his voice low. "You don't remember anything." Frustrated by his silence, she tightened her grip, causing sparks to fly. "You tell me first, where is this?" Losing patience, Gigi sends Chennuo flying with a palm strike. "Tell me." He cried out, "No, you change your tune so fast." The angrier she got, the more energy radiated from her. She repeated the same question over and over. "Tell me, who am I?" She lunges, grabbing Chennuo by the neck. "Who are you?" "Where is this?" Gigi shouts. "And why did you touch me while I was sleeping?" Chennuo struggled to reply. "If you choke me, how can I talk?" So she stopped trying to speak and grabbed his wrist instead, throwing Chennuo onto the table, which promptly broke in half. She repeated, "Who are you really? Who are you?" "Are you a bad person? Were you trying to hurt me in my sleep?" "I can't take it anymore," Chennuo shouted, confessing to anything. "I'm not a bad guy. I'm your husband." He inwardly complained, "This crazy woman's got a strong grip. She almost strangled me." Upon learning that the man before her was her husband, Gigi calmed down, her murderous aura dissipating. Poor Chennuo lamented, after living 2 lives, he was being ridden by this woman, the ultimate humiliation. "Then who am I? And where is this place?" Chennuo chuckled, comforting her. "Wife, don't worry. Listen to me slowly. Listen to me carefully." And Chennuo began to recount their story. "Your name is Lu Yi. This is our home, and we've been happily married for over a year. Until one day." With a sorrowful expression, he continued, "You see, there's something wrong with your brain. Every few days you have an episode where you don't remember anything, treat me like a stranger, and destroy everything in the house." Even Jizai was starting to feel confused. "I'm really acting the part of Tranak too well. His face is even wet with tears." "That's right, I'm just that awful. But you've never complained. Seriously, through thick and thin, a couple should be able to endure anything but infidelity. On the surface, she cries, but inside, she's plotting. Make me feel guilty until you reach the extreme, making it easier to be led by the other party." He pointed to the items in the house and continued, "See, these things are all new, right? But look how old and dilapidated our room is. How could we buy new things with such an old room? It's because I broke all the old things when I was sick." Hearing Gigi's panic, she says that she even broke the bed in the room earlier. Then Chennuo takes her hand and leads her away. "Come, let me take you to see Dad. He's been ill for days, and even bedridden. Mr. John can't escape being an extra in your play. He suffered a stroke, and the cost of treatment has strained the family's finances, yet you continue to break things. Our family wasn't rich to begin with, and now things are even harder. But Zixi still only half believes me. I still don't completely believe you. Oh, right, we should have photos and a marriage certificate, shouldn't we?" Chennuo sighed, gently stroking her head as he said, "All of that was lost. A few months ago, you had a fit and burned it all to ashes." Still unconvinced, Zixi asks again, "Then how can you prove we're married?" He whispers in her ear, "You have a beauty mark." This flusters Gigi, her face flushed with embarrassment as she wonders if he really is her husband, knowing such a secret place on her body. She stammered, asking again, What's my husband's name?" With a smile, Chennuo replied, "It's Lu Yi. You must be happy," teaching her a lesson for always looking down on others. It seemed that at this moment, Gigi believed everything Chennuo said. She burst into tears. "Husband, I'm sorry. I broke things in the house again. I almost strangled you." He gently wiped away the tears on her cheeks, saying, "It's okay, we're married now, just don't do it again." Chennuo turned to the side, secretly pleased, knowing that if his strength wasn't enough, he'd make up for it with acting. Although he panicked a bit just now, he managed to get away. It's late, 1 a.m., and with their bedroom destroyed, the fledgling couple is forced to sleep on the sofa. After a while, seeing that Zizi's breathing has stabilized, he sighs in relief, finally able to sleep. To be safe, he gives her a little more gas to deepen her sleep, then carries her outside. Lujiji, I've been very kind. Tonight I really saved your life. Half an hour later, at New Thu Mountain, Tranak abandoned Tete by the river, saying, "It's not that I'm abandoning you, but this has spiraled out of control." In my haste, I lied and said she was my wife, even revealing a secret location on her body to make her believe me. If she suddenly wakes up, I wouldn't have enough lives to pay for it. He coldly gets up and turns away, adding, "If you were reasonable, I saved your life, and you spare mine. We're even." Unfortunately, a crazy woman like her wouldn't understand reason and might even hurt those around me. Enough, let's go. All I want in this life is peace. I've saved who I needed to save, and I don't want to spend the rest of my days being chased by you to the ends of the earth. Even though he left her behind, Chen Nuo imagined all sorts of scenarios, like being eaten by beasts, encountering forest spirits, or being crushed by a boulder. Don't hitchhike on the national highway, but I can't shake this feeling. Will she be all right? Even though she's the Starry Sky Queen, what if she's an idiot or the next car doesn't stop? The next car already has its light on, so he decides to turn back and take a peek, just a little peek. Chen Nuo thought to himself, knowing from his past life that this woman was crazy, completely reliant on her assistant. Now, injured and amnesiac, she's been abandoned in a desolate place. Arriving back at the spot, he found it empty. Damn it, where did she go? He immediately shouted, "Lu Yi, I was afraid you drowned." He dove deep into the water, but it was no use. She wasn't in the lake. Chen Nuo then climbed the tallest tree there to observe. New Mountain, recently developed and only a few kilometers from the city university, has no large wild animals, so she couldn't have been dragged off by one, and there are no footprints on the ground, so no one could have taken her. Seeing nothing, he jumped down, frustrated, having practically turned the mountain upside down. Could she have regained her memories and left on her own? But hopefully she's just at home, raging at my post on the Baiclan Bazaar forum. If she doesn't reply by tomorrow, I'll have to ask Brother Lei to search all of Jiangning. If she's not in Jiangning, then she's in Jinling. Half an hour later, Gigi was waiting downstairs at Chen Nuo's house, but he was too lost in thought to notice. If he'd known she'd worry so much, he wouldn't have left her in that deserted place. He should have just dumped her at the airport and had Xiaonai Tang pick her up. You can never be too careful. Why didn't he think of that? Lost in thought, he hears Gigi calling him husband. He looks up and sees her pitiful eyes, realizing he's been found out. So Chen Nuo continued his charade, feigning concern. "Where did you run off to? I woke up in the middle of the night and couldn't find you anywhere. I was searching all over." Seeing that she was back safe and sound, he was relieved. But wait, was he going crazy? Chen Nuo asked, "How did you find your way back home?" Zixi honestly replied, "I don't know either. I woke up by the lake, terrified. I cried for a while, then I searched for your scent and eventually found my way back here." Hearing this, he trembled, his heart raced and his breath hitched. She remembered him. There was no escape this time. How would this husband act end? Just then, Gigi's stomach rumbled and Chen Nuo said, "Are you hungry? Let's go home and I'll make you some noodles." With no food available late at night, he asked once inside, "What do you remember now?" As she ate her noodles, Gigi replied, "I don't remember anything before I woke up and I'm a little curious. Can I ask you something?" Chen Nuo nodded. "Go ahead." She asked, "We're both normal people, right? We fought last night, and even though I don't remember what happened before, could normal people really fight like that? I woke up by the lake, but I could quickly sense your presence, a power I can't even describe. And the way I raced home, I don't think a normal person could do that, right?" She looked at Chen Nuo with pleading eyes. Could he refuse? He frowned, lost in thought. This was going to be a long story to tell. Gigi happily replied, "Don't rush, tell me slowly, I'll listen while I eat." Inside, Chen Nuo was screaming. He had to start making things up again. At worst, getting the comic wrong only gets you yelled at, but what can they do? Getting this wrong could cost lives. After much deliberation, a tear-jerking love story was born. 10 years ago, in the season of blooming flowers, a 10-year-old boy, pursued by villains, stumbled into the mountains, and his mother saved his life. "Where's the fairy who's going to save me?" "Neja, don't run so fast. I haven't had breakfast and my back and legs hurt. I can't run anymore." How is that muscular body only 10 years old? The young woman who raises bees, living alone in the mountains, saved the boy and kindly let him stay, even teaching him martial arts. "My name is Xiaolu Nu, and from now on I'm your master. Master, please accept your disciple's bow." Alone in the mountains, a man and woman in isolation, feelings grew, and they crossed the line, falling deeply in love. Nuo, I don't want to be your master, and I don't want you to call me master anymore. From that day on, he called me Lure. Tet listens intently, then shares her thoughts. Why does what you're saying sound so familiar? Chen Yu affirmed that he had experienced it all himself. Later, she fell ill, and with his father also needing care, they retreated from the world. He thought to himself, luckily, I knew her in my past life, and she knows I love wuxia novels. But Lu Er found it strange. Lok Tay-Tay's beast-eared mother wasn't bad either. Then he imagined Tay-Tay in a seductive fur dress, trying her best to seduce him. Let's cast aside our moral shackles and enjoy paradise together, Nak, Tet said, taking Chen Yu's hand. Nuo, it must have been hard on you these past few years, taking care of our father. You even went along with his illness. Lok, as long as I can be with you, it's all worth it. It's only now that the good student remembers his master. That's right. Master Zhang must be rushed to the hospital, or they're doomed when he wakes up. The next morning, as Gigi fetched water, she thought about their beautiful love story, Lu Qi and Nuo Er, when she suddenly overheard women talking. Lee Ying Wan calls, Appa, I'm still so scared. Appa, has the demon-killing assassin been dealt with? Oh, I miss you so much. Can I come over? Terrified, Chen Nuo whispered, Wait, don't rush. I'm busy right now. Wait until I deal with... Suddenly, he screamed, startled. Jai had appeared right behind him without him noticing. He thought to himself, Damn, the commander is formidable, moving without a sound. Tet asked softly, Honey, who were you calling? Why did I hear a girl's voice? Nak quickly made up an excuse. It was the neighborhood committee calling about the electricity bill. What are you doing? She asked. Honey, I cleaned up all the broken stuff in the house tonight and cooked dinner. I felt useless, so I wanted to help you with something. I'm just helping Dad wash his face. I can't do much else, but I can help you take care of the patient. Chen Nuo thought to himself, Forget it. What if washing his face wakes Teacher Zhang up? Besides, has our eldest sister ever taken care of anyone before who uses cold water to wipe someone's face? No, I have to get Master Zhang out of here, and fast. With that thought, he snatched the basin of water from Zhao Xiao and ran off. No need to trouble yourself, I was just about to take him out of the hospital for a checkup. Besides, my wife doesn't have much money, so she's been running back and forth, and even Ziz wants to come along, so you can join us. But Chen No said, my condition reacts negatively to hospitals. Just being in a hospital environment could trigger it, so it's best if I don't go. Afraid his pseudo-wife would be bored, he found her some work, saying if she really wanted to do something, here it was. Why don't you peel potatoes in the kitchen today? It's fine if you're happy, and I'm sure you'll do great. He then carried Master Tuong out of the house, carefully instructing her not to wander around while he was gone, and to watch TV if she got bored, promising to return home soon. Meanwhile, Chao Yun is increasingly worried about her missing husband. The warbler is Jiang's eyes and reconnaissance when he's out on assignment. Last night, the bird returned, but not her husband. So she decided to take the bird and search for him. The thrush flies ahead as she follows on her bike, phone in hand. At first, no one even answered. For a man as worried and attentive to the house as her husband, this was unusual. The Mina led Chao Yun to Chen Nuo's house, where she paused at the door, watching the Mina fly to the family's balcony. After a moment's hesitation, Chao Yun knocked on the door, while inside, Gigi was diligently peeling potatoes. Hearing the knock and thinking her husband was home, Gigi excitedly went to answer the door. Her husband's back. Seeing the beautiful woman open the door, Chao Yun was filled with rage. What a bewitching woman. She immediately asked, Where's my husband? Teta, confused, asked her to repeat what she said. She barged into the house, repeatedly asking, Where's my husband? A confused Ziz asked, Husband, who are you? Why did I barge into someone else's house like that? The girl's attitude made Chao Yun a little confused. Sorry, I must have the wrong place. She thought to herself, Could I have been mistaken? Are you serious? Tete didn't blame her. It's okay, but it's almost been an hour. Why isn't my husband back yet? Gigi worried as she saw Chao Yun throw the birdcage to the ground and ask, What do you want to do? Next, she began acting strangely, pacing back and forth erratically, leaving Gigi at a loss. And so, Chao Yun's lecture began, discussing the great power struggles of the world. What is divided must unite, and what is united must divide. In Zhuo County, there were 3 heroes. The eldest, Liu Bei, courtesy name Zhuande. Though not born on the same day, they swore to die on the same day. The 3 brothers swore an oath of brotherhood, promising to work together for mutual benefit and to protect Tang Sanzang on his journey to the Western Paradise. Gigi felt sympathy for her aunt, thinking she had the same mental issues as herself, and now she's fallen. On the road to the Western Paradise, there are 9981 tribulations, encountering demons, monsters, and beautiful painted skins, layer upon layer of trials. Listen closely, everyone. Gigi watches Xiaoyun's every move and concludes that she looks very pitiful, suffering from the same illness as herself. I can't abandon her, and so she follows Zhao Van to help. Auntie, where do you live? Can I contact your family? How about I take you home to rest? She replied, My family is waiting for me to pick them up. Teet wondered, where does she want to go? Xiaoyun pointed to a school and said, picking up my daughter from school. Following her gaze, she saw it was a kindergarten. In a car parked nearby, Lao Hu slowly took out a pack of cigarettes, then turned and asked, Your daughter goes to kindergarten here, right? Gu Kong nodded profusely. Yes, that's right. Old Hu instructed, All right, later you go in and pick up the child, we'll take her away. That son of your wife's, he's close to your daughter, right? Are you worried we won't get the money once we have the kid? Little Dung asked worriedly. Boss, won't this be considered kidnapping? What if they call the police? None of us will be able to escape. He cursed at them. Idiots, what kidnapping? Gu Kang is the father, the legal guardian. A father taking his daughter isn't kidnapping. A minion in the car spots a pretty girl and shouts, Boss, look at her. That girl is gorgeous. Tiger roars in anger. Women, 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 all you ever think about is tail. We're out here on business today, so keep your eyes on the prize. Easy for him to say, but his eyes nearly popped out of his head when he saw that girl. My God, they're really her kids, and with that, they all get out of the car. Old Hu barks at Gu Kang, Hurry up, don't dawdle. Meanwhile, Xiaoyun told Zeza to wait there while she went to pick up Shiaoyay. So what am I waiting for here? Old Ho glanced over, his eyes glued to the young girl. Even more beautiful up close, she outshone all the girls at Jiafeng Street combined. He thought to himself, what a pity there were so many people around at the kindergarten dismissal, or he would have snatched her right then and there. Gu Kang led Shiaoyay out and she looked around, asking, Dad, where's my brother? Weren't we going to eat together? Old Ho sweet-talked her. Your brother is waiting for you, let's go eat, he'll be there soon. Just then, Xiaoyun saw Shiaoyay with a stranger and approached. Little Ye? The girl exclaimed. Foster mother. She corrected him. Why are you calling her mother? Didn't we change the way we address her already? Immediately, Shiaoyay called her adoptive mother. Old Hu asks what's going on, but Gu Kang shakes his head. I don't know either. He rushes over and shouts, Who are you? Xiaoyun shouts back, What are you doing? Who are you people? They replied. We're friends of her father. That's right, I'm her father. She was stunned. Her father. Xiaoyun rushes over and grabs Gu Kang's shirt, making him exclaim uncomfortably, Hey, what are you doing? She wasn't having it, shouting, I've never met you before, you're not going anywhere. Shiaoyay, is this your father? The little girl nods. That's right, Mom, this is my dad. And so the two began to fight over her. No, the child can't go, I'm taking her home. I'm taking her home too. Shiaoyay exclaims, Are Mom and Dad having a tug-of-war? I'm getting stretched into noodles. The girl tells Xiaoyun that her parents are taking her to see her brother, and Xiaoyun asks in surprise, Your brother, oh right, your brother, yes. Where's your brother? Old Ho immediately rushes over. Are you looking for trouble? Zhao Van refuses. No, my daughter has to stay with me. He could tell from touching Xiaoyun that she was not weak at all. He thought to himself, with so many onlookers he couldn't make a scene, so he invited her along. She's the girl's foster mother, right? Come along then. Gigi, who was on Gigi Street, saw the commotion and came over to join in. Wait for me, she said. I don't trust what's going on, so I'm coming too. A beauty wants to come along? Why would old Hu refuse? Fine, get in. It's just a meal, right? What a lively family. Let's all get in the car. Gigi is puzzled. She was just curious about what they were saying, but it was like a breeze passing by her ear, and she couldn't hear anything. Old Hu is ecstatic. Is this double happiness at his door? He came here to strike gold and got a beautiful, charming woman for free. Damn it, I'm pulling out all the stops today. Whether it's a gentle approach or something more forceful, I'm getting a piece of that. Back at home, Chen Nuo happily pushes open the door and calls out, Lu Yi, I'm home. But the house is empty. He sits down, wondering, where is she? The potatoes aren't peeled and she's not home taking out the trash. He waited for her for so long that he frantically went to look for her. Lu Yi, where are you? Chen Nuo panicked, wondering if she had regained her memories and run away. It couldn't be her memories returning. If that were the case, she'd be waiting for him. Suddenly, a call comes in, and the voice on the other end asks, Kid, Can you tell who this is? He immediately responded. Gukang continued, I took Xiaoyay out to eat, you know what I mean? Chennu knew exactly what he wanted, and said, Gukang, what am I going to do with you? Fine, I don't want to say anything if I have to call you inhuman. Just say what you want. Gukang immediately held up 5 fingers. Chennu immediately agreed. Okay, I'll give you 50,000, I'll bring the money there myself. Gifeng Duang, you know him, right? Just say his name when you get there, and someone will take you to me. Kid, don't try anything funny, Chennu said softly. Gifeng Duang, I know him. Looks like you've managed to latch onto someone important. There's backup on their side. Enough talk, I'm giving you an hour, though you won't need it. I'll be there in half an hour. It seems Gukang has angered Chennu. I spared Gukang's life for the sake of Xiaoyay's adoptive father, but it seems that was a mistake. The Grim Reaper, it seems, is incapable of mercy. In the maple-lined courtyard as they entered, Gigi grew uneasy. What? Waiting for me here? It's like a tiger inviting me in. Let's go, up to the 3rd floor where the private dining room is. Before entering the elevator, he instructed his men not to come up, no matter what they heard. Keep an eye on things here. The subordinate replied with a trustworthy look. Don't worry, Wang Ge. Go on up to the dining room. Lao Hu said warmly, Beauties and the child's mother, order whatever you like from us. We have everything from fish in the sea to birds in the sky. Immediately, everyone began asking questions at once, but Gigi happily said, I want to drink wine. Xiaoyun cautiously asked if he was paying for the meal, while Xiaoyay asked about her brother, but he only cared about what Gigi said. Drinking, huh? Fine, drinking is good. Where's my brother? Of course, you're at my place, so of course it's my treat. So Xiaoyun said, I want to eat. Braised lamb, braised deer tail, roast duck, roast chicken, roast goose, salted duck, braised chicken, smoked river meat, pork belly, cauliflower, dried meat, sausage, assorted platter, smoked chicken, streaky pork, steamed pork, and glutinous rice duck. Gigi was also startled, and little Ye said, Foster mother, I know he doesn't have any money, so she told me. Oh, then order mine. Old Ho thought angrily, what the hell, is she taunting me with a Qing dynasty menu? This old woman is here to cause trouble. He then said, Gukang, go outside and make the call. You know what to say. Also, move your daughter and her godmother to another room and prepare a similar table for them. We'll be smoking and drinking here, which isn't good for the little ones. Then he turned to Gigi and asked, Beautiful. What would you like to drink? Beer, red wine, white wine, spirits. Anything we have is fine. She immediately replied, Can I have a little of everything then? Old Hu was amused, so straightforward. Gukang moved in to suck up. Wang, they'll be here in about half an hour. I had the kitchen make watermelon juice. It's so hot. To quench his thirst and beat the heat, Old Hu said with satisfaction. Beat the heat? Xiaoyang was right. You have a good eye. I was just thinking about it, and you've already done it. Here's some watermelon juice. But she refuses, saying she only likes alcohol. Old Hu is thrilled, saying, Great, let's drink then. He thought smugly that drinking on an empty stomach would lead to quicker intoxication, and the sooner the better. He couldn't wait another second. Xiaji turned to Gukang and asked, Was that your phone ringing just now? Can I borrow it? Meanwhile, Chen Nuo receives a call. Gukang just called, and now he's calling again. Trying to raise the price, he answers, and a familiar voice comes through the line. Honey, this leaves you speechless, Gigi continued. Honey, I'm sorry, I left the house. Are you home yet? Something's come up, can you come get me? I'm sorry, honey, I ran off again. I've met some people and I think they're bad news. One of them keeps staring at me. Please come get me. I'm so scared. Old Hu, who overheard everything, thought, Seriously, this beauty is whispering to her husband. Can you avoid us since we're the bad guys? Sitting right next to us, talking on the phone like we're deaf, and Chen Nuo's legs are shaking. Geez, I'm the one who's scared, okay? Gukang takes Xiaoyay away, and Lu Jiji uses Gukang's phone to make a call. Aren't they together? Wouldn't she be exposed if she just talks casually? He stammered, asking, Auntie, I'm okay, right? They're okay, aren't they? Is everyone all right? Tate turned to the two and continued, It's okay, they're all fine. Husband? Jano instructed her, So, you're coming to pick me up? I'm on my way to pick you up. Auntie, until I get there, promise me you won't do anything reckless, okay? Gigi thinks, oh, she'll try her best. At this moment, all kinds of alcohol are laid out and she says, Hubby, I won't talk anymore, I'm about to drink. Suddenly, Chen Nuo recalled the terrifying image of Gigi drunk, beating everyone to a pulp and inviting Xiaoyay to drink with her. Little friend, drink with me or you'll end up like them. Chen Nuo panicked, knowing the drunken Luji would do anything, and yelled, Luji, don't drink, give me the phone. Gukang, if you don't want to die. If you old geezers don't want to become wasteland, don't let her drink. I'm coming to save you. Get out of here. He then asked the beauty how she wanted to drink the alcohol. Jaiji scoffs at the small glass. Is that for mice? Intrigued, Lao Hu ordered, bring bigger glasses, bigger glasses. His subordinates immediately complied. Yes, King Wang. Chen Nuo immediately called back and Lao Hu, annoyed, told Gukang to turn off his phone. Then he turned to Tay, saying they had 3 ways to drink this liquor, the first being to drink only one type from beginning to end. The second is white, red, and beer, followed by lamb's tail, first white wine, then red wine and beer, and finally liquor to taper off. The third is to pour a full glass and empty it into another. Teet is intrigued, saying, there's even a way to play this game? Which one is the most fun? Old Hu is amused. Then we'll play the full cup game. Teet drinks how much? You all drink that much, not a drop less. Anyone who drinks less than a drop, I'll take their life. He teased, how will you take my life, little sister? She replied, by throwing you off the top floor. Everyone laughed, amused that this beauty was so jovial. 20 minutes later, Cixi shook the wine jug, filled her own glass, and drank it all without needing to be asked. Meanwhile, back at Old Hu's table, everyone was completely plastered. Damn it, Wang, I need a break. One drink after another on an empty stomach, I'm about to puke blood. He thought a sober woman meant no chance, and since the drinking trick failed, he moved in for the approach. Hey, little sister, don't drink anymore, you're really drunk this time. I have a place where you can rest. Let me help you up. GC asks, are you saying I'm drunk? He tried to grab her, but she quickly turned away. I'm not drunk, but you sure are. Talk to me for a bit. Don't drink anymore. Let's stop for tonight. But as he spoke, Cixi turned and punched him, drawing blood. Did I say you could stop? Old Hu was dumbfounded, but Gigi didn't seem to care. I'm done. Now it's your turn. Seeing his boss get hit, Xiaoyang angrily shouted, you bitch wanna die? He was cursed out of nowhere. JJ asks again, so you're not going to drink? Little Yang, enraged, lunges forward. I'll drink your mom. Some people just need to be taught a lesson the hard way. She reached out and grabbed the man's leg, asking again, are you really not going to drink anymore? He was thrown to the ground and roared in anger. Who do you think you are, forcing me to drink? Do you have a death wish? Old Hu was still in shock. What was going on? 1 minute he was on the ground, the next he saw Xiaoyang being dragged up. Am I seeing things? Gigi lifted him up and carried him to the window. You're the one who said you wouldn't drink. And with that, she casually tossed him over the edge. Then she turned to Old Hu and said, what a buzzkill. I wonder if he's really dead after falling from the 3rd floor. Come on, let's keep drinking. Sweating bullets, Lao Hu thought nervously. This is the 3rd floor, for crying out loud. Gigi continued, I hate people who bring backup to drinking games. Let's keep going. Lao Hu grabbed a bottle, threatening to kill her. But he was all talk and no action, shoving the bottle into Gukang's hands to do the deed. But even he didn't dare. Brother Wang, I'm really scared. Old Hu urged from behind. Scared of what? With a wave of her hand, the bottle flew from Gukang's grasp into hers, but she was displeased to find it empty. It's empty. Next she'll be snatching the bottle from Old Ho. Is this one empty too? What are you doing with empty bottles? Did you guys finish drinking already? Gukang was worried. Bro Wang, let's get out of here. This girl is a little scary. She crushed the bottle in one go, angrily saying, if you're not drinking, then I'm not happy. And when I'm not happy... Old Hu was stunned. Mom, she crushed a bottle with her bare hands. Terrified, Gukang turned tail and ran. Brother Wang, I'm going to get help. But you can't just leave if you want to. Gigi grabbed Old Gu's leg, then dragged him to the window. No one's leaving today or you'll miss out on the drinks. In fear, Gukang cried out, let me go. I'll drink with you. Hearing this, she immediately stopped and he and Gigi continued drinking at the table. He drank each glass of liquor without a peep and Cixi cheerfully said, you should have said so sooner. Were you scared? Despite his best efforts, Gukang still left a mouthful in his glass. Seeing this, Zizi gave him a look that could kill. Were you planning on raising fish in there? Terrified, he quickly chugs it all down. Big sister, look, not a drop left. Lao Hu, who had been silent, finally spoke. Just who is this woman? She's not another super strong fighter who's going to cripple me, is she? First the Gu guy, now the Wang guy. Am I next? Wang Lao Hu, startled, shouted, someone! Anyone? Below, his men heard the commotion. Was that Wang Gei's voice? One of them, remembering his boss's orders, said, Boss Wang told us not to go up no matter what we hear. Just stand guard here. The other nodded in agreement. Oh, it seems Wang is waiting for a big one today. Above, Gigi angrily smashes the table. Why are you calling people? Are you trying to get out of drinking? Old Hu thought in fear. If that hit landed on his face, he said softly, Big sis, what are you saying? The most important thing in this world is trust and loyalty. Am I a debt dodger? I just called some people to drink with you. I respect you, sister. I'll finish my drink and you can do as you please. Tet is excited and asked someone to prepare another bunch. At the hotel, he thought he was resting, but he suddenly screamed and woke up from his coma. I'm not a destroyer of young women's hearts. He looked around. He was in a hotel. How did I get here? This is bad. Xiaoyun. Teacher Xiang rushed home, but no one was there. He immediately calls his wife, saying, Xiaoyun, where are you? I'm home, but where are you? Where did she run off to? This is bad, this is bad. I noticed your medicine box was untouched today. Tell me where you are. But the voice on the other end replied, Reporting in, General. Master Xiang is dead. So the illness has taken hold. It's me, Zhao Van, it's me. It's me, Lao Song, your husband. Listen to my voice. Listen carefully. Answer me, Zhao Yun. That voice sounds familiar. Sing a few lines for me. Then Xiaoyay's voice echoed, Is foster mom using foster dad's phone? And so, the girl answered the phone. Hello, father? It's me, Xiaoyay. Are you happy to hear from me, teacher? Xiaoyay? Who is this? Xiaoyay, good heavens, you're with your foster mother? Where are you two? Tell your foster father quickly. The little girl obediently replies. I'm with mom at Jiafeng Duang. Are you coming, daddy? We're having dinner. Master Tuong said, Okay, I'll go there right away. He wondered, Jade Peak Pavilion? What is Tranak up to? Why come to Maple Pavilion for a meal, bringing your teacher and sister? Is that a place for ordinary people? Meanwhile, Chen Nuo had already driven his warhorse to Jiafeng Hall, where the gatekeepers quickly blocked him. Who goes there? Halt. You dare barge into the Jiafeng Hall's rear courtyard? Is he trying to die? One of them recognized Chen Nuo and shouted, Get out of the way, everyone! They quickly scattered, and the others asked, Brother Mao, who is it? Why did you tell us to move? That's right, daring to barge into the fake Feng Tong's backyard. One of them said, You two must be new. You don't know. He's the one who crippled our leader. I still have a phobia of the color black to this day. Chen Nuo went inside, asking anyone he saw about a beautiful woman with a child. Before he could finish, the henchmen trembled as they answered. Third floor. Boss, I'm changing careers tomorrow. Please spare me. Chen Nuo went up to the third floor of Maple Street, but the door was locked. Inside, the two men were pale with fear, but Zizi was still excited. Well, look who it is again. Are you trying to drink yourself to death? You just added another half a pound of liquor. Suddenly, he heard the door open. Someone had finally arrived. Quick as lightning, he rushed to the door and shouted, Is anyone there? Hurry, save me! But it was Chen Nuo who appeared. The Wang family member collapsed to his knees, screaming in despair, while Ji Jai, despite the hood, recognized Chen Nuo. She cried out in joy, Husband. Tiger asked in bewilderment, Husband? He trembled, thinking, Damn it, her husband is this killing machine? Why didn't you say so, you devil? Chen Nuo asked Gigi, Where's the little girl? She asked back, confused. What? Explain yourself. Was there a cute little girl about 5 or 6 years old with you? Tay-Tay remembers she's eating in the next room, and Chen Nuo warns, Don't do anything rash before I get back. Did you hear that? Tet shyly replied, I already knew that, but someone tried to drug me, so I threw him down from up there. Hearing him approach the prone Gu Kang, he said, Not a bad idea. Everyone dies sometime. Without hesitation, he tossed the trash that was Gu Kang out the window, then asked his wife, What about this bald guy kneeling here? What did he do? Zixi smiled. He tried to get me drunk and take advantage of me. Old Hu fearfully crawled to Chen Nuo and begged, No, big brother, I didn't do anything. If you knew she was my wife, you wouldn't dare touch her, even with 1,000 lives, he asked sternly. Do you know who I am? Where's Li Tingshan? You were here last time too, he kowtowed repeatedly. Yes, I was here last time, boss. I didn't lay a finger on your wife. Boss, I really didn't do anything. Then Chen Nuo went over to pat the tiger's head to comfort him. Were you scared today? He said. It was all that bastard Kokang deceiving you. He said softly, It's better to jump yourself and endure the pain than to lose your life. So you jump, or should I? Old Hu immediately replied, I'll jump myself. He thought to himself that jumping on his own would at least allow him to choose his landing position, increasing his chances of survival. After dealing with the thugs, Chen Nuo turns to Gigi and says, Lu Yi, you're a patient who can't just wander around. She asked in surprise, Huh? Lu Yi, you are Lu Gigi. Chen Nuo was startled. Then do you know what your nickname is, Lu Gigi? She happily replied, The Starry Sky Queen. He stepped back and asked, And who is your disciple? Little Candy. You've retreated all the way to the door, ready to bolt at the first sign of trouble. Chen Nuo pressed on. So, do you know who I am? At this point she was swaying, barely able to stand. You're Nuo, my husband. Even with a helmet, she recognized him, collapsing to the ground and acting spoiled. Carry me, I can't walk. Be careful, Chen Nuo. Let's replay that scene. I'll ask you again, what's your name? Tet wonders why he's asking, as he secretly thinks he hasn't asked clearly enough. She didn't dare go over there, so he started by asking her name. Ziz obediently answers, My name is Lu Yi, darling. So, who is the Starry Sky Queen? Haha, husband? That sounds like a middle schooler came up with it. Last question. So, do you know the unmarried little sweetie? I bet you don't like candy. You like booze. Chen Nuo felt somewhat relieved. It seemed her memories returned temporarily while drunk, but she forgot again in the blink of an eye. While drunk, Cixi kept asking for her husband's embrace. Over and over. Chen Nuo hugged her. The little girl in the next room, right? But Zizi was too drunk to understand what he was saying. What are you trying to say? Husband, he sighs. Honey, there's a strange coincidence. Didn't you meet a little girl today? Oh, I'll tell you when we meet later. There's so much you don't remember that I haven't had a chance to explain. Ah Fei hasn't had a chance to tell you yet, and I'll explain it to you slowly tonight when I get home. Gigi suddenly remembered, that's right, there's also her foster mother inside. Startled, he doesn't dare open the door, huh, mother? Seeing the commotion, Chao Yun asks, Who's there? Chen Nu slams the door shut in shock. Damn it. Why is Master Song here? How can he make this up? Master Song is little Yi's foster mother, so of course she's his foster mother too. Then what about the father who stayed at your house last night? Your wife? You can't believe our adoptive mother and biological father are actually husband and wife. Is that even human? From inside, Chao Yun's voice echoed, If I call out to you, will you dare answer? Gigi wondered, Husband? Why don't you come in? Are you scared? Just a moment. Things are getting a little complicated. He quickly came up with a plan. He had an idea. He'll take Lu Jiji back first, then come back for Xiaoyay, making sure Lu Jiji and Song Xiaoyun don't meet. Song Xiaoyun may be crazy, but once she's lucid, she won't help me lie. Unexpectedly, he hears the teacher's voice calling out. Where are you, Xiaoyun? This came as a surprise to Chen Nuo. And now her real father is coming? How can he tell Lu Jiji that their father likes to visit the hospital in the morning and the magic house sect in the afternoon? With no other choice, he pulls Jiji back to their old room. Arriving, Master Jiang heard Xiaodai's voice. Foster father, we're here. He rushed over, saying, Father's here. Chen Nuo listened anxiously as Master Jiang asked, Xiaoyay, where's your brother? The little girl replied, He's not coming. My father is picking us up. Xiaoyun also sensed something strange inside, and Jiji asked, puzzled, What is your husband doing? He answered his wife. I suddenly felt the urge to pee. Can you believe that? As Zhao Van passed the great hall, she stopped, sensing something strange within, but Master Tu, thinking she was ill, pulled his wife away. What's so strange? Let's just go home. When tipsy, she can't resist alcohol. Honey, shall we toast? Seeing the watermelon juice, Chen Nuo offered it to her, saying, Drink this first. It'll make the alcohol taste even better. Good girl. Just then, Chen Nuo's phone rang. Hello, Master. Teacher Tuong asked Tranak. Where is he? He quickly made an excuse. Master, I'm at Brother Loy's workplace. Teacher Tuong anxiously reported. Did you know your sister was picked up from daycare? He asked, feigning alarm. What? Little Ye has already been picked up? Gigi listened and chugged the juice in one go. Fearing he was too worried, Master Jiang said, Yes, but don't worry. Little Ye is with your master's wife now. She said her father came to pick her up. What's that about? He chuckled nervously. Master, I have no idea. Master, Little Deep's father's situation is complicated. I'll explain when I get back. Where are you right now? Gigi's not doing so well. She even unbuttoned her shirt, complaining about the heat. She then nestled into Chen Nuo's arms as Master Jiang continued, I've taken Xiaoyay home. You best come back quickly as well. Tonight was already a mess, but this is too far. How could he bring Xiaoyay to a place like this? He was distracted by the woman in his arms and gave a careless reply. Yes, Master. I'll be home soon, he said tersely into the phone. I'm taking Xiaoyay home tonight. Hurry and pick her up after work. He hangs up, pushes Gigi away, and asks, What's wrong? Her breath came in ragged gasps. You're so hot. He immediately smelled it, shocked and angry. Chen Nuo cursed. God damn it, they even drugged me. With her face flushed, Gigi gazed at Chen Nuo, her eyes filled with desire. Chen Nuo was caught off guard when Gigi suddenly pinned him down and kissed him, leaving him speechless. He turned away, blushing slightly, thinking she was playing with fire. When she regains her memory, she's going to kill me. She didn't stop, pressing closer and whispering, "Husband, I can't stop." Chen Nuo pocketed his phone, grabbed her butt, and said with a smile, "This isn't the place. Let's go home." Moments later, Chen Nuo hoisted her over his shoulder, secured her helmet, and leapt out the window, figuring it would be faster. The jump sent her dress billowing in the wind. He lands gracefully on Xiaoyang's arm, causing him to scream in pain. "It's broken, you bastard! Oh my god!" "I'm sorry, boss, I touched your leg." Then Chen Nuo went to the trash can next to where Lao Hu was lying and said, "I'm taking the phone." Cut to Tangshan, in the eastern suburbs of Jinling City, where Qingshan soaks in the springs, thinking his legs are done for. The doctor said soaking in hot springs can promote blood circulation and relax muscles, so it's not a total loss. At this point, having nothing to worry about might just be the best time of my life. Suddenly his phone rings. It's Wang Laohu. He removes his towel and answers. "Hello, is that Li Qingshan?" The voice on the other end boomed, and he stammered, recognizing the familiar voice. You're Zhang Lin Sheng, not young Master Hao Nan. What do you want from me?" Qingshan was terrified. He knew that voice all too well, the one that haunted his nightmares. On the other end, Chen Nuo replied, "It's me. Is this the phone of one of your subordinates?" He quickly answered, Yes, it belongs to a subordinate who had dinner with me, named Wang Lao Hu." "Mr. Haonan, has one of my men caused you trouble?" He said no. Hearing that, he felt a little relieved. Good. Chen Nuo continued, his voice rising. "Today, he kidnapped a woman from the main road to Jifeng Hall and drugged her drink." Qingshan anxiously asked, "Is that woman Chen Nuo?" He shouted into the phone, "She's my wife." Hearing this, he was startled, dropping his phone into the water in fear, muttering, "His wife is done for. Wang Lao Hu, you've dug a grave for me." The subordinate frantically ran over to report. "Boss, something big happened," he shouted. "What could be bigger than this? Is the sky falling?" The subordinate whispered to Qingshan, "My family was attacked. Wang Lao Hu was thrown from the 3rd floor in Jifeng Street." He asked, "Is he dead?" The subordinate quickly replied, "He's not dead. He's been taken to the hospital. It's not too serious, just a few broken bones. Lucky for him, he's still alive." Qingshan angrily shouted, "Why isn't he dead yet? Why isn't he dead yet? Lucky my ass. He's not dead, is he? If he's not dead, finish the job. Kill him now." "Huh? What?" "Leave quickly." He then told his men, "Go back first, I have something to discuss." Qingshan began his instructions, saying that Wang Laohu brought a woman back today, and you know what that means. With his personality, he's easily distracted by pretty girls, but the subordinate wondered if the woman's identity was a problem. "Who?" He turned his face tense and said, "That man's wife." The mere mention of "that man" paled the subordinate's face as Thansan arranged matters, twirling the jade ring on his finger. "Now, go find out everything that happened today. Find the key points and clarify everything for me in half an hour. Can you do it?" Despite his worry, the subordinate didn't dare disobey. "Secondly, bring Wang Lao Hu to me, even if he's on the verge of death." He immediately obeyed the order. "Yes, I'll get right on it." He told his men to hurry, but before they left, he told them to bring him a spare phone. Meanwhile, back at Chen Nuo's house, Gigi was lying on the sofa as Chen Nuo poured an entire bottle of water down her throat. She gulped repeatedly, trying to speak. "Honey, I don't want water. I want cuddles and kisses until you have to coax me. Be good. Drink more water to counteract the alcohol and medicine in your system." At that moment, Old Ho's phone rang. Tranak answered, and Thansan's voice came from the other end. "Mr. Haonam, it's me. You immediately asked. I only said half of what I wanted to say before you hung up." He explained, "I'm sorry for the embarrassment. After I heard you, my hand trembled, and I dropped the phone in the water." Hearing this, he thought to himself that this Li Qingshan had some sense. Whether this statement was true or false, the intention to yield was very clear. "All right, let's continue." He cleverly inquired, "May I ask, is your wife all right?" Chen Nuo replied, "It's fine. Otherwise, you wouldn't have had the chance to call me." Sitting in his wheelchair, he tried to appease him. "Mr. Haonan, I truly had no idea about this. Even if I had a death wish, I would never dare to provoke you. I've been recovering from my injuries and haven't been keeping up with things at home. Give me one night to get to the bottom of this and give you an explanation. Whether you want to kill me or not, it's all up to you, okay?" Meanwhile, Chen Nuo replied with a smile, "All right, you better get to the bottom of things today, especially regarding Wang Laohu. He's the one who took my wife, so you need to ask him carefully." Qingshan respectfully replied, Yes, please await my news." Bound and helpless, Cixi writhed, her voice trembling as she cried out, "Husband, I'm so hot." "Same old trick. He shoves a water bottle in her mouth, telling her to drink up and cool down. Her powers erupt, releasing an aura that shatters the bottle and snaps the restraints as Gigi cries out, "I won't drink it. I won't." Then she pulled Chen Nuo's head into her chest, her voice full of excitement. "Husband, hold me. Please hold me." He grimaced, not daring to say a word, only thinking, "Big sister, I really don't dare hug you. Playing with fire will lead to trouble." Chen Nuo tried to break free, but couldn't. Gigi's body stiffened, and he could only sigh. So strong, so good. Even in her sleep, she still wanted to hold me. Chen Nuo looked up and wondered if she was asleep. He couldn't help the position they were in. His waist was sure to ache. Then they both laid down on the chair, and he resigned himself to his fate, figuring, what's one more hug? An hour later, Cixi wakes up and nudges Chen Nuo, saying, "Honey, your hand is on her hip." Chen Nuo replies, "You're awake." With his hands around her waist and his legs entangled with hers, Cixi quietly asks, "Could you let go of me first?" She then scurried into the bathroom, beaming, "I'm so smelly. I'm going to shower first." Chen Nuo scratched his head, flustered. "Go ahead." He wondered if it was from drinking too much water. The shower turned on, and from behind the door, Cixi peeked out, calling, "Honey, I don't have any clothes. Can you grab me some clothes?" Chen Nuo was sweating bullets. There weren't any women's clothes in the house. Chen Nuo smiled wryly. "Okay, wait for me." A few minutes later, he grabbed some of his clothes and brought them to the bathroom door. From inside, she called out, "Don't come in." With only a towel wrapped around her, she reached out for the clothes, softly saying, "Thank you, darling." Having changed, she emerged, looking a little uncomfortable, and wondered, why is the underwear so small? Does it not fit? The two sat on the chair when suddenly Didi spoke up, "Husband, can we do it another time?" Hearing that startled Chen Nuo. She turned to him, a little sad, and continued, I'm sorry. I know you're my husband, and you can do whatever you want, but I'm not ready. Can you give me some time?" He smiled, patting her head, and replied, "Okay, don't overthink it. Just sleep." Elsewhere, at a hot spring resort, Tan-san sits smoking and asks, "Well?" Wang Laohu took in a lackey named Gu Kang, then helped him save face. To get information on the child's brother, he went to the kindergarten to pick up the child, then cornered the woman right at the school gate. The lackey pushing the wheelchair added that the woman and the child's foster mother were together, and Lao Li scolded, "Gu Kang is really inhuman. Wang Laohu is crazy for money, taking in trash like that." He added that the matter was now clear. Wang Laohu met the child's foster mother at the kindergarten, where she was with a friend, Hao Nan's wife. Wang Laohu, seeing a beautiful woman, had wicked intentions and tricked her into going to Maple Street with them. Then, Brother Hao Nan arrived just in time to beat back Wang Laohu's men and rescue the woman, the child, and the foster mother. The subordinate added that their leader wasn't necessarily a hero. According to Wang Laohu, the woman was no ordinary person, and whether Hao Nan came or not, Wang Laohu would have been killed. Qingshan pondered, unsurprised that she was extraordinary, like calls to like, and Wang Laohu was simply unlucky. He cursed his fate, but didn't want to be dragged down with it. His subordinate then asked, "Boss, Wang Laohu has been brought back. Do you want to see him?" Qingshan replied, "No, just keep an eye on him. Don't let him die. I still need to give that person an explanation." The wheelchair stops and he calls for Lao Qi, who asks, "What is it, boss?" Qingshan wonders. "There's one more detail. The killer star's wife knew the baby's foster mother, right? How could they be connected? This is likely more complicated than it seems, especially with the way that man spoke to me on the phone." Qingshan deduces, could Gu Kang have wanted to kidnap his daughter and extort the child's brother? Just who is this brother? Lao Qi immediately understood. "I'll get more information. Gu Kang is still alive." 10 minutes later, Lao Qi hurried back. He reported, "Boss, we've confirmed it. The child's brother is Chen Nuo, a student at number 8 middle school." Qingshan stroked his chin thoughtfully. This is the root of it all. Gu Kang's daughter's brother, Chen Nuo, is Hao Nan's classmate, and Hao Nan's woman is friends with Chen Nuo's sister's foster mother. This relationship is getting way too complicated. He picked up his pipe, and Lao Xi quickly lit it for him. So it's not just Wang Laohu. Gu Kang can't be spared either. Wang Hu's apology is just the start. Adding Gu Kang will make it all the more meaningful. Lao Qi quickly agreed, "You're brilliant, boss. I'll make sure it's done right." Qingshan instructed, "Do it well. This could be my turning point." At 3 a.m., Xiaohe drunkenly stumbled home. Entering her room, she kicked off her shoes and sighed heavily. "I'm so tired." Suddenly, Shahi noticed something was wrong. The clothes in the closet were a mess. She wondered if there had been a robbery. She quickly checked around, pulling open a drawer and sighing in relief. Thankfully, the gold necklace in the jewelry box was still there. It was the only valuable thing in the house. Shiaoyay was confused. If a thief broke in but didn't take the gold necklace, then what did they take? She had to take stock of her belongings. 10 minutes later, she stood there, furious, yelling, "That perverted freak, stealing my underwear? They're brand new, never been worn, still have that new smell. What's the point of stealing those?" The next day, Dale was sound asleep when he got a call, and he groggily answered, "No, what's up so early?" He replied, "Did I wake you up?" Dale groggily responded, "It's okay, you must need something if you're calling this early. What's up?" Chenno was a little embarrassed, but had to say, "Help me find some women's clothing," but he also specified, "No new clothes, only used, and nothing too old-fashioned, something pretty. Outerwear, but no underwear, and the size, probably around 170 centimeters. Also, shoes, size 37 or 38. Leather shoes, heels, sneakers, get a few pairs of each, all used, nothing new." Delay thought that following Brother Nuo, Sheng's days were becoming more and more novel. Last time it was KPIs based on hospital bills, and now he needs women's clothes. He reiterated the request to confirm with Chen Nuo that the women's clothes and shoes shouldn't include underwear, should be youthful and pretty, around 170 in height, shoe size 37 or 38, and used, not new. "Understood. I'll get it done quickly and send it to you." He rubbed his head, puzzled. Standing at a 177 Sunkiki doesn't seem that tall. Chen Nuo returned with the clothes, glancing at the house next door, wondering, "It's just a few outfits, the neighbors won't call the cops, right?" While Sixi was brushing her teeth, Chen Nuo's voice echoed, "I bought breakfast, fried dough sticks, soy milk, and congee." She happily replied with her mouth still full of toothpaste, "Okay, I'm coming." As they ate in the living room, Zizi said, "Husband, something strange happened yesterday. That woman was looking for you but went to the wrong door. Then I realized she wasn't quite right in the head, and I couldn't help but follow her. Sorry for getting you into trouble again." He sat at the counter, eating as he replied, "I know. You saw her and thought of yourself, so you sympathized." She sympathized. "That's right. I don't know when my memories will return, so I felt sorry for her. Let me tell you more. Then I met some bad people, and that's when you showed up." Gigi rubbed her belly, hiccuping softly, full and curious. "But why didn't you open the door and meet her and the child? Did her husband come later?" "Why did you hide us away?" Chenwo asked seriously, sitting up straight. "Actually, I've been meaning to talk to you about this." "Tell me," she began. "Even though we're skilled in martial arts, we weren't without enemies back in the day. We're living in seclusion, enjoying a peaceful life here, so we need to be careful not to attract unwanted attention. If word gets out, our old enemies might find us, and staying alive is paramount." Do you understand now?" Gigi asked, turning to him. "So yesterday you wore a helmet to hide your face, afraid they'd find us here." Chenno ruffled her hair and replied, "That's right. You were the one who said it first. Tired of the Zhonghu's turmoil, we decided to return to a normal life, hiding our identities and living peacefully here." She blinked, puzzled. "Huh?" "I said that," Nak replied. "Yes, you did." Jeju thinks to herself, she's tired of all the thrilling adventures, but they're clearly very interesting. Why does she still want to rush into them? The two then went out, and she excitedly asked him, Honey, where should we go have fun next?" Seeing a beauty salon, an idea sparked, and he turned to her, saying, "Honey, you've seemed tired lately. Your complexion isn't great. Girls need to take care of themselves." This surprises her, and she asks, Have I become ugly?" The receptionist beamed, welcoming the customers, and an employee asked, "Is this your first time here?" "Since it's your first time, allow me to introduce our beauty programs," Chen Nuo interjected. "No need to explain, give my wife the works, nothing invasive, though." The receptionist, sensing a big spender, immediately flattered him. "Sir, you truly love your wife." Tati pouted from behind. "Aren't you going to ask me?" "The consultant says that our shop happens to have a promotion. Recharge 1,000 yuan and get 200 free." He replied, "Then I'll recharge 1,000. "Recharge 3,000 and get a gift," the employee said, but he cut her off. So we decided to deposit 3,000. All that was on Chen Nuo's mind was letting Gigi do more. She rushed over and asked, "Honey, do we have that much money?" fearing that Gigi would change Chen Nuo's mind and lose a big customer. The receptionist, not wanting this beauty to ruin things, immediately waved another employee over. Wen, come and take care of this beauty." The staff continued to advise, "This gentleman is a promising young man." "Shall we proceed with the membership then?" Chen Nuo nodded, knowing they would take their time with the paperwork, maybe even a half day or a full day. Meanwhile, Gigi was led away by another employee. Beautiful, please sit here. Would you like tea or juice? Before she can even react. With that done, Chen Nuo stepped forward, smiling as he announced, I've finished making the card. Honey, you get pretty here. I'll go to the market for some vegetables first. She startled. Let's go together. He quickly placed his hand gently on her shoulder, saying, Don't worry, I'm just buying some vegetables. Your beauty treatment will take a while. Wait for me to come back and we'll go home together. But stay here. Don't wander off and call me if anything happens. Do you remember my number? At that moment, the beautician arrived, saying, Beautiful lady, please come upstairs with me and enjoy today's beauty journey. Let's go. A little later, at Teacher Tuong's house, Tranak stood at the door, scratching his head and calling for his master, who immediately told him to come in. Seeing her brother, Shiaoyay happily ran out to greet him, but Xiaoyun smiled and reminded her, Wait a minute, you haven't finished combing your hair yet. You'll be late for school. Master Tuong told Tranak to come with him to the kitchen, saying he had something to ask him, then turned to his sister, telling her to be a good girl while getting her hair done. He stood there with his arms crossed and asked, What about Xiaoyay's father? Chen Nuo explained, Master, I can't help but get angry when you bring this up. In the hallway, Xiaoyun was taking Xiaoyay to school. Xiaoyay, let's go to school. The little girl turned and said, Foster mom, I haven't met my brother yet. She explained, Your brother and foster father are talking. He'll be back this afternoon, and you can meet him then. Meanwhile, Master Tuong agrees, realizing that Gukong is truly no good. Chen Nuo is a good man. They absolutely cannot leave Xiaodi with Gukong. Right, Master. What happened yesterday when someone picked up Xiaoyay? I was working at my brother's place and didn't know anything. He began to recount the events. Yesterday, my martial aunt had another episode and I happened to be away from home. In her confused state, she went to the kindergarten to pick up Xiaoyay, where she ran into Gukong. But when your master's wife is ill, she doesn't remember anything. Xiaodi is too young to explain, but that Gukong is definitely up to no good. Even taking her to Jiafeng Hall, is that a place for children? Master Jiang turned to him and asked, You said he came to you for several thousand yuan. Chen Nuo replied, Okay, please continue. Let's do this. Don't have Xiaoyay come home with you for now. Let her stay with me. That lowlife Gukong sounds like he's mixed up in some shady business. If he comes demanding to take Xiaoyay, I worry you won't be able to stand up to him. Let's do this for a few days, and if all is well, you can bring her back. If Gukong gives you trouble, tell me. Relieved, Chen Nuo happily clasped Master Jiang's hands. Master, you truly are the best. I was so worried about what to do with Xiaoyay. He awkwardly replied, Keep your hands to yourself, and don't forget she's not just your sister, but also my adopted daughter. Watching him leave, he added, Go do what you need to do and don't worry. Your master is here for you. If you run into trouble, tell me. Don't hide it. He smiled, waved goodbye, and said, Yes, master. Tranak took out his phone. Li Than's son still thought he was Haonam, which could help Haonam look good, so he'd let it be. An incoming call appears on the screen. It's worker Liu, also known as his teacher, Mr. Liu, who asks if he's speaking to Chen Nuo. He asks, Mr. Liu, why are you calling me? Mr. Liu asks, Where are you? Haven't you come to school yet? Whatever your reason, get here now. Chen Nach wondered, What's the rush, teacher? He replied that the foreign chairman had just arrived and wanted to see him, adding that he didn't know the details either. He's taken aback. A foreign chairman wants to meet him. Cut to Jiangning No. 2 High School, where Teacher Liu and Chen Nuo walk down the hall, and he turns to him saying, You have to put on a good show to help the school compete. He calmly replies, What does that have to do with me? Hearing this, the man turns around to question him. What kind of attitude is that? He's a big foreign investor. If we please him, he might invest a fortune. Is our school still what it used to be? As a student here, can your status remain the same? See if it concerns you, Tranak said with a smile. I'm just a student goofing off until graduation. Besides, I'm already working, so I don't need to graduate. Liu retorted, Why does it feel like I'm talking to a brick wall with you? She glares at him, briefly intimidating him. It's been a while since she's seen hired hand, Liu. Your wounds have healed, so you've forgotten the pain? Have I been too soft on you? He gives a wry smile. I'm just anxious. Chen Nuo, you're my precious little troublemaker. How about I beg you to help the school? That way I can still protect you if anything happens. Tranak thought to himself. That's a good idea. He snapped his fingers and added, Deal. I'll let your advisor know that if you don't come to school, it'll be considered excused. Teacher Liu hastily agreed. Okay, leave it to me. Standing before the chairman's office, he gave Chen Nuo some final instructions. On your way here, I heard the chairman is looking for an assistant. Ideally, someone close to her age. Your spoken English is the best in our school, making you the most suitable. He nodded. I understand. Then Mr. Liu gently stepped forward, opening the door with a click, and as he entered, a woman's voice rang out. Hello, chairwoman, he politely replied, thinking to himself that she was about his age. Before him stood a female butler, who explained, The young lady is the chairman, and I am her butler. She has changed her mind and will meet you elsewhere. He was curious. Miss? Miss who? What's your name? She replied. You'll find out when you arrive. Sitting in the car, Chen Nuo was filled with questions. Someone his age, rich, and a woman. Did he know anyone like that? Soon, they arrived at a luxurious hotel in the city. The headmaid and Chen Nuo stood before a room. The young lady is inside. Please, go in. I'll wait out here. He gently pushed the door open and stepped inside, greeted by a familiar-looking blonde girl. She was wearing yoga clothes, and seeing her like that, Chen Nuo could only curse under his breath. She looks so familiar. The girl looked up, startling Chen Nuo. It was Neville. She immediately said, Have you stared enough? Go close the door. Chen Nuo panicked. Neville, damn it, how did you find me? She replied, A fraud, aren't you, Tran Duong? I searched all over Hong Kong for people with that name, and then I knew you were lying. He went out to close the door, thinking he should have thought of birds instead. Neville continued her seductive pose, saying, From the Winston Hotel, Condu, I asked about your check-in time, then checked the list of all male passengers who entered Condu within 48 hours. I went through so much trouble to find you, you con artist. Chen Nuo replied, Didn't I tell you? We'll never meet again. You agreed then, too. Neville contours herself into the yoga pose and says, I changed my mind. I'm a girl, and girls often change their minds. She crawled over and offered him a cat bell. Startled, Chen Nuo asks, What are you doing? Is that a yoga pose? Neville jingles the bell, her face flushed as she asks if he likes it. She leans in close, whispering, I've booked this room, and we have 2 hours left. Then she put the cat bell around her own neck and said, 2 hours is plenty of time for us to do many, many things. Can I wear this bell? Her words were full of hidden meaning, implying that the louder the bell, the more he liked her. Chen Nuo gulped, wondering how anyone could resist this. Cut to a tree branch outside, where a flock of pigeons were busy procreating. In class, Kaka looks out the window, lost in thought. For some reason, she's felt uneasy these past few days, a strong sense of danger. She glances at the next desk. Chen Nuo is absent again today, and when she called him, he said he was busy and hung up after only a few words. Li Jojo is also absent. No, I have to go to his house after school today and see what's going on. Cut to a high-end restaurant serving coffee and Western food. Inside, Mr. Tu asked his daughter, Has Tranak contacted you in the last couple of days? Din Uyen replied, No. Hearing this, she said, Then you can take the initiative to talk to him. The girl replied, a little sadly, I send 10 messages and he replies to 1 at most. I say 10 sentences and he answers with 2 words for 8 of them. Either your appa is busy or he doesn't want to talk to you. What's the fun if he's always taking the initiative? Her mother teased, reading the newspaper. Then I don't like him, Ying Wan retorted. Anyone who likes him is a dog. She pretended to look behind her and said, Mr. Tranak. Seeing this, Yan Wan immediately turned around and called out for Appa, but no one was there. Yan Tu smiled and said, You're flustered. Hurry and finish the rice in your bowl. If you really miss him, then go find him. She replied, Appa won't let me go back to school. He said your matters aren't resolved and told me to stay by your side. An Tu suggested, Then you could go to his house. But if I go, won't I be disobeying him? Won't he be angry? Ying Wan wondered. She whispered in her ear, You don't understand. Boys at this age are all talk, no action. I don't believe it. Facing a beautiful girl like my daughter, who is so devoted to him and takes the initiative to find him. Is he still angry? Hearing that, Ying Wan immediately stood up. I'll go now. An Zi smiled. What's the rush? Let's finish eating, then we'll go after Chen Nuo gets home from school. Back at the hotel, Neville whispered into Chen Nuo's ear. At ABC, I felt you were very interested in my body. Now that it's just the 2 of us, you can do whatever you want to me. He grimaced, muttering to himself about karma, then took a deep breath and replied, What we have is time. He then throws Neville to the ground, saying, So let's take it slow. She sprawls on the ground, shouting, How can a man like you bear to hurt me? He quickly explained, Please, don't say such things. Someone might misunderstand. You asked me to help you up, but I must decline. You'd better not move or I'm afraid I'll hurt you again. Neville then asked, Is it because my body isn't beautiful enough? Or am I not attractive enough? Chen Mo asked, holding his head. Tell me, what do you really want? She points and smiles. I want you to be my man. He sighed, thinking, seriously, is everyone the same? I'm not the monk Tang Senzong. Chen quickly waved his hand. No way. Neville responded, nothing is impossible. Besides you, I have no interest in anyone else, nor do I want anyone else. You saved me from the hands of death, which is why I seek you out. What followed was a back and forth between the two. I have no interest in you. I already have someone I like. I don't believe your nonsense. Then find someone else. Impossible. Why? Is she prettier than me? More attractive? Or perhaps richer than me? There's no reasoning with her. Chen closed his eyes, offering a final solution, asking, Big sister, if I said I was gay, would you believe me and let me go? But Nevu responded with unwavering determination. Norway, even if you were gay, I'd make you straight. Chen frowned, asking, Am I that special? She boldly steps forward, then embraces him, continuing, My whole family is gone. I just want to be with someone. Besides you, I truly don't know who else in this world I could turn to. Chen, I'm so alone. You pulled me from the hands of death, so you're the only family I have in this world, only you. Tears streamed down Neville's face as she sobbed, Don't leave me, please. Let me stay by your side. Chen took her hand, then stepped back, propping himself up as he said to Neville, Staying by my side is impossible. She still tried to hold on, even temporarily. You absolutely cannot pry into or reveal my secrets, nor can you disturb my life. Neville immediately agreed. Anything you want? Then be my man. He didn't answer, but instead demanded, Then you should leave. She agreed. I won't force you, but you can't intentionally avoid me. Chen turned and requested, Nothing like before can ever happen again. If it's like today again, you know what will happen. Nevu retorts, saying it's fine as long as it's not in front of others. He then turned and asked, By the way, what happened with the director? She replied, I found you, then invested over 3 million in this education company. Chen sighed. I really don't know if you're blind. I'm not some good person, much less a prince. Nevi immediately dismissed it, saying, Who cares about some prince? He still has to call me Aunt, just a kid trailing after me. He thought, You're something else. The Devonshire family is indeed ancient and noble. Chen clutches his head, dreading the thought of having to call her Aunt in the future. Meanwhile, at Jinling International Airport, a familiar white-haired girl appeared in the international arrivals hall. Yetang wondered, Lucy, you dare to go out? If I find you, you're dead. A man called Vu Lao appeared beside her, saying, This is unexpected. I never thought I'd run into you in this remote place. He patted Yetang's head and asked, Did you come here alone? What about the person who was with you? Her eyes widened as she replied in surprise, She's not here. I came for a vacation. I'm Chinese. Vu Lao nodded. All right, then have a good vacation. Yetang turned and asked, So what brings you here? The leader of the Great Cultivator Association, you probably don't believe in your own god. He replied, I'm also planning to rest and, by the way, do some small tasks. The Cultivator Association also needs funding. With a smile, Elder Vu continued, Think it over. Instead of talking to a weak woman as hopeless as you say, my offer still stands. You're welcome to become my disciple any time, little genius. Then he left, waving goodbye and offering words of encouragement. Don't disappoint my expectations. Yetang watched the departing Vu Lao with gratitude. He took out his glasses, wiped them, and said, A captain shouldn't be a coward. It seems he's truly been cornered this time and will definitely pay a heavy price. Then, Elder Vu put on his glasses and called out Chen Nuo's name. Meanwhile, Chen Nuo walked down the hall, thinking, with Feng Niao settled here for now, he needed to quickly finish things with Li Xingshan. He then took out his phone, called Lin Sheng, and said, Brother Haonan, I'll send you an address. Go there first and take a look. Lin Sheng wondered, What's going on? He smiled. I'll take you before everyone, get you equipped, then hang up the phone. Later, at a Taoist temple, the two sat at a tea table, and Chen Nuo said, Brother Haonan, let's talk for a bit. The time is almost here. He asked frankly, Brother Haonan, your memories have actually returned, haven't they? Lin Sheng stammered, You knew. Chen Nuo smiled, pouring a cup of tea. I've known for a while, and I also know you went to Jiafeng Hall to find out what happened that day. Hearing this, he asked, So, are you going to erase my memory again? Lin Sheng looked a little scared. You're not going to silence me, are you? Second brother, I haven't offended you lately? I'll do whatever you say. I even obediently studied autopsy with old Zhang, as you asked. I'm still your senior disciple, too. Chen Nu spoke frankly. It's second brother. Lin Sheng cowered in response. Second brother is still a brother. We can't turn on each other. Seeing his expression, he reassured him, Don't worry. I called you here for something else. I told you from the start, just do as I say. An hour later, someone opened the door, their voice echoing, "Forgive my intrusion." Seated in his wheelchair, Qingshan reminded his subordinate to knock, and Laoqi obliged, prompting a voice from within to say, "Enter." Hey. Seeing the two men sitting there, Thonsan spoke. "Mr. Haonam, it's been a long time." Lin Sheng reminded himself, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid." Chenwo said, "Just don't do anything." He told his subordinate, "Old Seven, stand guard outside and I'll call you in later." Lin Sheng then spoke up, "Please, sit down." Then, gesturing to his side, he introduced, "This is my classmate, Chen Nuo, also my junior brother." Seeing this, Qingshan raised his hand in greeting. "My pleasure, my pleasure." He thought to himself, they're not just classmates, they're brothers. No wonder his wife and stepmother are friends, and no wonder Brother Haonan got involved with Gukong. This junior apprentice, though, is an open book. Easy to deal with, not as deep and unpredictable as Mr. Haonan. No problem. So that's why Chen Nuo is sitting there looking uncomfortable, like someone who wears everything on his sleeve. Qingshan continued, "I haven't slept a wink since yesterday. I've already taken care of what you asked me to do." Lin Sheng said in a deep voice, "Let's hear it." He began, "First, I must apologize and assure you I won't go easy on him. That bastard Wang Laohu offended your sister-in-law. I don't know the specifics, but he's my subordinate, so I must atone to you. Luckily, the sister-in-law is okay." Chen Nuo feigned anger, stood up, slammed his hand on the table, and shouted, "Okay, is that all there is to it?" Qingshan forced a bitter smile, waving his hands dismissively as he tried to explain. Of course, it's not as simple as that." He thought to himself that she was indeed short-tempered, unlike Mr. Haonan, who never showed any emotion, making it impossible to know what he was thinking. Qingshan said, "He offended your sister-in-law, and even if you don't care, I can't pretend it didn't happen. That's why I'm here today, to make amends." "Still keeping up the act, I see." Chen Nuo roared about making amends, but Lin Sheng calmly raised a hand to stop him. "Junior, calm down and hear him out." So he sat down, still looking displeased. Qingshan quickly added, Yes, let me finish, see if this sounds fair. Besides Wang Laohu, there's also a guy named Gu Kong, who also offended this little brother Chen Nuo, right? I've thought about it for a long time. Yesterday's events, though seemingly two separate incidents, are actually one and the same. The crux of the matter lies with this young brother Chen Nuo's sister. Therefore, Gu Kong and Wang Laohu are currently injured, covered in wounds. Though they live, they will suffer greatly. Once their wounds heal, I will arrange for them to be sent to the prison. Hearing this, Chen Nuo questioned, "Put them in there? In prison? How long are they in for, and you can just send them? Is prison yours to control?" Qingshan wiped the sweat from his brow and continued, "Of course. I have ways to make them take responsibility and turn themselves in. If they refuse, it's no problem. Get them drunk, put them in a car, dump them on the side of the road, plant some contraband. You decide how long they stay inside." With that, he glanced at Lin Sheng, wondering, what does Mr. Haonan's silence mean? As Lin Sheng enjoyed his smoke, Chen Nuo spoke up. "Old man, my brother finds this compensation barely acceptable." He then breathed a sigh of relief and chuckled, That's good. Then he tapped the table, calling for Laoqi. A subordinate brought in a bag, and Qingshan smiled, saying, "A small token of my sincerity. I offended your sister-in-law before, and I have nothing else, so consider it a little something for her to buy some clothes or makeup to cheer her up." As Lin Sheng sat back enjoying his smoke, Chen Nuo spoke up again. "Senior, I'm talking about what he left behind." Hearing this, he immediately replied, "Then I, Li, shall take my leave." Qingshan quickly grabbed his hand and said flatteringly, "Mr. Haonan, you're too kind," as he shook his hand. "Mr. Chen Nuo, I was remiss in our first meeting and didn't prepare anything for your sister. Please forgive me." As they shook hands, Chen Nuo subtly transferred a bit of spiritual energy into him. Back in the car, the seventh brother turned to the eldest and asked, "He didn't say anything?" Qingshan replied, "I couldn't find the right moment to speak. The timing wasn't right." Laoqi offered words of comfort. "But now that we've received the money, things are a little easier. They'll remember your good deeds. It'll be easier to bring up the matter again in the future." He nodded. "You have a point, but I'm still worried." Laoqi added, "So, Brother Haonan has a martial brother, which means they have a master. Does the boss want to investigate?" Thonsan asked, his face paling as he brushed off the idea. "Are you crazy? If this sect can produce a little dragon, imagine the capabilities of its elders. There's no way we can investigate a sect like this." Suddenly, the car screeches to a halt, sending Qingshan and Seventh Master lurching forward. He snapped, "What kind of driving is that? Are you blind?" The driver quickly explained, "Seventh Master, a car ran the red light. I almost hit it." Qingshan, holding his head, scolded, "Shut up. All of you, shut up." He trembled, excitedly adding, "My legs! I can move my legs." Just moments before, as the two men left the room, Lin Sheng sat there, relieved, thinking it was finally over, and then picked up his teacup and gulped it down. Seeing this, Chen Nuo asked, "Are you that nervous?" Lin Sheng wiped his sweat and replied, "That's Li Qingshan, the boss that no one in Jinling City dares to offend." Then he asked about the bag, wondering what was inside. Chen Nuo remained calm, saying he'd know once he opened it. As the zipper opened, Lin Sheng's eyes widened in surprise. "Is that a lot of money?" The money looked brand new and shiny. Chen Nuo said, "Count how much is there." As Lin Sheng diligently counted the money, Chen Nuo sat beside him, tapping his thigh and asking, "That's the 5th time. Are you done yet?" Lin Sheng replies, "It's 88,008." He marveled at the auspicious number, then bagged the money and wondered, "Why do you seem so strange?" Come to think of it, it's not that much. I thought a crime boss like him would have to pay you tens, almost hundreds of thousands, not just over 80,000. As for offending me, him letting Wang Laohu and Gu Kang go to jail is compensation enough. It's really just a token of goodwill. If he'd given me $1 million from the start, how much would he have to offer if he actually needed my help later? You have to leave yourself an out. A veteran gangster like Li Qingshan. Lin Sheng nodded in understanding. "I see. I understand now." He stood up, walked out the door, and waved. "All right, it's getting late. I should head back and buy groceries to cook." Lin Sheng held up the bag of money and asked, "You haven't taken the money yet?" Chino turned back with a smile. "If we're putting on a show, we have to go all the way. Brother, hold on to it tight and don't spend it recklessly." He was a little touched. This was for him. Lin Sheng thought to himself, but he didn't have a wife. So what about Sunkaka? The next day, Dale arrived with 2 large suitcases, smiling. "No, I've done what you asked. Everything's here." He smiled and asked, "So fast?" He replied, "I wouldn't dare delay anything for you, Nok." Chen Nok noticed something was off and asked, "What happened to your face?" Dale awkwardly replied, "She scratched me. I thought her height and shoe size were perfect for the job you assigned, so I raided her closet, grabbed some makeup and skincare too, and ended up getting scratched." He patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Thanks for your hard work. You've done me a great service. Oh, and go find Li Qingshan in the next few days. Just go. Tell him Hao Nan sent you. Remember, Hao Nam, don't mention my name. From now on, you are Hao Nam." Dele wonders why you're looking for Li Qingshan. "What are you talking about?" Chen Nuo asked, carrying 2 suitcases as she turned around. "You said Hao Nam told you to collect the medicine money." Inside the beauty salon, a consultant's voice can be heard. "A girl has to start taking care of herself early. Our salon offers eternal youth. Don't worry about the price. We have a huge discount promotion going on right now. A girl has to know how to love herself. A beautiful face is a woman's greatest asset, and we offer beauty assessments." As Chen Nuo stood at the door before he could even enter, Gigi rushed out, grabbed his shirt, and dragged him away. "Honey, run!" Before Chen Nuo could ask why, Gigi explained, "They tried to get me to sign up for cosmetic surgery, and I was afraid you'd fall for it." She turned and continued, "Honey, I remember you saying we don't have much money, so let's try not to go to places like this." Chen Nuo gave a thumbs up and smiled. "That's right. We're poor. My wife is so thrifty." After that, the two headed home to cook a meal of braised ribs, sweet tomatoes, and her favorite bok choy. Back home in the kitchen, as Chen Nuo washed the dishes, he heard his wife call out, "Honey, come here, something just doesn't seem right." He peeked out and asked, "Huh? What's wrong?" Putting on the clothes, Zizi said, "The clothes are too big. The people at the beauty salon said this doesn't suit me." Chen Nuo quickly explained that when she was sick before, he took care of her and changed her clothes that day. "Pick out whatever clothes you like." She peeks into the closet and asks, "Honey, these are all my clothes." He nodded. "That's right." Gigi turned and asked, "Do we have skincare products and makeup here?" Chen Nuo then took out a prepared bag and handed it to her, saying, "Yes, you used to break things when you were sick, so I was afraid these things would break and put them all in a bag for you." Chen Nuo thought to himself. Luckily, he had thought ahead. She took the makeup bag and said, "You can go out now. I want to change. I can't keep wearing these t-shirts." Chen Nuo smiled. "Okay, I'll get back to the dishes." As he turned away, he thought to himself, even a king of hell has to do chores sometimes. Lost in memories of his past life, he recalls the international chefs and the amazing variety of British, French, Japanese, and Brazilian cuisine. But his thoughts are interrupted by Jixi calling out, "Are you sure I used to dress like this? Family of funerals? Little starry sky?" She was then embarrassed, wondering if that was really her aesthetic. Chennu turned around, grinning. "It's quite beautiful. You used to love wearing them." He thought to himself, "This is so exciting. I wonder how much I could sell some photos for if I posted them on Zhang Yu Guai." Then he turned to Gigi and said, "Let's go once you're ready. We're going to buy a bed. We can't keep sleeping on the sofa." Hearing that, she was a little surprised. "Go out? Then let me change." After putting her old clothes back on, Gigi whispered in his ear, "Honey, where are we going?" Chennu opened the door and replied, "Tangzi Street. There's a second-hand goods store there." The two went out and slammed the door shut. Meanwhile, the other two girls, Ying Wan and Kaka, had the same idea at the same time. By now, Chen Nuo must be home. Stepping outside, Ying Wan noticed a taxi waiting and saw the little girl Ye Tang looking around nearby. Seeing the girl crying there, Ying Wan wondered, "Lost?" She sat down next to Ye Tang and asked, "But little girl, what's wrong?" The little girl sobbed, "I can't find my way back to the hotel." Ying Wan asked with concern, "Are you out here all alone?" The girl replied, "No. I came with my sister to play, and we took the bus. But I fell asleep, and when I woke up, she was gone. I got off the bus to look for her, but I couldn't find her." She thought to herself, "There's no way I can abandon such a cute little girl." Ying Wan thought for a moment, then reached out to pat the girl's head, suggesting, "How about I take you home?" Ye Tang dodged her hand and replied, "My sister told me not to go with strangers." She tried to explain that she wasn't a bad person, then put on an adorable face and said, "How could someone as pretty as me be bad?" "Bad people are ugly. Haven't you seen TV?" Ye Tang replied, "Okay, then I believe you." She looked down and asked, "Do you remember which hotel you and your sister stayed at?" Ye Tang took out a black card and said, "Yes, we can book a room here." Ying Wan gently says, "Getting a room is easy. I'll take you home." In the taxi, the two ask Han, "How old are you?" 8.5. "Why is your hair white?" "I did your family dye it for you? It's beautiful." "Thank you." "What's your sister's name?" "My name is Xiaonai Tang." A while later, they arrived at the hotel indicated on the room card. They stood before a room, and Ye Tang pointed, saying, "This is it." As Yan Wan rang the bell, the girl added, "I don't think my sister is back yet." She turned and said, "Why don't you open the door and go in? I can't let you sit out here in the hallway." Ye Tang then asked, "Can you wait with me for my sister?" "I'm scared to be alone," she eagerly replies. "Okay." Suddenly remembering something, Ying Wan asked, "Oh, right. Do you remember my number? My sister will be worried if I don't show up." Ye Tang turned to close the door, saying, "Just a moment." Then, with a strange look in his eyes, he asked Yan Wan, "Sister, didn't anyone ever tell you not to follow strangers so easily?" Surprised by the question, she turned back, only to be met with a wave of spiritual energy. Ye Tang used his power and said with a smile, "Sleep now." With Ying Wan clutching her head in dizziness, Ye Dong smirked at the sight of the girl lying there. Adults are as simple-minded as Lu Gigi. Gigi used an alt account to accept a mission to assassinate her own mother, then disappeared, requiring interrogation in a remote location. The girl then asked the hotel staff for help. "Could you please help me take my suitcase down to the hotel entrance? It's too heavy for me to carry." Thinking the girl harmless, he happily agreed. "Of course, little sister, you're welcome." Meanwhile, at a second-hand appliance store on Yangtze Street, while Gigi pets a cat, Chen Nuo haggles over every penny. "Boss, can't you lower the price a bit?" The owner firmly refuses, saying it can't go any lower. "That big Dreamweaver brand? You won't find it for 400 anywhere but a second-hand store." Just then, a message notification pops up. He checks his phone and sees a message from Da Lei. "Where are you, kid? Kaka said no one was home, so she's coming to your shop." Chen Nuo cursed under his breath. Lei's shop is less than 200 meters from here. He glanced sideways, relieved that Gigi was distracted by a cat. If she saw this message... Dolly texted again. "I told her you were out on business, so don't contradict me." He told her to go home, and he immediately replied, "Well done. I'm on Tangzi Street. Something's come up and it's not convenient right now." Lei replied, "Understood. I will definitely keep Nuo safe." But then another message arrived. "Knock's in trouble. I tried to send her away, but a blabbermouth in the store said he saw you at the furniture store and Kaka's gone looking for you." Reading the message was like a bolt from the blue. He quickly pulled Gigi outside, turning back to say, "Boss, just name your price and tell Tai to deliver the bed to the address I sent." She wondered if they should just leave like that. But as they stepped outside, they saw Kaka walking towards them. Looking at Gigi, he thought, If these two ever met, the level of terror would be off the charts. Sunkaka and Lee Ying Wan only bicker, but with Lu Jiji, lives would be at stake. Just then, she turned to Han and asked, "Honey, why are you sweating so much?" Chenhua quickly turned and ran, saying, "Honey, I'm going to the restroom. Wait for me here." Just then, KK passed by Gigi, marveling at her beauty. Then, Kyung realized she was comparing herself again. She walked past Taya, thinking she still had time to grow. Kaka glances over and recognizes her, but the clothes she's wearing, Tranak has the exact same outfit. I miss Tranak so much. 5 minutes later, Chen Nuo peeked out of the restroom, figuring Koke was inside looking for him, and now was his chance to grab Gigi and go. He then went outside, took Gigi's hand, and walked away. Let's go home. It's her turn again. Wait for me, honey. I need to use the restroom too." Standing outside the restroom, Chen Nuo clutches his head, thinking this torment can't go on. Waiting here is definitely not safe. Maybe he should hide inside. But before he can decide, Cake's familiar voice calls out to him, making him jump. She ran to hug him, smiling as she said, "I haven't seen you in 2 or 3 days." In contrast to Kaka's expression, Chen Nuo turned pale, thinking, what kind of surprise is this? She hugs him and asks, "Why haven't you been to school the last 2 days?" Chen Nuo says it's because his store had issues and he was too busy. He worried that if Lu Sixi returned, this place would explode, and turned to ask her, "Why didn't you reply to my messages?" But Koke retorted, "I did answer you. I sent you so many messages and you only replied to one all day." He then placed his hand on her shoulder, continuing, "Kaka, we're still students, hugging in public like this." Indeed, some people were looking at them. Chennu thought to himself, he couldn't just stand here. He had to change locations. So he took her hand and led her away, saying he'd show her around the lively Tangzi Street night market. Keiko withdraws her hand, telling him to wait there while she uses the restroom, and then he has to take her out for something delicious. Chenhua paled, wondering if he could really wait here. Was this something he could just wait out? Inside the restroom, with the faucet running, Gigi watches KK applying lipstick, a bit hesitant. Then she turns and compliments her. "That's a beautiful color. It looks great on you." "You're beautiful too," she replied, thinking. "And she's completely barefaced. She's really pretty." Then she asks if Gigi wants to use it, smiling. "Can I use it? You don't mind?" Haha is happy and says it's no problem. "Go ahead and put it on. You really are beautiful. You'd look stunning with it on." The two continued to shower each other with compliments. "You're so beautiful. I've never seen anyone as pretty as you." "No, you're very beautiful too. Did you come to buy supplies too?" "Not here with your husband, I see. He's waiting for you outside." Chen Nuo, waiting outside, shivers slightly. "What's wrong? I suddenly have goosebumps." Inside, the two girls continued to chat. "You're here to see your boyfriend? He's waiting outside for you too?" And so, the two walked out arm in arm, with Kiki complimenting, "Your jacket is so pretty. My boyfriend has the same one," Gigi asked in surprise. "Really?" she replied. "Yes, but it's very trendy now for women to wear clothes from that era." Once outside, Zizi kept calling out, "Hubby, hubby," while Kiki looked confused. "Where are you?" Chenhua curses under his breath. "Damn it, what's going on?" "My dear sisters." He took out his phone and frantically texted, his mind consumed with thoughts of murder. Sunkaka absolutely cannot say his name. But as she begins to call out Tran, the phone in her pocket rings. She held up her phone to show Gigi, "It's my boyfriend." On the other end of the line, Chen Nuo said, "Kake, something urgent came up at Brother Lei's shop, so I have to go back. I'll see you later. Come find me at the shop after you're done," he said, hanging up abruptly, leaving her puzzled. So he hung up. KK waves goodbye to Zizi. "My boyfriend had an emergency and had to leave, so I'll be going as well." She smiled gently and waved goodbye. "Okay." Chen Nuo looked out and sighed, thinking how exciting that was. She almost had a heart attack. Just then, Zizi called out, "Hubby, hubby," as he appeared behind her with 2 ice creams. "Here, here." She wondered where he'd gone, and he replied, "I bought you this." Then, hand in hand, they said, "Let's go home. Yang should be there by now." "All right." After returning to Dale's shop, Kaka looked rather surprised. Dale scratched his head, apologetic, explaining that due to the urgency and pressure from the supplier, Xiaoyay had just returned before being sent out again. This batch of goods needed to be inspected and retrieved today, or they couldn't sell anything tomorrow. Kaka was a little disappointed, but had to accept it. Just then, a message arrived from Chen Nuo. "Kaka. I'm sorry, it was urgent. I didn't have time to tell you. Tranak said. Kaka replied. Although I'm not happy, I can't delay your work. Tranak reassured her. Wait until I'm done with this batch. Kaka texted back, you have to be with me when you're done. I'll let you off the hook this time, but you better make it up to me. Meanwhile, in the car, Chenwo puts his phone away, relieved to have gotten through that. Meanwhile, Gigi stared intently at her phone as he curiously asked, Who are you texting? She replied, I met a very pretty girl in the restroom and she even let me borrow her lipstick. We had a great conversation, so we exchanged numbers. Hearing her reply, he froze in place. Tet asks worriedly, Husband, what's wrong? He clutches his head, anxiously thinking, now that they have each other's numbers, if they really become close friends, I'll be facing a storm of trouble. He pretended to be a stingy husband, saying, Louis, a text costs $1 each, that's expensive. Text less, and she obediently listened. I'll just send this one last message, inviting her shopping and then back to our place for dinner. Hearing this, Chenwo was shocked. You haven't given her our address yet, have you? She replied, Not yet. I didn't have enough characters in the text. I'll tell her another time. He hastily agreed, some other time then. Back home, the bed was set up and he turned to her, saying gently, Lu Yi, go take a shower. You must have worked up a sweat being out all day. He offered to wash her clothes as she happily anticipated sleeping in a real bed tonight. While she showered, Chenwo deviously smiled and tossed her phone away. Time passed and it was finally bedtime. As Chenwo chuckled to himself, Gigi thought to herself that although they had slept together on the sofa before, sleeping in a bed felt different. Chenwo lay down and whispered, Lu Yi, my lady, my wife, are you asleep? She closed her eyes, lost in thought. So close, she thought Tranak was about to reach over and pull her into an embrace, and she blushed, her eyes wide with a hint of shyness. Then she sat up, swung her arm, and a surge of electricity sent Tranak flying as she shouted, No way! The impact shatters the bed, and they stare at each other, frozen. He points to the lamp, explaining, I was just reaching to turn off the light, but it's on your side. She quickly apologized. I'm sorry, honey, I just get so tense and can't control myself. Chenwo sighed. Looks like I'm on the sofa again tonight. We'll buy a new bed tomorrow. The next morning, as Chenwo cleared the dishes, Gigi rubbed her belly and asked, I'm stuffed, honey. Where's my phone? I'm supposed to go shopping with my new friend today. He feigned innocence, saying, Oh no, yesterday I left it with your clothes and put it in the washing machine. Could it still be in there? As he took the dishes to wash, a piercing scream echoed from inside. Honey, my phone's broken. Tet fiddled with it, but it's really broken. It won't turn on. Chenna feigned sadness, blaming his own carelessness, though he secretly thought he'd washed it twice on purpose, so how could it not be broken? Then he sat down to console her, saying it's all right. They could just buy a new one. It's just a shame her new friend probably wasn't meant to be. With the phone broken, those contacts are lost, and she's a little sad, having finally made a new friend. She turned and asked, Honey, can I borrow your phone for a sec? He was startled. What do you need my phone for? She replied, I'll give my new friend my phone number. He hesitated, but the phone number seemed to be clever. It's just a phone number. I remembered it when she read it to me. Another piece of information petrifies him. She remembers? He thinks to himself, Sis, your character is supposed to have amnesia. Who are you if you can't even remember who you are? She doesn't even know her own name, but she remembers a phone number read by a stranger. Sister, your character is falling apart. My heart is about to explode. Sixi turns to her husband, asking what's wrong, why he's so dazed. Where's your phone? Chenwo smiles, but she's secretly plotting. If I gave her your phone with Sunkeek's number on it, I couldn't explain, Si. She turns to him, sweetly pleading, Hurry, darling. Chenno was in tears. Get my phone for me, it's in my room. He gets up and walks in, contemplating. Chaozhou once wrote a poem in 7 steps, avoiding disaster. On this day, Tranak had to find a way to stop Lok Y from making a call, destroying everything. Quick, he was exhausted. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Chenno felt like he'd been saved. Lu Yi, someone's at the door, I'll go see who it is. He ran to the door with a smile, seizing the chance to leave, calling Sunkaka to tell him to quickly change his number, because anyone knocking was his savior. Chen Nuo smiled and asked who it was. Outside, Vu Lao waves. Hello, Mr. Before he can finish, Tranak slams the door shut, yelling, Wrong house! Then he grabs her hand and runs. Lok Y, let's go. Gigi asks, Husband, what's wrong? Old Vu breaks down the door, sneering. Mr. Tran, don't hide. I remember your face. Cut to an abandoned house in the suburbs, where Ye Tang stands before Wen Ying Wan, who is tied to a chair. Aren't you going to talk? Who is protecting you? She held up a picture of Gigi and said, the first thing I did when I came to Jinling was look for Boss Guo. After all, Boss Guo was her main target this time. Killing Jiang Yingzi was just a temporary task, but Boss Guo's shop was empty, so she could only start with the second abandoned person. Tja, you. Ye Tang continued. Why must women make things difficult for other women? I have no quarrel with you. I only hope you can tell me who your protector is. Perhaps I'll find out where Lu Jiji has been wasting the whole night. Don't you know that depriving a child of sleep can stunt their growth? Ying Wan remained silent, refusing to speak. The girl prepared to open the small suitcase to take something out, threatening, you forced my hand. From the box, a snake slithers out with Ye Tang's cold smile. Before she even speaks, the three-headed viper will crawl onto her clothes, and she should know it wasn't easy to catch. After knocking her out and dragging her here, it took me over 2 hours to catch it. She added that the three-headed viper is also known as the hard-headed snake, and it's venomous. Ying Wan screams in terror, take it away, save me! The snake tries to explain that it's actually a harmless black-striped snake and quite delicious, but it can't speak. Ye Tang coldly laughs. If you're scared, just say it. I have countless ways to torture people. Ying Wan closes her eyes and shouts, in your dreams. I won't say anything, not even if I die. Appa, I would never betray you. If I die, please don't forget me. The girl steps forward and scolds, how foolish, to die rather than speak. So, your protector is not only involved in Gigi's disappearance, but also has a close relationship with you. You've successfully betrayed your teammate. Ying Wan stammered, no matter what you say, I won't talk. You don't have to tell me, Ye Tang said confidently, scrolling through Ying Wan's phone. If you're close, his number will be in your phone. Do you know why I didn't capture your mother, but you instead? Because your mother looks brainless and useless. The girl stares at the screen, deducing. It's true that Chen Nuo is her most frequent contact, though there's nothing particularly special about him. Ying Wan is quite surprised by the girl's deduction. But when he tried to call, Ye Tang was unreachable. He was too busy running away with a girl to answer the phone. Controlling the kitchen utensils floating in the air, Chen Nuo asked, who's there? Barging into someone's home like this? I'm calling the cops. Old Vu bursts in, replying, why say such things? No need to pretend anymore. Lord Yama, he says, deflecting the knife with a gentle smile. Impressive telekinesis, but sadly, that's all you've got. As soon as he finished speaking, Vu Lao smiled and hurled the objects back into the kitchen, saying, here's your payment. Come on out. There's hardly anything left in the kitchen. Before he could finish, the refrigerator blocked his path, causing him to curse. His mother threw the fridge aside, and old Yu quickly ran inside, scolding with a bit of urgency, that sly one. He gently entered the kitchen, stood there looking out the open window, and muttered, he couldn't have gotten far. Outside, Chen Nuo held Zizi's hand tightly, suspended in midair by his power, as she turned to him and asked, husband, who was that? His face grimacing, he replied urgently, an enemy. A moment later, the two jumped across to the building opposite, sitting on the railing. Jiejai wondered, then why are we running? Chen Nuo, still holding her hand, replied as they fled, it's not a good place to fight. We need to lure him somewhere less crowded. The two stopped, and she turned back, saying, honey, he's still coming. Chen Nuo let go of her hand. Let's split up. I'll lure him away and you find a place to hide. Hearing this, Gigi agreed and ran to the side as Chen Nuo wondered, why is Vusu looking for me? He shouldn't know me at this point after my rebirth. And to break down the door like that, it has to be intentional. The warlock's age and nationality are unknown. A telekinetic ability user, a gold member of the Zhang Yuguai website, and a level A security consultant. Seeing Chen Nuo trying to control the earth to attack him, Vu Lao calmly said, weak. He created a shield around himself, looking down and saying, we are both telekinetics. Your psychokinesis is not bad, but it is below mine and is suppressed by me. Chen Nuo recalls that in his past life, this man was an equally powerful rival, someone he fought against for many years, and one of his most familiar opponents. He raises his hand and calls out, wait! Elder Vu tilted his head and asked, why aren't you running? Chen Nuo wondered, who exactly are you? Why would I cause you trouble? He smiled and replied, young man, what are you talking about? The rules of this industry forbid revealing client information. As Vu Lao landed, Chen Mo continued, so someone hired you to make trouble for me. He removed his glasses, frowned, and said, "Are you stalling for time? You have allies. Where are they hiding? Planning to hide in some corner and ambush me? It won't work." Hearing this, Chen Nuo challenged him. "You're so confident, but can you beat me?" Elder Wu calmly took out a cloth to wipe his glasses, then looked at him and said, "Defeating you is less trouble than wiping dust off my glasses. I think you know, I defeat those of similar strength regardless of their level. You're no match for me." He immediately asks, "So what? You want me to surrender? The mirror is clean." He sneers, saying surrender would make this game boring, but if you want to suffer less, it's not a bad choice. Chen Nuo raised his foot, gathering power, and said, "Then can you give me a few seconds to think?" Wu Lao asked suspiciously, "What trick are you trying to pull now?" "Mr. Yama." Tranak was a little worried, thinking, "Yama, this is the second time he's called me Yama. Only one person in this life knows I'm Yama, it seems." He tilted his head and said, "No, I've thought about it. Surrender isn't my style. Let's fight. I think we're a safe distance from that hole." Old Vu stood there confidently. "This little hole? Lord Yama, before absolute power, all schemes are mere child's play." He smirks. "But what if that hole becomes a cesspool?" "Huh?" said the hygiene-obsessed sorcerer. Hearing this, he looked down in alarm and shouted, "What?" The shameless Chen Nuo shouted, triggering an explosion of foul-smelling excrement from below, accompanied by Elder Wu's curses of shameless, despicable, and disgusting. He stood there triumphantly, revealing that the cement production was just a feint. The real goal was to maximize the power of the explosion and buy time, using psychokinesis to draw as much sewage as possible from the drain pipes under the roof. So the sorcerer faces two difficult choices: clean himself up or endure the stench and continue the chase. Meanwhile, he was covered in filth, and all he could do was scream in anger. For a man obsessed with cleanliness, this is unbearable, isn't it? Elder Wu stood there, sniffing, feeling like he was about to faint from the stench. All he could do was scream obscenities. Then, Elder Yu immediately gave chase, shouting, "I'll kill you, Chen Nuo!" Seeing Wu Lao's appearance, he was slightly startled. Could he have turned evil? The scene shifts to Mount Niushu, with old Vu hot on his heels. Chen Nuo flees the forest and heads for the abandoned tunnels of Mount Niushu, riddled with mines. He descends into the forest, launching a calculated attack with branches, hoping to delay the shaman long enough to escape into the mine's labyrinth. The old wizard smiled, clutching the ring in his hand as a thin layer of golden bone appeared around him, blocking the incoming branches. He clenched his fist and said, "Mr. Yama, I am truly angry now." Chen Nuo continued to run and shouted, "That's unreasonable. It was just a dung explosion. Is it worth chasing me to the ends of the earth?" He threw the ring and smiled. "I know what you're thinking." The ring slammed into Tranak's back with immense force, sending him crashing down and spitting up blood. Vu Lao looked down from above as Tranak lay face down in a large pit. He gently retrieved the ring, put it back on his finger, and said from midair, "Mr. Dimla, I originally wanted a battle between knights, but your schemes have angered me. I'll give you a comfortable death." Surrounded by magical symbols, he descends upon Chen Nuo, commanding him to kneel as immense pressure bears down. Then, a massive stone, controlled by the elder, hurtles towards him. Chen Nuo lay there gasping for breath as Wu Lao approached, lamenting, "Not bad, but too green. You have potential. Given time, you might have become as strong as me." A large rock hurtled towards Chen Nuo, who raised his hand to block it. The stone shatters, but he's thrown back by the force. Seeing him on the ground, the old mage approaches with a sneer. "But you really shouldn't have provoked me," he managed to say. "What's going to happen if I provoke you?" "If I hadn't angered you, you would have let me go?" He replied, "No, but you would have suffered less." He wondered, "How much did that Tong Yuan pay you to kill me?" The old man replied, "If you already know." Chen Nu thought it was a waste of breath. He'd only revealed the name Yama once, after wiping out Anderson's team and threatening the captain. So he continued, "Why would someone like you take on this kind of mission? To deal with an opponent who's likely a controller class? Aren't controllers supposed to avoid conflict with each other?" Old Vu replied, "First, you're not a controller yet. With your level of psychic power, you can only scare the captain, not me. Secondly, strong psychic users are very attractive to me, which is why I accepted this mission." As Chen Nuo lay there, disheveled, he thought, in his past life, when the shaman was carrying out commissions, the targets really did have many psychic abilities. This guy really loves psychics. He stood there, sneering, and cast a spell at him. "All right, enough talk. I only told you all this in case your runaway friend showed up, but never mind. I've no interest in those who aren't telekinetics. Of course, I'm enjoying your despair, but sadly, The runes on your back seal your telekinesis, so there will be no performance. He sneered. Don't be a telekinetic in your next life. Suddenly, Chen Nuo bursts into laughter, leaving Elder Wu puzzled. What's so funny? He replies. I'm laughing because this trick actually works on you. Remember, I used this the first time we met in my past life. Then Chen Nuo's entire body radiates blue spirit energy. He asked him, Who told you I was a psychic? Then he slowly sat up, revealing other colors besides the blue aura, and as Chen Nuo prepared to strike Fu Lao, he said, The first taboo of a psychic is to never let the enemy get close. Too late, you sly old fox. Using the power of the ascending dragon palm, he strikes him, adding, If I hadn't feigned serious injuries and exposed all my weaknesses, you wouldn't have approached me. The previous strike sent Master Wu flying into a stone wall. Chen Nuo stood there smiling, wiping the blood from his mouth as he said, Everyone in the underworld knows you're a sinister old man, but I think you're quite naive. Elder Wu lies there, disheveled and coughing. You're not a psychic. He cracks his neck and replies, I never said I was. Wu Lao then used runes, and the wounds on his body quickly healed as he turned to ask, What power did you just use? He replies, taking a moment to think, That's right, the lake at Nguthu Mountain is nearby. Then, raising his hand to the sky, he says, There's still one more move. He summoned the lake's water and shouted, Who fixed this jutsu? Fu Lao yelled back, Silence! Do you think I haven't seen Naruto? The golem is now submerged, and Chen Nuo, who had jumped up at some point, sits down to rest, saying, That was my limit. If I can't take down Wusu, I'll have to call my wife to save me. Drowning in the sea of water, Elder Wu was protected by a barrier as he cursed, Damn it! How can this thing emit such powerful energy? The barrier shows signs of cracking, and the old shaman cries out, This isn't good! Instantly, the barrier shattered, and water engulfed him. On the shore, Chen Nuo looked down, wondering, Is it over? But something stirred beneath the water, catching his eye. A familiar golden light. Chen Nuo realized, as expected, a powerhouse on par with Lu Jiji. Wu Lao stood firm, controlling the water tornado with one hand, thinking, I can't believe I'm evenly matched with a kid who's a level below me. His glasses were broken as he looked up at Chen Nuo and said, Boy, what other tricks do you have up your sleeve? He retorted, asking if he would be afraid if he said he had a trump card, to which the old man immediately responded. Then bring it on. Chen Nuo flipped him off, daring him to come closer. Hearing this, the old wizard hesitated, not daring to act rashly, thinking that this insidious guy was trying to trick him into getting close again. This wizard wouldn't fall for it a third time. He raised his hand, full of confidence. Do I need to come to you to deal with you? Chenmo was lifted off the ground by the talisman's control, and he shouted, Wizard, if you have the guts, put me down and let me come over there, and we'll have a big fight. No sooner had he spoken than a powerful blow struck his chest, sending him crashing into a pit, blood gushing from his mouth. Chen Nuo thought to himself, This is bad. The shaman has finally realized the correct way for a mage to fight. Chen Nuo is just sitting there begging to be hit. Fine, I'm out of tricks, so if you don't attack, you'll be a widow. The old mage still won't come close, calling on your lackeys from afar. You should know that for a master of telekinesis, sneak attacks are useless. At that moment, purple lightning appeared, striking Wu Lao directly. The powerful blow was too much for him, sending him flying backward. The ring on his hand begins to crack, and Elder Wu looks down, grimacing at his damaged weapon. Then, appearing above, Gigi looks down and says, How dare you? With that, she grabs the lightning in her hand and strikes again. The blow sends Wu Lao reeling back again, kneeling before rising and looking up in confusion. The Starry Sky Queen, what are you doing here? Gigi unleashes more attacks, shouting, How dare you hit my husband? Hearing this, Wu Lao's eyes widened in confusion. Husband, this woman is insane. Hiding isn't the way to go. And so, he decided to fight back, immediately rushing forward to exchange blows in a desperate struggle. The clash of two immense spiritual energies created a massive explosion in the forest. The two grab each other's hands, and Elder Wu scolds Gigi, You crazy woman, do you really want to die together? She uses her free hand to continuously attack him. Elder Wu shouted, Stop it, you lunatic! We'll all die if you continue this. But Jiruyu ignored him, her eyes sharp as she looked over, and he cursed under his breath. Damn it, she really is going all out. They finally let go of each other and fell into the pit as he cursed, Are you insane? If you keep this up, I'll fight you to the death, and we'll all die here today. With fierce resolve, Gigi declares, You hit my husband, I'll beat you to death. Old Wu thinks, Husband? Crazy woman, where did a husband come from? How did that cunning schemer become your husband? Seeing the situation, Chen Nuo worriedly wondered, will Lu Jiji be okay? Fighting like that? Shimshi rushed forward with lightning and shouted, I'll kill you today. Elder Vu held the ring, ready to cast his spell, raising it as golden runes flared. You wretched woman. You made me lose a soul artifact. Chen Nu shouts worriedly, Don't risk your life, Lu Jiji. But it was too late. The impact sent him flying. Blown away, Chen No desperately called out to Lu Jiji, and through the dust a hand emerged, grabbing his wrist and calling out, Husband! Looking up and a little disheveled, she says, I caught you. Chen Nuo slowly lands, holding her in his arms as she leans against his shoulder, saying, That guy's too strong, I couldn't beat him. He immediately reassured her, It's okay, you were amazing. Forcing the shaman to shatter his own soul weapon, he suffered a great loss, one from which he wouldn't recover for years. Tate smiles. So, I'm pretty amazing, right, honey? Chen Nuo replied, Yes, you're amazing. Suddenly, she burst into tears. My love, my left hand hurts so much. He looks at her hand, pondering if the witch left behind a power that's corroding Lu Jiji's body. Is Lu Jiji using her own power to suppress it? She continued to lament. Husband, I'm so tired, as he tried to soothe her. It's okay, rest for a bit, and you'll recover. The old fox's runes will quickly disappear once they leave his soul weapon. Tate barely had the strength to speak, her eyes drooping shut. Chen Nu's image in her eyes gradually faded, then disappeared. Night fell, and they were still in that hole in the forest. Chen Nuo sat there, using his power to probe Jiji's body, but after exhausting himself, a splitting headache returned. Some time passed, and he gripped the talisman in his hand. Lu Jiji's spatial awareness had been severely damaged just days before, and this battle nearly cost her her life. Her spirit was now wounded upon wounded. He looks down at the unconscious girl and says, Hey, woman, I'm sorry. I've been lying to you these past few days. Actually, there were many times I wanted to wake you up, then take you away from here. I've been deceiving you for so long. Actually, I'm just lying to myself. I really can't bear to see you go, not because I'm afraid you'll hit me when you wake up, but just because I can't bear it. I was deluded, feeling like keeping you here was just like the past. This is the second time you've slept on my lap. He touched her cheek and continued, Lu Ji. I won't be angry with you this time, okay, Gigi? I won't call you a crazy woman this life, okay? Chen Nuo said, his eyes closed, tears welling up. A man who had lived 2 lifetimes was now about to cry. Lu Jiji, can I take you fishing again this life? He choked back tears as they fell on her face, pleading, Jijai, please don't die this time, okay? The next morning, Chen Nuo was still there, continuously channeling his spiritual power to heal her. He thought to himself that after a night, there should be nothing to worry about, and she should wake up soon. If you don't wake up, I'm going to run out of energy. Suddenly, Zixi's eyes snapped open. Chen Nuo exclaimed with joy, You're finally awake! She turned and asked blankly, Who are you? Chen Nuo forced a smile and replied, That's a long story. He gazed at her, lost in thought. Another memory loss. I saved you, pulled your spirit back. I was ready for you to get your memories back and then beat me to a pulp. Gigi stood up, pointing at him. I don't know about anything else, but I'm sure you saved me. I sense an incredibly powerful force of will within your consciousness, and that power resides within you. I can feel it. Chen Nuo sat there, not objecting. Yes, I saved you. Then Cixi asked, Can you tell me what happened? I don't remember anything before I woke up. Wait here. I carefully fabricated the story for her. After a moment of thought, Gigi asked, So, you're a reclusive martial arts cultivator? Last night I was training on this mountain when I saw you fighting someone and saved you. Chen Nuo replied, That's right, I was nearby. I came here to train at night and heard fighting. I hid in the shadows to watch, and then I saw you. You furrowed your brow and asked, Who was I fighting? Why can't I remember anything? Chen Nuo scratched his head, avoiding her gaze. I don't know. I don't know either of you. By the time I arrived, your opponent had already fled. Then I saw you unconscious on the ground. Tet pondered the unconscious part, then turned to question him. Hey, you didn't do anything to me while I was out, did you? He explained, What kind of person do you take me for? I'm a kind-hearted communist successor with morals. Teehee was a little doubtful. Really? He replied, Of course. Why else would I go through the trouble of saving you? She immediately changed her attitude, smiling. Then thank you so much. You seem like a good person. You're really showing off. Of course, I'm a top student at school. Who is this sister of yours? She held out her hand and said, My name is Lu. Lu Jiji. He blushed and shyly introduced himself. My name is Chen Nuo. So, are you saying your sister is a powerful expert? Gigi waves her hand dismissively. I can't tell you that. By the way, how old are you? 1. She pondered. 18 years old? A bit old, but your strength isn't bad. If you can awaken me with your psychic power. She clapped her hands, looked at Chen Nuo and beckoned. Want to be my disciple? I'm really powerful, you know. Become my disciple and I'll tell you who I am. I'll let you in on a secret. Being my disciple will give you a lot of face. Chen Nuo broke out in a cold sweat, inwardly shocked. What the heck? In the blink of an eye, I'm her disciple now. Wait, didn't he use Yang Guo and Little Dragon Girl to trick her before? He must be thinking of disciples. He quickly flees. Well, that's that. I have a master now. Goodbye, miss, until we meet again. If we meet again in Jianghu, I'll be sure to help you. So goodbye for now. Did he leave? As Chen Nuo walked, he thought, it seems the Starry Sky Empress has likely regained her memories. Suddenly, she ran up behind him, calling out, Wait a moment. I noticed his steps were light as a feather, likely because he'd spent so much energy saving me. You said your house was nearby, right? Let me take you home. Chen Nuo tried to refuse, saying it wasn't necessary, but Gigi seemed determined. It is necessary. You saved me, so I absolutely have to repay you. Don't hesitate. Let's go. A while later, at the gate of an apartment complex, the yellow taxi pulled up. Inside the car, Chen Nuo spoke up. All right, I live here. He stepped out with a smile, telling her she didn't need to get out. He'd have the driver take her home. Sitting in the car, Zeiji said, How could I do that? I must see a friend through to the end. I have to take you to your doorstep. Chen Nuo replied, You really don't have to. Then he told the driver, Let's go. Get this beauty home safe. Watching the car disappear, Chen Nuo thought, This is the neighborhood Uncle Xiaoyay used to live in, quite a distance from my place. He chuckled softly. Lu Jiji, now that you've regained your memory, let's part ways here. Some things are better left forgotten. Returning to his apartment amidst the wreckage, Chen Nuo picked up the broken door and muttered to himself. He fixed the door, good enough to last the night, and decided to call someone to replace it tomorrow. Then he sat on the sofa for a smoke, suddenly feeling the emptiness of the house, a little unaccustomed to it. He glanced at the bathroom and again saw the image of Gigi standing there, calling out, Husband. Chen Nuo blurted out, Lu Ji, but then realized something was wrong. Her image and voice slowly fade away. Husband, do you not need me anymore? He tells himself he must have been seeing things. It's truly over, and this time can be considered a partial fulfillment of his past regrets. Chen Nuo thought to himself. He was content with the time he had. Lu Jiji must not follow him, or the tragedy of his past life would likely repeat itself. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Startled, he looked over, thinking, The wizard? No way. That old Yin official was badly injured and near death. He should be hiding with Sister Shang. Chen Nuo grabbed a cleaver from the kitchen and asked, What brings you here so late? Who could it be? The person outside pounded on the door, causing the already damaged frame to collapse. He stood there, eyes wide with shock, as Ziz stood at the door in a short top, awkwardly saying, That I didn't mean to. She then stepped inside, asking, So, this is your place? It seems a little messy. He stepped back slightly and asked, What are you doing here? Gigi didn't answer, staring intently at Chen Nuo. He thought, Say something already. Staring at me like that is nerve-wracking. She pointed and asked, Why did you lie to me? What? Thinking of an excuse? Chuije steps forward, questioning him. He holds a knife. Are you chopping vegetables or people? Why won't you say anything? Chen Nuo slumped into the chair, smiling. What can I say? I'm dumbfounded. Or perhaps you could tell me why you came back after you left, and why you came to my house. Why are you standing there arguing? Or perhaps you could tell me why you gave me a fake address and got out of the car nowhere near your house? Jaiji stopped him, saying, Wait, why do I feel like you're about to lie to me again after hearing you start with look? She sat down, grabbed his wrist, and said, All right, tell me now. Teet asks, Why lie to me? Your house clearly isn't there. Sweating, Chen Nuo said, You know, we're wanderers, and the most important thing is to be wary of others. Those guys fighting like that in the middle of nowhere are pretty tough, and I don't want to get involved in any trouble. Gigi smiles, passing the second question. Then why? Why is your heart beating so fast? He blushed, answering that it was because she was simply too beautiful. She's so beautiful, and she's holding my hand. I'm still a man, you know, beautiful lady. She leaned in close and asked, One more question. Why would he pretend not to know me when he clearly does? Chen Nuo was shocked. Huh? Doesn't she remember me? We met at that noodle shop, Sixi said. I remember you were eating noodles. He seemed embarrassed to see me, but why? When I woke up, you pretended it was the first time we'd met. Don't tell me you've forgotten. You said I was pretty. You couldn't have forgotten that easily, right? Chennuo replied. All right, I admit I met you at the noodle shop. She and the boss got into an argument, and out of curiosity, I followed them to see them fight, which led to a chase up the mountain. Gigi said, I distinctly remember fighting that boss near a lake, then I was ambushed and passed out, and then you saved me. He waved his hand with a smile. No need to be so polite. I just helped you out, mainly because your opponent was injured and ran away, otherwise I wouldn't have dared to save you. Tet responded, I see. Chenno thought to himself that Lu Gigi only forgot the days they spent together. Forgetting is good, better than being hunted down later. Suddenly, Gigi emanates her power and continues to question him. Then can you explain why I was wearing a men's t-shirt before I woke up? That wasn't your shirt, was it? He stammered in shock. You should know the answer. Can't explain it? Inside, Chennuo was screaming. He suddenly missed the old amnesiac Lu Gigi. She continued. Well, here's a hint. Take a look and tell me why this was in my pocket. She pulls out a piece of paper, and Chennuo asks blankly, What's this? He stared at the receipt in horror. It was for a double bed purchased on Duong 2 Street. No wonder Lok Tay found him. She smiles at him, but her anger is palpable. Have you figured out how to explain this yet? He asks what that was. If I told you the truth, would you beat me to death? Chennuo began to fabricate a story. When you were unconscious, your clothes were torn, so I took them off to protect your modesty. When you woke up, I was afraid you'd misunderstand and think I took advantage of you. So I lied. After all, we just met by chance, and it's better to avoid trouble. Sister, I'm sorry. After hearing his explanation, she said, Although there are still many suspicious points, I'm sure you never hurt me, and even saved me, so I will believe what you say is true. She then let go of Chennuo's hand, stood up, and continued, The interrogation is over, but I still have to thank you. Oh, right, I'll keep the delivery slip. Is that your phone number on there? He wondered. Why do you need my number? Gigi whispered. I'll need to find you later. You saved me once, so I have to repay you. Besides, there are still many things I haven't figured out, and I might ask you again when I remember. Okay, as long as you're happy. She gets up and heads for the door. Well, I'm off. Your door really did collapse. He waves goodbye. Knowing that, she stepped into the hallway and muttered, That little liar? As soon as Gigi left, Chennuo breathed a sigh of relief, then panicked. Oh no, he had to pack his bags and get out of there, fast. Luo Jiju is like a ticking time bomb, and he doesn't know when she'll remember everything. He immediately starts packing, his mind racing about taking leave from school and dealing with extra work. With Uncle Lao taking care of Xiaoyay, he can hide until Lu Jiji leaves China. Like a vacation, Canada, Brazil, or somewhere even further. Just then, his phone rang, and he wondered why someone would be calling so late. It was Lee Ying Wan. As soon as he answered, the other end spoke. Excuse me, is this Mr. Chennuo? You haven't answered. He thought to himself, Don't think I don't recognize you just because you're pinching your nose and changing your voice, you white-haired freak. Using Yingwan's phone, Yedong calls out, Mr. Chennuo, why aren't you saying anything? Hello, is the signal bad? Hello, hello. Yingwan, tied up there, screams, Appa, don't answer, don't answer. On the other end, he replied, I am Chennuo. Hearing this, the girl grinned wickedly and threatened him sternly. If you ever want to see Yingwan again, she shouts into the phone, don't worry about me, I'm okay. At that moment, Ye Tang's phone rang. Good disciple, answer your master's call. Good disciple, answer quickly. So she sets the other phone aside, pulls out her own, and says, Just a moment, just a moment. As she pulled out her phone, the caller ID appeared, and Ye Tang casually hung up on Yingwan's call. As she tapped her phone, Gigi's voice rang out, Hello, little disciple, you have so many missed calls. You're in Jinling too? Where are you? Hurry to the hotel so your master can give you a hug, the girl exclaimed in a panic. Lu Jijie, where the hell have you been? Just wait, I'm on my way. As she prepared to leave, Yingwan asked, If you find her, will you let her go? Ye Tang turned back and said, I'll have your OPA come pick you up. Before cutting to a scene at an international hotel. After a long separation, Gigi showered Ye Tang with kisses, making the girl uncomfortable as she pushed her away, saying, That's enough. The girl sat and asked, Lu Jijie, tell me where you've been these past few days? The girl wiped her face, muttering, All slobber. Before the master could answer, the disciple chimed in. How old are you? Disappearing without a word, is that something someone your age should do? Gigi replies, It's not like that. Ye Tang interjects, Didn't you know? Disappearing suddenly makes me worry. Do you know where she ran off to these past few days? She put her arm around her disciple and said she met an interesting man. Hearing this, the taller girl said, "Hey, what's with that embarrassed look on your face? Are you in love?" Ye Tang exclaimed, "No way! You disappeared for a few days and already ran into some scumbag? These aren't clothes I bought you. Lucixi, did you really lose your virginity?" Blushing, she repeated, "Lost my virginity?" Then asked, "How do you know if you have?" Ye Tang exclaimed in shock, "You really did something with that man? I'll check for you." "You're still a virgin? Who was that guy?" "Tell me the truth." He teleports to the building where Ying Wan is tied up. As he unties her, Chen Nuo asks with concern if they did anything to her. She smiles. No, they didn't. She was initially scared, but thinking of her appa gave her courage. He stroked her hair, saying, "It's good you're okay. Next time, don't say things like, 'Don't answer,' and 'Don't worry.' I don't want you getting hurt." She nodded, then gazed at him adoringly as she called him Appa, before embracing Tranak tightly. "Appa, I was so scared. I was really scared." He tried to comfort her. "Don't be afraid. It's all over. It's all over." Ying Wan continued, "Appa, I'm not afraid of death. I'm afraid of never seeing you again. That's worse than dying." Chen Nuo wiped away her tears and said, "What's there to be afraid of? Even if it means going to hell, I will save you." "Appa, He smiled, so touched he began to stutter. Suddenly, Ying Wan embraces him and plants a passionate kiss on his lips. Caught off guard, Chen Nuo can only curse inwardly. A surprise kiss. She then smiled. "Appa, I'm sorry. I don't want to die one day without ever kissing you. I want to do so many things with you, so many, many things. I only like you in this life." Chen Nuo sighed. "I know your feelings, so let me tell you something. Once, there was a young Miss Guo, born into a prestigious family. On her 16th birthday, everyone in the Jianghu presented her with gifts. Though happy, she knew they only cared about her family, not her. Then, a hero named Yang appeared, bearing 3 grand gifts. The value of his 3 grand gifts far exceeded all the others combined, and once again, Miss Guo became the focus of the martial world. That day was the happiest of Miss Quach's life. Diuyan turned and asked, "Miss Quach must have fallen for great hero Duong." Chen Nao smiled. "To meet someone so outstanding in one's youth is both a blessing and a curse." She then asked, "What happened after that?" He replied, "Unfortunately, Yang only saw Miss Guo as a junior, without romantic feelings. Afterward, they had no connection, and Miss Guo remained unmarried, living in the memory of that day when she was 16. Ying Wanisha raised her hand to look at it. "Miss Guo, why didn't you go find Hero Yang? If it were me, I would go, and if he didn't like me, that's fine. I could still see him. I wouldn't pine away like that." Chen Nuo interjected, saying that Yang Guo was in seclusion, impossible to find, and not everyone was like her. She asked OP what he thought. Would Yang Guo feel guilty knowing that Miss Guo never married because of him? He replies, maybe, but ultimately it was Miss Guo's choice. She bluntly states, "I don't like Hero Yang." Then, glancing at Tranak, Din Uyan sat up and asked, "Oppa, did you ever want to be great Hero Duong?" Chen Nuo smiled as he lay there, finally understanding what she wanted to say. He added, "It's all because I left that school uniform behind, forcing you to come to Jinling. Otherwise, none of this would have happened." She immediately took Chen Nuo's arm, saying, "Appa, I won't let you be a hero, and I don't want to be a damsel. Wherever you go, I'll follow. Whether you like me or not, I'll stick with you forever." She then released his shirt, and with a lowered voice, Diex Uyen said, "Appa, I know you like Sunkaka, but I don't mind. Where I'm from, successful men have many women. It's abnormal if they don't. Just don't chase me away and be good to me." Hearing this, Chen Nuo felt a headache coming on, thinking, "Why do I feel like I'm being forced into being a sugar daddy?" She continued, "Appa, you promise?" Chen Nuo replied, "All right, I agree. You can be my little shadow, but don't cross the line, especially with surprise kisses like before." He then turned away, thinking, "It's a delaying tactic. It's no good to chase her away now. I hope Lee Ying Wan will meet a worthy man in the future." Hearing that, she smiled. "Okay, Appa, I'll remember that." She had her own plans. As the saying goes, familiarity breeds affection. As long as I'm by his side, he'll eventually fall for me. The next day at school, Nak appears, waving to Kaka. Seeing Chen Nuo pretending to be a good person, always saying his shop was too busy to come to school, not even bothering to call, Kiki thought it was too much, and decided she wouldn't pay attention to him today. Then the school bell rang, and she stood up, thinking she was just bringing him something. Dropping this off doesn't count as breaking my promise. Kaka brings Tranak his book, the test outline for the past few days. The teacher said finals are next week, so study hard or you'll be held back. He smiled, pretending to ask, So you've forgiven me? Class is over. Let's go home together. She immediately refused. No, I'm not going with you. Seeing Kaka leave, he quickly packed his books and called out, wait for me. Chennu thought to himself, this girl is sulking again. Let's see about that. Kake walked out the door and Chennuo rushed out, unexpectedly hugging her from behind. Startled, her face flushed red. Are you trying to die? This is school. People will see us. He grins mischievously. Then it's okay if no one sees us. She quickly retorts, it's still not okay. Chennu stepped back, placing a hand on his heart as he jokingly asked, Keiki, are you trying to abandon me? Flustered, she replies, I didn't. You've been ignoring me for days, not answering or returning my calls. He gently takes her hand, looks into her eyes and says, I've been busy and exhausted, thinking I almost lost my life, tricked my wife into coming home, and then lost her. Kaka replies, then let's go to your place. I'll give you a massage. Chennuo quickly refuses. No, I have to go to Brother Lei's shop later. He hadn't even reported back to Brother Lei after his business trip, mainly because he was worried and didn't dare let KK go anywhere. The ritual items haven't even been put away yet. As the two leave, he hands her a box of cakes, saying, Here, these are your favorite rice cakes. Are you that happy? No, I'm not. What's so fun? I'm not telling you. Tell me. No. Just then, his phone rang. It was Lu Jijie calling. She was relentless. He turns and lies. Ha ha. Brother Lei called and wants me back at the bar. I gotta go. A little disappointed, she asks, You have to leave again? Cut to a city restaurant where Gigi, Yetang, and Chen Nuo sit at a table, drinking tea and lost in thought. Did Lok Tete call me out here because she remembered something? Diep Duong stands up and asks, So you're Tranak? Tell me the truth. Have you ever had feelings for my sister? Hearing this, Chen Nuo choked and spat out his drink. The girl frowned and continued. What? Is that so strange? My sister is so beautiful, it's abnormal for men not to want to pursue her. Chen Nuo raised his voice. Little girl, has no one ever told you that talking like that will get you spanked? The girl trembled, asking, You want to hit me? He smiled, thinking, I've done it before. He turned to Gigi and asked, Hello, I don't know why you asked me to come here. She interrupted, It's nothing special. Gigi stands up and says, My good disciple won't let me drink, so I'll have to use tea instead. Then, sitting next to Chen Nuo, she pours tea and adds, I asked you here, first to thank you for saving my life, and second to apologize on behalf of my disciple. He cornered your friend to save me, and I only learned about this misunderstanding after returning, so I wanted to apologize. And third, there's a third thing. JJ continued, My disciple said I'd been missing for days, but why did you say you just found me when you saved me last night? Chen Nuo feigned surprise and innocence. I don't know, I just happened to run into you last night and helped you out when I saw what was happening. I don't know anything else. Don't know, not knowing, is not knowing. She asks me, but who should I ask? Thinking back, Yetang was a little harsh the other day. If you can't get the truth, let me try my cough trick. Just stay quiet. If something really happened, why couldn't she get him to talk? A man's words are not to be trusted. You're too naive to understand men. Back in the present, Yetang feigns a cough, then smiles and asks Chen Nuo if he and his girlfriend, Lee Ying Wan, are getting along well. He was stunned, thinking, You want to fool me? I've seen these tricks before. She continued, I caught Lee Ying Wan yesterday, and I saw messages between her and Chen Nuo on her phone, so I figured you two were an item. He glanced at Cece twirling her chopsticks and said with an awkward smile, It's nothing really, just young people hanging out, no boundaries, and we like to joke around. Yetang wondered if that was so. So, Appa, I miss you, is just a joke too? Chen Nuo turned pale, sweat pouring as he glanced at Gigi, who was glaring and breaking her chopsticks. Yetang then asked, if it's not dating, then she's secretly in love with you? The girl sneers, Why aren't you saying anything? Chen Nuo feigns composure, calmly picks up some food and retorts, Are you curious about my love life? Who do you like? Who likes you? Why should I tell you? What's with all the curiosity at your age? Or what he eats every day, or what color underwear he wears? Little Yetang frowns, thinking that this guy is just trying to smooth things over, so she decides to stop asking questions. It's impolite to ask such personal questions. Mr. Chen Nuo, it seems you're quite popular with the ladies. He smiled. That's good enough. Miss Lu, I heard you're from out of town. How long will you be staying in Jinling? After a moment, Gigi replied, Probably soon. I still have someone to find. Once I find them, I'll leave. He asked curiously if she was asking about Boss Guo, but she said, No, if the mission fails, so be it. I'm looking for some jerk who offended me. She thought back. I met him the day I killed Brother Z, and I won't touch Brother Z again. Don't worry, but that guy is also in Jinling, and I have to see if I can find him. Chen Nuo frowned, thinking, it can't be him, the arsonist of my heart. Gigi noticed and turned to ask Chen Nuo why he was sweating so much. Is the AC not cold enough? He rubbed his slightly feverish head. Why haven't our dishes arrived yet? I'll go check. He was in a hurry, wanting to finish his meal quickly and leave. He couldn't stay long. Outside, Qingshan walked with his men, saying, when my legs wouldn't move, I thought that when they healed, I would definitely walk again. Using his own 2 feet to measure every corner of Jinling, the 7th son flattered him. Master Shan is so impressive. What a statement. Mr. Shan, look. He sees him smiling and greeting. Isn't that Mr. Chen Nuo? In his mind, Chen Nuo pleaded, please don't come over here. Meanwhile, Gigi looked over, puzzled, as a voice spoke up nearby. This girl is Qing Shan. No, how? Chen Nuo cursed inwardly. She's staring right at me. Are you playing dumb to get close to me? What happened to the observation skills of a black gang leader? He smiles, cutting off Lao Li, and introduces her as a good friend. Seeing this, Lao Li retracts his words with a click of the tongue, thinking about the gloomy face of young Master Chen Nuo and that strange look in his eyes. Right, it's not even a holiday and it's nighttime. What's he doing eating alone with Brother Haonam's wife? Could it be? Old Lee imagined the affair with his sister-in-law, a vision of their tryst playing out in his mind, with Gigi saying, what if my brother finds out about us? And Chen Nuo replying, don't worry, as long as we keep it a secret, he won't find out. The mere thought of it turned Lao Li pale. He staggered back, thinking, would this illicit affair and internal strife lead to him being silenced? Seeing his odd behavior, Lao Qi supported him, asking, Master Shan, what's wrong? Qingshan quickly changed his tune. Chen Nuo, little mister, I was just passing by and saw you here, so I came over. Chen Nuo inquired, looks like Chief Lee's leg is healed. He anxiously denied it. No, it still hurts a lot. I don't know why I came out for a walk today. Chen Nuo replied meaningfully, if it's not healed, then go rest and don't run around. He hurriedly replied, yes, you're right, I'll go back now. I'll rest in bed for a few days. Well then, Mr. Chen Nuo, I'll take my leave. Back at home, Qingshan anxiously asked, Lao Qi, feel my legs, are they still there? They're still there. Gasun sat trembling on the steps, still there for now, but perhaps not after tonight. 7th Master was confused. What are you talking about, Master Shan? Thunsun continued. I must be out of my mind. Why would I go for a walk so late after eating? And why didn't you guys stop me? Something big happened today, damn it. He picked up the phone and called. Hello, Mr. Xiao said. Master Shan is suddenly calling me. What's going on? Qingzhan continued. I want to hear about your past experiences building teams for trips to Malaysia and Thailand. I want to come back here too now. Who was that man just now? I just felt like he knew me, he said. Oh, that's just a friend of mine, Chen Nuo replied. That old man kept staring at you earlier, Ye Tang added. How strange, Chen Nuo chuckled wryly. How could that be? That old man is quite something, very lecherous. He can't take his eyes off pretty girls and wants to get to know them, so I could only say, Miss Lu is very beautiful. Gigi turned to ask, really? He replied, why would I lie to you? If you want to get to know me, I'll give you my number. She responded, it's not impossible. He regretted his loose tongue, but was saved by perfect timing. Chen Nuo waved goodbye, saying, the car's here. Ladies first. You two go ahead. We'll say goodbye here. Watching them leave, he felt a sense of relief, as if he'd finally seen them off when his phone rang. Chen Nuo answers the phone. Hello, Haonan, what's up? The voice on the other end asked if Chen Nuo could come for a drink. His heart was in turmoil. Was Haonan heartbroken? As the car drove on, Gigi spoke up. Driver, stop up ahead, I want to get out. Yotang wondered, Gigi, why are we getting out here? As she prepared to leave, she turned back to Yotang and said, I have some things to take care of. Be a good disciple and wait for me at the hotel. I won't be late. The girl replies, okay, Tete, you're actually keeping things from me now. Good disciple, your teacher is an adult, I'm allowed to have secrets. We cut to Jiafeng Street, where Thunsun sits smoking, wondering, should I go or not? Master Shan, do we really have to flee abroad? Lao Qi asked. He replied, not yet. I haven't met Haonan's wife. I only guessed it was her based on her appearance. If he runs, it'll look like he's guilty, confirming she's Haonam's wife and that they were having an affair. If fate wants you, you can't escape it. And running abroad might not even be safe. I was just betting they wouldn't go so far as to silence me. Hearing this, Lao Qi nodded obsequiously. Sun Jia is right. If Tranak intended to, he would have appeared at Jiafeng Hall by now. Suddenly, there's a knock at the door, and they both think in surprise, speak of the devil. Gigi burst through the door, asking, "You know me, don't you?" Qingshan trembled, replying, I don't know you." Gigi dismisses it. "No, you know me," he stammered. "I can pretend I don't know you. I swear I didn't see anything today." She began to threaten him. "You saw it, so how should I deal with you?" Hearing this, he immediately knelt before her, trembling as he said, "I swear I won't breathe a word of it. The matter between you and Mr. Chen Nuo will remain buried with me. I wouldn't dare breathe a word." Qingshan trembled. "Sister-in-law, I truly don't know anything about you and Chen Nuo. Today's meeting was just a coincidence, and I kept my mouth shut. I wouldn't dare say a word." Jieji asked if something was going on between me and Chen Nuo. Qingshan kowtowed, saying, "You and Chen Nuo are family. I don't know anything about you two, I really don't. I know nothing at all." Lao Qi gently placed his hand on Qingshan's shoulder, reassuring him, "It's me, Shan. That person is gone. Looks like they were just checking things out." He was finally relieved, thinking, "They didn't kill me. Looks like I get to keep my life." Cut to a late-night barbecue restaurant where Lin Sheng sits surrounded by piles of empty shells. Chen Nuo approaches, teasing, "Oh, poor Haonan is heartbroken." As he sat down, he immediately heard him lament, "Ha, cheated on him. He saw her going in and out of a motel with another man. He thought she wouldn't after being with him." Chen Nuo pops open a beer with his teeth and says, "I thought you were joking." "You're serious?" Lin Sheng replied, "What joke? I'm serious, completely serious." He acts like he knows it all, but it seems you don't understand a simple truth. Lin Sheng asks, "What truth?" Chen Nuo replies, "Women are heartless. You're being sentimental while everyone else is after money. You're losing out." He slams the table, enraged. He won't allow anyone to speak of Xia. He like that. Xia isn't like that. Why are you getting so worked up? Is that so? Since you said yes, and out of respect for our brotherhood, I'll arrange it for you. He then called Da Lei, asking him to send some girls to the karaoke bar so Lin Sheng could experience the taste of life. Da Lei asked, "Okay, how much is the Nok family paying?" He replied, "No limit. Do whatever you want." Cut to the karaoke building, where the receptionist asked, "Sir, do you have a reservation? Room 88. Inside, Da Lei put his arm around him, saying, "Relax, Mr. Lin Sheng. You're Nok's brother. Nok told us to take good care of you." He thought to himself that he was still nervous visiting such a place for the first time, just like when he first sat in the lobby. Lin Sheng muttered, "No, I'm not nervous." Da Lei tells the staff, "Get them ready, bring them in." A moment later, a girl runs in, waving. "Loey, you haven't been around for days." She sat next to him, but he snapped, "Enough talk, I told you on the phone." "Are the girls here to liven things up?" She purrs, snuggling up to Da Lei. "Don't worry, I wouldn't dare ignore your orders." After the girls entered and stood before them, Da Lei turned to Lin Sheng and asked, "What's wrong, brother? Admiring the beauties? Just say the word if you see someone you like." He then turned to the staff and said, "Hurry and switch them out. Don't disappoint my brother. And don't bring any eyesores into my private room." She hastily replied, "Okay, I'll change them right away." 5 minutes later, Da Lei had chosen a girl in purple to sit next to him, turning to pat her head and ask, "What's wrong, brother? Still no one you fancy after all this time?" Lin Sheng said awkwardly, "Brother Lei, I can't get used to this. I really don't need it." Da Lei replies, "I know, I haven't found anyone I like yet," then turns and states his terms. "I don't care. If you don't bring any goddesses for my boys today, it's all your fault." But she remains stubborn. "Brother Lei, are you really trying to provoke me?" The girl next to him said flirtatiously as she poured wine. "You didn't call me last time, Loey, so you owe me a drink." Deloy laughed, picking up his glass. "All right, I'll take 3. Lin Sheng sat to the side, drinking his beer alone. He set the bottle down, thinking, "They're not Shahi. How could they compare?" Then he stood up and sang loudly, "You're always so soft-hearted, always," as the madam brought in another girl. "Sorry to keep you waiting. This is the prettiest girl I've got. Her name is Xia. I called her here special tonight, and if you're still not satisfied, you won't be satisfied with anyone in Jinling." Lin Sheng, still singing about weakness, couldn't take his eyes off the new girl. And seeing his expression, Da Lei replied, "This time, you've done good." He pointed and said loudly, "Okay, it's you. I'm speaking for my brothers. Sis, my brothers are introverted, so you have to cheer them up today." He thought to himself that this girl was perfect, and suddenly felt that the others paled in comparison. Xia sat down, linked arms with Lin Sheng, and asked, "Handsome, what should I call you?" Louis's friend answered for her, "Just call him Brother Lin Sheng." The girl cleverly replied, "No, you all call him Brother Lin Sheng." "What's the point if I call you that too?" she thought, sizing him up. This guy Delay isn't just rich, but also rumored to be a gangster with a growing reputation. To be called brother by Lei, this guy must be someone formidable. Xiaoyay then whispers into Lin Sheng's ear, "Can I call you little brother?" He blushed, but was also dumbfounded. Was this how Xiaoyay acted when she was working? Lin Sheng took another swig of beer, realizing he finally understood Chen Nuo's intentions. It's all fake, a damn lie, all for money, acting, pretending. It's all just part of their daily routine. He glanced over, lost in thought. He'd been avoiding it, deceiving himself all along. "Thank you, Chen Nuo. Thank you for making me face reality. I won't hesitate any longer." Xiaoyay is a little uneasy at that look. "Big brother staring at me like that will make me fall for you," Lin Sheng asked frankly. "Can you come with me later?" Xiaoyay giggled, wrapping herself around him. "Brother, what's wrong with you?" "How awful," she says. He presses her. "Enough talk. I'm asking if you'll go." She plays hard to get, replying, "I can't. I have plans today. I live with my younger sister, and she's sick, so I have to go back and take care of her tonight." Remembering that he had used the same excuse before, he turned to her and asked bluntly, "Are you trying to tell me next time? I'll come find you next time." Lin Sheng pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket, placed it on the table, and asked, "I don't like beating around the bush or talking too much. This is 8,000. Are you free to go or not?" Xiaoyay was completely drawn in by the money and quickly replied, "Little brother, wait a moment. I'll go change." His face flushed as he watched the girl. Lin Sheng pushed her aside, saying, "Take the money. The money on the table is yours. I don't need you to come with me. Just consider it the answer to my question. That's what it's worth." He looked up at the sky, wondering, don't I even have a reason left to deceive myself? Dele wondered, what's wrong with Mr. Lingsheng? If he's not happy today, how am I supposed to explain this to the Nuo family? Should I call a car, or shall we go somewhere else? He responded to what Tranak had asked him to do. "I've finished the task," he tells Chen Nuo. "I understand. Thank you." Back at Chen Nuo's house, he sits in a chair, studying. This talisman is a wizard's, hiding the power of a wizard. He stared at the rune in his hand, sensing the powerful psychic energy stirring within, but even such strength couldn't mask its inherent complexity. Chen Nuo closed his eyes. Cultivators generally believe that the purer the power, the better. The purer the power, the easier it is to control its operating laws. But this psychic power is so complex. Chen Nuo smiled. "Damn it, shaman, you should learn from old monster Xingqiu or Linghu Chong, the Huagong Dafa, the Beiming divine art, or the star-absorbing great technique." He replicated the rune and muttered, "Such complex psychic power clearly comes from different sources, yet the wizard can control it. And this powerful application is clearly thanks to the runes." He clenched his fist, sitting there smugly. "Wizard, now you'll see my power. I know it too." The next day at school, Chen Nuo entered the classroom, wishing his vacation could have lasted a few more days. The final exams were coming up, and he couldn't afford to be absent. Having just learned the witch's skills, Lu Jiji could actually fight without fear, and running away was no problem. He walked past KK, startled, and glanced over. Seeing his wife's black eye, he asked, "What happened to your face?" "Who hit you?" Sitting there, Kaka replied, "Don't overthink it. Last night I fell on the stairs at home. The light was out, so my face hit the ground." Chen Nuo touched her forehead and asked, "Are you sure you just fell?" But she insisted it was true, saying it hurt so much she couldn't sleep last night. He channels his spiritual energy, soothing her as he says, "This will make you feel a bit better." Kaka blushes, reminding him, "We have classmates here." He smiles. "Just a minute." Then he thinks, "The ointment wouldn't have healed it even after half a month. I'll use my sorcerer's methods to heal you. It'll only take a minute, but to keep it subtle, I'll tone down the effect a bit." Then, "How does that feel?" Surprised, KK replied, "It feels much better." "Oh, right. Chen Nuo, next Tuesday is Teacher Jiang's 50th birthday. Did you know?" he asks, and you reply that you didn't. "It's been a few days since I've seen Teacher Jiang. Perfect timing to visit Shiaoyay after school." Kaka was overjoyed. "So we'll be going the same way after school." He thought to himself, "Next Monday. Monday is also the final exam." He then knocked on Master Jiang's door, and upon entering, Chen Nuo sheepishly greeted his master. "You're teasing me. I wouldn't dare. You haven't been around for days." "I almost forgot I had a disciple like you," Tranak quickly clarified. "Don't say that, master. You may forget me, but I could never forget you." He stood there complaining that Lin Sheng is the same. He's like a zombie when he's training. I don't know what kind of disciples I've taken on. Setting the items on the table, Tranak turned back and said, Master, please calm your anger. I've been busy with work. As for second brother, I heard he's heartbroken, but he'll get over it in a few days. Master Tuong sat back, saying, Only the first disciple gives me peace of mind. You sat there grinning, determined to meet him. The eldest disciple must be a genius. Chen Nuo turned to ask about his younger sister. Little Ye, have you been well behaved these past few days? Have you been giving you trouble, teacher? He replies, She's better behaved than you. Her godmother took her out. She'll be back later. Oh, right. How is it going with Gu Kong? Chen Nuo bluntly replied. It's fine. He hasn't come looking for me these past few days. This kind of social banditry is nothing new. They won't find peace anywhere else. Hearing this, Teacher Tuong breathed a sigh of relief. That's for the best. A few days later, the semester ended and they had a meal together. He asked in surprise, What meal? He hedged. It's nothing. I just wanted to find some time for everyone to get together for a meal. Just to come by then, next Tuesday. After a while, Professor Tuong suggested, All right, let's have dinner at my master's place tonight. I'll go buy some good food. On the day of the exam, after everything was over, Tranak and Kaka chatted as they walked and drank, finally finishing the exam. How did the test go? Was it smooth sailing? Not bad. Finally time for a break. What should we do this afternoon? I'm going shopping. Tomorrow is Teacher Tuong's birthday, and I can't show up empty-handed. Xiaoyay has been staying at Teacher Tuong's house lately, so I definitely have to repay that kindness. Okay, I'll treat you to McDonald's. Kaka looked at him, thinking he must have spent a lot of money on the fruit, and if she treated him to a meal, he wouldn't have to pay, saving him a little. And so, the two had a relaxing outing after the exams, starting with a meal, then heading to the amusement park for some fun and games, and even going skating together. On the way, Chen Nuo said that now that he'd bought the fruit, they could go home, which delighted KK. Yeah, today was really fun. His phone vibrated. As she answered, Old Tan's voice asked, Chen Nuo, is KK with you? That's right, that's strange. Where's my phone? Why can't I make a call? It's probably dead, he said, handing her the phone. Accepting it, she answered, Yes, Dad? She stood silently, listening to her father on the phone, neither of them speaking. Sadly, Kaka returned the phone to Chen Nuo. You asked, what's wrong? She whimpered. I didn't do well on the tests. The teachers have already graded the first 2 days. My dad saw it and scolded me, saying he wouldn't let me see you if I didn't study harder. Chen Nuo asked, Didn't you say you did pretty well? I don't know, she replied. My dad said I made so many mistakes on the exam. I got the highest scoring problem on the math test right, and the answer was technically correct, but I wrote the wrong sign, and I marked the wrong answer on a multiple-choice question I knew. She wrote the answers to one question on the line below, resulting in a series of mistakes, and then she rummaged through her bag, unable to find her phone. Today was supposed to be fun, so how did it turn into this misfortune? Chen Nuo immediately tried to comfort her. Don't cry, don't panic, let's take things one step at a time. Let's go buy a new phone. Kaka continues to sob, asking why she's so unlucky. Wu Dao smiled from behind. This isn't a good time to buy a phone. It'll be gone in a few days. Chen Nuo turned around and asked, Who's there? He replies that he noticed her crying and was curious, so he came over, not intending to eavesdrop. Then, turning to Keke, he says that she has a dark aura. You're delusional, Chen Nuo retorted, annoyed. What era is this? Still spouting such superstitious nonsense? He then pulled Keke away, saying, Never mind him, let's go. The shop was busy the other day and he gave me a lot of extra pay, enough to buy a phone. But wanting to save the money for him, she said, I don't need it. You keep the money. You'll need it later. Meanwhile, the Taoist priest was still trying to persuade her. Wait, please don't go. Wu Dao chases after her, pleading, Madam, haven't things been going wrong for you lately? How do you know? She asked. In the heavens you are surrounded by dark clouds, he replied. If you don't dispel them soon, they will coalesce and bring great misfortune. Chen Nuo smiled and asked, Are you a Taoist? I am. I'm Wu Daozi. Hearing this, Chen Nuo thought, did the painting monster agree to let him plagiarize? He was initially curious, but upon hearing the name, he felt that this person was no sage at all. What sage would take such a name? He turned to leave. Forget it, we believe in the Bodhisattva. The Taoist called out, Wait. Then Wu Dao took off his Taoist robe, revealing a Buddhist robe, removed his wig, and said, Wait a moment. Then he changed his guise. Amitabha, this humble monk is Wu Dao, esteemed benefactors. Buddhism and Taoism share the same origin, and I also believe in Buddha. Chen Nuo was astonished. This is so ignorant. Truly eye-opening. If I said I believed in God, what would you turn into? He stubbornly sighed. I have a cross too. I'm not trying to trick you, said Wu Dao. This female benefactor has bad luck. Nothing major, but one thing or another will keep happening, right? Thinking about it, Kaka realizes it's true. That's true. Chen Nuo dismissed it. Don't believe him, it's just a scam. It doesn't mean anything. He muttered some incomprehensible words, rambling on about hardship and fear of failure. Perhaps there were difficulties. Chen Nuo smiled, impressed. So, you really do have a way with words. He glared. It seems I was right. Since we've met, I have a way to help you. Suddenly, he grabs Wu Dao's wrist and twists it, then twists his arm behind his back, questioning him. Tell me, how long have you been following her? How could you assault her on the stairs? And how could you sneak into the school to change the test answers? He cried out, Mom, this is a huge misunderstanding. Hey, let go of my arm first, okay? Oh God, it's breaking. My arm's gonna break. Chen Nuo was stern. Don't call me brother. If you don't explain yourself, I'll make you kneel and call me father. What are you talking about? How many people are behind this, and where are your accomplices? Wu Dao denies it all, saying, Brother, you've truly wronged me. I understand now. Looks like I hit the nail on the head. Chen Yu brushed it off. Isn't that obvious? You're the ones who did this, attacking her first, then pretending to be righteous. He presented a paper, explaining, No, this is my first time here. I have no accomplices. If you don't believe me, here's proof. Wu Dao rubbed his shoulders and said, Brother, I understand your suspicions, but I'm truly innocent. This girl's incident must have happened in the last few days, right? But I only arrived in Jinling this afternoon. Chen Nuo looked at the paper and said, The train ticket is indeed for this afternoon, and it doesn't look fake. The two then spoke. Tell me what you want. I want to do a good deed. Good deeds are rewarded, so don't beat around the bush. Just tell me what you want. I have a talisman that can ward off her bad luck, guaranteed to work. Ask him if it's free. He was also straightforward, saying that in Buddhism, fate is important, and if they are fated, the amount of money doesn't matter, so he offered a price of 800. Chen Nu glared, and the price immediately dropped to 500. I made this amulet myself, blessed by both Buddha and the Taoist Trinity. 500 is a steal. He then asked, Did the Bodhisattva and the 3 pure ones consecrate it together? Chen Nua took out the money and said, Okay, I'll trust you this once, but if you cheat me, you'll pay tenfold. Wu Dao also took out a talisman, saying, As a monk, I don't lie. It's guaranteed to work. Feeling the pinch, Kokei tugged at his sleeve. Chenwo, what are you doing? He decided to spend the 500, feeling uneasy lately, hoping it would bring peace of mind, then handed over the charm, settling the deal. Chenua patted his shoulder, transferring some spiritual energy as he said, I've accepted the item. If you're lying to me, you still have time to confess. Wu Dao clasped his hands and chanted, Amitabha. As a monk, I never lie. Farewell, I must take my leave. He thought to himself that after obtaining the witch's rune power, his psychic power had increased another level, and as long as this person didn't leave Jinling City, he could find him. Then he gave it to KK, telling her to take it and keep it safe. 500 was still a bit of money to KK, who wondered how he could spend so much when his salary wasn't that high. Chenyo spoke affectionately, saying he'd been unlucky lately, so he bought it for peace of mind. 500 wasn't expensive, and he'd be heartbroken if she lost a single hair. She reached into her bag, rummaged around, and handed Chenyo 100, but he refused, saying he didn't need the money. Kiki pouted, If you don't take it, I'll be mad. This money is all I have saved up, and we'll need it for the wedding and buying a house. The better you are, the more at ease my dad will be. Hearing this, Chenyo asked, What is he relieved about? KK blushed with embarrassment and walked away. No, it's nothing. I have to go. My dad's calling me home. I don't need you to see me off. Chen Nuo followed. I was going to take you to buy a phone. Kaka replied, No need. I'll have my dad buy it. Chen Nuo, listen carefully. You need to save every penny you earn. She smiled, her cheeks flushed, thinking to herself, I'll be waiting for you to marry me. Chen Nuo stands there, mentioning his future father-in-law. Old Zun, if I hadn't promised you not to date Keiki for now, I would have made her my wife long ago, and I wouldn't have had to erase her memories. I'd tell Keiki, let's wait until graduation. I can't let my future father-in-law be unhappy. He scratched his head, remembering, Right, I need to figure out how to clean the money at home, or Kaka won't be able to spend it. Cut to a restaurant in the city where everyone is chatting. Happy birthday, Lao Tuang, Lao Tan. Why did you buy so much stuff? Happy birthday, Godfather. May you be healthy and happy every day. Oh my little Deep is so well spoken. Chenhua, what are you doing with the mutai? Where did you get it? Give it back. A large family sits around a wide table. Mr. Tuong says, sit down quickly. Across from them, old Tun sees the two sitting together and pretends to cough as a signal. Kaka whispers, my dad's really angry. I'm going to sit next to my mom. Chen Nuo agrees. Go ahead. You need to be good at times like these. Master Zhang rises and says, let's raise our glasses. A server announces, all the dishes have been served. Please, enjoy. Suddenly, someone bursts through the door announcing, Master, I'm here to celebrate your birthday. Recognizing the newcomer, Chen Nuo was amazed. Oh, Wu Dao, what a pleasant surprise, Master Tuong exclaimed. What brings you here? Chen Nuo, Lin Sheng, this is the student from Huicheng I mentioned to you. You should call him senior brother, Tranak says sarcastically. Senior apprentice is truly talented. Lin Sheng, unaware of the situation, simply greets him. Meanwhile, Wu Dao awkwardly looked away, covering his face before sitting down between the two. Chen Nuo raises his glass, asking, where did you train to become so extraordinary, senior brother? He replies, extraordinary is too much, just in my hometown. He then produced a card and slid it towards him, explaining that it mainly focused on Buddhist and Taoist studies, national studies in general, and that it belonged to the Qingyun Institute of National Studies, with Wu Dao listed as the director. Picking up the card, Chen Nuo turned and asked, senior brother, you're too modest about your talents. So, the system? Slightly embarrassed, he scratched his head and replied, Junior, don't joke around. Reciting foreign scriptures isn't good. Then, holding money in his hand, Wu Dao said, that's right, master. He offered Master Zhang a token of his appreciation, but the master waved it away, saying, no, you don't earn money easily. Just drinking with me is precious enough. Wu Dao persisted, master, please, you really should take it. Today is your birthday, master, not just any ordinary day. Chen Nuo quickly snatched the money from his hand and placed it in Master Xiang's, then stood between them, saying, Master, this is our senior brother's token of appreciation. We're martial artists. Let's be straightforward. The senior brother guessed it's exactly 500, right? Wu Dao smiled wryly. Junior brother is smart, really smart. Master, please accept it. He took the money and warned, all right, but don't let it happen again. Is everything all right back home? Wu Dao stood there, explaining to his master, everything is fine. After you came to Jinling, I became a monk at Yunmiao Temple. After the old abbot passed away, I managed the temple affairs. Soon after, because there was no successor, I became the abbot of Qingtian Temple. I merged the two places into one, naming it Qingyun Institute. He scratched his head modestly, having essentially started his own business. Chen Nuo listened and glanced over, thinking, not bad. Isn't this the founder of the Qingyun sect? Sometime later, the feast ended, and everyone's face was flushed with wine. Wu Dao raised his hand in farewell. Master, mistress, I'll be going now. Not staying for a few days? Xiaoyun waved and asked. Your master and I haven't seen you in a long time. He replied, I have some things to take care of. I'll visit you both when I'm free. Master Tuong, seemingly drunk, is supported by his wife as he slurs, all right, be careful on your way. Meanwhile, KK stood there awkwardly. Chen Nuo, I'll head back first. He replies, yeah, it looks like your dad's going to be mad for a few days. In the distance, old Tan, looking displeased, calls out, Kaka, what are you dawdling about? Go home and study. He brought Shiaoyay over, asking his mentors to look after her for a while longer. You're busy with the shop during summer break and can't take care of Xiaoyay. Xiaoyun smiled. You go ahead and do your work. I don't mind looking after Xiaoyay for as long as you need. I can't bear to let her go anyway. Little Ye observes that her godfather's face is as red as an apple. Meanwhile, as Wu Dao waits for a ride, he reflects, Master has a blessed face. He can overcome any obstacle. It seems he's found a benefactor which puts my mind at ease. Suddenly, Chen Nuo rushed over, grabbed his hand, and asked, Senior brother, what's the rush? Let's talk. Wu Dao quickly waves his hands in refusal. No more drinking, no more. Draping an arm around his shoulder, he said, just a little bit, or are you going to embarrass me? Master even said I should learn from you. Wu Dao awkwardly replies, learn what? My skills are nothing, not worth mentioning. And so the two sat on a park bench, drinking, as Chen Nuo handed him a bottle. Wu Dao mused, Junior brother is quite strong. It seems training with Master Tuong was good, unlike your senior brother who has no talent and doesn't even know basic martial arts. He pressed, tell me what you said yesterday, brother. Wu Dao replied, you took those words seriously. Chen Nuo is blunt. I didn't believe it at first, but the more I think about it, the more it makes sense. Come on, tell me, was that stroke of luck you had real or not? Finally, based on his words, he confessed, that was fake. It wasn't real. Chen Nuo was a little doubtful, but the truth is the truth. Senior brother doesn't plan on telling the truth, does he? Wu Dao didn't answer, instead tilting the wine bottle up to drink. This wine is strong. Chen Nuo, still sitting beside him, pressed further. What do you mean by that? Unable to speak clearly, he slurs, Junior brother, you're the best. Get your senior brother some peanuts. Wu Dao slurred, unable to form a coherent sentence. So strong. Can you kill me? They're all fellow disciples, Chen Nuo exclaimed, sitting there wide-eyed in astonishment. Are you kidding me? Seeing our senior brother passed out drunk like that, if it weren't for the idea on your body disappearing, I'd really think you were a con man. I let you go, but now you're playing games with me. I'm the originator of this game. The next morning, Wu Dao slowly opened his eyes after a drunken night, lying in a car. 3 stern-faced men turned around and asked, You're awake? It's been a day. He thought to himself, why is it so cold? Only to realize he'd been stripped bare, save for a single cloth covering his body. The car stops on the side of a busy road, and Wu Dao's voice screams from inside, Damn it! Then Dale turns back, stroking his chin, and says, Brother, we won't make it hard on you. A friend wants me to ask you something. They said, think about whether you want to talk or not. He retorted, what if I don't? In his mind, he naively thinks it won't hurt. Dale's face twists with a hint of perversion as he says, if you don't talk, we won't touch you. We'll just open the door and push you out onto the main road. Hearing this, Wu Dao confidently scoffed, thinking, you think I'm scared of that? Dale sneers, it's all right. If once doesn't work, we'll do it twice. And if twice doesn't work, we'll do it 10 times. We have plenty of time. Jinling City has many main streets. We'll play on each one. If 1 or 2 days isn't enough, we'll play for 10 days. How does that sound? Then he turned to the driver and said, open the door. Yes, sir. Wu Dao, terrified, cried out, no, please, absolutely not. I surrender. All right, bring Chen Nuo out here. I'll tell him anything he wants to know. A moment later, Dale took him somewhere, reminding him, do a good job, you hear? Wu Dao could only smile wryly and reply, Okay. Chen Nuo sat there pouring tea. Master, have some tea to warm up. My boss didn't make things too difficult for you, did he? He sat down and said, Boss, yesterday I said I worked part-time at this auto shop, but looking at our faces, you're the boss, and the bald guy is the employee. You're the real boss, aren't you? He's quite the enigma, isn't he? Did Master know? Chen Nuo ignored his words and asked directly, have you thought it through, senior brother? No more pretending? Wu Dao reached for a pack of cigarettes on the table, took one out and sat there confiding. Junior brother, we all have our secrets. So how about we go our separate ways? Chen Nuo states frankly, things have changed, brother. I don't have the patience to play games with you. This afternoon I received a call. Sunkaka was hit by Shinhan's car. I don't believe in karma or retribution. Amulets are nonsense, but there's definitely something mysterious happening that I don't understand, leading to these frequent occurrences. Wu Dao turns to him puzzled. There's something I don't understand. Why do you think I know? Chen Nuo replied. You only arrived in Jinling the day before yesterday and went to Master's birthday celebration yesterday noon. To guess what happened in between, you must have discovered something strange and went to deal with it. He smiled. I see. So this is your doing. Since we're already here, let me be clear. I'm worried. Sunkaka is my life, and if you don't talk, you'll see blood today. I'm telling you, I'm serious. Wu Dao leaned back, smiling as he asked, Junior, do you believe in luck? Legend says that in the beginning, the chaos of the universe separated into 2 energies, the pure and the impure. The pure rose to the heavens, while the impure remained on earth. These 2 energies, pure and impure, create and destroy, balancing yin and yang, influencing all existence. According to our ancestors, these energies influence humans, creating fortune and misfortune. Generally speaking, a person's fortune and misfortune are balanced. They won't always be unlucky or lucky, which is also known as the scale of prosperity and decline. Chen Nuo then asked, what do you mean? Sunkaka is plagued by misfortune. Wu Dao replies, that's right, if the misfortune doesn't dissipate and she keeps running into bad luck, it could lead to injury or even accidental death. He continued, that's not right. You said fortune and misfortune are balanced, but Sunkaka's bad luck is definitely not normal. Wu Dao explained, there are only 2 possibilities for this situation. One is being born with misfortune, and these people are called heavenly orphans. Sunkaka hasn't been unlucky her whole life, so it's clearly not that, which means it must be something else. I suspect someone is harming her. He anxiously asked, how could someone do that? He listed There are so many kinds of curses and black magic. How would I know? Chennu immediately asked if there was a way to find out who was behind it. Taking the medicine from his junior, he continued, most curses are just for show, a manufactured mystique. But if someone really wanted to inflict bad luck on another, direct contact is key. So, who was it that harmed Sunkaka? He asked her who she had been in contact with in the days leading up to her misfortune, saying that an investigation could reveal the culprit. Wu Dao added, and don't expect me to lend a hand. The amount of misfortune surrounding Sunkaka is definitely the work of someone more powerful than me. I can't afford to mess with someone like that. Chenhua took a drag of his cigarette and replied, all right, I won't make things difficult for you, but I'd still like to ask you to stay here for a few days until I've dealt with Sunkaka's matter. The scene shifts to Old Sun's neighborhood, where Chen Nuo is massaging KK on the sofa. Luckily, it's just a minor injury, and she blushes a little as she stammers. Chen Nuo, have you touched enough? He smirks. How about I touch somewhere else? Kaka confessed, don't, I'm not ready. All ready. Chen Nuo pinched her cheek and said, just teasing you, I promised Uncle Sun I wouldn't do that yet. She cursed under her breath. He asked, Kaka, have you had any contact with strangers lately? You just go straight home from school every day. You probably don't meet many strangers, but think carefully. After a moment's thought, Kaka replied, if we're talking physical contact, there were two people. One was in the restroom of the hand auto parts store on Duong-Tu Street, where I met a beautiful woman when I went to see him. Chenu thought to himself, forget about Lu Jiji, she kills without batting an eye. KK recalled and continued, and there was one person at Xiaona's birthday. I went to have dinner with him and happened to meet one of Xiaona's friends there. A girl, not a boy. Don't overthink it. I don't interact with other guys outside of school. Chen Nuo smiled. I know. He pressed further. Just dinner? Nothing else? She replied, what else would we do? Just eat, talk, watch TV, and then I went home. So what's that girl's name? It's Hadong. Kaka looked puzzled, asking why he wanted to know. Chen Nuo placed his hand on her cheek and replied, it's nothing, just asking. Are you sleepy yet? Holding her head, Kaka says, I'm not sleepy. Why am I suddenly so sleepy? So, Chen Nuo had been secretly channeling spiritual energy into her head. He laid KK on his lap, thinking that if the fortune was controlled by someone else, then it must also be a kind of power. If he focuses, perhaps he can discover the power within Sunkaka's body. Huh? Startled, Chen Nuo broke out in a sweat, stunned as he slowly pulled something from KK's head. A dark aura wavering in his hand. Chen Nuo wondered, what is this? It's like it's alive, growing at an untraceable rate, and it's definitely not from Sunkaka's mind. It's something from the outside. Chen Nuo gripped it tightly, smiling. If you can release misfortune, then I'll call you the seed of misfortune. Stay put in the consciousness space while I figure out what you are. The next morning, at a factory, several people chatted excitedly. Rare to not have overtime today. Want to go shopping? No, I have to pick up my child. How about ice skating? A new rink just opened up not far from here. We could catch a movie tonight. Chen Nu sat at a roadside stall, eating and watching through the window. There she is. Just like Sun Keek described, Hurong was short and fat, with recognizable blonde hair and a tattoo on her arm. She whistled, checking herself in the car mirror, then grabbed a fistful of keys, dragging them along the side of the car, muttering, filthy rich bastards, must be dirty money. Suddenly, a female student called out on her bike. Dung Dung? Hadong turned around and asked, oh, it's you. Are you out of school? That's right. Then the girl waved goodbye. I'm heading home. I have a lot of homework today. Goodbye, Sister Dung Dung, Hadong replied with a smile. Okay, goodbye. As soon as she left, she cursed, think you're so great. Then she punctured the girl's tires and continued on her way, whistling. Chen Nuo looked over and sneered, what a loser. Cut to a residential area. Meanwhile, Hadong sits inside, feet up, complaining about the boring TV, then smirks, glad she had some fun today, recalling the car scratching, the flat tire, and the man in the wheelchair. She then asked him, Uncle, how's your leg doing? He replied, the doctor said I'll be in a wheelchair from now on, just bad luck to fall like this on flat ground. Then she kicks the cat and laughs gleefully. Hadong speaks with a veiled woman. Ms. Dung, I hear cosmetic surgery is very advanced overseas. What about the scars on your face? The woman replied, where would I get the money? After breaking up with my boyfriend, everything went up in flames, Hadong thought to herself. Right. What was the name of that girl we met at Na's house the other day? Sun. Sun what? Kaka. Then she smirked. That's right, Sun Kike. Not only beautiful, but her father is also the guidance director at the school, and I heard he's about to be promoted to vice principal. She spat and cursed. Why doesn't that kind of person just die? Beautiful, great figure, popular at school. Her father's a school leader. All the good things in the world go to people like that. They're better off dead. Her eyes gleamed, wondering if she should check on her tomorrow, unable to contain her excitement. In Ha Yun's conscious world, a dark being with red eyes also spoke. You're excited too, aren't you? It stands before a great tree, stained crimson. From a young age, she sensed a strange power within her. But it wasn't until a few years ago, in a dream, that Ha Dung entered her own consciousness and realized she controlled an extraordinary power. At first, in that consciousness, I wondered where I was and what this thing was. This tree can absorb her evil desires and birth a seed that can be summoned into the real world and planted into someone's body. She sinisterly laughs, vowing that anyone who displeases her will die. Unfortunately, she's only cultivated 3 seeds so far. There are so many lucky people in the world. She wishes she could make them all suffer. Shaerong prayed. Tree, you must persevere. We have grand goals to achieve. Just then, a massive white hand appeared, seizing the tree. Chenu appears and plucks the tree from the ground, prompting her frantic question, Who are you? Her eyes widened as she asked, Who are you? Tranak stood before her, holding the evil seed tree, and she lunged forward, screaming, Give it back! Give my treasure back! Chenu casually grabbed her by the neck and replied, Return it, so someone with your malicious intentions can hurt more people. Harong still desperately tried to reach for the evil tree. Who are you? Give it back to me. That's mine, she cried, but Chen Nuo scolded her. A death like hers would be too simple, so he attacks her mind with his gaze. Leaving her there in a daze, he walked away, saying, From now on, you're just a sick person. Back at his house, Chen Nuo pondered, would this be considered stealing her ability? In Chen Nuo's mind, he plants the tree, saying, Though you greedily devour my spirit, your consumption can't match my growth. Soon, my mind will be your prison until I dissolve you. Opening his eyes, he recalled extracting the seeds of malice, telling himself, compared to the spear of fortune, these 3 seeds are much simpler. Chen Nuo clenched it in his hand and channeled his spiritual power into it. After placing the spear of fortune in his conscious space, he could sense another layer of this world. There's a faint presence I can sense, but I still need to figure out how to use it. Just then, his phone rang. It was KK. She announced, Chen Nuo, the Pixiu you gave me is broken. I only just noticed. Perhaps she's heartbroken over breaking that $500 charm yesterday. He thought to himself that Sunkaka had injured her leg. She kept that in her pocket, didn't she? He comforts Keke, telling her that maybe the Pixiu saved her life. The other end of the line sighed, left with only self-consolation. Right, Chen Nuo. No one at my house understands, but you avoided me. The shop's busy today, so I have to go help out. Oh well, you go ahead and I'll come find you when you're done. I won't forget. I said it, so don't you forget it. Chen Nuo pondered. The Pixiu is broken, but this senior apprentice seems to know his stuff. He must be repaid. He then ran to Dale's auto repair shop, and upon arriving with 2 bags in hand, he smiled at Wu Dao sitting there. Oh, what's he watching? He says he's watching Redemption to learn how to run. Beaming, he pulled out 2 bottles of Maotai liquor, saying, Senior, let's have a drink first. I even bought snacks and ordered some soup, too. He'll be here soon, he wondered. What is it, Junior? Looks like you need a favor? As he poured the wine, Chen No said, I'm free today and wanted to have a few drinks with you, senior brother. We're fellow disciples, so we should get closer. Wu Dao scolded lightly. Junior brother Chen No, you change your attitude so quickly, you're quite something. With a clear mind and decisive action, he abandons all pretense. But his changes are too fast to follow, so he laughs it off, saying, What are you talking about? It's really nothing. He raised a hand to stop him, unhurried. Leave the wine. I'll do some calculations later. After pressing his fingers, Wu Dao continued, Junior, am I right in guessing that Sunkaki's charm has broken? He gave a thumbs up. Senior, you're so smart. So, about that charm, you must still have some, right? Could I have a few dozen more? Hearing this, Wu Dao pinched his philtrum and sighed. Oh dear, my heart condition has relapsed. I need to treat it for a while. Chen Nu chuckled. Senior, don't be like that. If you can't spare dozens, a few will do. Wu Dao vehemently denied it. I don't have any, not even one. Do you think my charms grow on trees? It took a lot of effort to make. What's this? He asked, holding something up. He touched his neck and asked sharply, Kid, when did you take the longevity charm from my neck? Chen Nuo smiled and replied, I just happened to notice a string around your neck. Wu Daogu snatched it back, saying, No, this is my life-bound artifact. He retracts his hand and asks, A life-bound artifact? Even better. We brothers won't treat you unfairly. I'll double the previous price. 1,000, he shouts, 1,000. This item of yours is quite rare. The jade alone is worth 8,000. This is genuine Hettian jade, not to mention the half-month you spent carving it. Chennu pockets it, saying, Senior, don't try to fool me. Yangzhu jade is white. This is green and just a normal piece of jade. Wu Dao stroked his chin. So, you do know your merchandise. He then put his arm around his senior's shoulder, saying, I can't let you take a loss. If you don't agree to 3,000, consider it a gift from me. He sat down lamenting, Oh well, every Jack has his Jill. If you say 3,000, then 3,000 it is, Chen Nuo said happily. That's more like it. This is what brothers are for. Putting a price on it is too impersonal. I'll have Brother Loi give you the money later. Wu Dao then stood up and asked, Now that things are settled, you don't need to keep me locked up anymore, right? What do you say? I just wanted to be closer to you, so I invited you to stay for a day. What are you swallowing? So, can I go now? Of course, senior apprentice, be my guest. Watching him leave, Chen Nuo happily says, Come visit any time, brother. Wu Dao waves goodbye, deflecting the offer. I can't keep up with you, junior brother. Let's not meet again. As he stepped inside, Dali and Chen Nuo began to chat. Nuo, is that really your senior brother? I guess so. That guy's a chatterbox. He kept talking all night. I almost passed out. He's not easy to get along with, too cunning. Be careful dealing with him. It's okay, I can handle it. He curiously asked if he had done anything strange in the past 2 days, but Dale thought for a moment and replied, Nothing, really. Oh, right, there was one thing. This morning, he told someone from my shop to buy a random piece of jade. I looked at it, and there was nothing special about it, just a normal piece of jade, worth about 100. Chennuo realizes he's been had, his face darkening as he says, 100? Dale scratches his head, asking, Hey, Master Nuo, what's wrong? Tears streaming down his face, he screamed, I really want to hit someone. He went inside, sat down, fuming, and muttered, This senior is so damn wicked. He then noticed a piece of paper on the chair, a letter from Wu Dao, which read, Junior brother, I've taken the money. Thank you. Don't be angry. Although it was fake, the effects were real. I'll get you drunk, find someone to strip you, and we'll call it even. He wrote, Don't read this. Chen Nu smiled as he read it. That guy had already planned how to take advantage of him, but this senior apprentice was quite interesting. In the taxi, Wu Dao scratched his head, thinking that he had divined his own fortune before coming down the mountain, and that he would encounter a stroke of luck. But I can't see this junior brother's fate, so I'll avoid him as best I can. Better to hide and be safe than to get dragged in. He then turned to the driver and said, Hey driver, how about I tell your fortune? If I'm right, you give me a free ride. If I'm wrong, I won't take your money. Cut to the Jiangning mental hospital, where Hirong is gagged and tied to a bed. This older woman is the disciple she intended to take in. Perhaps there's been a mistake. She'd heard from a friend that she'd met someone with great talent while traveling in Jinling, but she didn't expect them to be so old. It turns out they know each other. Ye Tang retorted, Young or old, she's still insane. Gigi simply replied, I don't know. I heard she had a fit this morning and was brought here. The nurse approached and asked, Are you two really the patient's family? Her primary physician is off duty. If you want to know more about her condition, come back tomorrow. Gigi asked, Can I go in and see her? The nurse replied, No, the patient is in a critical state and prone to harming others. Contact is not permitted. As the nurse left, Zizi secretly channeled her spiritual energy inside, sensing, This woman's consciousness has been invaded, like it's been ravaged by a storm, leaving only remnants. Gigi recognizes Chen Nuo's psychic imprint and returns to the International Hotel. The butler reports to Neville, Miss, I've thoroughly investigated Mr. Chen Nuo. She hands Neville an envelope, adding that it contains Mr. Chen Nuo's preferences, social circle, and family background. Neville smiles as she accepts it. Thank you for your hard work. Go get some rest. Neville takes it out to look, wondering if there are 2 people involved, then slowly approaches a mirror covered by a black cloth. Neville reached out and pulled it down, but the reflection in the mirror asked slyly, Little sister, you finally let me out. She questioned loudly, Why are you doing these things? Only by doing this will he think I'm a slut and I'm a noble lady. But the other voice replied, You're so adorably naive. Don't worry. Men love that. Then it was like she was talking to herself. Like what? After our last meeting, he hasn't contacted me as if I don't even exist. Then we'll just take the initiative. But I promise not to interfere with his life. Silly girl, I'm the one who made the promise, not you. I'll ask your persona. You're worried, I probably just realized you have 2 rivals. and jealousy doesn't suit a noble lady like you, does it? My sister, Nev stammered. I know all about this. I just don't understand it very well. The older sister immediately offered advice. It's okay, little sister. Just let me step in when it's important. Why not ask him out tomorrow? Remembering Chen Nuo, it's time to take their relationship to the next level. The next day, dressed in a mysterious black outfit, Neville spoke. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Neville, the sole heir of the Dvenai family and one of Chen Nuo's admirers. Oh right, I invested in your school a while back so I was able to access all the student files and find you. Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. Ying Wan sits there asking frankly, so what do you want from me? Neville replies, as you and I both know, Tranak only likes Sunkaka. We're just being persistent because for some reason, Tranak won't be cold to us. Ying Wan wondered, you want me to back off? Nivu suggested ending their collaboration, adding, it's been summer for a while now and Chen Nuo has been following Sunkaka every day. You know you won't be able to resist going to him in a few days. But Chen Nu can't be in two places at once, so this summer vacation will ultimately become a competition. Ying Wan then said, then OPA will try to sneak away so we can't meet. Neville slightly lowered his glasses and continued. So, to avoid defeat, we need to divide up Chen Nuo's time when he's not with Sunkaka and use this summer to move him with our own abilities. And just like that, Chen Nuo's summer vacation was unknowingly divided. Neville took him out on day one and made his move. Chen Nuo, let's watch this. While watching the movie, she leaned in close and whispered in his ear. I saved you like that once too. The next day he went to see it with Kaka. She exclaimed, they're about to fall. And you're as happy as can be, feeding me and saying, it's just a movie, why so tense? She turned to complain. Stop squeezing. I'm already fat. Why aren't you watching the movie? Chen Nu protested. I prefer art films. Then thought, can I tell her I've seen this 3 times already? Once in my past life, once yesterday, and again today. On the 3rd day, it was Ying Wan's turn to drag Chen Nuo to see an OP film, a new release from M country called Vertical Limit. She's heard it's great, begging him to go, but he's already sick of it and refuses. I haven't seen it. Why won't you go? Because it's terrible. Utterly terrible. She barely managed to get it trending after trying so hard. Have you seen it? Who did you go with? Without explanation, he was kicked out, having only heard it from others. Let's go see for ourselves. Seeing is believing. Your slang is getting good. In the end, you still came to see. And so, the 3 divided up Chen Nuo's schedule. Wednesday, Chen Nuo, spend the day with me. Day 5, Chen Nuo, my dad's not home today. Day 6, Appa, let's go shopping today. He exclaimed in exasperation. Even doctors aren't as busy as I am. In his hand, he held a slip of paper with the number 13. Carrying a bag of milk tea, Chen Nuo muttered, realizing what was wrong. The times that the 3, Kaka, Lee Ying Wan, and Nivu, scheduled appointments were like a perfect lineup, with no gaps or overlaps. He wondered if the 3 knew each other and were hiding it, but he couldn't ask or he'd be done for. He glanced at a dark figure in the alley and jumped. Huh. There's a commotion coming from the noodle shop. Old Guo, so your shop has moved here? Why are you here? Business wasn't so good before, so I wanted to try a new place. Still the same? Still the same. Braised pork noodles, small portion, extra meat, extra egg roll. Chen Nuo looked at the auntie in the kitchen and asked, Old Guo, is this your wife? Guo nodded. That's right. You have a good eye, a perfect match. He turned and asked, what brings you here? You live quite far from here, Tranak answered while eating his noodles. I invited a friend. Your noodles are still the best, Uncle Ding. I've been craving this ever since that other place closed down. I'm glad I found it today. Guo asked tentatively, is she your girlfriend? Seeing his wife bring out a large bowl, old Guo wondered, what's this? Giving him such a big bowl of noodles is too generous. What's wrong with that? It's not easy to come across a regular. I'll eat, thank you, ma'am. 5 minutes later, a call comes in. It's Ying Wan. Appa, I'm at the ice cream shop. Where are you? He replied. Okay, I'm on my way. Outside, Lin Sheng is walking with Hija. Seeing this, Dia Wan said to Chen Nuo, Hey, Appa, I see your friend, and he's with a beautiful girl. Shiaoyay was feeding Lin Sheng ice cream. Open wide, this little treat is so sweet. She smiled and asked, don't you like it? Like it? Chen Nuo peered out and asked, where? Ying Wan pointed, outside. He turned to look. Oh, and there's another beautiful woman. She says, they're coming, hurry and look. But Chen Nuo had already vanished from his seat, hiding under the table. Ying Wan wondered what her brother was doing. Chen Nuo signals for her to be quiet, telling her to pretend she's alone, so his friend won't know he's there and report back what's happening outside, like he's eavesdropping. Outside, some thugs blocked their path and questioned them. Are you Zhang Linsheng? Yes, he thought to himself. Isn't that Chen Nuo's wife? Chen Nuo is nearby as well, Xiaxia asked Linsheng. Who is it? He replied. A friend of a friend. Linsheng asked her if Chen Nuo needed something from him. Gigi replied, I have something to ask you. Let's go inside to talk. Yanwan immediately reminded him. Appa, they're coming in. He hid his face with the newspaper and replied, I see them. No need to tell me. He then prayed in his mind, this dump doesn't have a back door. They can't see me, they can't see me. He glanced over, curious as to what they were saying. Damn it, Gigi blocked the sound. A voice in his head asks, Do you really want to know what she's saying? Chen Nuo instinctively replies, Yes. He realized with a start that it wasn't Ying Wan's voice, then turned to see Gigi sitting next to her, acting cute. Chen Nuo's eyes widened in shock. What the hell? He quietly drops the menu. Hello? Gigi crosses her arms, looking over. What a coincidence. Tite then sits down next to Ying Wan, who asks Chen Nuo, Oppa, do you know her? Who is it? She wondered if it was another new admirer. And so beautiful? Gigi proactively asks, Are you Ying Wan? She replied, I'm Ying Wan. Who are you? Tate looks at Chen Nuo and says, As for me, I'm related to Chen Nuo, right? He hastily nods, thinking that if a wife counts as family, then yes. Trusting her words, Ying Wan politely gets up. So she's a relative of Appa's. She was worried she'd made a bad impression on her husband's relatives. Gigi remained seated, exuding elegance, and said, Actually, I've always wanted to meet you. Ying Wan was startled and asked why. Suddenly remembering something, Ying Wan continued, I remember now. I've seen a picture of you before. The white-haired girl who kidnapped me. She even showed me your picture, Gigi explained. I'm very sorry. That girl is my student. She's very mischievous. The last time was a misunderstanding. I apologize. Then, as Gigi picked up the menu, she continued, I haven't eaten yet either since we've met. Let me treat you to a meal as an apology. Actually, we've met before, outside the hotel last time. Ying Wan sat down and replied, I remember now. It seems we're destined to meet. Looking at the menu, Gigi said, Then we must have this meal. Chen Nuo grabs the menu saying, You really don't need to treat us. Is Ying Wan angry? She replied, Oh right, it's all in the past. Just a misunderstanding, isn't it? I'm related to Tranak, so it's okay. She thought to herself that Oppa was very considerate, as the food here wasn't cheap and she couldn't let them spend so much. But when Gigi spoke up, saying it was fine, Ying Wan still tried to explain. You really don't have to treat us. Please don't be so polite. I didn't realize you were related to him, but how exactly? She asks, deciding to let it go. She then looked at Chen Nuo, confirmed it, and asked, That's right, isn't it, Nuoer? He grimaced, thinking, She probably remembers everything about you and Nuoer. Then, as Zize stood up, Chen Nuo wondered if she was making a move. She looked at Ying Wan and said, If you're not eating, I'll be going. I hope we have a chance to meet again. Ying Wan politely says, Goodbye, ma'am. She pats Ying Huan's head and says to Chen Nuo, Your little girlfriend is so adorable. Nuoer's tone was threatening. Chen Nuo was wary, wondering, Is she really going to make a move here? But surprisingly, Auntie really left, even waving goodbye. I'm off. Look how tense you are, like I'm going to eat someone. Ying Wan sat down and asked innocently, Appa, do you think your aunt will like me? Did I make a good impression? She wouldn't object to us being together, would she? Appa, why aren't you saying anything? Chen Nuo sat there, lifeless. What was he thinking, being pressed like this? Anxiously, he asks, Which is faster, suicide or running away? That night, he tiptoes into the house, gently closing the door. Tran. No only had one thought. I need to grab my luggage and run. It's already packed anyway. But to his surprise, Gigi was already there with her laptop on the table. He flipped on the light, startled, and cursed under his breath when he saw her sitting there, and they began to question each other. You're back? Yeah, I'm back. I gave you enough face earlier. Thank you. She turned the screen to him, exuding an aura, and said, Now let's settle our score. What should I call you? Should I call you heart-burning mister? Or should your mistress call you heart-burning darling? She levitates objects with her power and asks menacingly, Or should I call you husband? Chen Nuo trembled and chuckled, trying to explain. How should I put this? Welcome back. Honey, the Tu-Ha from across the hall is passed out drunk. The commotion next door shook the whole floor like an earthquake, and she ran over, banging on the door and yelling, Have some consideration. Are you building bombs in there? Can't a person get some sleep? As Gigi sends him flying, she demands answers, asking why he tricked her into thinking she was his wife. Chen Nuo replies, "Technically, you called me husband first. Why do you even know about the birthmark on my back? I saw it when I was treating you. What did you want to do with my nude photos? Use them for something disgusting?" "Oh, my sister, I was too excited. It was my mistake. Let's just call it a misunderstanding. This morning you were all cozy with that girl, holding her hand like it was nothing, right? I did it for her. What's it to you? What are you even angry about?" Soon after, Gigi kicked Chen Nuo, sending him flying down Oxhead Mountain. Gigi retorted, "Who said I was angry?" Chen Nu, sprawled on the ground, replied, "Big sister, I saved your life, you know. If it weren't for me, you'd be dead." She added, "So you followed me to watch the show, waiting until I was about to die to save me. You weren't trying to save me, you just wanted to watch the show." "But I still saved you," he retorts. She grabs his shirt and pulls him up, asking, "So, you can undress me and then trick me into thinking I'm your wife?" He tries to explain, "It was just pretend. I didn't touch you." Gigi clenches her fist, demanding to know what kind of man he is. "You dare to do it, but not admit it?" Chen Nuo's face turned purple as he stared blankly. "Huh? Doesn't that sound a little off?" She saw him lying unconscious and cursed. "Serves you right, you little pervert, who told you to hold someone's hand." The next day, on the plane leaving the city, Ye Tang turned to ask, "Hey, where did you go yesterday?" After returning without a word, Gigi coldly replied, "I went to kill someone, but in the end I don't know why I couldn't do it." Returning to Oxhead Mountain, Chen Nuo woke up with a headache, thinking, "What a grudge. She knocked me out and left me here all night in the very place I saved her." He stood up, dusted himself off, and muttered, "This woman hits hard, but she didn't really want to kill me. But getting slapped a second time still stings. Once I regain my strength, I'm going to catch her and spank her." He shouts, "No, I'll die if I don't vent this anger." It's all that captain's fault. It's time to settle the score. The captain appears, asking, "Picking the soft persimmon?" "Your Lan Hu Island in the South Pacific is where I fell in my past life." I set foot on the island, reminiscing about my return. Looking at the castle before him, Chen Nuo recalls his past life, where he made his final successful deal with the president of Country M. Taking his last breath there, he vows that such a thing will never happen again. Everything seems unchanged. Of course, once inside the bar, he tells the bartender to bring him the thing. He replied, "Son, you've got a good eye, I'll give you that. This is the finest bottle you can buy on this island." The price, of course, wasn't cheap. Except for the fact that the old P in front of him wasn't as bald as he would be 20 years later, he replied, "Don't worry, I can pay." He thought to himself, "Even if this is my last money, and even though Jai Jai took all my affection before leaving, luckily I still have the captain." The tender brought out the wine and smiled. "Cheers, brother." Half an hour later, at the private and restricted Limestone Manor, Tranak waves at the camera. "Hello. Tell the captain some news. Yama has come to pay us a visit." The captain, feet up on the chair, says, "East Asia is the largest emerging market. How could I give it up so easily? It's been so long, and still no word. Could the shaman be having trouble with this Yama?" A subordinate reported to the leader that a man calling himself Yama had arrived, to which he exclaimed, "What?" He then opened the secret chamber, ordering his men to hold him back. "As long as I don't die, Deep Abyss will never be destroyed." The subordinate obeyed. "Leader." The captain descended into the secret basement, thinking the naturally formed cave beneath the manor led him there. Above, the sounds of shattering and the screams of his men echo. "Chief, the chief will avenge us." Chen Nu stood there and said, "In the previous life, the captain didn't have a chance to avenge you. I'll spare your lives for now. You might be useful later." Then he followed down below, where the captain was waiting. "I can't believe you caught up," the captain said. "I didn't expect the king of hell to be so young." Chen Nu replied, "I didn't expect you to hire the sorcerer." He added, "Looks like that sorcerer didn't tell you. His mission failed, and he was seriously injured." He retorted, "The sorcerer has so many enemies. It would be dangerous if word got out that he was injured." "Did you really wound him?" Chen Nu taunted, saying if he was scared, he could beg for mercy. The captain charged forward, yelling that he'd fight first to earn his respect. Chen Nu rubbed his head, thinking, just like in his past life, the captain never learns until it's too late. He used the triple water illusion body. Chen Nu closed his eyes, pondering. The illusion body may deceive the eyes, but not the mind's deductions. Indeed, the real one was behind the captain. Then he lunged forward, grabbed his neck, and asked, "Surprised?" The captain wondered, "How did you know?" before landing a blow, yelling, "Show me what you've got." He slammed the captain into a wall, warning him that he wouldn't get another chance if he didn't give it his all. He suddenly landed softly on the ground, water energy gathering beneath his feet as the captain used his water-based enhancement technique. He looked at Chen Nuo. Indeed, the one who injured Yu Shu. Very strong, but he's not a control type. Chen Nuo replied, "Not bad combat instincts. I am indeed a destruction type like you, but our capabilities are not the same." He then teleported in front of him, saying, "I can still beat you to a pulp." The captain cursed under his breath. "Damn it! I enhanced my power and he enhanced his too, even more so." Chen Nuo stood there and said, "I told you to use your full strength. Is that all you've got?" He slumped there, gasping. "Don't underestimate me. I'm a powerful water-type destroyer." He looked up and sneered. "Wherever there's water, even an invincible controller can't touch me. High-level water amplification technique." Chen Nuo says, "Ah, I almost forgot you're a turtle king who can manipulate water. The more water, the stronger you are." A vortex of water is created around him. He gathers the swirling vortex to himself, asking, "How about this?" The captain stammers in disbelief. "What? What did you do?" Chen Nuo replied, "Drain the water, play dirty." He recalled how he was defeated by the wizard before. "You repaired the dam, so this is perfect timing. It's not as orthodox as a wizard, but I can borrow the soul energy and the water will drain quickly. Of course, this talisman can't drain his own energy, so he needs to win fast." He quickly attacks the captain, and another powerful blow from Chen Nuo sends him crashing into the wall. Chen Nuo stood there and asked, "Do you admit defeat?" The captain, lying there, said, "I can't believe you can control my power. If I'd known, I would have gone to the coast. You're the second person I've met with this ability, to create a space and drain all the water with your mind besides the shaman." Though reluctant, I must admit, defeat. Suddenly, the controlling rune cracks, the barrier shatters, and water floods in. Chen Mo is slightly worried. "Oh no, did I accidentally absorb him just now?" The runes are breaking too. The captain laughs, thinking he hasn't lost yet as water floods the cavern. He stands there confidently, knowing that as long as there's water, he can quickly recover and maintain peak fighting condition. "But you... I can sense you're starting to weaken," the captain shouted, gripping his water-formed weapon. "Even if you have powers, I'm certain of one thing. I won't lose," Chen Nuo said calmly. "You think you have a chance of winning?" He leaps forward, swinging his hand down. "At most, myself and Hua." Chen Nuo didn't react, snapping his fingers and declaring time's up, immediately paralyzing the man, who asked, What did you do to me?" The captain clutched his head in pain. "What's in my head?" Chen Nuo replied. "Something that can drain your divine power until your brain is crushed. I slipped it in during our previous fight." He thought he wouldn't need this bit of luck, then asked, "Do you want to die, or do you want to live?" He stammered, I want to live." Chen Mo retrieved the dark energy and said, "Working for me won't be so bad." Chen Nu smiled. "I've already taken it out. I trust your loyalty." He withdrew his hand and instructed, "Don't disappoint me." "Very well, Yama. From now on, you will lead the Abyss organization." Chen Nuo thought to himself that if he dared to betray him, the power within his head would show him what it truly meant to suffer. Nak sits back, listening to the report. The Abyss now has 15 gold diggers, 2 in North America, 3 in South America, and 2 in East Asia. But we've temporarily cut contact after your last threat. Entering a period of silence, Chen Mo complimented him. "Very good, you didn't lie." He recalled the 15 people, the same number he eliminated from the Abyss in his previous life. Chen Nuo continued. "Secondly, do you have an account on the Octopus website? Give them to me." "Oh, right, give me all the accounts you have." The captain, now fearful, confessed, "My account USB is in the first drawer on the left, along with an electronic key." Chen Mo smiled as he retrieved it. "I already got the password. I know it." Seeing this, the captain turned pale with fear and broke out in a cold sweat. "What the hell? How much does this guy know? He knows everything about me." Thinking of creating a new identity, Chen Nuo continued, holding up 3 fingers. "Third, I know you have connections with the local government. I need an ID and related documents as soon as possible. Everything, and it has to be real, traceable in the official system. And once the ID is done, book me a ticket to Tokyo." Then he stood up and instructed, "All right, that's all for now. You can leave. Oh, and dinner. I'd like seafood soup, grilled lobster with salt, and a bottle of last year's vintage wine." The captain didn't dare disobey and accepted the order. Seeing him preparing to leave, Chen Nuo added, "Actually, I wouldn't have found you so quickly. I've been a bit short on cash lately, and since you owe me and you happen to have money, let's just say you're a bit unlucky. Hearing this, the captain's face darkened as he replied, Understood. He stood there, smiling as he assessed the situation. The captain could tolerate treating human lives like dirt, so he must truly be afraid. He probably didn't realize the goods were in his head, surrounded by my psychic power. All I have to do is replenish the psychic energy I use. Chenu stretched, looking out the window, thinking about his upcoming 5-day vacation. 5 days later, at Narita International Airport in Tokyo, Chenu muttered to himself, Sajito, you bastard, I'm here. He was greeted by men in black suits and escorted to a car. Inside, one of them turned and said, As the chairman instructed, we will take you to the hotel. Please don't hesitate to ask us for anything you need. Chenu sat and asked, Where's Hadio? The man quickly replied, The chairman has a very important social engagement tonight, so he asked me to welcome our honored guest. The chairman will be waiting for you at headquarters tomorrow noon. He asks again, Important social engagement? The man next to him explains, The chairman has to host a dignitary tonight, arranged long ago. Oh, well, let us take you to the hotel to rest. But Chen Nuo brushed him off. I'm not going to the company? The lackey, somewhat embarrassed, stammered, unable to speak. Chen Nuo turned, a bit harshly. Do I need to repeat myself? The car then took him to a grand hotel, where he was shown to a suite. Please rest in this VIP room for now, he was told. The president will arrive late. Are you telling me that this VIP room is all that Duangwai is worth? The subordinate bowed respectfully and asked, Is there anything else you require? Tranak sat down on the large chair and said loudly, I don't care where that Hio guy is or who he's meeting. Tell him to get back here and see me. He acknowledged the order. Yes, right away. Interesting, Chen Nuo mused, stroking his chin. Does he think he's a big shot like Hadi now, treating the abyss as his own domain? I'm here with a special identity, and he dares to neglect a gold digger like me. Cut to a villa where 2 people are eating and drinking in a room. The man in white asked, Hio, what's on your mind tonight? The man in black replied, Nothing, but some poor relatives from my hometown came to visit. Just a young man. I've already sent someone to pick him up. He's Hadiodo, 54 years old, one of East Asia's gold diggers. I see. The man in white chuckled, continuing, I've heard the Prime Minister has appointed some new officials and Anda is about to become the governor of Tokyo. With a touch of flattery, Ha raises his glass. I heard Anda-kun is an old acquaintance of yours. The man in white replied, Yes, he was my student back in school. It's unexpected that we've all met again in the business world after so many years, but Anda still respects me. The 2 clink glasses. Hadi continues, The 40-year-old governor of Tokyo will also be a rising star in the future. It seems the position of prime minister is already in his grasp. As Anda's teacher, you also deserve credit. Outside, a girl gently slid the door open, then entered and bowed to announce something. The chairman has a call, she said. He snapped. I told you. Don't disturb me when I'm drinking with the councilman. Step back, she quickly replied. Yes, but the call was from Assistant Fujita. Hearing this, the councilman said, In that case, you may leave. I've had a wonderful time today. Hideo rises and says, Very well, it's just a few trivial matters. I wouldn't dare spoil your enjoyment. Please continue to enjoy your wine. I have arranged some further entertainment. He stepped into the hallway and ordered the 3 girls who were to entertain the councilman to go in, then asked Fujita, who was bowing in greeting, Why are you here? What's going on? He reported. The VIP refused to go to the hotel and ordered us to take him to the company. He told you to come see him immediately and is waiting for you at headquarters. You instructed us not to refuse any of his requests, so I asked, Did he say anything else? Fujita replied. He also said to tell you to come see him immediately. He retorted, I'll go see him myself. What's with this brat trying to act tough? Contrary to his previous attitude, Hio opened the waiting room door with a hint of courtesy, a bright smile on his face, and asked, Is this your first time in Tokyo for work? Seeing him extend his hand, Chen Nuo cracked his knuckles and asked, You want to shake my hand? He immediately throws a punch and questions him. Has he forgotten who he is? A 20-year-old who came to Tokyo to start a business, succeeded at 28 and went bankrupt a year and a half later is just another bum on the street. He clutches his face and screams, Damn it, damn it. Chen Nuo continued to strike, listing Hadi's accomplishments. At 31, he was scouted by the organization, became a gold digger, rose through the ranks, and is now one of Tokyo's elite, a major figure in the government, admired by all. Now, with both cheeks swollen, he stubbornly curses, Bastard! He grabs him by the collar and continues, I know you're the most experienced gold digger, making a lot of money for the organization for over 30 years, and you think you're one of them, not just a dog. He infuses Hadi with spiritual energy and says, Indeed. Half a year ago, the organization told you to keep quiet and cut ties with you. With your brains, you must have guessed that the organization was in some trouble, so you thought of a way to loosen your leash. Using me to test the organization's stance? He shattered the glass with one hand, held the man with the other, and said as he walked, Well, let me tell you now. You're just a dog the organization raised. Even a dog raised for over 30 years needs to be taught a lesson if it forgets its place and starts barking at the table. It's time to strip it to the bone, cut its flesh to pieces, and boil it into soup. Shake my hand, are you worthy? And I hear you drive a Bentley, how amusing. The master rides a Toyota while the dog rides a Bentley. Seems you've been a dog for far too long. Your master gave you a few scraps out of respect for your experience, and you think you can sit at the same table? With that, he released his grip on the man's neck, and the terrified man screamed. I'm done for. I'm going to die. Chen-no used his power to suspend him in the air and asked, Well, have you figured out how to bark for your master yet? He nodded quickly. He backed away, inhaling deeply as the man knelt there, begging for forgiveness. I was wrong. Please spare me. Chen-mo lit a cigarette and pressed it against his head, saying, This is the VIP lounge, so I came to check on my property. He became a fawning supplicant, begging forgiveness and inviting him to the chairman's office, and with a wave of his hand, everything returned to normal. He kneeled there, wondering how such a monster with supernatural powers could exist in this world. Money, power, things ordinary people struggle for, yet they stand at the very top. Why shouldn't I be resentful? Take me to the chairman's office. They kneel there in greeting, the gold diggers of East Asia. Hao respectfully greets the special envoy, while Tranak sits in the chairman's side, looking at something and responding. Good, now you're finally acting like someone's lapdog. He turns and continues, All right, I have no interest in company ledgers, and that's not why I'm here. Now do something for me. Yes, please instruct me to find someone. The next morning, Longbow's subordinate Trong spoke. Welcome, esteemed guest. A nameplate on the table reads, Star Karu. Officer Longbon stood there and asked, Why so late? Still not off work, the girl said with a smile. 100 yen. Thank you. He took the money and asked, Has your mother not been in contact with you lately? Her face clouded over as she replied, No. He pays her, adding that it's a pity. After she left, how long could a person as aimless as her persevere? She took the money and replied, It's okay. I don't spend that much on my own, plus the shop manager is giving me extra hours so I can earn more. He worries since she still has to go to school. Children belong in school. She bowed her head and replied, I'll try my best. She would definitely try her best. Officer Long leaves, telling her to get to work and to call him if she runs into any trouble. If you hear anything about your mother, you'll let us know. Understood? I'm not hurting her. I'm helping her. Yes, I understand. Thank you for your concern. Outside, the person in the car asked how it went. He got into the car and said, What else could it be? No news, the kid doesn't know anything. The man stretched, suspicious. Could this girl know something about her mother but is hiding it from us? He replied, No, this child grew up with me. She can't lie. She's very innocent. He lit a cigarette, and I secretly observed her miserable life. I even searched her trash, finding signs she'd been living alone recently. What a mess. Why would a normal person join that bizarre truth society and believe such nonsense? It's foolish enough to be ignorant, but to drag a child into suffering. His partner turned and asked, Senior, are you helping her because she goes to the same school as Zhang Yilang? He hoped Zhang Yilang and the girl were a couple, but he dismissed the thought. I'm not that lucky. My son's a mess. He wouldn't dare hurt such a good girl. From inside, Sao watched the car outside. Inside, they told each other to leave and hurry home to write their reports. Just then, the shop owner emerged, yawning, and said, Sorry, Sao, I overslept and delayed your leaving time. She bowed politely. It's all right. Thank you for the overtime opportunity. He says, All right, hurry home after work. You still have to go to school to study tonight, right? Sao adds, Yes, manager, I've finished cooking, cleaned the freezer, emptied the trash, and restocked the shelves. You worked hard today. He nods. You too. Get home safe. She replies, It's no trouble. I'll change and get off work then. As Sairo entered the staff room, the manager watched her, thinking what an understanding girl she was. Dressed in her school uniform, she emerged, thinking to herself that she had one more part-time job to go to. At the Jiangchuan dojo, everyone is training hard when Sayo arrives in her school uniform. The owner greets her, Sayo, you're here. She approaches and bows politely. Yes, thank you for having me. The owner replies, No problem, you're not late. All right, go change and get to work. He then noticed the students gawking and angrily shouted, "Stop staring and get back to training." While the swordsman trained, Sao's job was to clean the wooden swords, her beauty captivating enough to make hearts flutter with every wipe of sweat from her brow. One of them was so distracted by her that his opponent angrily smacked him on the head. "Hey, focus!" Seeing this, the owner sighed, knowing these boys would be dazed whenever Sayo was around. "Goodbye, teacher." The owner then instructed, "Remember to be on time tomorrow." Then he turned and said, "Sayo, go change and clock out." A moment later, Sao emerged, her uniform making her even more adorable. This stirred something in the old shop owner's heart. The allure of a teenage girl is a curious thing. Before leaving, she politely bowed goodbye, and the owner took the opportunity to hand her an envelope of money. "Sajo, you've worked hard. Here's your salary from last month." Sao accepts it and says, "Thank you, sir. I appreciate your help and concern." Seizing the moment, the owner inquires about her well-being, asking if she's been having a hard time lately. "You know, you don't always have to work so hard." Sensing his ulterior motives, Sao instinctively recoiled. "Actually, it's not hard at all. I'm grateful for your concern, and the students treat me well." He then says, "That's good. Someone as lovely as you shouldn't have any trouble. Besides, your presence here invigorates those young lads. I appreciate your care." But the old shop owner wasn't giving up, and he reached out to stroke her hair, his eyes full of malice, saying, "Sai, if you have any difficulties, remember..." He was about to do something terrible when a loud voice called from outside. "Is anyone there?" "The food's here," the shop owner replied. Taking this opportunity, Sairo leaves. "Then, if you'll excuse me?" Luckily, she was able to escape thanks to the delivery guy. What a lecher. Good thing we didn't cut to a karaoke scene. I wonder what Sao's doing here. The receptionist saw her and loudly asked, "What are you doing?" She replied that she was there to find someone. As Sao went inside, the receptionist thought to himself, with the economy in decline, there are more and more students these days. Inside, she encountered another guard. "Hold on, what are you doing?" She calmly replied, "Hazuka-san asked me to come." Hearing this, he didn't suspect a thing and led her inside. "Follow me." He opened the door and announced her arrival respectfully. "Mr. Hazaka, this girl says you called for her." No sooner were the words out of his mouth than Sairo struck him on the head, knocking him unconscious. The men there were completely taken by surprise, and their leader angrily asked, "Who the hell are you?" She softly says, "I'm sorry to bother you all," then reaches into her bag and pulls out a sword. Her voice brimming with confidence, she said, "Don't worry, I'll be quick so it won't hurt. Please cooperate." "Thank you." A lackey charged forward with a bottle. What a fool. As she passed him, she drew her sword in a flash, cutting him in two. Though chaos reigned inside, the room was eerily silent outside. After dealing with the underlings, Sao approached the boss, warning, "Mr. Hawa, don't choose such soundproof and secure places again, or no one will know what's happening inside." The old man asked in confusion, "Who exactly are you?" "Nishikawa Rei who? I've never heard of him." With a knife to his throat, she says, "Don't lie to me. Sichuan Ling mentioned your name to me." Haksa frowned and asked, "Who are you?" "What do you want with Seo Chun Ling?" she asked sharply. "Me? You could say I'm a child who's lost her mother, and with no other choice, I have to find that heartless woman myself." Haka stammers in fear. "It was me. I did those things these past few months." "Why not just admit it?" "Yes, and you're the fourth person to ask and realize that. You're all the same, equally afraid of death. I don't understand how someone like you could deceive so many people. Perhaps most people are just fools." Seeing Ha carrying the girl out, a waiter muttered in admiration, "It's good to be rich. Tonight will definitely be great." Sao led him to a deserted alley, then took a small vial from her bag, suddenly sensing danger from behind. She drew her sword and slashed backward with lightning speed, but Chen Nuo was quick enough to dodge. Chen Nuo asked, "I'm really curious, what were you planning to do with him? Decapitate him or poison him?" "Oh right, was that poison you had in that vial?" Sao warily raises her sword in defense. "Who are you?" "Why are you stalking me?" Chen Nuo said with a smile. "You're quite feisty." Sao, the fact that he knew her name, made the young girl even more curious. "How do you know my name?" Hearing this, he immediately replied, "Of course, I know much more than that. For example, you're 16 and a half years old, your birthday is November 30th, you're a Sagittarius, blood type O, 157 cm, tall, shoe size 34. Weigh 39 kilos, like to wear short skirts, hate wearing high heels. The part of your body you're most satisfied with is your legs. The part you hate most is your chest. You like to eat duck with kumquats, hate carrots. The thing you want to do most is beat the owner of the martial arts gym into a pig. The thing you hate most is studying math. And your catchphrase is that middle-aged uncles are the most disgusting. Everything I just said is true. Chen Nuo's face grew serious as he continued. Oh, right. And one more thing. Your biggest regret is why your parents brought you into this world, so do you still like eating Vietnamese candied fruit? What does that have to do with blueberries? Sao asks, confused. Who are you, really? How do you know my name, and so much about me? You even listed all my nicknames. Police, investigation, perverted stalker, Nak admits. I'm just a knight passing by. Sao retorts, pervert, do you think I'm a child? You didn't even bring a camera. Not wanting to play games, Sao lowers her sword and says, if you won't talk, then goodbye. With that, she swings her sword at Chen Nuo. However, it wasn't a problem for him at all. Even though Sao's sword was fast and relentless from multiple directions, he dodged it with ease, saying, I know you're just saying that. You actually want to attack. Sao attacked relentlessly, while Chen Mo countered, you know what the biggest disadvantage of wielding two swords is? When your opponent grabs both your shoulders, you can't move your arms. And just like that, Chen Nuo embraces the girl before him, as Sairo, enraged, releases one hand to elbow him, shouting, who told you I only know how to hold with two hands? She's clever, attacking to distract, then striking at Chen Nuo with her sword, but he's no fool. He used two fingers to grip the blade and asked, you really want to kill me? She was furious. Unable to strike above, she aimed below. She throws a knee, but Chen Nuo swiftly turns to the side. That was a close call. Luckily, he dodged it. He thought to himself, damn, that was almost the end of the line. Sao's sword is gone, but she won't give up, aiming for Chen Nuo's eyes. He dodges, remarking, sheesh, she's relentless. I have to fight back. Chen Nuo struck her chest, sending her stumbling backward. And he wasn't done. He even mocked Sao. Oops, sorry, forgot you're flat-chested, no padding, didn't hurt you, did it? Touching a nerve, Sairo loses it, charging forward, screaming, you bastard! Tranak retorts that fists have no eyes, and she struck first. Blocked and with nowhere to go, Sairo opens her mouth wide, trying to bite his hand. I'll bite you to death. Chen Nuo quickly retracted his hand in a panic. Is she channeling a dog? Still not stopping, Sairo throws a high kick. However, Chen Nuo easily caught her, and even caught a glimpse of something small. Huh? White. Star shouts, pervert bastard. As she pulls her foot back and retreats, Chen Nuo asks, no more fighting? Sao asks, who exactly are you? And he replies, follow me and I'll tell you, to which she immediately agrees. Okay. Chen Nuo then approached Xing and spoke. This distance is enough, Miss Truong asked innocently. What's enough? Then her eyes turned cold. Then, a small knife is drawn from her sleeve, aimed at Chen Nuo. Just as he finishes speaking, giving her the perfect opportunity to strike, Seijo's dagger, inches from Chen Nuo, is stopped by his power, leaving her wondering what he'll do next. Suddenly, Chen Mo snaps his fingers and the force sends Seijo flying backward, leaving her gasping on the ground. Tranak approached and asked, do you yield? Sao nodded. You're strong. I'm no match for you, but who are you, really? He stood up, lit a cigarette with a flame from his finger, and replied, the person who understands you best in the world. The one who would never hurt you. This action left Sayo stunned. Is this magic? She asked. He calmly replied, want to learn? I'll teach you. Immediately after, she suddenly screams, huh? Officer, help me. Thinking Nak would turn away, he instead watched as Sao made a scene. After screaming, she turned and ran. She thought to herself that she should take the opportunity to jump over the wall and run. Chen Nuo exhaled a puff of smoke and flicked the cigarette at Su. She falls face first into the dirt, and he slowly approaches, saying, if you don't give up, you can keep going. I wouldn't mind letting you taste some pain. Su is frustrated, thinking, damn it, I can't beat him and I can't escape. Chen Nuo repeats himself, saying that if she doesn't want to suffer, she should follow him. Sajo agrees, but she has a condition. She'll go with him. But before she goes, she needs to ask Hazaka. He knows what she wants and says, no need, he doesn't know anything. I'll help you find your mother. Looking dazed, she followed Chen Nuo, asking curiously, really? Where are we going? She asked, but he responded bluntly. The weak have no right to ask, are you a child? Don't you know that? Suddenly, Chen Nuo stopped her. Shh, wait. Knowing someone was coming, he activated an invisibility shield, making them invisible to the two officers who dismissed it as a false alarm. Let's go. I've noticed you've been out of sorts lately, still heartbroken. How strange. I could have sworn I heard something, but no one's saying anything. Why so curious? How did I do it? Chenwo said confidently. Because I used magic. Do you want to learn? She then asked, Aren't you afraid I'll scream? He chuckled. Please, you're the murderer. All right, follow me. After everything that just happened, Seijo was left with so many questions. Just who is this guy? He knows so much about me and his methods are so mysterious. If he says he can help me find my mother, I'll go along with him for now. But I'm no pushover. The two arrive at a grand hotel, and Sao says uncomfortably, taking me to a place like this in the middle of the night. You must be planning something weird. Chenwo frowns. Enough talk, let's go. I haven't even had dinner yet, searching for you. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll make you speak naturally, he said, and Sao immediately chimed in. Make you what? Do you want to do something perverted to me? Ropes, whips, or what? The receptionist, overhearing their banter, chimed in, If you two have special interests, our hotel also has a themed room. Knowing she was trying to scare him, Chen Nuo played along. Fine. Then a pleasure room it is. Sao was a little startled and stammered, or maybe not. Arriving at the room, Chen Nuo ordered food. I'd like an eel rice bowl, a seafood soup, and a rice cake. Xing then spoke up in a pleading tone. Wait a minute, Chen Nuo asked in surprise. What is it? She pleaded. Could you add another eel rice bowl? I haven't had dinner either. He hung up the phone, then suddenly moved closer, startling Xing. She pulls out a hidden box cutter, threatening self-harm. Don't come any closer. Chen Nuo sighed. Just how many blades are you hiding? Aren't you afraid of hurting yourself? She says, There are too many perverts like you. If you come any closer, I really will do it. He chuckled. What were you thinking? I just smelled blood on you and wanted to suggest you take a shower. Your clothes are probably stained. Throw them away when you get home. With that, he turned on the TV, and Sao asked again, a bit skeptical. That's all, he replied. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Half an hour later, Sao emerged in the hotel's pink bathrobe, and the meal had arrived. Seeing her, Chenwo called out, Come eat! But Sao seemed different, lost in thought and silent. He asked, What's wrong? She replied reproachfully, You didn't prepare any clothes for me. I was busy looking for you, Chenwo retorted. I was busy looking for you. I didn't have time to buy clothes. Just wear a swimsuit for now, and I'll have someone bring you some in the morning. Zhuan Ying looked down at the lunchbox and asked, You didn't put anything in here, did you? He nonchalantly replied, Then don't eat it if you don't want to. The CEO then looked at his lunchbox and asked, Can I have yours? What you've already eaten is definitely not poisoned. Nuo cheerfully agrees, saying it's up to her. Sajo happily takes the lunchbox and says, Thank you. She happily ate, savoring every bite, exclaiming how delicious it was, until Chen Nuo suddenly said, You don't know about that kind of drug? Sometimes a meal is best enjoyed together. So how could you know I didn't drug your food? His words struck her like lightning, and she could barely hold her chopsticks. She screamed in anger as Chen Nu pressed down on her, stammering, You can't. At this point, he had her completely under his control, and she wondered why her body felt so weak and limp. Seeing the fear in her eyes, Chen Nuo clarified, Don't flatter yourself. I'm just going to shower and sleep. I'm keeping you here so you don't run off. Sao asked, You really never thought about doing anything to me? He replied that he wasn't interested in the slightest, which only piqued her curiosity further. Then what do you want? Chen Nuo turned away and said, Sit here and behave. I'll release you in 3 days. As long as you don't try to escape, I won't lay a hand on you. Understood. What is it? I'll ask again. Is that all? He asks for the nth time if that's all, and before showering, he has one more thing to say. That's right, she's sleeping on the sofa tonight, the treatment for the week. Time passed, and while Chen Nuo slept soundly in his warm bed, Xing lay uncomfortably on the couch. In the dead of night, Sao cautiously opens her eyes, listening to the steady snores. He must be asleep. She creeps toward Chen Nuo, a cloth in one hand, a rope in the other, daring to make her sleep on the sofa, daring to call her weak. Good thing she always carries her tools. Little did Tranak know, as Sao swiftly gagged him, the room's lights suddenly flickered on. Somehow it's Sao who's tied up and hanging from the ceiling. She yells, Let me down! Chen Nuo sits there, threatening. If you don't shut up, I'll spank you. I mean it. She immediately shut her mouth, not daring to utter another word. Chen Nuo said, Do you think you've played the frightened act so well that I've let my guard down? No, I've said it before. I understand you better than anyone in this world. You're good at pretending to be the most innocent and pure, but in reality, you're a girl with a wicked heart. Suddenly, he emphasized with a growl, "No, it's more like manipulation. Karu is like this because of that mother who doesn't deserve to be one. Some women are born beautiful, good at talking to men, live by relying on men, and are lazy, selfish, wasteful, and irresponsible." She schemed to get close to Sao's father. "I'm sorry, Sao Heike, am I late?" "No, it's fine. I'm just glad you could make it, Nishikawa." To snag someone successful from a good family like Sao Heike, Nishikawa became pregnant before marriage. And so, Sayoku was born. When the baby cried from hunger, she only cared about herself. "The poor girl is crying so hard, she must be starving." Hearing her husband's words, she snapped back, "Just give her formula. I have a shopping date and I'll be late." And so Sao's childhood was spent with only her father. Karu is 1 year old now. Our Karu is 5 years old. She wondered, asking her father, "Where's Mom?" All he could say was, "Your mother is busy with work." Karu is 7 years old now, and she still asks the same question. "Where's Mom?" But the only answer she ever received was that her mother was busy. Her mother was a rare presence at home, except when she needed money or was arguing with Dad. She had none of the qualities of a mother. "I work hard to earn money for the family, and I have to take care of the children. All she does is shop, drink, and go to the spa with her friends. If you're not happy, then get a divorce." He didn't want Karu to be without a mother either, and she had been silently witnessing it all. Burdened by work and family, Saohiki passed away from heart disease when Karu was 11. The person who loved Karu most in the world was gone, and she cried endlessly. "Dad, you can't leave." But the woman just found it annoying. "It's so unfair. If you die, who will take care of me and our daughter?" What a heartless woman. Nishikawa returned to her old ways, changing men like clothes, while Karu was treated like trash, abandoned by her mother in various dumps. Once, one of her mother's men, drunk, tried to take advantage of her. "Karu, your mother's not home. Have a few drinks with me." She flatly refused. "I can't, mister." Karu was still young. Enraged, the man lost interest and yelled, "Drink when I tell you to." And with that, she punched the sleazeball in the chest and pulled a small knife from her sleeve. She pointed the knife at his face and threatened, "Don't provoke me, or I'll kill you." The drunkard sobered up in fear, promising there wouldn't be a next time. And so Karu learned the basic survival skills of prey, disguise, and cruelty. Chen Nuo, lounging in bed, tells Xing, "You'll hang there today as punishment for thinking you're so clever. Good night." Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. In his past life, Don Don Dom and Blueberry hadn't fought because they'd both been in his bed. Hanging her upside down like this, seeing her most embarrassing side, it's almost nostalgic. The next morning, Chen Nuo's men brought him a bag. "Sir, the things you requested are ready. Wait downstairs," he said, taking the package. He took the bag to Star and said, "These are clothes I bought for you. Change, and then we'll go out." Surprised, she asked, "Huh? You said we wouldn't go out for 3 days." Chen Nuo replied, "Plans have changed." A moment later, the two left the hotel, where Chen Nuo's men were already waiting, bowing respectfully as they saw him. "Sir," he says, admiring the Bentley like it's some supercar, "what are you gawking at? Get in the car." Fujita quickly asks, "Sir, where are we going?" "To the company? You said we were going to Akiba." Hearing that, he wondered if this was Luo Qing's Thu Diep Nguyen. Could this guy be a rich, second-generation otaku? Soon after, the two arrived in the bustling Thu Diep Nguyen district. "Today, this young master is paying for everything. Why do you ask with such excitement?" "Really?" He nods. "Of course. What could a girl trust more than shopping?" After shopping, the two head to Sao's house. "Take the things we just bought inside? Don't forget the car behind us," he spoke up, seeing her standing there, dazed. "What are you waiting for? Take the key and open the door." "Wondering how I know where you live?" Chenno quickly replies. "Because I understand you better than anyone else in this world. And I'll make myself at home, grabbing a drink from your fridge." Sairo is furious at her attitude. Does he even know the meaning of the word courtesy? Are you really treating this place like your own home? What kind of guest opens the fridge without permission? And what do you think you're doing, leaving your things in my house? As she pointed to the newly bought items, Chen Nuo reminded her. "First, I'm not a guest. Have you forgotten? You're my captive. Secondly, my things will stay here, because I'll be living here from now on." Unable to contain herself, she shouts at him, saying that jokes should have limits and why is he being so serious? In her house? Why in my house? Ziyang Chen Nuo reached out and pinched her cheek, leaving Red Star speechless. "How bold of you, I already told you you're my prisoner." "Prisoners don't have the right to ask questions." He then added, sounding rather arrogant, "All right, now that you understand, hurry up and cook. I'm starving." Unable to resist, Sao vents her anger on the food. She's furious and needs to find a way to get back at him. A while later, Sao brought the food. We're out of groceries, so I could only make kimchi fried rice. Seeing her radiant as a flower, he relents. All right, let's eat. Suddenly, Chen Nuo anxiously interjects. Wait. Sao was confused when he covered his nose and said, I think I smell gas. She gasped. Huh? No way. I'll go check. In the blink of an eye, he devoured the 2 plates of rice before him, as Long chuckled to himself. Don't think I didn't hear you cursing me in the kitchen. You like playing pranks on me, huh? But when I went back to the kitchen, there was nothing there. I already turned off the gas. What's wrong with your nose? Chenno chuckled. I must have imagined it. Chenno happily devoured the food as Long Shen thought to himself that Yueguo's cooking skills were indeed impeccable. Seeing this also makes Xiao happy. I'll eat now. Do you think it's good? Nono nodded enthusiastically. It's delicious, just what Sao wanted. Then eat up, don't leave any. He spoke as she was eating. Right, I almost forgot to tell you something. However, she wasn't in a rush, telling him to speak after they finished eating. He nodded, saying that she was the one who wanted to talk after the meal. 5 minutes later, both plates were empty. Su cheerfully asked, All right, what's up? Chennu confessed that he had switched her meal with his. Upon hearing this, Xing froze, unable to speak. She stood up, stammering, Damn. Chennu grinned, intending to tell her to eat less, but she told me to eat first and said, You know what I like about you? It's that you don't swear. But then, something even more terrifying happened. Sao's stomach began to rumble violently. She clutched her rear and fled to the bathroom. Worried, Chen Nuo stood outside the bathroom door with the tissue box, calling out to Xing. Irritated, she asked from within, What? He replied, offering her the tissues, worried one roll wouldn't be enough. As Sao opened the door, he warned, Remember, I know what kind of fart you're trying to hide just by the way you clench your butt, so don't even think about plotting against me. She snatched the box from his hand, calling him a pervert. While outside, Chen Nuo laughed, finding that teasing her was indeed amusing. After a long battle in the bathroom, Sao finally emerges, pale and exhausted, barely able to speak. But her attitude shifts in an instant when she sees his less-than-pleasant expression and smirk. This enrages Sa, who immediately flies over to punish Tranak, ready to fight to the death. But unfortunately, Sa trips and falls right into her brother's arms. Not only that, but their lips met, and they froze for 5 seconds. Yet the kiss continued. A question forms in her mind. Pervert, why aren't you pushing me away? Does he know I'm weak and trying to take advantage? Even Chen Nuo wonders why she hasn't blown up yet. Or is the drug still working, and he's using the kiss to drug me further? How foolish, was it poison after all? They held that pose for quite a while, each waiting for the other to react. Sao wonders why she hasn't been pushed away yet. Tranak sighs, noting the stupidity in her eyes. After a moment of breathlessness, the two finally broke apart, and Chen Nuo said, Actually, your method won't work. But before he could finish, Sao slumped to the ground and burst into tears, growing more distraught by the second, which startled Chen Nuo. Misunderstanding? It really was just a misunderstanding. Flustered, he says, Don't cry. I really didn't mean to. How about this? I know magic. I'll erase all your memories of today. You won't remember as long as you don't see me again. She lay back in her chair, bored, and asked again, Really? Chen now nodded vigorously. Really? As he suppressed her memories, Sao asked, Who are you, really? Can you tell me? I'm going to forget everything soon anyway, he replied. As for me, I'm from the future. There, you and I were the most deeply entangled. Cizo then smiled and said, Then I don't want to forget you so quickly. Her words made Chen Nuo stop in his tracks as she continued, I can tell you're not lying to me. If you really wanted to do something to me, you would have already, with your abilities. You're the first person to treat me well since my father passed away unconditionally. Hearing these words, Chen Nuo felt a little conflicted. What? The plan was to find Karu at her house, keep her safe from the impending tragedy for 3 days, and then return home. Now it seems his plans have been completely overturned, just like those fireflies from before. Outside Sao's house, Chen Nuo's car is still there. Fujita sits in his car, reporting on the phone, but not to Chen Nuo. To someone else. Mr. Chen Nuo has no intention of returning, and at his request he will be staying here for the next few days, leaving all the things he bought today here. The voice on the other end ordered, Investigate that woman thoroughly, then send someone to watch her. No need to be secretive or hide your identities. You can't escape him anyway. Old Hao tensely added, Remember to monitor his every move. Report to me immediately where he goes and who he meets. Understood, came the immediate reply. After hanging up, Ha muttered to himself, I've worked hard for over 30 years to build this up, and I won't give it up so easily. Abyss organization, if you don't treat me like a human, then don't blame me. He pulls out a box containing a strange USB drive. Unexpected, isn't it? An ordinary man like me spent a fortune 2 years ago to acquire this USB, and that's how I discovered your monster world. When it comes to brains, I'm far ahead of you. Hadio immediately opened his laptop and smirked, ready to destroy the Abyss organization. Back at Ciro's house, she woke up on the couch. Long thought to himself that he must have been too tired yesterday and fell asleep on the sofa again. What smells so good? The scent reminds her of her father, and she instinctively calls out, Dad! Through the hazy steam, the figure carefully carrying the food looks just like her father from behind. Shrimp sushi, seafood soup, honey avocado juice. Amazing. But when the person turns around, it's Chen Nuo. He tells her to regain her strength and come eat breakfast. As she sits at the table, Sao exclaims that they're all Karu's favorites. Chen Nuo continued, It's all for you, so thank me for the blessing. Sao immediately stood up and bowed deeply. Thank you. Thank you so much. It's been so long since my father passed away that I've felt cared for. This action made him uncomfortable and self-reproachful. Had he gone too far? After eating, Chen Nuo said uncomfortably, Do the dishes. A prisoner should act like one. Naya. Sao happily heads to work. Watching her go, he chuckles. This is getting bigger and bigger, but once these 2 days are over, I can hypnotize Viet Quoc and restore everything. With the chores done, Sao sat next to Tranak, staring intently, making him self-conscious. Don't stare at me like that, it's unnerving. After a moment, she asked, You said we'll have the deepest relationship in the future. Tranak asked her again. You really want to know? Sao nods. I do. So he began to spin a tale. I'm actually your half-brother. Before marrying your father, your mother had an affair with a Chi-Bol. The girl froze, and he explained that if he wasn't the Chi-Bol's son, how could he have a driver at his age? If you weren't my sister, why would I be so unconditionally good to you, going out of my way to learn everything about you? Because we're siblings, family who will rely on each other in the future, which is why I say I'm the one with the deepest connection to you, but of course the girl doesn't believe it. The girl. You're lying to me, Chen Nuo continued. I know a girl your age, who's been through so much, is bound to develop feelings for someone who's kind to her, but I'm your brother. I should have told you from the start. Shyly, she says, actually, having a brother isn't so bad. Plus, a brother feels familiar because of the shared blood. It would be even more reliable as a couple. Chen Nuo, hearing this, panics. Wait. Don't get any twisted ideas from what I just said. She stuck her tongue out playfully. I know you're talking nonsense. Don't dream of me liking you. I just feel the warmth of a father figure in you. Just like that. He breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. I thought it was real. Sao checks her watch, startled, and jumps up. I have to get to school, or I'll be late. He immediately grabbed Sao's dress, stopping her. It wasn't time yet, but she didn't realize it and kept walking, stretching the dress wider and wider. Sao blushes, mortified, and yells, Pervert! He quickly explains, I didn't mean to, and lets go. The sudden tightening of the dress caused Sao immense pain, and she cried out, That hurts! Then she turned to blame him, her little fists ready to fight. He was just doing it on purpose. As his little sister lunged, he swiftly grabbed her wrist, then caught her waist. Now, she's defenseless, and instinctively, Chen Nuo throws his little sister to the ground. Thrown against the wall, the point of impact was a mess. Chen Nuo looked at her and said, Looks like you still don't have the awareness of a prisoner. Have you forgotten our 3-day agreement? She had to stay home for 2 more days before she could go out. And time slowly passed. He's finally sitting still in his seat. He happily thinks to himself, That's more like it. Choi Min wasn't completely effective after all. Meanwhile, Sayoko was burning with fever and self-reproach, thinking, Karu, you idiot, why did you think he was a warm person? She then turned and snapped at Chen Nuo. I may skip class, but if I skip work, I'll be fired. I need to earn money to support myself and pay for tuition. He casually says, Oh, then stands up and brings a suitcase to her. More accurately, this is a suitcase full of money. He asks if it's enough. Not enough? I'll give you another crate. You've never felt the humiliation of money before, have you? She fumes, thoughts racing, absolutely livid. How could anyone be so infuriating? She happily accepts the money, thinking 1 crate is enough. Surely no one could refuse this much. For now, she'll just think of him as a wealthy boss who pays well. She then changed the subject. You agreed to help me find my mother. What about it? He replied. Nishikawa's mother isn't in Tokyo. She's probably fled to Osaka. The police are looking for her. The Truth Society fears she knows too much, and they're hunting her down to prevent her from revealing their secrets to the police. That's why she wouldn't dare stay in Tokyo. Assuming she'd be unfamiliar with Osaka, he waved it off, saying she was safe. She immediately protested. Worried? Who's worried about her? I don't care about her, as long as she's alive. Anyway, I'm planning to move into a dorm and work while studying after I get into university. To leave this house completely? Chenwo asked curiously. Her grades are good, though she pouts at the seemingly disparaging question, adding that she still needs to work hard to get into Tokyo University. So he plans to choose a sport later on to get into college with a special sports admission. He then asks, what about after graduation? What are you planning to do? He knew that Viet Quoc's physical abilities were still awakening, making him stronger than grown men, so entering school with his special status wouldn't be a problem. She just wants a stable job after graduation, hoping to escape this hardship and then retire early. A good life at home until she dies. Chenno jokingly asks if she's trying to earn money to become a shut-in, to which she hugs her money tighter and happily replies, shut-ins are happy, and your money can help me retire early. Sao then became curious about Chennuo's background. What kind of corporate heir was he? She pressed for his name, remarking on his insight, but he only smiled, saying, that's something I can't reveal. Unable to learn about his background, she changed the subject. You said 3 days. What will happen to me in those 3 days? Chenno hesitated, asking, very curious? She nodded. Curious. Just tell me, please. He then pointed to the safe, offering it as a trade. Seeing his little sister didn't understand, he said bluntly, there's no such thing as a free lunch. However, once money's in your hands, it's not easy to let it go. She insisted, I'd rather starve, then quickly got up, clutching the money, afraid he'd take it back. I should still hide this money. Chenyo poked at the rice. You don't want to hear it? I'll give you a 5% discount. But Sajo quickly refused, not listening, not wanting to hear a single word. Watching Sajo's retreating figure, he took a breath and pondered. Come to think of it, during these 3 days in his past life, some events did change Karu. The interrogation yielded nothing, and Hawk, who Karu supposedly silenced, miraculously survived. His brother found him, and his men rescued him from the alley. He's still breathing. The boss isn't dead yet. The Truth Society quickly tracked Karu down through the name Nishikawa, and tonight a group of them will break into her home. The battle raged, but the enemy's superior numbers gave them the advantage. Let's see if her blade is faster than my gun. So, Karu was captured and taken to the Truth Society's base. After 2 nightmarish days, the police raided the base, rescuing Karu and other victims of the Truth Society. The media frenzy led to a police statement about a girl they rescued, saying she was like a patched-up rag doll. I'd never seen such cruelty before, and even more absurd, a powerful group like the Truth Society quickly suppressed the news. Karu was framed for murder and imprisoned, along with a loyal subject, and the officer who helped her was also killed. The young woman who once dreamed of the future was now eroded, left with only utter despair for the world. So she broke out of prison, a fugitive on the run. Dressed in a school uniform and mask, she hunts down the members of the Truth Society one by one for revenge. But how? Shouldn't she be in prison? I escaped prison, and you're the first. I won't spare anyone from the Truth Society. In the years that followed, core members were killed one by one. With the Truth Society turning to the Underworld, those with a reputation started appearing on a list, and since Chen Nuo owed them a favor, he found himself in Japan. At the party, as he danced with Firefly, she asked curiously, Boss, do we really have to take a commission from the Truth Society? They've done so many terrible things. He refused, claiming he was just in Japan to unwind, especially since he had someone to wine and dine him. Why wouldn't I come? The girl replied, You're so smart, boss. Chen Nuo added, If you don't take on big responsibilities, you won't know how difficult things can be. Xiaomiren then expressed her feelings, saying, Then I am willing to take on the role of hostess. After the banquet at the hotel, Chen Nuo ran into Suo. She lunges, but he blocks her attack. Interesting, someone wants to kill me. Firefly, she's all yours. Firefly steps forward, asking, Who are you? Who do you work for? Sao immediately replied, I'm here to kill anyone working for the Truth Society. After a struggle, Firefly takes down Sao. Boss, what do we do with her? This girl is stubborn. I told her we're not with the Truth Society, but she doesn't believe me. Cheno reaches out to touch the mask, and Xing cries out, Don't take it off! But when the mask is removed, Sao's face is flawless. I've restored your appearance. Can you tell me everything? Sao wonders why he's helping her, and he replies with certainty because she's a powerful esper. As for Sayo's mother, Nishikawa, after fleeing to Osaka, she found a new lover and lived comfortably. The two of them saw the news on TV. When we found her, she was like a doll pieced back together with glue. The old flame lamented how tragic it all was, wondering how heartbroken her parents must be. And then she chimed in with fake sympathy. Indeed, when my husband and daughter died in that accident, I cried for a month straight until my tears ran dry. However, Nishikawa grew old, haggard, addicted to alcohol, and was used and discarded by men. Life became difficult, but Karu would visit from time to time, leaving her some money. She'd grown used to living off of others, and now, alone, without men to give her money, life was just too hard. Suddenly, 2 stacks of money caught her eye, and she cried out in joy, "Karu, it's Karu!" So she rushed outside, shouting, "Karu, I was wrong. I shouldn't have abandoned you when you had your accident. Please, let me see you one last time. I want to make it up to you." Sao and Chen Nuo watched from the rooftop, wondering why she wanted to approach her. "People like her deserve to die," she softly replied, "because my father's love for me far outweighs any hatred for her." As his illness worsened, she asked knowingly, "Daddy, does your heart hurt again?" He reassured her, "I'm okay. My health isn't good and I may leave soon, so I don't know if I'll see you married. If I pass away, Karu, please take care of your mother. Your mother is useless, but she's still your mother," and after he passed, she remembered his words and watched over her for years. "If not for my father's last words, who would bother with someone like you? Your regret is just an act, a calculation, not genuine remorse." And so it was until 2018, when the truth was completely buried and Rhett lost the will to live. She lived simply because Chen Nuo needed her. One beautiful afternoon, Xing and Chen Nuo sat on the beach. The little girl rested her head on his shoulder and confided, "Boss, if there's reincarnation, you have to find me in the next life. I want to live a bright life." He promised that if there's a next life, he'll protect her. I must return to reality. He was reminiscing when the doorbell suddenly rang. He began to consider. It wasn't someone Hadi sent, and he'd already silenced Hazuka. Truth wouldn't irrationally seek Karu out. Could it be someone Karu overlooked? Yes, that possibility can't be ruled out. So he turned to Sajo and said that if they weren't his men, they would never bother him. "Go open the door. They probably saw the lights on and know someone's home." Sao suddenly replied, "Aren't you afraid I'll scream? Or take the chance to tell someone, 'I've been kidnapped'?" Chen Nuo retorted, "You're not stupid." Opening the door, she saw a familiar face and asked, "Uncle Dragon, what are you doing here?" "Is something wrong?" He replied, "I went to the convenience store where you work. The manager said you took the day off." He asked worriedly, "Is something wrong with your family, or is your mother back?" Why is he acting like nothing's wrong? "No, there's nothing. I'm just not feeling well today." But Dora remained concerned. "Is there really nothing else? If there is, tell me." He then subtly hinted that he was carrying a gun, and Sao gratefully bowed his head. "You've gone to so much trouble to check on me, but I'm really okay, just a little under the weather. I must be sick from working too hard lately. I'm sorry for worrying you." He also took the opportunity to look around. She politely invited him in. "Would you like to come inside, Uncle Dorgan?" Dorgan declined, saying he'd visit another time. "Karu, if you're sick, get some rest, but if you need anything, don't hesitate to call me." Sao bows her head in thanks again. "Yes, I'm sorry for worrying you." With that, Dora departed. "All right, I'm off." While walking around Star District, he spotted a sweet ride. And so Dragon Man approached to observe. These two seemed to be looking at Karu's house. Seeing her casually walk in, Chen Nuo asked, "I thought you'd take the chance to call for help, being a cop and all." She retorts, "I'm not stupid. I have secrets I can't let the police know. Besides, Dragon is all alone. He's no match for you. Dragging him into this would only hurt him." He stretched contentedly, pleased with her compliance, and added, "Also, don't lie on your stomach to read. You'll get shorter. That's a bad habit you need to break." Hearing this, she immediately sat up, wondering to herself, he's so nosy. He's not even my guarantor. Just then, Chen Nuo received a call. The voice on the other end was somewhat hesitant. "Sir, I'm so sorry to bother you like this." It was old Hadi calling. The company was in some trouble and he'd planned to report it today. But since Chen Nuo hadn't called him, he took the liberty of calling so late. Chen Nuo asked if it was difficult to resolve, and Hadi confirmed, "Yes, otherwise I wouldn't dare bother you. There are some things best discussed face to face." And so Chen Nuo readily agreed. "All right, I'll come to the company tomorrow." But he was reluctant and began to plead. "Are you free tonight? This matter needs a decision by tomorrow, so to be sure, I'll report back to you tonight." Then hear his opinion. Chen Nuo wondered why the rush. He smiled, appearing sincere. "Yes, please forgive me." After hanging up, he pondered, "This old Hio is interesting. Nothing happened until I came to Japan, and now there are 10,000 urgent matters to deal with. Now Chen Mo is even more excited, eager to see what tricks the old man has up his sleeve and perhaps even teach him a lesson. Chen Mo turned to Sayo and said, "I have some business to take care of. Come with me." She blankly asked him why. "Huh? What's going on?" He snatched the book from her hands and said sternly, "You think I'd leave you home alone? I told you, you have to be with me at all times for 3 days." She wanted to argue, but it was almost her bedtime. He interrupted, "No more talk. You don't go to bed this early. Besides, going out with me means late-night snacks." He then gently stroked his little sister's head, saying, "If nothing unexpected happens, I'll be leaving tomorrow afternoon. Tonight's our last night together, so let's go get some good food." You're not happy?" She forces a smile, happy on the surface, but disheartened inside. After all, a prisoner has no right to refuse. Outside, the 2 men watching Seijo's house also received orders to leave. "Yes, sir. I'm on my way." Dora was still standing there. He saw Sao leaving the house with a stranger and getting into a suspicious car, thinking to himself that it was lucky he remembered the license plate. His intuition was right. The car took them to a mansion spanning thousands of square meters, guarded at every turn. They were led to the main building. "Please, follow me. The chairman is waiting inside." Chanot opened the door to find Hadi kneeling on the ground in welcome. This must be how they welcome powerful figures over there. "Please forgive my inadequate greeting, sir. Many others live here," he said, placing his hand on the man. "I fear being seen." "All right, a little humility is good. You've been overwhelmed by the extravagance of this place, haven't you? Places like this must be incredibly expensive. I've only ever seen them on TV." Chanot sat at the tea table, but she remained bewildered at the door. He called out, "What are you doing standing there?" "Come in." Hadio got straight to the point. "Sir, about that important matter I mentioned on the phone." Chen Nuo nodded. "What did you want to tell me?" The atmosphere was a little too quiet. He glanced at Sairo, then back at the 2 men, and suggested, "Are there other rooms here? Let's find somewhere else to talk so my friend can rest here while we do." He nodded in agreement. "Very well." Immediately, Hadi clapped his hands, and a maid appeared. "Yes, what do you need?" He ordered some refreshments for the young lady. The maid then asked, "Yes, would you prefer tea or something else?" Seeing her hesitation, he reassured her, "It's all right, just say what you'd like to drink." Still hesitant, she replied, "It's no trouble, I don't need anything. Or just bring something like a coca." The maid seemed a bit flustered by this. She wondered if she should tell the guest they didn't have such low-class drinks here, but Seo quickly sensed the awkwardness and changed her order. "If it's too much trouble, just bring me a glass of water." Hadi was incredibly annoyed. He snapped, asking what the daze was about and how could they be so ignorant of the rules. "The esteemed guest wants Coca-Cola. Hurry and prepare it." The maid quickly obeyed. "I apologize. I'll get it right away." Chen Nu chimed in. "I'll have a Coke too, with ice." Then he stood up to leave, saying, "Wait here for a moment. I have some business to discuss in another room." Seeming embarrassed to grab his sleeve and ask me, "Was I rude just now?" Chen Nuo said, "It's fine. What's wrong with drinking Coke? Just drink what you like." I told her of those who pretend to understand tea. More than half don't even like it. They're just putting on a show. You're still young. Don't imitate those old geezers. Hearing that, she was relieved. "Then come back soon." In another room, he relaxed in a chair and asked, "So, what's the emergency?" Hideo explained that a previous business issue had expanded into the shipping sector, and they had arranged shipping routes in East Asia. To fill the business void and prepare for the capital market, the company must expand its business, especially in East Asia. So last year, we targeted a company in Country N. He pondered. "Huh? What a coincidence that it's Company N," he continued. "It's only a mid-sized company, but its shipping capacity and 2 transport routes are very promising." Chen Nua followed up, and then, he explained, Plan A. Establishing a new company lacks the time to compete for market share from scratch and the risks are uncertain. Flexible market, controllable costs, solid operations. Plan B, acquisition. The problem? A high asking price, shareholders disagreeing, and operations eating into profits, but the market is stable and revenue is promising. We devised 2 plans, ultimately choosing Plan B. Acquiring this company means we successfully open shipping routes in Japan, also including maritime business to China. His voice suddenly faltered as if he was struggling with something. I asked, "What difficulty?" He sighed. "They refused our acquisition. The business leader is a very headstrong person. We contacted the company's previous operator and reached several agreements, even proposing to buy shares in the company, all in good spirits. That man is Deng Day." At the drinking table, the 2 sides were shoulder to shoulder, embracing each other for the sake of the organization, for the honor of the gold diggers. But the previous operator passed away last year, and his successor has denied all of our acquisition progress. We tried everything, but it was all for naught, and the one who took power was none other than Z. As the new chairman, I've nullified all agreements made by Deng Day, a move that came as a shock to Hadi. Chairman Zhang, you're breaking the rules of business. After listening to his roundabout way of speaking, Chen Nuo asked directly, "What do you want me to do?" He said, "Simple. Support me like the organization did before. If you encounter a difficult opponent, uproot them like weeds." He was openly contemptuous. Uproot them? You mean physically eliminate them? Tu then spoke urgently. That's right. It's not like this is the first time. Isn't that right? Special Envoy Chen Mo rested his hand on the table and said coldly, "Before reporting to me, you'd already done things like this." He insisted, "No, these special operations require the organization's support. Without it, I'm just an ordinary businessman. I don't have the ability to do such things." Chen Mo looked at him, smirking inwardly. This old man is lying. His heart rate, breathing, and pupils are all subtly changing. Knowing Hai was lying, he played along. "All right, let me see the target's file." "I'm sure you brought it, right?" he said, his face lighting up. "Of course I do." He hands over a file containing information on Chairman Jiang. Chen Nuo was secretly pleased. He didn't have to investigate much. It turned out that the one who issued the assassination order was the old man. He said, "This person must be eliminated, and preferably as soon as possible." Without further questions, Tranak agreed. No problem at all. Having achieved his goal, he happily said, "Sir, let's continue drinking." Chen Nuo nodded. "Drinking and organizing will quickly help you take over this company and make it better." Hadi cheerfully led the way. "This way, sir." Chen Nuo was quite pleased. What a great turn of events. What is the butterfly effect anyway? A Japanese tycoon wants to seize a company in country N, which somehow affects my allowance here in China. As he walked, he calculated that if Demoto hadn't hired assassins, he wouldn't have had the chance to re-enter the underworld and tease her with the heart-burning code. So, in the end, that little minx won't take all my money, and she's telling me to talk to the captain about my allowance. If the captain knew everything, he'd skin that old Demoto alive. Hadi also had his own plans, all according to my scheme. The Abyss organization has taken the bait. Antu has experts protecting him, and everyone I sent has failed. So all I need to do is throw this hot potato to the Abyss organization and let them fight each other. Then I'll have a good show to watch. If the Abyss wins, I'll continue to feign loyalty until the time is right. If the Abyss falls, I can easily escape. This is a perfect opportunity to test the waters, with no downside for me. I, Demoto, will seize my destiny with my superior intellect. As he saw Chen Nuo off, he pleaded for help within the organization, and Chen Nuo generously offered old Hadi a small reward. This Ha shipping is definitely a reward for this old man. But tonight, death will come for him. As the car pulled away, Chen Nuo patted his shoulder, saying, "Just stay loyal to the organization." Then his subordinate spoke up, handing him a file. "Chairman, we've thoroughly investigated the girl who's been by that gentleman's side." He glanced over the documents and asked, "Oh, anything unusual?" The man replied, "Yes, there's something. Here are the documents. Please, take a look." He nodded. "All right, I'll look at it in the car." After reviewing the documents, Hadio asked, "These look pretty standard. What's the anomaly?" The man explained, "During my investigation into her identity and family background, I discovered something interesting. Her mother, Nishikawa, has ties to the Truth Society." Hearing that name, he was slightly startled. The Truth Society was a nuisance, deeply involved in the battlefield with many other forces, and hated by society. Having ties to the Truth Society isn't smart. He pressed for more details, asking if the girl's mother was a high-ranking member. The subordinate said she wasn't high-ranking, just a low-level pawn who'd been brainwashed and tricked into giving all her assets to the Truth Society. This only made him more curious about Karu's true identity, but the man seemed hesitant. "President, this is just my personal speculation based on the investigation. Here's the thing. Because Nishikawa was a member of the Truth Society, I took the liberty of investigating their recent activities. Recently, the main base of the Truth Society in Tokyo was raided, and both the society and the police are investigating. The police believe that anything involving the Truth Society is bound to be bad news, and this major incident has them dreading the fact that they won't be getting any time off this weekend." That night, the man brought Karu back to the hotel, and a Truth Society member named Hazaka was murdered. Witnesses saw a girl enter Hazaka's private room that evening. A staff member also confirmed that Hazaka was taken away by a girl, the same waiter who saw Sao leave with Hazaka that day. The only person who remembered seeing a girl was the security guard, but he couldn't give a clear description, so the police couldn't find her. They only knew that a schoolgirl had been there. He asked in surprise, "You mean the girl who killed the truth cult is Karu?" The subordinate confirmed. "That's right, I secretly showed the guard a photo." Confirming it was her, Hadi followed up. "You didn't reveal her identity, did you?" He said, "No, I silenced the guard. Without your orders, I wouldn't dare act on my own." He gave a sinister smile, praising, "Very good, you've done well." Hadi then had an idea and instructed, "Do something for me. Reveal that girl's identity." The subordinate was startled and asked, "Reveal it to the Truth Society?" How clarified, "Of course not. The smart way to work is from behind the scenes. I don't want to get involved with the Truth Society. Leak some information to Karaoke's people. Don't reveal too much, just pass on a clear photo. With the Truth Society's skills, that photo will be in their hands soon enough." He emphasized that no matter how the truth seekers investigated, they should only find Karu and not be linked to us. He understood, promising to do it thoroughly. After plotting everything out, he said, "Take me home." The subordinate replied, "Yes, Chairman." The car quickly changed direction, and later that night at Hadi's home, as the clock struck midnight, he was fast asleep in his large bed. Suddenly, he cried out in pain and then flatlined. At that same moment, in Chen Nuo's office, he was calling someone to report the news. Tokyo gold digger Demoto is dead. Does the organization have a contingency plan for this unexpected event? The captain, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by Chen Nuo. Demoto is dead, and he admits he did it. The captain, confused, asks why, and he answers back sharply, "If that's what you want to hear, I'll tell you. I hope you can still sleep tonight." 10 minutes after hearing Chen Nuo's story, the captain was wide awake, and his attitude was fierce. "The boss gave me the dead Demoto, and I had to throw it to the